Volume 9. Chapter 801, Palace Hologram. Chapter 801, Palace Hologram.
Lin Feng and his friends arrived at the palace to find a pile of corpses on the ground.
How tranquil, whispered Lin Feng.
The fourth palace has already been found,
said Jun Mo Shi. Huang Fulong and Yun Fei Yang nodded. Yes, someone must have obtained great treasures. As expected.
Lin Feng noted that the four palaces were found and now wondered where the great emperor's palaces was.
He. I think I can find the great emperor's grave,
said Huang Fulong, giggling. Instantly, the others looked at him.
Could he really find it? I learned many things from the Zun Cultivator at the pool.
Nobody knows where his grave is, but it has to be on a vein of earth where dragon chi is extremely dense. The four Zun Cultivators' palaces are on veins of earth where dragon chi is. Now that they have all been found, the dragon chi is much denser than before, so I can use my dragon blood spirit to sense where the densest dragon chi is, said Huang Fulong, still giggling. The fact that the dragon chi was initially not perceptible meant that the great emperor's palace had to be discovered first. Everything was preordained fate.
Can you sense the dragon chi now?
Asked Lin Feng to Huang Fulong. Huang Fulong's eyes were twinkling while pointing in one direction, that is where the dragon chi is the densest. The place that Huang Fulong pointed was in the middle of the four palaces. Many had already found out about the palaces, so there was no time to waste. They all went in that direction, finding nothing on their way. The center of the region was a vast and desolate area, devoid of chi and corpses. That place seemed so uninteresting that nobody would have wanted to stop there.
Could the great emperor of legends be underground? Thought Lin Feng.
There is nothing there, but if the great emperor is here, it has to be underground.
Huang Fulong, we are following your instincts, said Lin Feng.
Huang Fulong nodded, his silhouette flickered and he pressed himself against the ground. He could sense the dragon chi the best if he got closer to the ground. Lin Feng and his friends continued to move around but saw no one. The strong cultivators who came to the mysterious world were looking for treasure, nothing else. The dragon chi is incredibly dense, said Huang Fulong, smiling.
His senses wouldn't betray when it came to sensing dragon energy.
If the grave really was at the place where the dragon chi was the densest, then they were very close.
What would happen if they found his grave? Maybe finding the great emperor's grave would lead to their deaths. Maybe the great emperor wanted them to receive his teachings, or maybe he didn't want to be found at all. Regardless, the great emperor's grave definitely contained some amazing treasures. He buried his people with him, so it was easy to believe that he buried his treasures as well. What a powerful dragon chi, said Huang Fulong, walking slower and slower.
He was walking around slowly, step by step. Huang Fulong stopped, raised his head and looked around. There was nothing.
There were some white clouds in the sky and only dust on the ground.
However, Huang Fulong was convinced there would be something there.
You also found the place, someone said.
Lin Feng and his friends looked at the person coming towards them. TT was Yu Tianji. He had also found the place, but he was frowning because nothing happened there.
Nothing happened.
I have the strange impression that the great emperor's grave might be here, but I've been turning around for a while and haven't seen anything.
It's a boundless and desolate place, said Yu Tianji before continuing. Of course, I could be mistaken, but I have the same impression as you, so we can't be mistaken, said Huang Fulong.
His blood was flowing quickly as if it were boiling.
How could I be mistaken?
There's a very powerful dragon chi here, just like you said. If the great emperor's grave really exists, it must be here.
I'm going underground to see,
said Huang Fulong while taking down his dragon axe. He stomped onto the ground, making it shake and crack.
Then he dove in. No use, I already tried that. Yu Tianji shook his head.
As expected, Huang Fulong came back out after a while and looked annoyed. He explored the depths of the area but found nothing.
The dragon chi is so thick and dense, what could be the cause? Could it be that my ancestor lied to me?
Cursed Huang Fulong in a low voice. He felt very uncomfortable, his chi was revolving intensely.
Huang Fulong.
Lin Feng looked astonished, he was staring at Huang Fulong. Everybody else was looking at him as well.
What's wrong?
Asked Huang Fulong, surprised to see everyone look at him. He scratched his head in a confused way.
Why were they looking at him?
On your body, they all stared at Huang Fulong's body. There was a drawing on it. There was a magnificent pattern on his body, the pattern of a gigantic palace. The hologram of a palace was on Huang Fulong's body.
What is going on? Lin Feng and his friend's pupils shrank.
They inspected it closer but didn't see anything.
However, the hologram on his body looked real.
Release the strength of your blood spirit and the dragon chi, said Lin Feng as if he had thought of something. Okay, said Huang Fulong, nodding. Even though he didn't understand what Lin Feng meant, he still obeyed and released the strength of his blood spirit and chi. His chi was incredibly powerful, it seemed like dragons were furiously roaring inside. The hologram became more and more distinct. That palace was vast, majestic, it seemed endless. Is that a palace or a grave? Asked Lin Feng to the others. The hologram was becoming more clear. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 802, The Atmosphere is Collapsing. Chapter 802, The Atmosphere is Collapsing. Why would the hologram have the shape of a palace? Lin Feng and the others' heart was pounding. At that moment, Lin Feng's pupils shrank. He was gazing in the distance and noticed a gigantic palace forming. The illusion was in suspension and slowly appearing. It looked majestic, imposing, like an emperor's palace, containing some chi of righteousness. Is it an illusion? No one could figure it out. No wonder nobody found the emperor's grave before, they had to have real dragon energy to find it. The palace seemed to be a place sealed away from the mysterious world. The great emperor's grave. Finally, they found the emperor's grave, it had to be his palace. They flew all over the mysterious world and now they finally found the great emperor's grave, probably for the first time in 1,000 years. Lin Feng and his friends weren't the only ones to notice, there were many others who were observing in the distance. The reflection of the palace was twinkling in their eyes. They felt excited and nervous at the same time. Was that the great emperor's grave? Dong! In a flash, the whole crowd saw a gigantic cloud of foaming chi condensing into a palace. The atmosphere began shaking, the wind became abrasive and chaotic rays of light shot towards the palace. At that moment, everybody stopped moving and looked at the same thing. There were even some in the sky who were blown away by the furious wind. No matter where one was, if they neared the palace, they would suddenly be far away again. Boom! Sand splashed all around in the storm. The earth and the sky were trembling. Lin Feng and his friends were in the middle of that storm. They could sense an immense pressure, so strong they felt suffocated. That palace is burying everything, whispered Lin Feng. The palace was enveloping everybody, it seemed like they were going to be buried. Let us go, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered and ran towards the palace. The others immediately followed him. Lin Feng wasn't the only one, it was everyone's dream to find the palace. They all flew towards the palace. Had the great emperor's grave finally appeared? Did that vast palace contain the most amazing treasures? Because Lin Feng and his friends were already so close to the palace, they were the first ones to arrive. They felt oppressed in front of such a huge and impressive palace. The great and respectful emperor had buried himself in this palace-like coffin. Even dead, he remained dignified. Let's go and see if there is an entrance somewhere. They all began looking around the palace for an entrance. Here. Huang Fulong pointed at a golden dragon. That golden dragon looked full of vitality, its mouth was large enough for several people to enter. Lin Feng, are we going in or not? Asked Huang Fulong. He seemed hesitant, after all, nobody knew if the palace was dangerous or not. Let's see if there aren't any other entrances, said Lin Feng, decided not to enter immediately. Very quickly, he narrowed his eyes and found 9 dragon statues, all of them had their mouths open. Lin Feng and the others were perplexed, they couldn't determine which doors were dangerous, if any. What do you think? Lin Feng asked Yu Tianji. Yu Tianji could use the power of the stars, so Lin Feng assumed he could analyze things better than others. Let's wait. Perhaps others will be able to determine it, replied Yu Tianji. Lin Feng didn't want to take the risk carelessly. More and more were appearing in the area. They obviously realized that the dragon mouths were entrances, but they also hesitated, should they enter or not? I'll take the risk, if nobody else enters, I will. If I manage to choose correctly I'll get the treasures. Someone said next to Lin Feng, and entered a dragon's mouth. Ah! A horrible shriek spread in the air. Everybody were suddenly relieved that they hadn't chosen to enter. Boom boom boom, catcha. The atmosphere seemed to be collapsing, the ground was shaking, waves of sands and dust were rolling in as a gloomy cloud enveloped everything. It seemed like the world was turning upside down. Ka-ah-ee-ee-ee. A strident sound spread in the air, piercing through people's eardrums. A huge crack appeared in the ground. How scary. What is going on? Thought everyone with their hearts pounding. After the emperor's palace appeared, the atmosphere began trembling and everything turned into chaos. A terrifying death chi had invaded the atmosphere. Are we all going to be buried in the mysterious world? Thought Yu Tianji, gazing into the distance. Deadly chi was rising and enveloping the atmosphere. Look, what's that? Someone shouted. Many glittering, translucent, little spears appeared on the horizon. They were dazzling and contained a terrifying chi. Intent and abstruse crystals? Lin Feng and the others narrowed their eyes. In a flash, Lin Feng jumped into the sky. He shook his hands and dazzling crystals appeared. Intent immediately emerged from the crystals. Lin Feng looked solemn, as expected, they were intent crystals. So many intent crystals. Everyone was excited. The windstorm brought intent crystals towards them. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying rays of energy invaded the atmosphere. Everybody began flying around to grab the crystals. Even cultivators of the Tianqi layer would benefit from them. But what everyone wanted the most were abstruse crystals. If they could grab such crystals and offer them to the respected cultivators of their sex, clans etc., then they would earn instant respect and power. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 803, Jade Heaven Imperial Clan. Chapter 803, Jade Heaven Imperial Clan. Go and grab a few to help you during your practice. Lin Feng said to the others. His friends nodded, they obviously understood their importance. Gotcha. The sounds in the atmosphere were becoming more intense. The ground and sky were collapsing. Lin Feng frowned, that emperor really wanted to bury everyone with him. If they didn't enter the emperor's palace, they would all be exterminated with the mysterious world. Many intent and abstruse crystals were not caught by people, they blew away towards the emperor's palace and disappeared inside. They continued strength to the emperor's grave. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered here and there, he continued grabbing intent crystals. Then he said to the others, everybody, come back, we have to find a solution to get in the palace. They gathered together again, everybody had obtained some intent crystals it seemed. The sky was dark and apocalyptic. It's a grave, as expected, it's a grave. The emperor doesn't want to be disturbed in his grave. He just wants to annihilate us and rest in peace with him. Whispered Yu Tianji. Not necessarily. Lin Feng added, with his strength, if the emperor didn't want us to find his grave, we would have never found it. He left us some clues, the imperial and dragon chi. In other words, he wanted a select few to find him. It's like Huang Fulong's ancestor who left clues for Huang Fulong. Yu Tianji nodded, that sounded very plausible. Even though the emperor was trying to destroy the mysterious world and bury everyone else with him, he wanted a few to find him. What you mean to say is that the emperor was waiting for someone to pass on his knowledge and treasures. That person must have some dragon blood and or some imperial blood. Said Yu Tianji, who turned to Huang Fulong, can you understand how to enter the palace? Huang Fulong shook his head. Have you forgotten? The emperor was chased by the demoniac emperor, so the demoniac emperor may have chased him inside and destroyed the palace. Yun Fei Yang offered a different view. The demoniac emperor? Yun Tianji looked perplexed. Indeed, the demonic emperor had chased the great emperor. Let's pretend it happened like that, with means of extraordinary skills and abilities, the demonic emperor was able to enter the palace. But, it doesn't mean that we are able to enter using the same method. Said Yu Tianji, shaking his head. We can only rely on ourselves. What do you mean? Asked Lin Feng. There are 9 dragons, so maybe one of them really is an entrance, we have to think about there is an option. Maybe the emperor had offspring and that descendant is amongst us. If we find his offspring we follow them inside. Explained Yu Tianji slowly. Of course, the great emperor wouldn't miss the opportunity to transmit his knowledge and treasures to his offspring. He would bury everybody in the mysterious world with him, but he would protect those who shared his blood. We have to hurry. Said Lin Feng, watching the storm. Let's group into twos, you and I, Mo Shi and Yu Tianji, Fei Yang and Huang Fulong. If anyone finds the entrance, call out. Okay. Said Yu Tianji. They really needed to hurry. Tang Yu and Lin Feng headed towards the second dragon, there were already many who gathered there. They were all staring at the mouth, wondering if they could enter or not. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd and saw one person in particular. They wore a purple golden robe with a dragon pattern on it. Lin Feng threw himself at him with incredible speed. They were astonished, Lin Feng was so impulsive. 5 fingers turned into golden claws as the chant of the dragon sounded. Lin Feng released some sword chi and condensed level 6 sword indented into one finger. A metallic sound clanked in the air as the member of the East Sea Dragon Palace emitted a horrible shriek. His arm was hanging loose and he was in agony. Lin Feng lunged forward to grab his opponent. He wanted to escape? Unfortunately, he wasn't as fast as Lin Feng. Lin Feng held him by the neck and choked him. It seemed like his veins were going to explode. He looked terrified. How brutal. The crowd was speechless watching Lin Feng. He wanted to kill a member of the East Sea Dragon Palace. They watched as Lin Feng jumped towards the mouth of the dragon and put the cultivator inside. At the same time, he released a terrifying sword chi to block the entry. If you don't enter, I'll kill you. A terrifying sword chi moved towards that person, and infinite sword light invaded the atmosphere and that person's face paled. If that sword energy reached him, he would definitely die. Ah, bastard! Shouted that person and threw himself into the mouth of the dragon. Ah, a terrifying strength came out and that person gave a horrible shriek. How brutal. Lin Feng used him to see if it was safe to enter. Let's go, said Lin Feng to Tang Yuyu, leaving with incredible. Others also started to follow Lin Feng and his friends. Yunfei Yang and Huang Fulong arrived at the fifth entrance. There were others there as well. A great battle was taking place. With the storm already so oppressive, how could they still have time to fight? Yunfei Yang felt less safe as he approached. There was a group of people killing everybody else that arrived. Someone looked at them with disdain. It was Huang Feng and Duan Wudao. They were the ones who were killing mercilessly. Very quickly, the battle continued and more cultivators died. Those who remained alive seemed to be those who joined hands. Leave, Huang Feng said coldly to Yunfei Yang. Immediately after that, his imperial robe fluttered in the wind as he threw himself into the mouth of the dragon. No deadly chi emerged and no horrible shriek either. The Jade Heaven Imperial Clan, Yu Tianji had guessed it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 804, The Grave. Chapter 804, The Grave. Those people were from the Jade Heaven Imperial Clan and were moving fast. It wasn't long before they all went into the dragon's mouth. Huang Fulong and Yunfei Yang looked at each other. Huang Fulong said, "Go tell the others, I'll stay here to guard the entrance." Okay. Yunfei Yang's silhouette flickered and left to go and tell his friends where the entrance was. The storm was getting closer but he still had a little bit of time. Boom boom boom. A loud sound resonated. Huang Fulong was startled at the entrance. After the Jade Heaven Imperial Clan entered, he only saw a magnificent and dazzling light come out of the dragon's mouth. Immediately after, the dragon statue became dazzling and golden, its gigantic mouth slowly started closing itself. The only entrance would be closed. Oh no, thought Huang Fulong nervous. That was the only entrance they had found. Everyone from the Jade Heaven Imperial Clan had already entered. What if the other entrances were death traps? They would all die outside, crushed by the storm. Roar! Huang Fulong roared loudly and threw himself into the mouth. He put his hands up as to hold the dragon's mouth up and prevent it from closing. Even though Huang Fulong was strong, he wasn't able to prevent the gigantic dragon mouth from closing. Stop! Shouted Huang Fulong. It seemed like a dragon appeared around his body. He was holding the top of the mouth with both hands, using his monstrous strength to prevent the mouth from closing any more than it had already. Roar! He released an incredible amount of blood chi. He became so flushed that it looked like he was going to explode. Mustering all his strength, he finally managed to slow it down, but the rumbling sounds were spreading in the air. Can't you hurry? Shouted Huang Fulong furiously. His veins popped out from the struggle. When they saw Huang Fulong holding open the mouth and all the corpses on the ground, they seemed to understand something. It's an entrance. They immediately jumped into the entrance. Even though the mouth of the dragon became smaller, it could still accommodate a few people. We're in, said someone inside. It wasn't long before others came by and took advantage of Huang Fulong's situation. Who can help me here? People from your sects and clans can come in as well, shouted Huang Fulong loudly. The door was still closing itself. At that point one already had to their head to fit in. They looked at Huang Fulong and grinned hideously. All of a sudden, someone attacked Huang Fulong. The attack reached Huang Fulong and made him groan with pain, but he still held the entrance open. He just yelled, "Bastard! Arg!" A terrifying chi was rolled in the atmosphere. It seemed like a dragon was chanting. However, the opponent already entered the grave without paying attention to Huang Fulong. As long as they could enter the grave, they were happy. They didn't care about the others who would die outside. That way, everything in the grave would be theirs. People continued to enter the grave. Before entering the grave, they were all courteous and friendly because they hoped he wouldn't just close the door in front of them. And each time, after entering the grave, they punched Huang Fulong or attacked him with a sinister smile on their face. After a while, Huang Fulong was struggling. Blood spilled out of his mouth and he was kneeling on the ground. Roar! His blood was boiling, his dragon was still visible around his body. His knees were being crushed on the ground, but as before, his two hands held open the dragon's mouth. His eyes were filled with determination. If he gave up, his friends would die in the storm. At that moment, one could only crouch to get into the dragon's mouth. Some other people appeared, this time from Tianqi and more precisely from the Tianshan snowy peak. "Help me," said Huang Fulong, looking at Tianqi Shui and the others. Blood was still spilling out of his mouth as he asked for the help. Tianqi Shui's eyes were twinkling, she looked hesitant. "Help him," said Han Xiuyu, who was next to Tianqi Shui. A heaven book spirit appeared from behind him as he rushed over to Huang Fulong and protected him. He didn't possess physical strength, but he could still protect Huang Fulong from attacks. "Let's guard him from attacks," shouted Han Xiuyu to the other members of Tianqi. They all nodded and walked into the dragon mouth, but nobody helped Huang Fulong hold it open. "Go into the grave, everyone. Obtaining the emperor's treasures matters most for Tianqi," said Bai Li Shi. After that, he glanced at Huang Fulong and entered the grave. Tianqi didn't help because they were more worried about time. They had to hurry in the grave. Not many stayed back to help Huang Fulong. After thinking for a few seconds, Tianqi Shui entered the grave as well. Bai Li Shi was right, they had to become stronger for Tianqi. Besides, Tianqi Shui envied Lin Feng, Huang Fulong and the others. She was the pure and holy woman of Tianqi, but now that status wasn't as resplendent as before. She was selfish and egoistic. A few people from Tianqi decided to stay and help him. They were touched by Huang Fulong, so they guarded silently. Even though they weren't immediately entering the grave, they would keep their honor and wait until Huang Fulong couldn't hold on anymore. Then they would enter. Huang Fulong, Jun Emoshi and Yu Tianji came back. They were panicked to see his condition. They hurried inside and helped Huang Fulong hold the mouth open. 9 dragons, and it was the 5th one, bastard, cursed Yu Tianji. His heart was filled with hatred. The storm outside was getting worse. "We can't hold out for much longer. Where are they?" asked Jun Emoshi, looking nervous. Others came by, but it wasn't Lin Feng, Ao Zhao, Duan Wuye, etc. They silently looked at the grave and bowed respectfully before entering the grave. "Be careful," said Yu Tianji. He didn't trust anyone. He feared they would attack as soon as they entered. As expected, after they entered the grave, they laughed coldly, piercing to the bones. It wasn't long before Yunfei Yang, Lin Feng, and Tang Yu arrived. Because of the storm, Yunfei Yang hadn't found them easily. "Hurry up and get inside," shouted Yunfei Yang. He moved to the mouth and lifted it up a little bit. A gloomy and deadly qi reflected on the stars as waves of qi rolled towards them. Yu Tianji released an indestructible star to block the attack. Someone gave a horrible shriek as they were destroyed by the gloomy and deadly qi, but then it was blocked as it crashed on his star. Surprisingly, they weren't stopped by Yu Tianji. Lin Feng understood what Yu Tianji planned. The 3 of them turned into stars and entered the mouth of the dragon. They pulled Huang Fulong and Jun Emoshi back as they flew in. Boom, boom, boom. A loud sound resonated as the dragon's mouth closed itself to everyone outside. Once inside, they crossed a long corridor filled with dragon qi. Very quickly, they arrived on a dragon path, and then finally the great emperor's grave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 805, Path of Truth. Chapter 805, Path of Truth. Those from Jade Heaven Imperial Palace were the first to enter the palace. Somewhere in the palace, the young and strong cultivators of the Jade Heaven Imperial clan had all stopped. Why? How? Huang Feng was upset and pulled a long face. In his hands was a golden map. The map was so dazzling that it was difficult to say what it was made of. It even contained ancient, imperial qi. Back then, the great emperor was chased by the demoniac emperor. He escaped and entered a world without an exit to leave his blood in this world. This map is sealed by the Jade Heaven Imperial clan and contains memories belonging to our ancestors, amongst which there is an incredible book called the Jade Scriptures. Unfortunately, our ancestor was not strong enough back when, so he couldn't transmit the memories to us. That's why he created the scriptures, which have been passed down from generation to generation. The Jade Heaven Imperial clan members know that they have to look for the Jade Heaven tomb, where they would find the Jade scriptures, which would enable them to conquer the world. Feng thought it out for a moment and he came up with a plausible explanation. Now, 1,000 years have passed and the Jade Heaven Imperial clan has been quiet. From generation to generation, we have been searching for the Jade Heaven tomb. When we find it, I want all the members of Peer Clan to benefit from those scriptures. But it seems things have changed since back when the demoniac emperor chased the great emperor. There was a great war, so the map of the palace isn't accurate anymore. He understood that the last one who entered the palace was the demoniac emperor. After their great battle, some paths became blocked. There were holes in walls and so on. The palace was falling into ruins. What should we do? Asked Duan Wu Dao. Feng remained silent for a few seconds and said, everybody separate into 5 groups. Remember that our goal is to find the Jade Heaven Palace, you can leave the rest. Said Feng. The Jade Heaven Palace is a holy place for the Jade Heaven Imperial Palace. It also used to be where the Jade Heaven Imperial Palace's people lived. Besides all of that, there are the ancient Jade Scriptures. In the continent of the 9 clouds, becoming a monstrously strong cultivator was the only condition to be part of an imperial family, and only members of imperial families could use advanced skills. If the Jade Heaven Imperial clan managed to find their ancient Jade Scriptures, they would become infinitely stronger. They would conquer the Ganyu region, enter the holy city, and become as prestigious, splendid, and as glorious as they used to be. The Jade Heaven people were feeling all-conquering. In 1,000 years, they were the first ones to enter their ancestor's grave. Feng and the others looked around after they entered. Things didn't look as domineering and majestic as they thought, instead it looked like ruins. Everybody seemed to have similar disappointments. There has been a great war here. People thought. Feng and his friends were the only ones who knew what was going on. They knew that back then, the great emperor was chased by the demoniac emperor. So they immediately understood what happened here after a first glance. Oh my, there are intent crystals everywhere. Someone shouted. They were breaking walls and finding twinkling stones everywhere. A terrifying strength exuded from them. Nobody was worried about fighting for the crystals because there were stones everywhere. The walls were made of intense stones. Everyone was mining with a frenzy. They needed those intense stones for when they broke through to the Tianqi layer. Then they would have amazing effects, or they could be traded for other amazing items. Intense stones were precious treasures for people of the Tianqi layer and below. However, for extremely strong cultivators, they were just ordinary stones. You guys can go ahead. Feng said to the people of Tianqi, if someday Feng became the leader of Tianqi, he had to make sure it was powerful. They should take as much as they could now so future cultivators could benefit. Okay, said the others while nodding. They all started gathering intense stones. Huang Fulong, how do you feel? Feng and Tang Yu both took out some healing pills for Huang Fulong's severe injuries. Even after a few healing pills, he wouldn't recover completely. I'm okay, go ahead and pick some intent crystals, take some for me as well, said Huang Fulong, smiling in a free and natural way. Don't worry, we're in the Great Emperor's palace. To us, intent crystals are precious treasures, but for the Great Emperor, they are ordinary stones. There must be treasures much more valuable than those in here. Indeed, they were in the Great Emperor's palace, so how could it lack intent crystals? There were probably monstrously powerful items as well. You're right, but it would be better to have some, so why not seize the opportunity now? I've never used such good items. And even if I can't use them, I can sell them. Huang Fulong was giggling. He made an effort to collect some of the crystals, ignoring his injuries. That guy, said Feng, smiling and shaking his head. Even now he only thought about his friends, they were true friends. They all began picking intent crystals as well. Huang Fulong was right, why not seize that opportunity? Even if those crystals were nothing for the Great Emperor, they were treasures to them. At that moment, everyone was busy picking those treasures without thinking about anything else. Whenever someone felt like they had had enough, they would leave towards the inside of the palace. Weren't there even more amazing treasures awaiting for them in other places of the palace? Feng and his friends soon started walking deeper into the palace. Everybody was hunting for treasures, and quite a few found abstruse crystals. Apart from intent and abstruse crystals, others found some extremely powerful ingredients and weapons, while others found pictures. The walls of the palace had those mysterious veins for which an energy had been flowing for 1,000 years. Feng and friends come across a hall with a door that looked old and simple. At the top, there was writing, Path of Truth. Ask questions and understand, that was where the great emperor sought the truth," said Lin Feng. While opening the door, a strident sound was heard. Inside the hall, there was a precipice and a few statues which looked alive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 806, Eternal 1. Chapter 806, Eternal 1. Boom! They stared at the statues. Their brains felt like they were going to explode, as if something had placing a huge pressure on them. Their souls were even shaking, their entire body seemed like it was going to explode. "How scary," whispered Lin Feng. He stopped looking at them and moved towards the center of the hall. There were 4 statues and a few scriptures on the back wall. Lin Feng raised his head again, this time with sharp lights twinkling in his eyes. He stared at the statue. He suddenly felt suffocated, his body couldn't stop shaking, he couldn't breathe anymore, his throat was burning. The statues had an extraordinary intent. Are those the great emperor's statues? Lin Feng, Jun Emoshi, Yunfei Yang, Tang Yu and Huang Fulong were all there. Yu Tianji decided to explore alone. The first statue held a sword in its hand, it looked like it despised the entire world. Its facial expression could shake the entire world while its eyes defied both human and divine laws. As Lin Feng looked at that statue, involuntarily, his level 6 sword intent emerged. However, when it neared the statue, it was immediately destroyed and vanished without leaving trace. Lin Feng's sword was extremely weak in front of the emperor's statue. The energy contained in the sword of the statue seemed to be infinite. If the statue wanted to kill him, it could do it in the blink of an eye. The Supreme Sword Emperor, reigning over the entire continent, afraid of nobody. No one wants to be his enemy because he can kill them with one sword attack. He stands high above the ordinary world and looks down on it. I put this statue here for the glory of swords and to help those who seek the truth on the path of sword cultivation. A few words were carved in the back. Even after 1,000 years, those words still looked distinct. Everybody could sense an incredible energy emerging from the words. They suddenly felt incredibly powerful, they were imagining themselves as the extremely strong cultivators from ancient times. The second statue was an incredibly beautiful woman. One couldn't look at her without falling in love at first. However, she wasn't beautiful in a vulgar way, she looked like a noble woman whom one wanted to respect. That woman looked so noble, she would definitely be reigning over the world if she existed, whispered Lin Feng. Lin Feng and his friends read the text behind the statue, Shi Huang, so many men have come to court her with the hopes to marry her. The emperor also had the wish to marry her, that would have been his greatest joy. Unfortunately, after becoming emperor, she aged and wasn't as beautiful anymore. She practiced cultivation diligently without caring about anything else. She chose loneliness for the sake of cultivation. Nobody knows when she is going to become an empress. Unfortunately, even if she does, she won't have the beauty of her youth. That text was filled with sorrow. Lin Feng didn't understand why she decided to singularly practice cultivation. He also didn't understand the meaning of the following sentence. She died, so how could she become an empress? Finally, the last sentence was just as fishy, the beauty of her youth? Nobody understood the text. Could cultivators use an incredible power before dying to reincarnate and continue practicing cultivation? Lin Feng couldn't understand such things, he was too weak to compare with the emperor. The emperor was almost a deity. Lin Feng turned to the third statue and shivered, that statue looked familiar. Even though it was a statue, it diffused rays of light as if it was moving. It looked like a demon and a Buddha at the same time. The 9 rotations of the Haruka. Lin Feng suddenly remembered why it was so familiar. Lin Feng's strength of the Harukas began rotating on its own, causing Lin Feng to shake. Could the owner of the statue have anything to do with the Haruka and its 9 rotations? Lin Feng turned around the statue and read the description, 3 Lives Sovereign is incredible and very mysterious. Using his body, he combined evil and good, 1 body turned into 3 and 3 bodies are 1. Thus the creation of the incredible skill 3 lives skill, 3 lives, 3 people, and 3 bodies which have their own life. If none of them dies, then the 3 lives deity is invincible. In our vast and wonderful world, the 3 lives skill is the most particular skill I've ever seen. Lin Feng's heart started pounding, 3 lives skill. Buddha, a demon, and a regular person. Is that the strength contained in the 9 rotations of the Haruka? Could the 9 rotations of the Haruka have been created by the ancestor who created the 3 lives skill? Lin Feng's thoughts were chaotic. If someday he could acquire the 3 lives skill and turn into 3, he would become invincible. Besides, the 3 lives sovereign had the title sovereign. Were the titles of emperor and sovereign equal? Or could only extremely powerful emperors give the title of sovereign to others? Lin Feng didn't understand these things. The emperor placed the 4 statues there to borrow their incredible strength. He used to consult them. After reading the scriptures, one could see that the emperor feared those statues. Lin Feng looked at the last statue. It was the most ordinary one with nothing particular. From an aesthetics perspective, one could notice an incredible pride. One could see that the material world held no substance by looking in its eyes. Those 2 dark pupils resembled a demon's. Even the vault of heaven could be covered by their darkness. That statue was ego. Whoever offended it would pay with blood. A demon. Lin Feng's pupils shrank. That was demon intent. Despising the vault of heaven, smiling slyly, that unruly deity wanted to step on earth and crush it fearlessly. Demoniac emperor. Lin Feng suddenly remembered those 2 words. According to the legend, the demoniac emperor chased the great emperor and killed him. Lin Feng was startled. It seemed like his spirit was shaking suddenly. His heavenly book spirit was acting up after remaining calm for so long. Lin Feng frowned. Why was the statue exciting his book spirit? Lin Feng looked at the description behind the statue. Continent of the 9 clouds, the Eternal One. Peerless, named the demoniac emperor, a myriad of people are terrified by him. He is the first incomplete emperor, but can kill other emperors. Continent of the 9 clouds, the Eternal One. Lin Feng shivered. Lin Feng became excited. His heart was pounding as he imagined himself as a heroic cultivator. That was the real demoniac emperor. Nobody would dare offend him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 807, Magic Understanding. Chapter 807, Magic Understanding. The Supreme Sword Emperor, Shi Huang, the 3 Lives Sovereign, the demoniac emperor. I can't control my body when I look at those statues. My strength and energies flow chaotically, said Huang Fu Long, surprised. How powerful! How did the great emperor create such powerful statues? I feel the same. If I look at them for too long, I have the impression that I'm going insane. Nodded Yun Fei Yang. Shi Huang already died, but what about the others? A possibility is that the great emperor made the statues himself in accordance with what he heard and saw. If they were real cultivators, we wouldn't be able to look at them. Their terrifying intent would have killed us, said Jun Mo Shi. Everybody nodded as if they understood something. Indeed, only the sword intent of the Supreme Sword Emperor could kill them, but it was only a statue. I wish we could be as strong as them someday, said Huang Fu Long, sounding impatient. Emperors were incredible beings. Even the emperor of an empire of average quality was nothing compared to them. Though, they had never heard of a real emperor in the Ganyu region. That kind of cultivator was extremely rare. They were almost almighty. We will. The great emperor also started weak, but step by step, he practiced and became stronger, said Lin Feng, making Huang Fu Long smile. He nodded at Lin Feng and said, indeed, maybe someday I'll be an emperor too, and you guys too. Everybody smiled in a radiant way, dreaming of becoming an emperor. I am going to try and understand the statues. If you think you need them, feel free to do so as well. Otherwise, hurry up and go search elsewhere so you can find something useful for yourself. Lin Feng didn't want to leave too quickly. Everyone can go, I'm staying with you, said Tang Yu, acting detached. Jun Mo Shi looked at both of them and smiled. Alright, we 3 will go elsewhere to try our luck with treasures. Yun Fei Yang and Huang Fu Long didn't mind. If Tang Yu stayed with Lin Feng, she could wake him up if something happened. With Lin Feng's strength, only a handful of people would attack him. They closed the door as they left. Lin Feng smiled at Tang Yu. Even though those 4 statues have nothing to do with your cultivation, you can try to understand some things from them. Who knows? It may be beneficial. I know, nodded Tang Yu. Then Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and meditated in front of the Supreme Sword Emperor's statue. He slowly closed his eyes and visualized the Supreme Sword Emperor holding his sword in one hand and assaulting the vaults of heaven. Supreme Sword Emperor, no limit. Lin Feng released a deadly chi and saw a gigantic sword in his thoughts. It was falling down from the sky as the entire universe became filled with sword chi. The sword chi was becoming increasingly intense. A terrifying, endless sword chi fell down onto the hall. It was becoming more and more powerful. Tang Yu was staring at Lin Feng, looking captivated. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Lin Feng's power of understanding was incredible. He had already been able to understand the Supreme Sword Chi. Tang Yu wanted to participate too, but it was impossible because Lin Feng's sword was too powerful. She could only stand in the distance and watch Lin Feng. She didn't know that Lin Feng's power of understanding was incredible and that the teaching of the 3 cultivators taught him a lot. He learnt the sword formula skill and was able to visualize the 81 patterns. It seemed like there were many mysterious veins in his head, as if someone was there, dancing with a sword. Lin Feng's brain and heart became one, there was only sword energy and nothing else. He lost track of time. The supreme sword was filled with deadly qi, its sword qi could destroy the earth. Its energy was like a million tsunamis falling on the earth at the same time. A heavy sound resonated as someone arrived in front of the room. They opened the door but shouted in surprise when they sensed the terrifying sword qi. There must be treasures, what a powerful sword qi. That person's heart was pounding. Tang Yu closed the door again with a heavy sound. She wanted Lin Feng to practice in peace, she could feel his sword intent rising. CRRR, the supreme sword qi became more intense, it seemed like it could annihilate anything. It was emitting crackling sounds in the air as the statue began crumbling. Soon after, it turned into ashes and disappeared without leaving a trace. The supreme sword qi and intent disappeared with the statue. He leveled up. Tang Yu's heart was pounding. Lin Feng opened his eyes, looking proud and majestic. CRRR, Lin Feng clenched his fists and smiled. He didn't break through to the Tianqi layer yet, but his sword intent was already level 7. People of the same level couldn't defeat him anymore. After breaking through to the Tianqi layer, others probably still couldn't defeat him. Lin Feng stood up and walked towards Shi Huang's statue. He stared deep into her eyes and then walked towards the 3-live sovereign. He sat down cross-legged in front of him. Lin Feng emptied his heart as the strength of the Harukas started rotating with incredible speed. At the same time, in Lin Feng's brain, a large battle between the Buddha and demon appeared. The owner of the palace used tricks to create the statues, but even though they're not the real deal, they can still stir up my strength of the Harukas, thought Lin Feng. The strength of the Harukas continued flowing through his body and muscles, his strength was amplifying. Lin Feng couldn't clearly understand the 3 live scriptures at that moment. He pinpointed what connected the strength of the Harukas and the 3 live skills. He was very curious and wanted to know more though. Unfortunately, learning Emperor's skills was too difficult. Even if Lin Feng could only understand a tiny part of the sovereign scriptures, he would already become stronger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 808, Paramitha's Path. Chapter 808, Paramitha's Path. The strength of the Haruka continued rotating as Lin Feng's body emitted a dazzling light containing an incredible strength. Good and evil were fusing together. In Lin Feng's head, Buddha and the demon were facing each other in a gigantic field. In the past, Lin Feng used to think that Buddha and the demon were enemies locked in a never-ending battle. But now, Lin Feng realized that the Buddha and the demon could fuse together to create a 3-body entity. Lin Feng continued his visualizations, which seemed to be extremely beneficial to him. Finally, after a long time, the strength of the Haruka stopped rotating. Lin Feng opened his eyes as both good and evil lights twinkled in his eyes. Haruka's strength 9,000 rotations. Now, using only my physical strength I can kill people at the top of the Tianqi layer, whispered Lin Feng, looking excited. The great emperor created those statues, but just like real ones, they could bring him great benefits. He studied one and his sword intent leveled up to 7, then he studied another one was now able to make his Haruka's strength revolve 9,000 times. Boom boom boom. The hall started shaking as if it was about to collapse. They weren't the only ones who could sense it, everybody in the palace could sense it. The entire emperor's palace was shaking. What was happening? Boom boom boom. Terrifying rumbling sounds spread in the air, those sounds were piercing through people's eardrums. The palace continued trembling as the statues in front of Lin Feng were collapsing. Kacha. Shi Huang and the 3 live sovereign statues broke first and turned into ashes. The demoniac emperor's statue showed some cracks. Lin Feng looked at the statue and visualized the Eternal One again, how glorious. Lin Feng wanted to reach the clouds too, maybe he would someday. Kacha. Another sound resonated as the demoniac emperor's statue broke as well. It then became calm in the hall again as the heavy door opened slowly. There were some people outside. The leader of the group looked at Lin Feng and Tang Yu then said, "Did you steal the treasures?" They had just entered the room but could sense the terrifying sword qi, they felt like they were suffocating. He came with a few friends to face Lin Feng and Tang Yu. Lin Feng turned his head looking calm, he then looked at the carvings on the wall again. He sighed and said, "The 4 statues broke already, we will never learn from them again." After that, he started bombarding the wall with sword chi. Rumbling sounds spread in the air as the scriptures on the wall disappeared. You destroyed some of the treasures.
The crowd entering the room was stupefied.
They suddenly jumped forwards and threw themselves at Lin Feng.
Piss off!
Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He raised his fist as a gigantic hand appeared. The atmosphere was shaking as he smashed the opponent and crushed him against the wall. That person immediately crashed against the wall and blood splashed everywhere. Then they fell down on the ground, looking hurt.
How can that guy be so strong?
One punch and he had crippled that person's cultivation. Lin Feng probably stole some precious treasures belonging to the great emperor, otherwise he wouldn't be this strong. His physical strength was way too terrifying. Lin Feng began walking with Tang Yuyu. They didn't even glance at the others as they left.
Their faces looked hideous, but they opened the way and let them leave the hall. Kill him! Shouted someone.
A few strong cultivators released energies, but a terrifying sword energy emerged in the air and suffocated them. That terrifying sword chi was supreme, it could destroy the sky and the earth. They were so scared that they stopped moving and just watched Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu leave. At that moment, there were people everywhere in the palace and many had obtained great treasures. Lin Feng didn't try to look for treasures, instead he walked into the depths of the palace to find the emperor's grave. In the great emperor's palace, there were many treasures, but he had already spent a lot of time in it.
If he tried to accumulate treasures, he could miss some better opportunities.
Besides, Lin Feng felt very content after seeing the 4 emperors' statues. There were countless broken walls in the palace now, more than before because of everyone mining for crystals.
Most halls were inaccessible because they were in ruin. After a while, Tang Yuyu and Lin Feng arrived in a space with many people. There was a magnificent 5-colored bridge with dragons on both sides. They seemed to be roaring furiously. Those who were on the other side of the bridge were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, but something seemed to be preventing them from coming over. Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu were astonished by the scenery. The dragon illusions were releasing an incredible chi.
Entering the chi would probably be deadly, they would be crushed in the blink of an eye. There were 5 colors on that bridge which contained incredible abstruse energy, sword chi, flames, ice, all in infinite quantities.
That bridge contains abstruse crystals.
Lin Feng was astonished. They could have picked them up easily if there was only one or a few abstruse crystals, but there were so many that the energy they contained was way too terrifying. Lin Feng looked at the desolate bridge and felt incredibly heroic, as if he didn't care about the abstruse energy. Lin Feng punched the atmosphere and created his own path.
Enough, I refuse to be taken in by fallacies. Someone couldn't stand it anymore and walked towards the bridge.
It might lead to the great emperor's grave and incredible treasures, possibly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A terrifying pure chi started whistling as they walked towards the bridge, all eyes were on him. However, after 5 meters, his body started looking distorted.
He couldn't handle the abstruse energy as he gave a horrible shriek and his body exploded. Paramitha's bridge, do you need a particular noble chi to cross it? A lot of people pulled a long face.
They had seen others cross, but they all had honorable chi, such as imperial or dragon chi.
At that moment, a dragon roared and someone with a dragon robe walked onto the bridge.
The chi from the dragons on each side momentarily stopped as they were escorted to Paramitha.
The creator of this palace has really thought about everything. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling.
He had also seen this specificity when Huang Fulong originally found the palace's location. Maybe the people from Jade Heaven Imperial clan were destined for this place.
Imperial chi and dragon chi are both noble types of chi. I have Buddha chi, is it a noble chi? Whispered Lin Feng.
He slowly walked towards the bridge, he had to try. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 809, Jade Heaven's Palace. Chapter 809, Jade Heaven's Palace. In Lin Feng's previous world, monarchs, dragons and the Buddhas were respected. Was this the same in the world of cultivation?
The crowd looked at Lin Feng nervously. Most of the people who had crossed the bridge were from Jade Heaven or the East Sea Dragon Palace. There were a few people with precious items containing noble chi which allowed them to cross.
Maybe Lin Feng also had a precious item?
Tang Yuyu looked at Lin Feng with concern, but Lin Feng looked calm.
Buddha's lights were twinkling around Lin Feng's body and suddenly thousands of rays of light started twinkling.
Lin Feng's body became dazzling to the eyes, his entire body was golden.
Buddha's light. Now the crowd knew what he was trying. No wonder Lin Feng was confident, he was protected by Buddha. Thousands of lights illuminated the bridge as the dragons were roaring, their dragon chi enveloped Lin Feng's body and protected him from the abstruse energy.
Lin Feng didn't cross the bridge though, he moved back and nodded at Tang Yu, who immediately understood. She smiled and followed him. Lin Feng turned his head around and glanced at the crowd. He then turned back to speak to some people. Follow me, if you can stay in my Buddha's lights you will be safe. If I cannot protect you all, wait for me and I will come back. Eh? The crowd was confused. Who was Lin Feng talking to? 5-6 people's silhouettes flickered and appeared on the bridge. They were all from Tianqi and they all knew that Lin Feng was talking to them. Another person appeared and lowered their head while walking towards Lin Feng. She didn't dare look at him, for it was the dignified Tianqi Shui. Was I talking to you? Asked Lin Feng in an indifferent way, making her feel very nervous. They all protected Huang Fu Long when we entered the grave and we came in together. They all have the ability to become leaders in Tianqi. You don't care about other people, now I don't care about you, so piss off, said Lin Feng indifferently. Tianqi Shui looked desperate. Don't let him leave, he can help us cross the bridge, someone shouted from the crowd. Lin Feng's Buddha's lights covered a wide area so they could follow him. Many silhouettes flickered, they wanted to prevent Lin Feng from crossing. As they neared, one of them said, "Bring us with you." Lin Feng glanced at them and said, "Do you really think that I'm a Buddha and possess compassion? Fuck off. If you don't bring us over, we'll kill you." Someone decided to threaten Lin Feng. Behind him were many cultivators getting ready to fight. But they wanted to see how things played out first. Buddhism is based on karma, so I will help you become a Buddhist and achieve paramitha. Lin Feng jumped forwards and released millions of resplendent lights. Monstrous rumbling sounds spread in the air as a gigantic golden hand appeared, which fell down towards that person. The chi was terrifying, the atmosphere was vibrating and kept resonating. That Buddha's hand contained a terrifying physical strength. That person's facial expression suddenly changed as they retreated. The Buddha's hand gained speed as a loud bang resonated. Blood splashed everywhere, their vital organs were crushed and their chi disappeared. That was Lin Feng's special way of carrying out a baptism ritual. What a terrifying physical strength. People were shaking and shivering. That Buddha's hand seemed to contain an infinite power. How much physical strength did it contain? Even a cultivator at the top of the 9th Xian Shi layer would run scared from that attack. Anyone else want to convert themselves to Buddhism? Lin Feng glanced at the crowd. Immediately, everybody moved back. Lin Feng was too scary, why had they never heard of him? When Lin Feng saw that people were moving back, he grabbed Tang Yu's hand as millions of golden rays of light enveloped Tang Yu and the others behind her. The light turned into a gigantic bubble, protecting them with its noble chi. The dragon roared and released energies to protect Lin Feng and his friends. As he crossed the bridge, Lin Feng could sense the abstruse energy all around him, but his heart remained beating at a normal pace. The crowd watched Lin Feng leave, they had mixed feelings of admiration and jealousy. Many of them regretted not having such a friend. It was probable that the great emperor's grave was on the other side, now they would miss out on the treasures. Somewhere else at that moment, in a big hall, a dazzling golden light was shining. Millions of magnificent rays of light were twinkling. There were 3 groups of people. A group from Jade Heaven were on one side and composed the largest number of people. Unsurprisingly, they were at the Jade Grave, after all the Jade Emperor was their ancestor. Each time someone from the Jade Heaven Imperial clan entered the Jade Grave, the clan would become so much stronger. Every 100 years, the Jade Heaven's young cultivators who had almost broken through to the Tianqi layer were pressured by their clan to prepare for the Jade Grave. The East Sea Dragon Palace were facing them, they also had noble chi which allowed them to cross the bridge. They seized this opportunity to follow the Jade Heaven group. They didn't want Jade Heaven to get all the treasures for themselves, even if it was the tomb of their ancestor. Apart from those 2 groups, there was a group comprised of 4, Jun Emoshi, Yunfei Yang, Huang Fulong and Yu Tianji. They also crossed the bridge. Even though they were outnumbered, they were monstrously strong. No one attacked them because they knew there would be heavy casualties. Therefore, the 3 groups were at a standstill. On a wall next to them, a sign in all capital letters read, Jade Emperor's Palace. There was a half-broken golden door, maybe it held incredible treasures. I have an idea, but I don't know if people from Jade Heaven will agree or not. Duan Wuya was scheming. Huang Feng looked at him, talk. Everybody came here to find treasures and it hasn't been easy to find the grave. I think people from the East Sea Dragon Palace and Jade Heaven should join hands to kill those 4 and then take the Emperor's treasures together. What do you think? Duan Wuya had a resplendent smile on his face. He then glanced at Jun Emoshi and the others in an evil way. People from Jade Heaven were laughing inside. How could they trust him? Share the Emperor's treasure? Impossible. If one group obtained them, the others would have to die. But killing Jun Emoshi and the others first wasn't a bad idea. For Jade Heaven's people, the Jade Emperor's treasures had to be theirs only because they belonged to their clan. Alright, I agree, said Huang Feng, nodding. Duan Wuya smiled slyly. The two groups looked at Jun Emoshi and the others and said, let's kill them first. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 810, Undisclosed Information. Chapter 810, Undisclosed Information. Jun Emoshi and his friends possessed precious treasures. If they were killed, then everyone would obtain even more treasures. Jade Heaven and the East Sea Dragon Palace hated each other, but they both gained to benefit from this brief cooperation. A dozen people looked at Jun Emoshi and his friends, their eyes were twinkling with cold lights. Jun Emoshi released some chi while staring back at the crowd. Die! Terrifying rays of sword chi appeared. Jun Emoshi and his friends gathered and released their own terrifying chi. Roar! Huang Fulong became furious with his dragon axe streaking across the sky. A dragon appeared and it was filled with terrifying dragon chi. Let me fight! Yunfei Yang rang his ancient bell as it then flew over towards their opponents, emitting unceasing buzzing sounds in the atmosphere. Yu Tianji released his indestructible stars. A star disk appeared in his hand as the moon and stars fused together. Die! A terrifying deadly chi condensed. Yu Tianji's hand was dazzling as starlight shot out at the opponents. The opponents separated to the sides in order to avoid the attack. The group of opponents had adopted a chaotic fighting formation, not fighting together anymore. Lin Feng's friends possessed terrifying items. If the opponents acted recklessly, they would probably die. Huang Feng, your people from Jade Heaven have precious treasures as well. Since I know that, there's no need to hide them anymore. Let's get serious. Because both sides hated each other, they weren't fighting with their full strength. Who would want to show their full strength in front of their enemies? Ao Zhao stared back at Huang Feng with a radiant smile. He wanted to see what extraordinary item he had previously found. Don't tell Jade Heaven what to do. You guys from the East Sea Dragon Palace have been staring at us the whole time, so prepare yourselves. Huang Feng smiled coldly. Together, okay? Ao Zhao said while smiling indifferently. Okay, said Huang Feng, nodding. A dragon scale appeared in Ao Zhao's hand. It was golden and twinkling with an incredible chi. In Huang Feng's other hand appeared a dazzling golden crown with an incredible imperial chi. This is the Jade Heaven's golden crown of the legends, Ao Zhao said while looking at Huang Feng's crown. Enough, said Huang Feng while placing the crown on his head. In a flash, his body was bathing in an incredible imperial chi which diffused a magnificent golden light all around him. I think we can immobilize them while you attack. Huang Feng recognized how strong that crown was. He pulled a long face. The East Sea Dragon Palace wanted it for themselves. Fine, said Ao Zhao with a resplendent smile. You immobilize them while I kill them, one after the other. All right. Huang Feng agreed, nodding. Immediately after, Ao Zhao's scale appeared in the air and a terrifying strength started rolling in waves in the atmosphere. It seemed like time stopped and Jun Emoshi's body became stiff. That invisible strength seemed to place a lot of pressure on them, especially on Huang Fulong. Ao Zhao specifically targeted Huang Fulong's because he wanted his dragon axe. Die! Shouted Huang Feng furiously. He then released a terrifying imperial chi which enveloped his body. The crown on his head became dazzling, as a sudden all-conquering sword launched at Huang Fulong. Be careful! Shouted Jun Emoshi. The sword could annihilate anything and couldn't be dodged. Do you dare? Shouted a voice as dark clouds appeared. They were filled with a terrifying demon chi which caused people to shiver and shake. A terrifying sword chi streaked across the sky. That pure sword chi could lacerate the earth and the sky. It was absolute. Huang Feng's heart was pounding. He could sense the terrifying sword chi emerging from behind Huang Fulong. Die! Shouted Huang Feng furiously. There was a terrifying imperial chi merged in with his sword chi. It had almost reached Huang Fulong at this point. Huang Fulong, move to the side! Shouted someone in the distance. Huang Fulong dodged away as a terrifying sword chi passed next to him. Huang Feng was frantic. What a terrifying sword chi! It seemed like his body was going to be chopped into pieces. He quickly tried to dodge. Huang Feng felt paralyzed. His crown changed into an imperial golden shield. Boom boom! An infinite amount of strength crashed onto Huang Feng's shield and he was blown away, blood splashing out of his mouth. Gotcha! A cracking sound spread in the air as his shield was broken. Huang Feng crashed into the ground next to the big door. That ground was already falling apart, so it completely broke after Huang Feng crashed into it. It broke! Jade Heaven's people were stupefied. Ao Jiao was speechless as he stared at Lin Feng. What a terrifying guy. Cough cough. Huang Feng tried to stand up again. His silhouette flickered as he threw himself through the door. Eh? Ao Jiao was astonished. He wants to steal the treasures. Everybody started running towards the room, already forgetting about the fight. Their only purpose was to get the great emperor's treasures. The Jade Emperor's palace. Lin Feng raised his head and saw those huge golden letters. After Paramitha's bridge, Lin Feng noticed many vast halls with magnificent golden walls. However, many of them were firmly closed. He believed they weren't strong enough to open them before, but now Lin Feng was thinking otherwise. The palace is broken everywhere, said Lin Feng while looking at the broken golden door. One just has to be strong enough to break through the rubble. Lin Feng began revolving his demon strength in his body. Lin Feng turned his head around and glanced at Huang Fulong, who was bleeding. He then said, "It's a good thing that I have thick skin. Lin Feng, let's hurry on ahead." The palace was vast. There were sculptures and paintings of dragons and phoenixes found on walls and pillars around them. Boom boom boom. Terrifying rumbling sounds spread in the air as the East Sea Dragon Palace attacked the doors. However, they remained closed. He already knew where to go? Shouted Ao Jiao furiously. He has the map, so that's why he knew where to go in the palace. Nobody would have thought that Huang Feng would betray them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 811, Stealing Treasures. Chapter 811, Stealing Treasures. There were golden dazzling lights in the hall. Each and every corner contained a magnificent imperial chi, as if the entire place was blessed. There were cuneiform writings on the walls which resembled a peerless skill. A silhouette stood in the hallway, resembling both a statue and a real human being. That person looked majestic and dignified. There was a crown on his head and their entire body was surrounded by a dazzling imperial chi. Jade Emperor, said Huang Feng while shivering. He entered the palace and was now in the Jade Emperor's hall, so he knew the silhouette in front of him was that of the Jade Emperor. I finally arrived. Finally, said Huang Feng, clenching his fists. He felt like exploding with excitement. He was overjoyed. He was going to receive the Jade Emperor's teachings, and the future of the Jade Heaven Imperial clan would follow his glory. They would conquer the Ganyu region and then join the Holy City and become a real imperial family. Everything would be thanks to him, Huang Feng. Huang Feng slowly walked forwards, his legs weighed heavy. The Jade Emperor's radiance was dazzling to the eyes. Huang Feng sighed and knelt down while releasing some imperial chi to attract the Jade Emperor's attention and receive his teachings. Huang Feng suddenly shook from head to foot. Just as the legend said, he was going to receive the Jade Emperor's teachings. He joined his hands together as if he was praying and prostrated 3 times. He stood up and lied down again, prostrating himself. He then knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. He really wanted to learn from the emperor. After he knelt and kowtowed, Huang Feng couldn't contain his excitement anymore. He was going to receive the instructions of an emperor. 1 second, 10 seconds, 100 seconds, time passed slowly, but he still hadn't received the instructions of the emperor. He felt perplexed and even scared. He was using a special skill to receive the emperor's teachings that only Jade Heaven's people knew about it. Even if other groups came in, they wouldn't be able to receive the emperor's instructions without his knowledge. But why then wasn't the emperor reacting? Huang Feng looked desperate, but he still continued the ritual as before. He was now considering whether he angered the emperor somehow. Boom boom. An extremely loud sound spread in the air. The hall started shaking violently, like it was going to collapse. Huang Feng became even more desperate. Why wasn't the emperor reacting? Why? Finally, after a while, Huang Feng stood up and bowed respectfully again in front of the emperor while saying, "Honorable ancestor, I am convinced that you left some of your teachings here." After that, Huang Feng walked around to see if there were any teachings carved into the walls. There were those mysterious veins in the walls as well as scriptures, but no trace of his teachings. Huang Feng checked behind the Golden Jade Emperor and noticed some scriptures, but he couldn't understand them. It was as if they were mystical holy scriptures. What could these mysterious scriptures be saying? Huang Feng looked perplexed. He understood nothing. Huang Feng was going insane from the lack of treasures. The scriptures contained a mysterious strength and looked flamboyant. They seemed to contain all the strength and power of the heavens. But they didn't look like the emperor's writings. It was probably someone else who wrote them. Gotcha. The rumbling sounds were becoming more intense while Huang Feng became more frantic. Finally, some cracks appeared everywhere in the hall and people rushed in as everything broke apart. People from Jade Heaven, from the East Sea Dragon Palace as well as Lin Feng and his friends finally arrived. This time, they were not fighting each other because the Emperor's treasures were on the line. Sooner or later, they would fight and kill each other. Nobody was willing to let Huang Feng get away with all of the treasures. Jade Heaven's people saw the Emperor's silhouette inside the hall and became excited. Even after 1,000 years, cultivators still respected him. The East Sea Dragon Palace approached the Emperor's silhouette more cautiously. To them the Emperor was a peerless cultivator who stood above all. They didn't dare to look him straight in the eyes, but they still bowed respectfully. Lin Feng entered and glanced at the Jade Emperor's silhouette. Excitement was twinkling in his eyes. Lin Feng had already seen the 4 Zoom Cultivator statues and greatly benefited from them. Lin Feng considered himself as peerless, capable of facing the best cultivators in the world, even the most revered and respected ones, just as the demoniac emperor had. Lin Feng wasn't too scared of the great emperor before him. "Huang Feng!" shouted Ao Zhao, "take the items out." Huang Feng was furious, but he said honestly, "I didn't get anything." "Do you really think I believe you?" Ao Zhao remained cold. It was unlikely that there was nothing in the hall. Huang Feng glanced at the crowd and realized nobody believed him. If he had obtained treasures, he wouldn't be standing here arguing with Jade Heavens, he would be murdering without resistance. Huang Feng was perfectly aware that coming to the mysterious world was an incredible opportunity. Even though he was only the leader of a small group of Jade Heavens people, there were others who had already broken through to the Tianqi layer. If he managed to obtain the Jade Emperor's instructions, he would gain an advantage against them. Ao Zhao also faced similar circumstances against the 4 great dragon kings of the East Sea Dragon Palace offsprings. He needed these treasures to stand out. "If you don't hand over the treasures, we'll kill you." The crowd was closing in on Huang Feng. Jade Heaven's people weren't helping him even. Lin Feng sat back and watched. To him, they were all dogs that he didn't need to fight unless he could option their treasures. "So you're courting death, I will kill you and take all your treasures with force," said Ao Zhao with an ice-cold smile on his face. A flood dragon appeared around him, its chi was whistling as it shot at Huang Feng. At the same time, people from the East Sea Dragon Palace attacked at the same time. Huang Feng was still wearing his jade crown, but looked pale facing Ao Zhao's attack. The entire hall was shaking violently suddenly. Lin Feng noticed Duan Wuya sneaking behind Huang Feng while they engaged. What a sly guy, he's always plotting something evil. Duan Wuya looked over at Lin Feng. He knew how much Lin Feng hated him and thought it was a good idea to keep an eye on him. Huang Feng was being attacked from every direction, but his golden crown was twinkling. Lin Feng had previously attacked him with his sword and broke Huang Feng's aura, but now it seemed to be recovering to normal. "Fuck off!" shouted Huang Feng furiously. His crown turned into gloves which he used to attack Ao Zhao. Duan Wuya took this chance to attack. The chi contained in his gourd flooded out at Huang Feng. "Ah!" Huang Feng gave a horrible shriek as his arms became loose and the ring he was wearing flew away. Everybody's attention focused on the ring. A terrifying chi emerged and darted towards the ring. That person wanted to steal it, no matter what or who was in their way. Lin Feng moved as well, but he didn't care about the ring. Instead, he targeted Huang Feng with a terrifying sword chi. "I don't care about the treasures in your ring, I'm going to make sure you die. You wanted to kill my friends and steal our treasures, now it's my turn to return the favor." Lin Feng was furious. Perhaps he could benefit from the crown anyways, so why not? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 812, The Demoniac Emperor's Scriptures. Chapter 812, The Demoniac Emperor's Scriptures. Huang Feng stared back at Lin Feng in a cruel way. He was a young and was so close to receiving the Jade Emperor's teachings. He could already imagine himself reigning over the region, but now his dreams were collapsing. Lin Feng's sword would end him. "The Imperial Jade skill is in my ring." Huang Feng spat out these last words as his chi disappeared and he died. Duan Wuya glanced over at Lin Feng and retreated back. Lin Feng was too strong for Duan Wuya. Lin Feng's blood sword was absorbing Huang Feng's blood energy, making it stronger. After, Lin Feng put his sword away and looked at the chaotic battlefield. Did that ring really contain the Imperial Jade skill? Lin Feng didn't trust Huang Feng, he probably set a trap. "Don't worry about it, there's no need to rush for it." Lin Feng said Jun Mo Shi and the others, who seemed to understand what he meant. They all nodded back to him. Lin Feng walked over to Tang Yu and offered her the Jade Imperial helmet while saying, this helmet can change shape to become an offensive or a defensive weapon. Everybody else has nice items, so this one should be yours. Tang Yuyu's beautiful eyes twinkled back at Lin Feng. He looked at her in a gentle way with his dark pupils. Okay. Tang Yuyu said while nodding and smiling. She took the helmet and inspected Huang Feng's memories. Her body flashed as the helmet turned into a golden cape which covered her back. Tang Yuyu looked magnificent, like a princess or even a queen. Not bad, you look so pretty. Lin Feng said, making Tang Yuyu blush and lower her head. She suddenly became quite shy. You want to steal my treasures? You're courting death. Ao Zhao suddenly became furious. The battle was becoming chaotic again as everyone tried to steal the ring. Who wouldn't go insane for his treasures? Thought Lin Feng, glancing at the battle. Huang Feng's last words were too tempting. Even though he didn't scream it, everybody clearly heard him. Imperial Jade skills were incredible, nobody doubted their worth. Everybody craved for such skills which would prove infinitely useful to them in the future. Especially the cultivators from the East Sea Dragon Palace and the Jade Heaven Imperial clan. Lin Feng remained calm, he still didn't trust Huang Feng. He looked at the Emperor and sighed. After 1,000 years, the Emperor was still bathing in such a potent imperial qi. The Emperor would never collapse, his imperial strength was so terrifying that it seemed like he was alive. Lin Feng looked around at the golden walls and at the mysterious scriptures. They looked like the veins of the earth and contained a terrifying physical strength. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was too low and he couldn't benefit from their teachings. He turned around and looked at the back of the Emperor. Very suddenly, Lin Feng's body started shaking violently. Huang Feng wasn't able to understand the scriptures on the wall, so he thought no one would acquire the Emperor's secrets. Lin Feng slightly moved sideways away from the Emperor, the wall seemed to pull him, step by step. It seemed like each of his steps weighed heavily. He had the impression he could barely control himself, there was buzzing sounds ringing in his head. It was now staring blankly at the wall. Lin Feng never had such a feeling before. Tang Yuyu and the others watched Lin Feng wander away shaking. What was happening to him? They looked at the wall, but just like Huang Feng they understood nothing. They could sense the incredible strength within the scripture, but couldn't gain anything from them. Could those be the demoniac Emperor's words? They suddenly came to a conclusion: the demoniac Emperor chased the Jade Emperor to this spot. But why was Lin Feng reacting that way? They didn't understand. Wait. Their pupils shrank. If they didn't understand but Lin Feng did, what did it mean? Maybe those carvings contained incredible secrets that only Lin Feng was allowed to read. They walked towards Lin Feng and approached the wall. They inspected the wall again, but no matter how they tried they couldn't understand. They looked at Lin Feng again and noticed he was shaking less violently now. However, Lin Feng was still blankly staring at the walls, his lips quivering. The demoniac Emperor! The demoniac Emperor! Roar! Lin Feng clenched his fists, some crackling sounds spread in the air. Lin Feng's facial expression was indescribable, nobody understood what he was feeling. Tang Yuyu and the others had guessed right, those were the demoniac Emperor's scriptures. After a long time, Lin Feng calmed down again and glanced at those who were fighting. A cold smile appeared on his face. There was a precious treasure in that ring? How ridiculous! Lin Feng was convinced that there was nothing inside. Demoniac Emperor, you died with a remaining grievance, didn't you? Sighed Lin Feng. He looked back at the crowd and said, no need to look for treasures in the ring. They looked surprised. Lin Feng sounded honest and confident. He must have realized something from the scriptures on the walls. But what had Lin Feng seen? Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and stared at the wall while slowly releasing some deadly qi. He raised his hands up and the energies condensed into a black lotus filled with deadly energy. The gloomy fire contained in the black lotus was terrifying as it flickered, seemingly lighting Lin Feng's hand on fire. The fire in Lin Feng's hand was burning faster, his qi was becoming scarier. It seemed like that fire could consume them all. What a terrifying strength! They felt like Lin Feng was practicing a skill that he was reading from the scriptures on the walls. Did the demoniac Emperor's scriptures contain a skill? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 813, Lin Feng defying laws human and divine. Chapter 813, Lin Feng defying laws human and divine. While Lin Feng was reading the scriptures, Ao Zhao finally managed to grab the ring. After putting it on his finger, he inspected its content and let his soul penetrate into it. Quickly, he became upset. Give me the ring. The crowd was following the ring. Ao Jiao stared at them and shouted, "Everybody stop." His voice contained the strength of a dragon, causing the entire crowd to shake. "There is nothing inside. If you don't believe me, have a look yourself," said Ao Jiao without explaining too much. He threw the ring and Duan Wuya caught it. Duan Wuya inspected the ring. As expected, Huang Feng's things and memories were all inside. Even though there were many things inside, there was nothing that belonged to the emperor. Huang Feng had died without obtaining any benefits. Of course, from the moment Huang Feng chose to enter the palace on his own, he was already doomed. There were only two possibilities: one was obtaining the emperor's treasures and possibly having the strength to defend himself, the other was finding nothing and dying once everyone broke in. "You are all members of the East Sea Dragon Palace, why would we believe you?" shouted one of the Jade Heaven cultivators furiously. Ao Jiao smiled coldly and said, "Do you think that Huang Feng would toss the ring if he had found the emperor's treasures?" That person narrowed their eyes. Ao Jiao was right. If Huang Feng really obtained the emperor's treasures, he would never chance gifting them to someone else. Nobody was ready to accept the eventuality that that ring might contain nothing interesting at all. If the emperor's treasures were really inside that ring, I would take it and leave with it already, Ao Jiao said while pulling up his sleeves, determined to continue hunting for treasures. People gradually started to believe him, turning back to Lin Feng and wondering what he found out. What a terrifying chi! A terrifying black hand was appearing in front of Lin Feng. A single glance at that hand made their hearts ache. What's going on? Has he obtained an incredible skill? The crowd couldn't understand the writings either. Where is the treasure? Where? According to the legends, there were the jade skills in the Jade Emperor's Hall, so why couldn't they find them? The crowd was looking everywhere. Was the Emperor's treasures in those scriptures and holy marks? At that moment, a terrifying deadly energy had filled the air as Lin Feng stopped practicing his skill and stood up. He turned around and looked at Tang Yuyu and his other friends. He looked solemn. He owed his friends for everything he just learnt. If someone had attacked him while he was practicing, he might have lost it all. "Yuyu, Emoshi, Fei Yang, Fu Long, and others, I hope you can help me," said Lin Feng. Jun Emoshi and the others narrowed their eyes. Lin Feng had seemingly just learnt an amazing skill. What did he need from them? Maybe it had something to do with the great emperor's treasures? "Hee, I will help you no matter what you need," Huang Fu Long said gleefully. He had finally recovered now. Jun Emoshi and Yun Fei Yang nodded as well. Lin Feng was ready to go through anything and even risk his life for them, so why would they refuse? Yu Tianji looked at Lin Feng. He had been silently observing Lin Feng while he was practicing. Yu Tianji felt like something extraordinary was occurring in Lin Feng's body. "All right," Yu Tianji said indifferently, yet confidently. Everybody nodded, one after the other. Lin Feng only made a few steps and stopped in front of the emperor. He was fixedly staring at him. The incredible emperor, even if he had died, he still looked majestic and dignified. Boom, boom, boom. Frightening rumbling sounds spread in the air. The emperor's statue began shaking. What was going on? A black fire filled with deadly energy was burning in Lin Feng's hand, but he was looking at the emperor so calmly. The crowd watched Lin Feng raise his hand and reach out at the emperor. The rumbling sounds became more fierce as a terrifying imperial chi attempted to block Lin Feng's hand. However, the imperial chi couldn't withstand it and was dispersed. Lin Feng's deadly energies kept moving forwards and crashed into the emperor's body, assaulting his vital organs. Boom! The crowd was astonished. Their hearts were pounding painfully, their brains seemed like they were going to explode. Lin Feng was using his hand to attack the emperor's vital organs? Yu Tianji had anticipated Lin Feng's action but was still astonished. That was the Jade Emperor. He was an emperor. Even if he had already died, he was as glorious as before. He wasn't as strong as the past, but even the Jade Heaven and East Sea Dragon Palace people wouldn't look at him because of his strength. But at that moment, Lin Feng was defying their realities. He used his hand assaulted the great emperor's body. Boom! A terrifying chi invaded the entire atmosphere. Imperial chi rolled about as a silhouette appeared. It looked majestic and dignified. That silhouette looked like that of an incredible and majestic emperor. People were shivering, they felt like they were going to collapse from the pressure. A pair of ice-cold-looking pupils were staring back at Lin Feng. Emperor! The crowd was aghast. Lin Feng was insane, he was purely insane. That person was the emperor, the dignified and majestic emperor. That's only an image left by the emperor when he died, it's not the real emperor. Otherwise, he would have killed Lin Feng with the blink of his eye. The crowd figured, but they respected Lin Feng for his guts to oppose such a figure. "Protect me!" shouted Lin Feng while closing his eyes. The terrifying light which had been building finally penetrated into Lin Feng's brain.
50,000 souls, protect Mel.
Lin Feng was struggling to oppose that light. He was lucky to have the broken spirit skill. If it was someone else, their soul would have torn apart already. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 814, Crushing the Emperor's Internal Organs. Chapter 814, Crushing the Emperor's Internal Organs.
Everybody was astonished by Lin Feng's actions.
Their mouths were hanging wide open and left speechless. Duan Wuya's eyes were twinkling as he watched Lin Feng.
A moment before, Lin Feng shouted that he needed help from the others. It meant he was using his full strength to assault the emperor and was open for attack.
If he succeeded, there might be treasures to take as well. Jade Heaven people, you see him tarnish your ancestor's corpse and yet you are fleeing? Duan Wuya said indifferently.
Jade Heaven's people were conflicted. The Jade Emperor was their ancestor. He was so incredible that only the true core disciples of the sect knew about his existence. But at that moment, in front of their very eyes, Lin Feng was crushing the emperor's corpse.
Stop that. Someone decided to take action. They couldn't stand it anymore. Their ancestor's body was being assaulted.
They all threw themselves at Lin Feng while releasing imperial qi. Their facial expressions all looked cold. Even if they knew what Duan Wuya's motive was, they still wanted to respect their ancestor. Jun Mo Shi and the others released an incredible qi to protect him.
Lin Feng's eyes were firmly closed and he stood motionless.
His entire body was bathing in flames. At the same time, he released some extremely powerful sword energy. He anticipated that his attack would be risky, and that's why he took such an extreme and cautious approach. Although he knew that he was risking his life, it seemed like he underestimated the emperor's power. 1,000 years had passed, but the emperor was still kicking. Lin Feng's mental health and soul were taking a lot of damage. At the same time, the emperor was releasing even more imperial qi. His vital organs were strong and full of vitality, as if he had never died.
Corrosion!
Shouted Lin Feng furiously. His black fire became larger. He was determined to destroy the emperor's organs.
Drops of blood started spilling. Each drop of blood contained an incredible amount of vigor and vitality.
They would ignite as they came into contact with Lin Feng's black fire and vanish.
Burn, burn, burn.
Lin Feng sounded fearless. His voice sounded like a sharp sword.
Corrosion? Lin Feng wanted to corrode the emperor's vital organs? Why?
Boom, boom, boom. The Jade Hall started shaking violently again, even more violently than it had until now.
Stop him, we must stop him. The East Sea Dragon Palace were becoming frantic. Kill him!
Shouted the Jade Heaven's young cultivators while throwing themselves at him.
Piss off!
Shouted Huang Fulong while jumping to the front of the myriad of enemies.
He took down his dragon axe and a dragon image appeared, swallowing the first enemy to approach.
Snowflakes started fluttering around in the atmosphere as some Tianqi cultivators were releasing snow intent in the hall. They all have treasures. You cannot defeat them with direct confrontation.
Duan Wuya said indifferently.
Huang Fulong and his friends all possessed treasures. Coupled with the few people from Tianqi, their group was quite strong.
What is your suggestion? Asked Ao Jiao.
Let's get behind the emperor and avoid Lin Feng's guards.
Duan Wuya said coldly. Ao Jiao narrowed his eyes and looked at Duan Wuya straight in the eyes.
That guy was quite sly. His ability to come up with new plots and vicious ideas was endless.
Boom!
A terrifying qi appeared as two silhouettes entered the Jade Emperor's hall. One of them had a terrifying and extremely sharp sword intent. It was Kong Jiuyi, the young leader of the Nine Cloud Swords sect. Ao Jiao also recognized the other one. It was the young leader of the Xiaoyao sect, Gu Qianxiu.
What's going on? Kong Jiuyi asked Ao Jiao.
There are treasures which have been discovered and he wants to destroy the emperor's internal organs to get them.
Replied Ao Jiao.
Without hesitation, Kong Jiuyi and Gu Qianxiu threw themselves at Lin Feng.
Why aren't you helping them? Kong Jiuyi was suspicious of Ao Jiao's intentions. None of them are weak and cannot beat them. It's a good thing that you two guys arrived so we can fight together. Ao Jiao said.
Kong Jiuyi turned his head around and looked at the battle. He then threw himself at Lin Feng while was releasing massive amounts of sword qi. His entire body seemed as sharp as a sword.
Yu Tianji sensed the surge of sword qi.
He took a step forwards and blocked Kong Jiuyi's way. He then spread his arms and 7 indestructible and dazzling stars appeared.
CRRRR.
CRR, the terrifying sword qi landed on the starlights, broke through them and continued onward towards Yu Tianji. Yu Tianji remained calm as a crescent moon appeared and the sword crashed into it. Unlike before, the attack seemed to crash into moving sands.
Eh? Kong Jiuyi was surprised by the crescent moon's strength.
It had to be a powerful treasure to block his sword so easily. A storm of deadly energy started rolling in waves all around as sword chi revolved in the form of whirlwinds. Yu Tianji spread out his arm and starlights appeared in his hand, which immediately shot out towards Kong Jiuyi, oppressing him.
Rumbling sounds became more intense as the stars neared Kong Jiuyi.
At the same time, Gu Qianxiu used the Xiaoyao agility technique. He turned into several silhouettes and targeted only Lin Feng.
Back! Said Tang Yuyu while running in front of Lin Feng.
Her golden jade imperial crown turned into a sharp sword that darted towards Gu Qianxiu.
Humph!
Gu Qianxiu groaned and pushed his agility further. Several more silhouettes appeared.
He wanted to avoid any confrontations and go straight for Lin Feng.
Tang Yuyu also groaned as she turned into a million silhouettes which surrounded Lin Feng. She set off a million punches at Gu Qianxiu.
At that moment, sweat dripped off Lin Feng's eyebrows.
The corrosive power in his hand became increasingly more terrifying. The Emperor's vital organs were too strong. Lin Feng could only manage to weaken him, drop by drop. Lin Feng turned his left hand turn into a sword and cut into his right hand. His blood started flowing in the Emperor's organs, slowly replaced by Lin Feng's blood. The vitality of the Emperor's blood was thus being replaced by that of Lin Feng's. Meanwhile, the entire palace was shaking so much that it was difficult to stand straight. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 815, come out. Chapter 815, come out. Buzz.
A buzzing sound spread in the air as a dazzling light appeared. The crowd felt oppressed. Meanwhile, Ao Zhao and Duan Wuya snuck behind the crowd and approached the Emperor from behind.
I'll attack first,
said Duan Wuya. Ao Zhao nodded in agreement.
He looked at the Emperor's silhouette with cold twinkling lights in his eyes. The gloomy gourd appeared and a terrifying gloomy chi penetrated into it.
Then the gourd released a terrifying gloomy chi that assaulted Emperor's silhouette.
Boom boom.
It crashed onto the Emperor, but a terrifying imperial chi emerged.
His gloomy chi couldn't penetrate the Emperor's body without immediately vanishing like smoke. Eh?
Duan Wuya was stupefied. It was of no use. He had broken through to the 9th chi layer and possessed the gloomy gourd, but his energies were destroyed easily. Even more so, the Emperor's silhouette hadn't moved at all.
Let me try.
Ao Zhao stepped in front of Duan Wuya and released some terrifying flood dragon energies.
The dragon roared and attacked the Emperor.
Actually, Ao Zhao wanted to see what Lin Feng was facing when attacking the Emperor's vital organs. If Lin Feng tried to destroy the Emperor's vital organs, so why wouldn't Ao Zhao?
Boom. He attacked the Emperor from behind but had the impression that he struck a metal wall. He wasn't able to budge the Emperor in the slightest.
Eh? Ao Zhao felt stiff as his flood dragon roared again and attacked the Emperor again, but as before nothing happened. He was the great Ao Zhao but couldn't make the Emperor move of a single iota, but Lin Feng used his fire and managed to penetrate the Emperor's body. Even worse, he was damaging the Emperor.
How strong was Lin Feng really?
He turned around and read the scriptures on the walls but couldn't understand anything. Lin Feng had learnt that incredible skill from the scriptures on the walls. It had to be that skill that gave him the advantage.
Boom boom, boom boom. Both the Emperor and the palace were shaking more violently.
It was difficult to stand steady. Only Lin Feng remained perfectly immobile and steady.
Corrosion, corrosion.
Lin Feng condensed his full strength in his hands and held the Emperor's organs even tighter.
Finally, the Emperor's internal organs were becoming weaker. It almost seemed like Lin Feng was going to take them out. The Jade Emperor's heart is mine.
Lin Feng opened his eyes. He looked like an all-conquering warlord.
The rumbling sounds and psychedelic lights finally ceased. The Emperor's internal organs were finally failing.
The Jade Emperor's heart fully drained.
Boom boom boom. People felt sick, they might faint even.
Everyone in the palace felt this way, not just those in the hall.
People were collapsing one after the other.
Soon after, some people were looking at them. They were extremely strong and belonged to powerful and influential groups. Everyone had left the mysterious world. They were now at the entrance to the mysterious world.
Everyone was surprised. What was going on? What was happening?
They had never heard of such a thing. People coming out of the mysterious world at the same time, completely stunned and confused.
What had really happened? Could it be that the Emperor's grave had appeared?
The leader of the Jade Heaven group was excited. He knew what had happened. The Emperor's grave had been discovered.
Huang Feng? Where is Huang Feng?
He was frantically glancing around but couldn't find Huang Feng.
Huang Feng had the Jade Emperor's palace map. Hopefully he received the Jade Emperor's teachings.
Duan Wu Dao.
He walked towards Duan Wu Dao, only Huang Feng wasn't present, which gave him hope.
Had Huang Feng really received the Emperor's teachings and instructions? Where is Huang Feng? He asked Duan Wu Dao.
Duan Wu Dao and the others raised their heads. They didn't look very good.
Huang Feng died, said Duan Wu Dao.
They were stunned.
What? Huang Feng died? What happened?
They looked devastated.
The Emperor's palace appeared,
said Duan Wu Dao, making people shiver.
It really happened. This time, it had happened.
But Huang Feng died with the Emperor's palace map. They would need to find someone to replace him.
Did you find the Jade Emperor's hall? He continued questioning Duan Wu Dao. That was a crucial point. Duan Wu Dao nodded. Who obtained the Jade Emperor's teachings? He asked in a louder voice than before. I don't know.
In the end, Lin Feng used a power to corrode the Emperor's vital organs, and then we appeared here,
said Duan Wu Dao. Corroded the Emperor's organs? Lin Feng, again Lin Feng. How audacious.
Lin Feng dared to corrode the Jade Emperor's internal organs, but Lin Feng wasn't that strong. How had he managed to do that?
And what about the Emperor's instructions and teachings? Did Huang Feng manage to enter the Jade Emperor's hall?
He did. He was the first one to enter, but he didn't find anything. The others thought that he had, so they attacked him, but in the end Lin Feng killed Huang Feng. Lin Feng again. The strong cultivators from Jade Heaven were going insane. Their eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intentions.
Not only them but also the golden purple Dragon King was upset. Lin Feng was quite audacious.
Those influential and powerful groups were trying to find their disciples. Unfortunately, only a few people managed to cross the Paramitha Bridge and entered the Jade Emperor's hall. But at least they obtained many items, especially intent crystals. Concerning the groups of influence which managed to enter the Jade Emperor's hall, everyone was staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng actually assaulted the Jade Emperor. At that moment, Lin Feng and the others from Tianqi arrived next to the 7 eagles.
The Snow Eagles didn't ask much, just, did everyone obtain something? Many people nodded, looking excited. The 7 Snow Eagles nodded as well.
It seemed like this time, the trip to the mysterious world was successful for Tianqi, especially for those Tianxian cultivators who followed Lin Feng. Tang Yuyu was wearing a magnificent golden cape, Jun Mo she also had a magnificent golden robe, Wang Fulong had an incredible dragon axe, all of those were highly valuable treasures.
Tianqi could be proud of those young cultivators.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 816, One Hand. Chapter 816, One Hand. How audacious.
You dare to steal our Jade Heaven's treasures.
Someone screamed extremely loudly.
That voice was so loud that it pierced through people's eardrums. A strong cultivator from Jade Heaven appeared in front of the Tianqi group and was shouting at Tang Yuyu.
Tang Yuyu was wearing their precious jade golden crown, just in another shape. Everybody started getting agitated and excited about a potential fight.
Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the person in the sky. Lin Feng had a powerful soul and the Heaven Eye skill which enabled him to determine other people's level. That person had broken through to the first Tianqi layer. That crown belongs to the Jade Heaven Imperial clan. I heard that you killed Huang Feng in order to get it, said that person coldly while releasing some powerful qi. You are right, indeed I killed Huang Feng and stole that crown. In the mysterious world, people kill others in order to gain precious treasures. I killed Huang Feng and stole his treasure and he couldn't protect himself because he was a piece of trash.
Is that the reason why you are yelling? To tell everyone how shitty the young cultivators of Jade Heaven are?
Lin Feng's voice was sharp. Lin Feng didn't look scared at all. He had received the 4 emperors' instructions and corroded the great emperor's heart. To Lin Feng, a cultivator of the first Tianqi layer was nothing.
Little brat.
You think that you are a genius and show no respect for your elders, shouted that person furiously while releasing a terrifying qi, capable of suppressing people's souls.
An elder?
You think quite highly of yourself, said Lin Feng mockingly before adding, just piss off, I'm giving you some good advice.
Don't stay here and humiliate yourself.
If you are looking for trouble, at least, you should learn how to speak properly.
How audacious.
I've never seen such an insane and impetuous young man. I will show you that you should respect cultivators of the Tianqi layer,
a cultivator of the Xianxi layer cannot do anything against someone like me. That person was suddenly surrounded by an imperial qi which targeted Lin Feng. It was terrifying, his hair was fluttering in the wind and the qi was whistling. Fuck off! A terrifying feral qi dashed to the skies in the form of a tornado. The opponent quickly retreated in the sky. Do you think you can bully Tianqi's people as you wish? One of the snow eagles pissed off. It's your fault, doesn't Tianqi educate its young cultivators? He's too conceited, so I will help teach your cultivators some manners. That person wasn't backing down. Teach me manners? Lin Feng was smiling coldly. He stood up and jumped and rose up in the sky. Eh? The crowd was astonished. What was Lin Feng doing? Lin Feng! Shouted the snow eagle. Cultivators of the Xianxi layer were indeed far from being able to defeat cultivators of the Tianxi layer, the difference was too vast. The snow eagle hoped Lin Feng would stay safe. I am going to teach him some manners. Lin Feng said back to the snow eagle. Immediately after, he looked at the Jade Heaven man and said, Elder, would you still teach me some manners? He released some supreme sword chi which dashed to the skies and whistled stridently. It was like a storm moving towards the enemy. Level 7 sword intent. The crowd was astonished. What a terrifying young man. He hadn't broken through to the Tianqi layer but could already use level 7 intent. What a genius. Other geniuses felt small before him. The Tian level cultivator from Jade Heaven was astonished as well. Level 7 sword intnet, what an accomplishment. He could sense the chi and it scared him. A million swords condensed in front of Lin Feng, who turned himself into a sword and darted forward with incredible speed. Elder, it is time for your first lesson. The million swords condensed and turned into one. It contained an incredibly supreme chi, absolutely brutal. The million swords became one. It hadn't reached the opponent yet but he already felt like he was going to be cut in half. The strong Jade Heaven cultivator joined his hands together and looked solemn. The sword skill was extremely powerful and on top of that held level 7 sword intent. A terrifying imperial chi rolled in the atmosphere. A dragon seemingly appeared to defend against the sword. Some sounds spread in the air as the sword chi cut through the imperial chi, surprising the crowd. The imperial chi quickly disappeared. What a strong elder! Lin Feng said mockingly. Lin Feng's sword chi hadn't lost its spirit yet and continued on to that cultivator. The Tian level cultivator roared aggressively while releasing his soul strength at Lin Feng. However, it was as if it had crashed into an ocean. It immediately dispersed and disappeared inside Lin Feng. Lin Feng stretched out his hand from which a black fire appeared which seemed capable of melting anything. You have broken through to the Tianqi layer, how awesome! Said Lin Feng, whose gigantic hand gained on his enemy. The enemy blocked the attack but that black hand was too powerful and directly crashed onto his body. The fire was flickering in the wind as the enemy's body did not even leave ashes. He's dead. The crowd was aghast, their hearts started pounding. Had a cultivator of the Tianqi layer just been killed by Lin Feng with a single attack? A Xian level cultivator killing a Tian level cultivator so easily, that was both impressive and astonishing. Lin Feng was standing in the sky and looked peerless, brutal, cruel. Were Tian level cultivators all that strong? Surprisingly, he wanted to teach Lin Feng lesson and was killed with a single attack. Who could have predicted that outcome? How brutal. That guy is simply terrifying. Fa Huang Fu Long speechless. That guy killed a Tian level cultivator in one attack? Killing that cultivator of the Tianqi layer was seemingly as easy as killing a cultivator of the Xianxi layer. The 7 snow eagles were just as surprised by Lin Feng. Even though they had always known how strong Lin Feng was, they had never thought that he would reach such heights so quickly. All the Jade Heaven people were pulling hideously long faces. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at the people from Jade Heaven while saying in a cold and detached way, in the mysterious world, fighting and killing people is normal. But here, you can't offend someone without seeking the wrath from their group. Perhaps a great war could arise. If I were you, I wouldn't seek excuses to start a fight with me now. The Jade Heaven's leader was staring at Lin Feng, his eyes were filled with murder. He smiled in a cold way and said, indeed, no need to find lame excuses. You violated the Emperor's vital organs and after that, everybody was kicked out of the Emperor's palace. Doesn't that mean that you obtained the great Emperor's treasures? Instantly, everybody was looking at Lin Feng. Many people who initially didn't know suddenly understood. Lin Feng was too cruel. He might be a genius but that didn't mean he was a saint. If you were an emperor, would you let other people violate your vital organs, take them and then let them offer your organs to others? Do you think that your ancestor, the Jade Emperor, was so stupid? Said Lin Feng mockingly. The Jade Heaven people wanted everybody to fight against Lin Feng, but he wouldn't let things happen that way. We are the ones who found the Jade Emperor's hall, but the first ones to get inside were from Jade Heaven because the Jade Emperor was your ancestor. He created the Jade Emperor's hall for Jade Heaven's people, his offspring. Your dream has always been to find his grave, right? Besides, there were many cultivators from Jade Heaven in the mysterious world, who would believe them if they said they had obtained nothing. Nobody. Maybe one of them has even received the instructions and teachings of the Great Emperor and is hiding them from everybody now. Said Lin Feng, raising ideas in others' heads. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 817, Why the Jade Emperor's Heart. Chapter 817, Why the Jade Emperor's Heart. The crowd was suddenly feeling doubtful. They were lost in their thoughts as Lin Feng continued speaking. There is something else that you forgot to mention. After Jade Heaven's people entered the Emperor's palace, the entire mysterious world started shaking violently. Besides, Jade Heaven's people wanted to block the entry to the palace so that everybody would die outside. It was us, people from Tianqi, who prevented the door from closing. But all in all, many young geniuses died outside. Said Lin Feng calmly. Many eyes were now on the Jade Heaven group. Amongst them, someone shouted, Jade Heaven has been deceiving people over and over again for so many years. They entered the mysterious world with the help of every influential group in the Ganyu region. Everybody was supposed to join hands to find the Emperor's grave, but they wanted to enter the palace on their own while letting our people die outside. Those from Jade Heaven really have no morals or principles. How cruel. Everybody was staring at the people from Jade Heaven. Our young leader was killed in the mysterious world. How could they have possibly found treasures? I don't think so. Said the leader of Jade Heaven, glancing at the crowd. He then turned back to Lin Feng and said, Everybody, listen to me, the last thing that happened was him stealing the Emperor's heart. This is what triggered everybody's expulsion out of the mysterious world. Imagine how powerful the Emperor's heart must be. Maybe it contains incredible treasures, otherwise, would such incredible events have transpired? I advise you to, at least, make him take the Emperor's heart out. Nobody knew who to believe here. Who had obtained the most precious treasures? Lin Feng or someone from Jade Heaven? Let me talk. In the end, we, people from the East Sea Dragon Palace, were in the palace. For the time being, let's not talk about the fact that Jade Heaven's people cheated us. We can settle accounts later. However, Lin Feng really did corrode the Emperor's organs. Kong Jiuyi from the Nine Cloud Sword sect and Gu Qianxiu from the Xiaoyao sect can confirm that. I am almost 100% sure that Lin Feng obtained some heaven-defying treasures. Said Duan Wuya, looking at Lin Feng and his friends in a gloomy way. He then continued, Besides, apart from Lin Feng who obtained the Great Emperor's heart, all the others from the Tianqi group obtained extremely powerful and precious treasures. Even the Xiaoyao agility technique ended up in that girl's hands. I've seen her use it. Those treasures come from the Zun Cultivator's underground palaces. They are extremely powerful, and I am convinced that even strong Tian-level cultivators don't possess such powerful treasures. Duan Wuya was trying to paint a bad image of Lin Feng and his friends. Everybody was staring at them greedily. Apart from the Emperor's heart, they had obtained other treasures? He. Our elite disciples should make them hand over the Emperor's heart and the other treasures. Said the Purple Golden Dragon King, following Duan Wuya. The Tianqi group benefited the most from the mysterious world experience. Did they think that they could get away with it and leave like that? Everybody had greatly benefited from the mysterious world experience. The Jade Emperor's grave appeared, the mysterious world collapsed, and some people obtained Zun-level items. Unfortunately, those group's Zun cultivators didn't know these details, otherwise they would have rushed over there and taken the Zun-level items for themselves. You killed our Jade Heaven's people, you stole our crown and flaunted in front of us. Someone from Jade Heaven said and immediately landed in front of the group of Tianqi people. You stole our Xiaoyao agility technique, how audacious. Someone from the Xiaoyao sect said as they landed next to them as well. I've also heard that you killed some people from the East Sea Dragon Palace, humph. All those people belonging to various groups of influence were looking for an excuse to gather in front of the Tianqi people, gradually surrounding them. The others were strong as well. Silhouettes were flickering one after the other. Everybody was surrounding them, they all wanted to get something as well, the Zun Cultivator's treasures, the Jade Emperor's heart, everybody was dreaming of obtaining such treasures, especially the Emperor's heart. The 7 snow eagles from Tianqi remained silent, disasters and rewards came hand in hand. Tianqi obtained wonderful treasures which in itself was a cause for celebration, but now everybody wanted to attack them and steal their treasures. Everybody, do you want to create a war between clans, sects, and empires? It looks like you want to start a fight when you surround us like this. One of the snow eagles said coldly. He then added in a voice as cold as before, don't forget that the Tianxi Empire has never been disrespected by others. Why so serious? Tianxi obtained such great treasures, don't be too greedy, let us have some of them. Also, let everybody have a look at the Emperor's heart. A strong cultivator from Jade Heaven said offered indifferently. Those influential groups had always attempted to maintain a fair level of peace, they couldn't let strong tensions arise between them. If they did and a great war started, the results would be too tragic. Those Tian-level cultivators couldn't handle facing those consequences. Indeed, we don't mean to offend the Tianxi Empire, you just obtained too many treasures. We're also curious to see Emperor's heart. The purple golden dragon king continued to play along. How shameless! Shouted Huang Fulong furiously. After doing all those things, you still dare say you don't want to offend Tianxi, you're really shameless. Shut the hell up! Shouted the purple golden dragon king furiously, staring at Huang Fulong, who allowed you to open your mouth, little boy. Phew! Huang Fulong sighed with rage while glaring at the purple golden dragon king. Hurry up now, everybody is waiting, said the purple golden dragon king. Everybody got closer to the group of people from Tianxi. If Lin Feng and his friends didn't hand over the treasures, they would attack and steal them for themselves. What if we don't give you anything? Said Lin Feng indifferently while glancing back at the crowd. If you don't hand over anything, we'll attack. Of course, when fighting, sometimes tragedies are inevitable. People from the Tianxi Empire cannot blame us for that. The purple golden dragon king enjoyed answering his question. In other words, you want to kill us, right? Said Lin Feng smiling as well, he was fearless. I didn't say such a thing. Said the Dragon King, not admitting what he said, but evil lights were twinkling in his eyes. He was tacitly confirming Lin Feng's words. Okay. You want the Emperor's heart, let me take it out. Lin Feng suddenly became flexible. They all became impatient because Lin Feng was willing to take out the Emperor's heart now. Of course, you've made the right decision. The Dragon King had a smile on his face. Everybody, move back at least 1,000 meters and open a way for us, nobody should stop us from leaving. Then I will put the Emperor's heart on the ground, said Lin Feng. People glanced at each other. It seemed like Lin Feng was scared of dying to them. Of course, they had so many people and 1,000 meters was nothing, so Lin Feng would probably be unable to escape. The crowd gradually moved away of at least 1,000 meters. In the middle, there was only Lin Feng and the people from Tianxi, nobody was threatening them now. You go first, as far as possible, said Lin Feng to the people from Tianxi. Nobody knew what Lin Feng was planning. No, how could we abandon you? Said Tang Yuyu. Don't worry, relax. Just leave it to me, if you do, I have a solution to protect myself. Trust me. Lin Feng encouraged her calmly. Tang Yuyu looked at Lin Feng's eyes and nodded. If Lin Feng said so, then it meant he really had something in mind. Okay, we'll go first. Please be careful. The snow eagles said, turning into animals again. The whole group then rose up in the air and left. The others watched as the snow eagles left, their eyes were filled with murderous intentions. However, nobody attacked at that moment. They were very far from Tianxi, so they could wait for Lin Feng to hand over the Emperor's heart and then they would chase and kill them. Lin Feng looked at his group leave and smiled. He then glanced at the crowd and immediately a heart appeared in his hand, the Emperor's heart. Come and take it, said Lin Feng, throwing the heart at the East Sea Dragon Palace people. At the same time, he ran back with his greatest speed. Boom! Boom boom! Monstrous amounts of qi emerged in the atmosphere. Everybody was throwing themselves at the people from the East Sea Dragon Palace, who would grab the Emperor's heart first. Lin Feng turned into an arrow and ran away with incredible speed. He just observed all those people gathering and fighting. A radiant smile appeared on his face. Boom! Qi kept exploding in the atmosphere. Terrifying sounds were sounding constantly as a lot of people were starting to bleed or were coughing up blood. In the horizon, a vast palace appeared. It contained imperial qi and looked domineering. It was the Jade Emperor's palace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 818, All Inside. Chapter 818, All Inside. The vast palace appeared, propelling everybody backwards. Astonishment had replaced pain in their brain. The great Emperor's palace, that's the Emperor's palace. The Tian-level cultivators couldn't contain themselves when they sensed the qi emerging out of the palace. They could see the emperor's palace. "What's inside?" asked many people to their younger disciples. If they came out alive, it meant that they had entered the palace. "Many treasures, intent crystals, abstruse crystals and many halls which were locked to us," replied the young cultivators one after the other. The Tian-level cultivators suddenly felt extremely excited. In the past, they were unable to enter the palace and could only send Xian-level cultivators into it. There were many other treasures as well. What did those locked halls contain? Those Xian-level cultivators were unable to enter those halls, but what about Tian-level cultivators? Everybody was going insane. They were very impatient to see what those mysterious locked halls contained. Nonetheless, there were also some people who were less excited and remained both calm and detached. Why? Why had the palace appeared? The emperor's heart. The crowd was stupefied. Lin Feng took out the emperor's heart and in a flash it turned into a vast palace, blowing them away. The people from Jade Heaven were pulling a long face. They didn't know that the Jade Emperor's heart was a palace. They had heard from their ancestors that kneeling 3 times and kowtowing 9 times before the emperor was enough to receive his teachings and instructions. It seemed like they had received some bad information. "Lin Feng, where is Lin Feng?" People from Jade Heaven started running towards the location where Lin Feng was standing a moment before, but he had already disappeared. Where had he gone? What do we do now? The people from Jade Heaven looked at the vast and desolate area. They looked back at the vast palace again. They were all confused and excited at the same time. Should they enter or not? Lin Feng had replaced the vital fluids of the emperor's heart with his own, and that heart was the emperor's palace. Didn't that mean the palace actually belonged to Lin Feng now? If they entered Lin Feng's palace, what would it bring them? "Let's go inside," the leader from Jade Heaven decided. Even if it was dangerous, they couldn't pass up such an opportunity. Some groups came up with the idea to leave some Tian-level cultivators outside of the palace. Even though nobody was willing to stay outside, they had to in case Lin Feng came back and put the palace away. Those who stood guard outside would be able to kill him and steal the emperor's heart. That way, the situation would remain perfectly safe at all times. Of course, some of those guards couldn't help themselves and secretly entered the palace. At that moment, outside of the palace, Duan Wuya's eyes were twinkling. He didn't enter the palace because he had known Lin Feng for a long time and knew that Lin Feng, with his temperament, wouldn't hand the emperor's heart over that easily. He was completely convinced that Lin Feng was controlling the Jade Emperor's palace somehow. Duan Wuya was jealous. Not only was Lin Feng a genius, but he was also very lucky. Surprisingly, he had obtained the emperor's palace on top of his previous achievements. All the treasures in the palace now belonged to him. It must be that wall, thought Duan Wuya, recalling the carvings on the walls. He had been unable to understand them. Lin Feng was the only one who understood the carvings in the wall. "It's not that easy to obtain the treasures inside the palace," whispered Duan Wuya. So many Tian-level geniuses had just entered the palace, it was useless for Duan Wuya to enter. Besides, he knew how smart Lin Feng was. People in the palace were going insane, especially those from Jade Heaven. Those who had already been inside were leading the way, running towards the Jade Emperor's hall. They wanted to see the Jade Emperor and find his teachings. When they finally made it to the hall though, they found that the Jade Emperor's body wasn't there. The Jade Emperor's hall was completely empty. "You said that Lin Feng studied the carvings on the walls first and then studied the skill and stole the Emperor's heart. Where exactly did that happen?" asked the leader of the group. Everybody just pointed at the mysterious scriptures on the walls. The leader walked around inspecting the walls and shivered. What powerful words! According to the legends, nobody can understand the demoniac emperor's writings. Could those have been written by him? Whispered the leader of the Jade Heaven group. But why would Lin Feng understand the demoniac emperor's words then? Could it be that Lin Feng and the demoniac emperor were related? At that moment, he was realizing that the demoniac emperor of the legends and Lin Feng seemed similar. They were all insufferably arrogant, despised the entire world, and once in a while entered a frenzy which only ended with blood. They were fearless. Lin Feng really resembled the demoniac emperor of the legends. Outside of the palace, in the very horizon, there was someone on the ground. His long robe was fluttering in the wind. He walked towards the palace, looking calm and detached. Lin Feng. Somebody gazed into the distance and saw Lin Feng walking back. Lin Feng was walking neither slow nor fast. He gazed at the people in the distance as well as at the palace. He didn't look worried at all. Finally, he arrived near the palace and looked at the people next to it. He smiled coldly and said, "You want me to die and you want to steal my palace? That's no problem.
I will allow you to spend plenty of time in it.
After that, Lin Feng shook his hand as terrifying rumbling sounds spread in the atmosphere. The boundless palace turned into a heart and immediately flew back into his hand. Those who had thought it through earlier were lucky. Lin Feng had replaced the blood in the heart with his own and gained ownership. Everything inside the palace was his. The emperor's heart was the emperor's palace and Lin Feng could now control it freely.
Were the people inside going to be stuck inside forever?
There were more than 20 people standing outside with Lin Feng, many of them were cultivators of the Tianqi layer. They all threw themselves at Lin Feng, their eyes were filled with murderous intentions.
You really want to kill me?
Lin Feng said, smirking slightly. They looked perplexed as they stared at Lin Feng coldly. Of course they wanted to kill him.
Did you ever think that if you obtained the heart, the people inside would be under your control?
Their lives would be in your hands and you would gain a lot of power,
said Lin Feng.
His words sounded really tempting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 819, The Palace's Explosive Power. Chapter 819, The Palace's Explosive Power. Oomph, we won't fall for your trickeries this time. The crowd was glaring at Lin Feng.
They would love to have the power Lin Feng spoke of, but if they wanted to obtain the emperor's heart, they had to kill him. Lin Feng had to die.
How could they control the emperor's heart, the palace, if Lin Feng was still alive?
I know what the problem is, you don't know if you should kill me or steal the emperor's heart first, said Lin Feng with an indifferent smile on his face. He stretched out his arms and the emperor's heart appeared again. He then threw it and said, you can choose, you can kill me first, but then the heart won't belong to you anymore, someone else will take control of it.
The emperor's heart.
Those people narrowed their eyes and threw themselves at the heart.
Strong cultivators joined sects, clans and other influential groups to become stronger.
At that moment, they had a great opportunity to become stronger, the opportunity to obtain the emperor's palace. With it they would be able to surpass the strongest cultivators. Who cared about the sect or the clan if one could obtain such a treasure? Those who entered the palace did it willingly, just like those who decided to stay outside.
Boom! Fuck off!
A terrifying chi emerged. Those Tian-level cultivators started fighting, their chi created a storm in the area and whistling sounds pierced eardrums. The ground was shaking violently. Everybody had only one thing in mind, the emperor's heart. At that moment, Lin Feng was standing there, calmly. He silently observed the insane battle as if it had nothing to do with him. They noticed that Lin Feng wasn't leaving, so they continued fighting over the emperor's heart. If they could obtain the emperor's heart and then kill Lin Feng, the palace would belong to them. Duan Wuya was quite far on the other side, he hadn't left either. He was watching those Tian-level cultivators battling. Lin Feng had matured since he first met him. He was able to set up plots and manipulate others. Coupled with his incredible talent and abilities, he was a large threat. A glacial light appeared around Duan Wuya's body, making him feel very cold. That coldness was piercing to the bones. Duan Wuya knew that Lin Feng wanted to kill him, but he wouldn't give him the opportunity to do so.
Killing Duan Wuya wouldn't be that easy. Die! Shouted an ice-cold voice.
A hand then penetrated into a Tian-level cultivator's body and blood splashed all around. A Tian-level cultivator just died, however, the emperor's heart was, as before, on the ground.
You will die too.
A sharp sword emitting whistling sounds immediately crashed into that person's back. After killing that person, the sword started vibrating and cut up the enemy's body further. Then the person turned around and released some terrifying sword lights which immediately cut another person's hand.
The emperor's heart is mine.
They were crazed. That person used an agility technique to grab the emperor's heart. Someone from Xiaoyao, the crowd was surprised. The one with the sword was still fast, their sword was lacerating the air around them.
Bzzzzz. The person from Xiaoyao used another agility technique and turned into a few dozen shadows.
Each shadow looked like a real body. It seemed that they mastered the technique to perfection.
CRRRR.
CRRR, the terrifying sword chi immediately chopped a dozen shadows. However, the other shadows were still running towards the emperor's heart.
Stop! More rumbling sounds spread in the air.
A powerful hand fell to the ground. That hand was the size of a large mountain, capable of crushing everything underneath it.
Another dozen shadows disappeared in a flash.
A silhouette streaked across the sky as the emperor's heart disappeared. The Xiaoyao person's shadows all target Lin Feng now.
If they managed to kill Lin Feng, they would take control of the emperor's heart. How fast?
Lin Feng was praising the Xiaoyao cultivator. Lin Feng looked expressionless, but in his heart, he was a bit surprised. That agility technique was incredible. It was the real Xiaoyao agility technique, graceful, agile, and possessed a subtle power. Die! A hand appeared and made an attempt on Lin Feng's life. The atmosphere was shaking and things seemed like they were going to explode. That cultivator wanted to kill Lin Feng with one attack. Boom! The emperor's heart turned into a palace again and fell onto the ground in the blink of an eye. The Xiaoyao cultivator who held the heart was propelled so far away that nobody knew where he landed. The ones who were fighting for the heart were also propelled away. Lin Feng motioned again and the emperor's heart turned into a heart again and fell from the sky. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered as he grabbed the heart. He looked in the horizon and saw some people coughing mouthfuls of blood. Lin Feng smiled mockingly and said, "You guys are really dumb." If they had decided to try and kill him first when he threw the heart, the others would have had the opportunity to steal the heart and escape. Therefore, they had decided to steal the heart first and then kill Lin Feng. Unfortunately, they had forgotten that Lin Feng could control the emperor's heart. Even if they stole the heart, was it helpful? Lin Feng could make the heart turn into a palace and vice versa as he wished. Some people were struggling, crawling on the ground, all pulling long faces. Their silhouettes flickered as they came back for Lin Feng. Their facial expressions looked hideous. Lin Feng was playing around with them, just like toys. They now realized that as long as Lin Feng controlled the heart, he could make it turn into the palace as he wished and send them flying. No wonder Lin Feng was fearless, it was because he already thought through all the scenarios. Do you understand now? Lin Feng was smiling, adding, "Do you still want the emperor's heart? Let's attack him together and kill him." Those Tian-level cultivators glanced at each other and understood what they had to do. The only solution was to join hands, kill Lin Feng and then steal the heart. Die! 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 Furious voices were echoing one after the other in the vast area. Lin Feng was thousands of meters away but could still sense their murderous intentions. A sword started dazzling even though it was thousands of meters. The Xiaoyao cultivator started moving faster and faster, another series of shadows appeared in the air. They all looked exactly the same as him. Boom boom boom. Terrifying collision sounds resonated. A terrifying oppressive energy invaded the atmosphere. In a flash, they were very near Lin Feng. However, just as quickly, they were thrown away again and crashed into the ground. The faster they were, the more brutal the shocks. Lin Feng was still immobile. He looked calm and serene. He was staring at the silhouettes covered by blood in the distance. A bunch of morons. Shall we continue? Lin Feng sounded perfectly calm while watching those people crawling on the ground. He looked like he wanted to burst out in laughter because of their stupidity. Indeed, he was really playing with them like a kid with their toys. The palace was an incredible weapon. With that palace, who could kill him? The Tian-level cultivators stood up again, pulling long faces. All those Tian-level cultivators couldn't stand being made fun of, they were furious. You have to die. Those people glanced at each other's. They didn't need to talk, they understood each other. If Lin Feng didn't die, they would go back to their sector clan and everybody would know about their failure. Lin Feng had to die. They would chase him until the ends of the earth. Even the Tianqi Empire was unable to protect Lin Feng. Let's go. Some people said while rising up in the air. They wanted to leave. Lin Feng glanced at those people and smiled coldly. Go? You failed to kill me and now you want to leave? Lin Feng jumped up in the sky with incredible speed, his entire body was surrounded by terrifying energies. Nobody is leaving, you're going to die. Lin Feng then turned into a hurricane and shot out at the Tian-level cultivators. From the emperor's heart, an infinite amount of imperial qi emerged. Terrifying rumbling sounds spread in the air as the palace appeared again and fell down from the sky. The ground shook so violently that it seemed like there was an earthquake. A palace falling from the sky and crashing into the ground, how terrifying was that? A gigantic fissure appeared in the ground and many small ones appeared all around it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 820, Fighting Beasts. Chapter 820, Fighting Beasts. Just as quickly as it appeared, the palace disappeared again. There was a gigantic fissure in the ground and several corpses. They had all died from the weight of the palace. They wanted to escape? Would Lin Feng let them off that easily? Lin Feng, threatened by all those influential groups, risked his life to let his comrades from Tianqi leave. He decided to stay there alone and face those people. Besides, he was forced to use the power of the emperor's heart, therefore, he had to kill all those who had seen it. Lin Feng could control the palace and nobody knew how many treasures were inside. If the news spread, it would draw everyone's attention in the Ganyu region and the strongest cultivators would come to Lin Feng's front door trying to kill him. Zun cultivators would attach plenty of importance to what happened in the mysterious world this time because the emperor's grave appeared. Cultivators had been going there for hundreds of years but the grave never appeared. If the news spread, the same thing that happened to the great emperor would happen to Lin Feng. He would be chased and would face a dead end eventually. He would have to hide in the palace and close it off, waiting to die inside. Those who knew the palace's secret had to die. Boom! A terrifying sword chi dashed to the skies. The strong cultivator of the Nine-Cloud Sword sect hadn't died. He emerged out of the ground and at the same time glanced at Lin Feng coldly. His eyes were filled with murder. Fortunately, he acted fast and dived into the ground where he was mostly protected from the impact. However, his vital organs were damaged and he almost died. Even if we can't kill you, don't think that you can kill us. You might be a genius but you won't be able to keep the palace a secret. Everyone will know about it and they will kill you. The cultivator from the Nine-Cloud Sword sect said while coughing mouthfuls of blood. His tone of speech was cold. He released sword chi and made a hole in the ground. He wanted to escape using an underground road. I can't kill you guys? Lin Feng was still smiling. He moved his left hand and in a flash, a snowy tower appeared. Inside the tower was an incredible bestial chi as if it caged incredible beasts. Snowy animals were roaring, barking etc. inside. The two strong cultivators under it didn't know what to think. Lin Feng had other treasures to fight them with? The remaining two cultivators were going insane. What a fucking bastard. They were Tian-level cultivators, they were supposed to be stronger than Lin Feng. But Lin Feng kept playing around with them and humiliating them. They were injured by Lin Feng even. They were bleeding profusely. Now, Lin Feng had even more ways to play around with them. Roar! Some terrifying sounds made the vaults of heaven tremble. The earth was crackling and huge fissures were appearing. Two terrifying beasts appeared in the air, both were gigantic. One of them was a gigantic rock, its black wings were flapping slowly. Its two eyes looked utterly frightening. That beast was a Tian-level beast. Besides, next to that rock, not far away, there was the beast which had roared and made the earth crack a moment before. Its chi was explosive and rolling in waves in the atmosphere. Its entire body seemed to be filled with an infinite amount of physical strength. It was a violent bear. What terrifying beasts! Lin Feng could also control such terrifying beasts? The gigantic rock and the violent bear were staring at Lin Feng with their ice-cold-looking eyes. Their chi was rolling in the atmosphere. Kill those two. Lin Feng ordered the beasts. The two beasts were Tian-level beasts, so of course they could understand people. However, the beasts acted like they didn't understand what Lin Feng said. They just stared back at Lin Feng with their gigantic eyes. The Great Mother had educated them, so they weren't going to attack Lin Feng. They could only obey orders. However, Lin Feng hadn't broken through to the Tian Chi layer yet. How could he give those beasts orders? Would they obey him, even if the Great Mother had given them to him? Kill those two. Lin Feng's voice sounded firm this time. The two beasts seemed to understood that they had made him furious. Roar! A monstrous chi came out of the bear's nostrils. It was still staring at Lin Feng. Okay. The rock said to Lin Feng. The rock was under Lin Feng's control. The Great Mother had put them in the tower and had given the tower to Lin Feng. If Lin Feng wanted, he could keep them inside the tower forever. They hated staying trapped in that tower. It turned its head and stared at the Xiaoyao cultivator. It flapped its wings and created a hurricane. Go! The cultivator of the Xiaoyao sect and the Nine-Cloud Sword sect were terrified. Both of them turned into rays of light as they ran off in opposite directions. The Xiaoyao cultivator was particularly fast, already a few thousand meters away. It seemed like he was following a particular pattern with his particularly graceful movements. Bzzzzzzzzz. A terrifying roar spread in the air, scaring the Xiaoyao cultivator from head to foot. He was fast, extremely fast, but the rock was a flying beast and speed was its strength. Nobody could imagine how fast a rock could be. Even a Xiaoyao cultivator couldn't match a rock in speed. Its claws were dazzling to the eyes. It seemed like 1,000 swords appeared in the sky and were targeting the Xiaoyao cultivator. It seemed to be one of the special abilities of the rock. Arg! The Xiaoyao cultivator was going insane as he accelerated, but those terrifying claws immediately crashed onto his head and killed him. The Xiaoyao cultivator didn't even have time to dodge. the violent bear was on the other side. Even though it wasn't as fast as the rock or even the 9-cloud sword sex cultivator, its physical strength was amazing. Even though it was running in the sky, the ground was shaking. The physical strength was so incredible that it was hurting the 9-cloud sword sex cultivator's internal organs, preventing him from moving at full speed. The terrifying beast was closing in on him, the frightening physical strength was becoming even worse. The 9-cloud sword sex cultivator turned around, his facial expression looked ice cold. A terrifying sword chi appeared in the atmosphere. Considering the fact that he couldn't escape, he had to face the beast head-on. Die! A sharp sword appeared, it looked to be an ultimate skill. The sword immediately crashed onto the beast's body. Roar! The violent bear roared violently while looking at the sky. It punched the air with its gigantic paw, crackling sounds spread in the air. The bear had broken the sword. Instantly, the 9-cloud sword sex cultivator turned deathly pale. The bear's paw contained a terrifying oppressive physical strength. Roar! The bear opened its gigantic mouth and roared again. The earth and the sky shook violently. The sword cultivator was struck by the bear's paw and died. That paw contained such a monstrous physical strength, nobody could imagine challenging it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 821, Chase and Kill. Chapter 821, Chase and Kill. After chasing and killing those two, there was only one person left in the sky. He had witnessed everything with his own eyes and he knew almost all of Lin Feng's secrets. Duan Wuya's heart was shaking, he couldn't process all of this. Lin Feng could use the Jade Emperor's heart and imprison everybody. Not only that, he had a tower which possessed ferocious wild beasts. He commanded 2 beasts, a violent bear and a rock which could kill 2 Tian-level cultivators. Lin Feng's methods would make Duan Wuya shiver. Duan Wuya's heart was filled with an infinite coldness. "I thought you were going to escape," said Lin Feng indifferently. Lin Feng's calmness was terrifying. Duan Wuya could feel Lin Feng's murderous intentions in that calm and indifferent voice. "You understand that I could let anyone off but you. I will definitely kill you." "I know," said Duan Wuya smiling and nodding. "Lin Feng, you have become monstrously strong. With you around, I will never achieve inner peace." Lin Feng was confused. Did Duan Wuya still think that he was going to live on? "Therefore, I will tell everybody in the world that you obtained the Jade Emperor's heart because you have to die. I will feel peaceful and reassured only if you die," Duan Wuya said as if he had understood what Lin Feng was thinking. Lin Feng frowned. Duan Wuya was surprisingly acting like he could get away? "Do you think that you will be able to escape alive?" Lin Feng asked. He didn't understand why Duan Wuya sounded so confident. Duan Wuya smiled resplendently and stretched out his arm. In his hand appeared the gloomy gourd. It appeared to be growing. After a moment Duan Wuya sat down inside the gourd. "Lin Feng, the treasures which belong to the Zun cultivators are not as simple to understand as you imagine. Even if you obtained one, you wouldn't be able to understand it fully right away. I've been using this gourd constantly since I obtained it. It seems I forgot to tell you that the gourd is not only a weapon, it is also a flying object." Duan Wuya snickered. He condensed more pure chi as a myriad of mysterious marks appeared, holy marks. "See you," said Duan Wuya cheerfully. A dazzling light appeared and in a flash, the gourd streaked across the sky. In a flash, Dan Wuya had already traveled to the horizon. Lin Feng was stunned. No wonder that Duan Wuya had been acting so confidently. It was because he had that gloomy gourd. He was hiding the secrets of the gourd the whole time because he predicted that he would have to face Lin Feng and would have to run away if he wanted to live. Lin Feng moved his arm, rumbling sounds spread in the air as the bear flew back into the tower. Then Lin Feng abruptly jumped onto the rock's back and said, "Chase him." The rock started flapping its wings and a terrifying bestial chi swamped the area. Lin Feng obtained the Jade Emperor's palace and nobody could learn about it. He had to chase and kill Duan Wuya, otherwise the news would spread and everybody in the Ganyu region would want to kill Lin Feng and steal his treasures. Duan Wuya wasn't feeling as calm and detached as he looked. Sitting in his gloomy gourd, his facial expression looked solemn and grave. Back then, Lin Feng was so much weaker than him. Duan Wuya didn't fear him at all and used to play around with him. Now, the circumstances were different. Duan Wuya couldn't act like that anymore because he was afraid of Lin Feng. Lin Feng could kill him. Just like he told Lin Feng, if Lin Feng didn't die, he would live in fear for his entire life. Duan Wuya could sense a bestial chi behind him, his heart started pounding harder. He turned his head around and saw a huge legendary rock gaining on him. It was incredibly fast, its two wings were flapping with incredible strength. It was much faster than the gourd he was riding, especially seeing how he couldn't control the gourd that well yet. He put his hands on his gourd and increased his speed. Magnificent dazzling lights were twinkling. The gourd became even more distinct as the atmosphere was shaking. In the blink of an eye, Duan Wuya disappeared into the horizon again. If Duan Wuya managed to maintain that speed, the rock wouldn't be able to catch up with him, but Duan Wuya wasn't strong enough to keep condensing pure qi at that level. In a short time, the Tian level rock started gaining on Duan Wuya again. Duan Wuya looked terrified. Damn rock! Its speed was incredible. Duan Wuya wouldn't be able to escape, it seemed. I need to reach the East Sea Dragon Palace before I use up all my pure qi reserves, thought Duan Wuya while remaining determined. As long as he could make the holy marks of the gourd shine, he could evade Lin Feng. Duan Wuya just had to maintain a certain distance between them. If Duan Wuya managed to do that and reach the East Sea Dragon Palace, then Lin Feng would definitely die. Lin Feng was standing on the back of the rock steadily. His entire body looked like a sharp sword, he was ready to attack. He just had to get close enough to Duan Wuya and he would be able to kill him. At such speeds, they had already left the vast and desolate area and entered the Ganyu region. There were 18 empires of average quality, but they also controlled many empires. Each of those 18 empires was extremely influential and powerful. The East Sea Empire was one of them and was boundless. It had 3 empires of lower quality under its jurisdiction, and those empires had many countries under their control. The East Sea Empire was extremely powerful, namely thanks to the East Sea Dragon Palace, which was, to a certain extent, ruling over the empire. The Dragon Palace was situated above the East Sea. It was a gigantic, imposing, lofty and magnificent island. It looked as mystical as it did magical. Amongst all the buildings, there were 5 which were particularly magnificent. 4 of them were in the north, south, east and west, making the center look incredibly vast. At that moment, in that middle building, there was a stone stage with people on it. They were playing chess, but they didn't look that motivated. They were just staring blankly at the game. Our purple golden dragon king brought those people to the mysterious world a long time ago already. Why don't we have any news from them? A middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe said, looking worried. It's probably a good thing if they are spending a long time in the mysterious world. It means they are getting treasures. You remember when we went there last time? We have their soul jewels, even though some people died, Ao Jiao and the others are still alive, so they must still be hunting treasures. Someone else said. Those who had entered the mysterious world left their soul treasures behind before entering so others could know if they were still alive or not. Even though the soul jewels of the strongest disciples hadn't broken, they were stuck in Lin Feng's palace forever, but if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 822, Killing Duan Wuya. Chapter 822, Killing Duan Wuya. After 2 days of running, Duan Wuya had already turned deathly pale. No matter what, he wasn't able to escape from Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to kill him no matter what. They were both aware that only one of the two would survive after this ended. Duan Wuya continued slapping his gourd with his hands to increase his speed. The holy marks on the gourd were dazzling, and Duan Wuya had reached the Ganyu region, but unfortunately, his pure qi couldn't power the gourd to its fullest anymore. Otherwise, he would have managed to escape. Duan Wuya's pure qi reserves were already almost empty after 2 days. At that speed, I need 2 more hours to reach the East Sea Dragon Palace, and my pure qi reserves can only last long enough for 2 more hours. Thought Duan Wuya, trying to control his pure qi. Unfortunately, he was slower now and the rock was inching forward closer and closer. Duan Wuya had no choice but to struggle for his life. Lin Feng was, as before, standing on the rock's back and his entire body looked like a sword. It seemed that his condition hadn't changed during those 2 days. He didn't move, he wouldn't even close his eyes. Duan Wuya was feeling desperate when he looked back at Lin Feng. Nobody was able to influence Lin Feng at this juncture. Duan Wuya had to die for what he did in the past. They had already reached the East Sea Empire. Duan Wuya was flying downwards, hoping to draw people's attention. There were many people on the ground watching the 2 silhouettes, but after sensing the Tian level rock's qi, nobody wanted to interfere. The wind created by the rock's wings felt like razor blades on their bodies. Duan Wuya couldn't shout Lin Feng's secret chaotically either, because he had to focus on his safety and be extremely prudent. Talking would only distract him. Duan Wuya had achieved so much in this life, how could he die now? Someday, he would take control of the East Sea Dragon Palace and would become the ruler of the East Sea Empire. The buildings of the floating island appeared in Duan Wuya's field of vision. The island was extremely vast. Duan Wuya suddenly felt hope again. He breathed deeply. He had used so much energy that he could barely breathe. He wanted to shout, but he didn't possess the strength to shout. Bzzzzz, a terrifying storm had invaded the atmosphere because of the rock's wings. Many people on the island raised their heads when they sensed it and saw the pursuit. Duan Wuya had used his last bit of pure chi but couldn't make the holy marks shine anymore. A buzzing sound spread in the air as the gourd moved a little bit more forwards. Duan Wuya was soon going to arrive in the northern palace. There were extremely strong Tian-level cultivators inside. Bzzzzz. Zzz, the Tian-level rock didn't flinch while it followed Duan Wuya. If Lin Feng made a mistake in the East Sea Dragon Palace's territory, he would die. No matter what, Lin Feng had to kill Duan Wuya. Duan Wuya? Finally, when they arrived in the northern palace, some people recognized Duan Wuya. Some people in the sky asked Duan Wuya, "What's going on?" Duan Wuya looked deathly pale. He didn't say anything and just passed out in front of them. Duan Wuya knew that those few people were doomed. As expected, those people died in the rock's claws 2 seconds later. "Save me!" Duan Wuya used all of his pure chi to shout loudly, begging for help. He then immediately fell down in the gourd. However, people heard him from very far away. What's going on? A few Tian-level cultivators heard his voice and stood up in the blink of an eye and rose up in the air. They were astonished when they saw Duan Wuya, for he had come back from the mysterious world and on top of that, alone and chased by someone. Stop! A few silhouettes appeared in front of the rock. Its chi invaded the entire atmosphere, it was extremely sharp, its wings were extremely sharp as well. Rumbling sounds spread in the air, one of the Tian-level cultivators got slapped by the rock and was propelled far away. Besides, Lin Feng jumped off the rock's back at that moment. The chi of a million swords appeared in the atmosphere and it seemed like his entire body had turned into a sword. Who dares to come cause trouble in my palace? In the distance, a terrifying voice spread in the air, piercing through Lin Feng's eardrums, so much so that it hurt. However, Lin Feng's sword energy was as vigorous as before and just as dazzling. Sword formula, man and sword fusion, Lin Feng's body turned into a sword. It seemed like he and his sword had become one. Lin Feng obtained the jade. Slash! The terrifying sword chi struck his back. Duan Wuya shook from head to foot and couldn't speak anymore. He was dead. "You want to die?" shouted the voice in the distance furiously. Surprisingly, someone dared to enter the East Sea Dragon Palace and kill their people. What a humiliation for their group. Boom! The rock bombarded a few Tian-level cultivators and flew back to Lin Feng. It then grabbed him and left again at full speed. "Where are you going?" A silhouette arrived just as quickly. The person shook their hand and in a flash, green coffins appeared. They launched out at Lin Feng. If they caught him, he'd probably die. The rock turned around and broke the coffins with its claws. Even though it wasn't Lin Feng's pet, it perfectly understood that its little sister and Lin Feng's relationship was incredible. If Lin Feng died, their mother would be furious. The coffins turned into vines which surrounded the rock's wings and tried to prevent it from flying. "Moron! Break!" shouted the cultivator with the coffins. Their voice sounded like that of a dragon. They wanted to kill the Tian-level rock. CRRRR. Blood appeared as the rock began losing feathers, which slowly fell from the sky. The rock emitted a furious sound. A terrifying light appeared around it as it flapped its wings again. It could still fly at an incredible speed. The one wearing the dragon robe wasn't ready for that. That Tian-level beast was too strong. Its wings had been injured severely, but it could still fly, on top of that at its full speed. The dragon robe-wearing cultivator couldn't catch up with him anymore. However, he was convinced that the rock wouldn't be able to fly for long. He jumped towards the rock and then heard a voice behind him. "Changmu, what's going on?" The rock has been injured, it won't be able to fly much longer. It has the green coffin dragon chi on its body now, so it should be chased and killed," shouted the Changmu Dragon King furiously. In a flash, many people started chasing the rock. After that, Changmu grabbed the gloomy gourd in the sky and yelled at the cultivators playing chess. "Someone invaded our palace and killed one of the purple golden dragon king's disciples." How audacious. Those people were stupefied. The purple golden dragon king was one of the rulers of the islands. How audacious. Changmu put the gloomy gourd in front of him and looked inside. He was stupefied. The others were astonished too. What an incredible treasure.
That is, whispered Cheng Mu. He then raised his head, glanced at the others and said, a precious treasure from the mysterious world. The one who had just been killed came from the mysterious world. They had finally left the mysterious world. However, why had he been chased to death? What happened? Lin Feng obtained the jade, recalled Cheng Mu. His heart started pounding. The one who had chased him was called Lin Feng. He had also entered the mysterious world and had obtained the jade. Jade Emperor, said all those people at the same time. Their hearts were pounding. Indeed, Duan Wuya's words definitely meant that Lin Feng had obtained one of the Jade Emperor's treasures, either a monstrously powerful weapon or an incredible skill. They didn't know that Duan Wuya had meant to say that Lin Feng had obtained the Jade Emperor's palace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 823, Escape. Chapter 823, Escape. Those from the East Sea Dragon Palace didn't know the most about the Jade Emperor, but they knew that the people from Jade Heaven were his offsprings. They could also guess that the Great Emperor's grave that was the mysterious world was the Jade Heaven's ancestor. It was because of this understanding that the strong cultivators from the East Sea Dragon Palace paid particular attention to those from Jade Heaven. Back when Duan Wuya said the word Jade, they immediately thought of the Jade Emperor. Even though they hadn't correctly guessed what Duan Wuya meant to say, they at least knew that the Emperor's grave was discovered and the one who had killed Duan Wuya was called Lin Feng. That Lin Feng had obtained one of the Jade Emperor's treasures. The one who was killed was a Xian-level cultivator and was the Purple Golden Dragon King's disciple. He came back to the Dragon Palace, but the others, including the Tian-level cultivators, haven't. Xingmu said to others, which made them frown. Something terrible has happened. They were guessing the situation. The Emperor's grave had appeared and something terrible probably happened afterwards. They wanted to know what happened. Were they still hunting treasures? Why were their soul jewels still intact? It meant that they were still alive, but maybe they were stuck in the Emperor's palace. Cheng Mu continued to say, chase him. If we capture him we can understand the whole story. Indeed, we have to catch him. Their eyes turned to the retreating Lin Feng. Very quickly, many people from the East Sea Dragon Palace rose up in the air. A terrifying chi was floating around them. There were many Tian-level cultivators amongst those people. At the same time, others from inside the East Sea Dragon Palace began investigating Lin Feng. They wanted to know everything about him. The rock had been injured by Cheng Mu, but it could still fly. Its wings were bleeding profusely and it was losing altitude. Get back into the tower and have a rest so that you can heal, Lin Feng told the rock. He put the rock back in the tower and flew himself. He soon landed on the ground in the middle of the East Sea Empire and walked into the middle of the crowd. The economy in average quality empires was booming, so there were people everywhere. In East Sea, the East Sea Dragon Palace was almost like a holy grounds. It was like the Lake Tianqi of the Tianqi Empire, but Lin Feng didn't feel like admiring the East Sea Empire. Even though he was in the middle of the crowd, he was still moving at full speed. He had to leave the East Sea Empire as soon as possible. Lin Feng changed his chi and put his hand on his face. In a flash, Lin Feng completely changed and turned into another person. He looked a bit yellow as if he were sick. It was precisely the mask he had obtained from the old man back then. It didn't take long before a monstrously powerful chi was flying above Lin Feng's head. Those people were quick. It might not be that easy to leave the empire. The only thing Lin Feng could cherish was that Duan Wuya hadn't had the time to say anything before his death. People just thought that he had obtained one of the Jade Emperor's treasures. If Duan Wuya had managed to say that Lin Feng obtained the Emperor's entire palace, the consequences would have been absolutely terrifying. The Zun cultivators of the East Sea Dragon Palace would have come out to kill him. The people in the sky kept turning around in the sky as they inspected the ground. Lin Feng had decided to walk slower, just like the other normal people. He was walking normally and sometimes glanced at the people in the sky, looking surprised as if he didn't know what was going on. However, Lin Feng soon became worried. Those people weren't flying around anymore. Instead they were staring at the ground from the sky as if they were sure that Lin Feng had landed. If he hadn't put the mask on, they would have found him already. In fact, it was really that way. They could sense the chi that Cheng Mu left, but it was extremely weak. However, it was enough for them to know that Lin Feng had landed. The only problem was that they couldn't recognize him. The rock has disappeared and we can't see Lin Feng anywhere. He's probably using a special trick, a Tian-level cultivator suggested after pondering for a moment. Cheng Mu's chi was still there yet weak, which meant that either Lin Feng or the rock was in the middle of the crowd. Maybe the Tian-level rock had turned into a human being. Everybody, disperse.
An ice-cold voice rang suddenly. A heavy pressure invaded the crowd, surprising most everyone. The strong cultivators of the East Sea Dragon Palace were extremely brutal. Nobody dared to offend or disobey them. It didn't take long before people started dispersing. There were many people, so things were a little chaotic. The strong cultivators were sensing the chi move around when one of them pointed to a direction and said, "There, chase that person, the chi comes from over there." Everybody stopped walking. That person yelled extremely loudly, making the entire atmosphere shake. "Everybody, escape, the East Sea Dragon Palace people are going to kill us." Someone shouted and everybody started panicking. "Die!" A furious voice in the sky shouted. Immediately after, a hand bombarded the atmosphere and crashed on a few people, killing them. That made the crowd panic even more. The leader of the group, a Tian-level cultivator, pulled a long face. Things were getting too chaotic. In such circumstances it would be too difficult to find Lin Feng. The group landed on the ground and dispersed. The Tian-level cultivators all moved in the direction that they last felt the energy. They frowned and walked in another direction. They came across a wall but didn't see anyone. On the other side of the wall there was a person sitting on the ground. They looked like a homeless person. Have you seen anyone walk around here?" A Tian-level cultivator asked while staring at that person on the ground. They raised their head, their face was yellow and sickly. Their chi was also extremely weak. "I saw someone pass by," the sick-looking person said. The Tian-level cultivator gazed into the distance to a grave and took a few steps, but stopped again. There was a problem. He was walking away but Chang Mu's chi was getting weaker again. An idea suddenly hit him. He turned around and sharp lights were flashing in his eyes. He decided to walk back to that sick-looking person. However, he only saw a silhouette land in front of him which had a terrifying energy. There was a terrifying black hand which aimed for his head. "You!" shouted the Tian-level cultivator furiously while blocking the attack with his forearm. But when the hand reached his arm was cut off and the hand crashed onto his head. The deadly energy spread through his entire body and corroded his body. He then turned into nihility. He had been unable to block the attack. That silhouette was none other than Lin Feng, and he was able to kill the Tian-level cultivator in the blink of an eye thanks to his wind walk agility technique. Afterwards, he moved back to the other side of the wall. Boom boom! A terrifying chi invaded the entire atmosphere. More people were breaking down the wall and running in that direction. However, when they arrived on the other side of the wall, they found no one, not even leftover chi. Everybody there was walking normally or rushing to do their own things. The group of strong cultivators were confused. Not everybody could sense Ching Mu's chi. In that group of people, the only one who could sense Ching Mu's chi was the Tian-level cultivator who Lin Feng had just been killed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 824, Hunting. Chapter 824, Hunting. A silhouette was riding a blue wave in the air. He was wearing a dragon robe. They stood above the East Sea looking indifferent. The waves under their feet were moving with the wind. There were a number of people around him, all wearing dragon robes but of different colors. They looked dignified and majestic in their own way. Their chi was great like that of heroes. Surprisingly, apart from the purple golden dragon king, there were two other dragon kings including Ching Mu. Between those three dragons kings, Cheng Mu had the lowest status. The others were the Zun dragon cultivators and the ruler of the main central dragon palace. That palace was found in the middle of the other four, the dragon ruler. The dragon ruler had heard that someone had obtained one of the Jade Emperor's treasures and was extremely interested. At such a high level, he dreamt of becoming a real emperor. He hoped that he would one day rule over the continent and become one of the emperors of the continent. Then the Ganyu region would just be a tiny territory in his eyes. The Jade Emperor's treasures inevitably contained imperial chi which would prove helpful to him. Even though he was the dragon ruler, he admired the emperor. In the eyes of real emperors, everyone else was insignificant. Of course, back then, the demoniac emperor was an exception. He had the power to crush the Jade Emperor and terrify everyone else in the continent of the Nine Clouds. Cheng Mu, have the cultivators from the four dragon palaces left already? Asked the dragon ruler while looking at Cheng Mu. He slightly bowed and replied respectfully, "Dragon ruler, they have already left and are looking for Lin Feng. They will capture him alive." "Okay." The dragon ruler said while nodding, and then added, "Remember, nobody can know about the treasure. Everybody who already knows has to keep their mouth shut. And you guys can't chase him yourself, otherwise, it will arise suspicion." "We understand," said Ching Mu and the others. They had to remain calm and detached at this crucial moment. They had to stay quiet about Lin Feng's secret. The Emperor's treasures had to be acquired by the East Sea Dragon Palace. They couldn't let the other influential groups know about the treasure. Otherwise, a great war would start. Capturing Lin Feng would be even harder if other people knew about it. It was because of this that the people of the East Sea Dragon Palace were being overcautious and discreet. They weren't too worried. They had sent the 4 dragon generals who were the second strongest cultivators in the region, right after the Dragon Kings. Besides, they had also taken the 4 Dragon Kings beasts alone. They were cultivators who had reached the top of the Shen Shi layer and possessed incredible Tian-level beasts with them. Lin Feng would never be able to escape them. Lin Feng wasn't showing himself because he knew that the people from the East Sea Dragon Palace were everywhere in the Empire and were looking for him. He hadn't flown in the sky since putting away the rock, now he could only rely on his wind intent to run faster. He didn't dare stop for even a second. Surrounded by all these strong cultivators from the East Sea Dragon Palace, the situation was very dangerous for him. After half a day, Lin Feng managed to leave the East Sea Empire and arrived in a vast jungle, but he couldn't stop to rest yet. Roar! In the horizon, a wild beast roared and a terrifying chi could be felt. Lin Feng was startled and pulled a long face. Lin Feng ran towards a dense shrubbery and buried himself inside. He could sense the bestial chi getting closer. His eyes turned dark and the world around him became gray. Roar! Roars kept spreading as crackling sounds could now be heard. Pieces of wood on the ground broke not far from the shrubbery where Lin Feng was hiding. A cruel and ferocious-looking flood dragon appeared. It was walking slowly and the chi it exhaled was scary. A cultivator wearing a dragon robe was riding the dragon. They were probably from the East Sea Dragon Palace. Shit, here they are again. Cursed Lin Feng. That beast or even the cultivator on its back might be able to sense his chi. Lin Feng could see everything in his head and could see that the one riding the flood dragon held a dragon spear. They were slowly walking towards him. Lin Feng felt nervous. He had to prepare for the worst. He couldn't use the Jade Emperor's palace unless he was sure he could imprison his opponent and had to make sure nobody was in the surroundings, otherwise they would see it and he would have to resort to one of his most terrifying methods and turn into a demon again. PSSHHHHHH. In the distance, the strong cultivator heard a sound and abruptly turned around, jumped off the dragon and started running at full speed. His clothes were fluttering furiously in the wind. The beast looked at the shrubbery for a second and then turned around and followed the strong cultivator as well. Lin Feng used the opportunity to retreat. The strong cultivator was terrified by that sound. He didn't seem prepared. Lin Feng was running at full speed and soon left the jungle. He arrived on a big road and was a village not far away. There were horses and a group of people on the road leading to the city. It looked like a wedding ceremony. At that moment, Lin Feng looked in the sky and saw a black dot getting closer. It was a flood dragon with a silhouette wearing a dragon robe again. Incense! Lin Feng glanced at the wedding ceremony, jumped forwards and became on with the wind. He released wind intent which turned into a sharp and strong wing. The people at the wedding ceremony narrowed their eyes because of the wind. The wind quickly stopped and they continued walking. What a strange wind! Those people thought. They hadn't realized what happened before their very eyes. At that moment, in the sedan chair carrying the bride, someone else had appeared, Lin Feng. Lin Feng put his hand on the bride's mouth and said, "Don't make any sounds. I'll only stay here for a few seconds." The beautiful bride nodded and Lin Feng removed his hands from her mouth. That woman looked quick-witted, pure and innocent. Even though it was her wedding ceremony, she wasn't smiling. It was actually the opposite, she had tears in her eyes. Was she being forced to get married? The woman looked at Lin Feng but said nothing. She smelt really good which made Lin Feng feel comfortable. It was precisely when he smelt her perfume, Lin Feng stood up. He hoped that her odor would cover his own and that the enemies wouldn't find him. Everybody stop! Someone shouted outside. Lin Feng suddenly looked panicked and stopped breathing. The woman looked at Lin Feng and her eyes twinkled as if she had understood something. The furious dragon general outside was staring at the sedan chair and slowly walked towards it. Nobody dared stop him when they sensed his incredible chi. The dragon general arrived next to the sedan chair and opened the curtains. He looked inside and saw a beautiful and slim woman wearing wedding clothes. She was looking at him very curiously yet a little bit nervous. The dragon general moved his hand away from the curtains and turned around. He walked towards his flood dragon and jumped up into the sky again. Then he disappeared in the horizon. "You can come out," the woman said after the dragon general left. She was blushing. Lin Feng came out from the backside of her red wedding dress and stood up.
Thank you so much,
said Lin Feng shyly. Normally he wouldn't put someone in that situation, but given the circumstances, he had had no choice. If the Dragon General found him, he might have died. Lin Feng started to leave the sedan chair, but the woman grabbed his arm. You offended people from the East Sea Dragon Palace, yet you still dare go out. Lin Feng looked at her and said, You know them. Of course, they rule over the East Sea Empire, everybody worships them in the region. The woman said, sounding rather flattering, yet her tone of speech sounded strange.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 825, Lin Feng's Madness. Chapter 825, Lin Feng's Madness. Although you say that everybody worships them in the region, from the way you say it, I have the impression that you don't fear them at all.
Perhaps, you don't like them at all, whispered Lin Feng. The woman looked at Lin Feng, her lips shook but she remained silent. Then she said, They reign over this territory as well, nobody dares offend them here.
You are very brave. Now that you have offended them, you should stay here. If you leave, someone will find you.
You should wait until we arrive in the village to run away.
Lin Feng's eyes twinkled as he nodded back to her. He was very lucky this time.
He avoided a catastrophe twice already and now he found someone who was willing to hide him. Lin Feng and the woman talked for a while. He learned why the woman didn't revere the people from the East Sea Dragon Palace. Apparently, she was from another village not far from this one and was being forced to get married. Those who had forced her family to accept the wedding had to because of their influence. One of their village members had joined the East Sea Dragon Palace and used that influence to bolster his entire village. Now they were tyrannizing everyone in the neighboring villages. Lin Feng heaved a long sigh.
No matter where he went, people with power and influence always bullied the weak.
If I help you solve that issue, will someone try to exact revenge?
Lin Feng asked.
It would be useless. The one who wants to force my marriage is the East Sea Dragon Palace member's elder brother.
So the younger brother will come to the wedding in person too.
I've heard that he is extremely strong and has reached the top of the Xianqi layer. In that village, nobody can challenge him. The woman sounded depressed while shaking her head and smiling wryly. Lin Feng remained silent. After a short time, the crowd arrived in the village. Lin Feng sensed the surroundings and noticed that there were several people from the East Sea Dragon Palace. They were walking around the village as if they knew to look for Lin Feng. The bridal party arrived outside a gigantic manor, where several people were waiting to welcome the bride. There were others to side who looked proud wearing their dragon robes. Someone opened the door of the sedan chair and the bride walked out. One of the East Sea Dragon Palace disciples looked at her face and nodded. She was beautiful enough for his fellow disciple. Bro, you have good tastes. A young man said to another one before adding, You should help me find a girl too.
Your cultivation is more important.
The young man replied while shaking his head. The elder brother replied, You're right. We are brothers, so there is no competition between you and I. Then he looked at the woman and shouted, Hurry up and go see your uncle, Ut. The girl looked at him and said, You two are brothers, so if you marry me, he will be my brother-in-law.
We should have been introduced by now.
Shut the hell up! Shouted the young man furiously while walking towards her. He immediately slapped her face, making her mouth bleed. He said, You have guts. My brother is a disciple of the East Sea Dragon Palace, you are already lucky to see him. On top of that, you dare disrespect him. Go and greet your uncle. People around them were laughing. They didn't think this was rude, being a member of the East Sea Dragon Palace was something to be proud of. The woman looked at her future husband and smiled coldly while shouting, Do you want a wife or a slave girl? Eh? The man remained silent. He was getting annoyed. If she hadn't been beautiful, he would have never wanted to marry her.
I am accepting you as my wife, that should be an honor for you. Don't act shameless now or else you will regret it during our honeymoon.
The man replied coldly, but the woman looked just as angry as before. The proud-looking young man was surprised to see these people. He suddenly lost his arrogance and bowed in front of them saying, Hello teachers. Teachers. The crowd was astonished. Those people must be core disciples of the East Sea Dragon Palace, they had an extremely high social status. The groom didn't think that his wedding would attract so many strong cultivators from the East Sea Dragon Palace. Now he was a bit scared.
You can continue what you're doing,
one of them said indifferently. It seemed like they hadn't come to appreciate his wedding. They stared at the sedan chair and the people around it. It seemed like they were looking for something. Several people surrounded the chair. The groom nodded and looked at the bride again. He then shouted furiously, "These are strong cultivators from the East Sea Dragon Palace, hurry up and greet them with respect." "Moron," said the girl. The man was astonished, he raised his hand and got ready to hit her. "Don't!" someone in the background said angrily. The man's hand stopped as he saw a young man approach him. "Who are you and who allowed you to open your mouth?" the man said, irritated while walking towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't say anything. The man arrived in front of him and raised his hand. However, a hand then moved with incredible speed and knocked the groom away. "And you little coward, who allowed you to get married?" Lin Feng mocked. The woman was silent as she stared at Lin Feng motionlessly. The groom picked himself up and walked towards Lin Feng saying, "Don't you know who I am?" "You?" said Lin Feng mockingly. Lin Feng raised his hand while the disciple smiled in a cold way. Lin Feng then released some terrifying qi that reached the very top of the Xian qi layer. The woman's face completely changed. She wanted to shout at him and warn him but wasn't quick enough. He raised his arm to block Lin Feng's attack, but the cracking sound of broken bones was heard. His arm had been crushed and he was blown away from the attack. Everybody's hearts were pounding violently. Who was that guy? The bride was stunned. She was under the impression that Lin Feng was a villager or something like that who had offended the East Sea Dragon Palace. She would have never thought that Lin Feng was so strong. A genius? You mean a piece of dog shit? Cursed Lin Feng. A few silhouettes flickered. The proud-looking young man and some others appeared in front of him. They were staring at him coldly as they said, "You dare attack people from the East Sea Dragon Palace? Is the East Sea Dragon Palace all that great? I have killed so many of them already. But of course, I wouldn't mind killing some more." Lin Feng then punched again. This time, rumbling sounds could be heard everywhere as his attack oppressed everyone. Their faces were quickly filled with regret, but they didn't have time to do anything as they died instantly. Fire emerged from Lin Feng's body as he stomped the ground. The groom, his friends, and family members behind him were lit on fire. That particular fire couldn't be put out. It wasn't long before they were reduced to ashes. How scary, thought some people speechless. Who was he? He was totally mad. The cultivators in the sky were watching the scene but didn't try to stop him. They were calmly observing the people burning to death. Lin Feng then suddenly rose up in the air looking quite conceited. He then shouted furiously, "Is the East Sea Dragon Palace so great? Look at how many people they sent to kill me." Then Lin Feng turned into a swordlight and cut through all the spectating cultivators. After, Lin Feng disappeared into the horizon. Chase him. A few silhouettes flickered. They were all members of the East Sea Dragon Palace and recognized that Lin Feng. The girl was stunned as she watched the silhouette disappear into the horizon. She would never forget that moment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 826, Demon Sword in Battling Against the General. Chapter 826, Demon Sword in Battling Against the General. Who is he? He is so strong that he can kill so many strong cultivators from the East Sea Dragon Palace, whispered the woman. She couldn't understand what just happened. The young man who had hidden with her in the sedan chair was actually so strong. More and more strong cultivators were appearing. Lin Feng, with his wind agility technique, could move with incredible speeds. Xian-level cultivators couldn't keep up with him. Those who were chasing Lin Feng had to all be Tian-level cultivators. You cannot escape, someone declared coldly in front of Lin Feng. The man was a dragon general holding a dragon spear. He was sitting on a flood dragon, blocking Lin Feng's path. Lin Feng was sure that he was a strong cultivator of the Tian Qi layer because his qi was too powerful. Lin Feng couldn't fight him on his own. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and his animal tower appeared. In a flash, a few terrifying Tian-level ferocious beasts appeared. Attack! Lin Feng said with a cold voice. He decided to sit on the rock, which had already recovered a lot from its injuries. Roar! The violent bear attacked with its paws. Its steps made the entire atmosphere tremble. The dragon general looked down at the bear and then his silhouette flickered. His spear was like a flying dragon. A terrifying whirlwind appeared as he released some energies. Boom! The bear retaliated by throwing its paw at the dragon spear. However, its strength was destroyed by the whirlwind. Crackling sounds spread in the air as the dragon spear penetrated the bear's claw. Apparently, it was a very powerful attack. Roar! The bear roared violently as it pulled back its paw. If it wasn't for that dragon spear, the bear might have had a chance. Now the flood dragon was about to devour the bear's paw. CRRRR. CRRR. The dragon threw himself at the bear as it spat out poison. The dragon spear streaked across the sky as well. Lin Feng wasn't happy. He didn't want to fight against the dragon general right now. His beasts couldn't even stop him, they might all die there. Lin Feng slowly walked towards the dragon general and released demoniac lights. Die. Lin Feng said only one word. The dragon flood roared insanely as its gigantic body wrapped around the dragon general. Lin Feng released a terrifyingly oppressive and demoniac energy which surprised the general. He redirected his assault at Lin Feng. Lin Feng took another step forwards and released an infinite amount of sword energy. It contained level 7 sword intent and formed a gigantic sword. However, the spear defended and Lin Feng's sword was destroyed. The level difference between Lin Feng and the general was too great. However, Lin Feng didn't flinch. He moved forwards and raised his hands. A terrifying corrosive strength emerged from them. You're too weak, you're far from being able to compete with me. The dragon general said. His entire body was surrounded by spear energies which were so powerful that Lin Feng's beasts couldn't get near him. Grab him with your claws. Lin Feng ordered furiously while releasing a terrifying amount of demon energy. A gigantic black plate appeared above him. The energy it contained was extremely oppressive. A few letters were carved on it. It was a demon seal plate. Boom boom boom. The demon seal plate rose up into the sky and the sky turned dark. The dragon general felt pressured by the plate. The demon sealing plate was an extraordinary item. CRRRR. CRRRR. The demon sword emerged and emitted terrifying whistling sounds. This time, it didn't contain Lin Feng's intent. Instead, it left Lin Feng and flew away. It streaked across the sky and seemingly ran away? The pressure terrified the general, the oppressive energy was unbearable. He could only watch as Lin Feng jumped at him with a terrifying hand containing a corrosive energy. The hand crashed onto the dragon general's head and the general quickly died. Ah! The flood dragon behind him raised its head to the sky and roared violently. That beast belonged to a dragon king and it could despise the world with its strength. It wasn't participating in the battle between the dragon general and Lin Feng, but as the dragon general was about to die it released a terrifying storm. Those generals were very strong. In order to kill them, Lin Feng had to resort to the demon seal plate. Such a vast battle would definitely attract the other generals from the East Sea Dragon Palace. Lin Feng couldn't afford to linger there any longer. The flood dragons and the members of the East Sea Dragon Palace feared Lin Feng too, so they wouldn't chase him alone. After a little while, Lin Feng arrived in a vast place. It was probably an international territory not belonging to anyone in particular. Lin Feng was thinking about his demon sword. He had taken a risk and deployed it in order to protect himself from the dragon general. He used intent to counter the corrosive effects of the demon sword, however, it seemed like he missed something. This time, the sword didn't attack his determination, instead it decided to leave on its own. Lin Feng gazed into the distance. It had been a long time since he last used the demon sword, you could say they had an intimate relation. Even though the demon sword was dangerous, it was also a precious treasure. At that moment, the demon sword was peacefully lying down in an absolutely silent valley. There was terrifying bestial chi swamping the grounds. The sword was on the ground, calm and twinkling. It held some sharp chi but it didn't look demoniac at all. If Lin Feng had been able to see that, he would have been speechless. Next to the demon sword was a huge cliff with a stone plate near the edge. It contained a terrifying strength that could oppress anything, including the demon sword. On that gigantic plate, there were gigantic black letters which contained an infinite amount of strength. Everything now and then the demon swords would become agitated. However, when that happened the letters on the stone plate twinkled and the demon chi immediately disappeared. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 827, Death Valley. Chapter 827, Death Valley. After 2 hours, Lin Feng frowned. He could sense the energy from the demon sword but didn't know how far it was from him. He had been riding his rock for 2 hours but hadn't found anything. How many hours could he spend looking for the sword? The direction he was heading was desolate and isolated. There was no trace of human civilization and it was extremely calm. If the dragon generals found him there, he wouldn't be able to hide. It was good news that the sword didn't attack his determination this time. Perhaps he wouldn't need to seal it anymore. It was also the first time that Lin Feng was really able to kill Tian-level cultivators. Even though he had only reached the very top of the Shen Qi layer, he could now kill Tian cultivators at higher levels. It should be mentioned that the Dragon General underestimated him and hadn't been so cautious. If he had taken Lin Feng seriously from the beginning, he probably would have killed Lin Feng. Therefore, no matter what, Lin Feng had to get his demon sword back. Even though his demon sword had a terrifying temperament, Lin Feng depended on it. After a long time, he gazed into the distance and found nothing at all. However, Lin Feng continued moving forwards. It wasn't long before he was stopped. In front of him was the silhouette of a dragon general holding spear in the sky. He looked cold as he released some qi at Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with murderous intentions. "I'll never manage to escape," thought Lin Feng. "What treasure did you use to kill the purple golden dragon general?" That dragon general was upset. "Let's fight and you'll see," Lin Feng retorted. The dragon general groaned coldly as his spear started shaking. In a flash, a whirlwind appeared and a sand tornado started. It quickly turned into a pure qi swallowing black cave. "This time, you won't be so lucky," the dragon general said while jumping forwards. Lin Feng had the impression that the wind consisted of razor blades which were aiming to cut him apart. Wind intent, cut. The rock flew backwards. Lin Feng took out his demon seal plate to block the wind. Rumbling sounds spread in the air as the whirlwinds were stopped by the demon seal plate. "No wonder you were able to kill the purple golden dragon king, you have such nice treasures," said the dragon general who recognized the demon seal plate. He then jumped forwards and was again surrounded by a hurricane. That incredible wind passed over the demon seal plate and continued on towards Lin Feng. "Come back!" Lin Feng shouted furiously. The demon seal plate began to turn around, but the wind had already arrived in front of Lin Feng, so he couldn't block it with the tablet this time. Boom! A terrifying and majestic qi appeared suddenly. Imperial qi dashed to the skies. There were millions of rays of light. However, it disappeared just as fast as it came and the dragon general was immediately blown away. At that moment, a gigantic strength appeared above his head. The dragon general raised his head and saw a small heart in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng threw it in the air and rumbling sounds could be heard. The atmosphere was trembling and the dragon general trembled while staring at the gigantic palace above his head. What was that? Lin Feng could control a palace? Boom boom boom. The palace crashed on the dragon general's body and stunned him. However, the gigantic palace quickly disappeared again. Lin Feng arrived above him in the sky, still holding his demon seal plate. The plate contained a terrifying oppressive strength. It seemed like the atmosphere had frozen around it. Boom! Lin Feng's attacks were coming one after the other, overwhelming the dragon general. The oppressive strength made the dragon general wake up. He didn't have the time to react though, as a gigantic hand containing deadly energies destroyed the atmosphere and a horrible shriek spread in the air. The dragon general's head was crushed but his body was still moving. However, the residual corrosive power of the deadly energies reduced him to ashes. That guy excelled at using speed. He had managed to move faster than me, so I had to use the palace. Now the qi of the palace is going to attract other people. I must find the demon sword as soon as possible, thought Lin Feng. Because the guy had come alone, Lin Feng was willing to continue taking risks. Without the palace, he wouldn't survive this bout. The rock was creating whirlwinds around itself. Lin Feng jumped on its back and they continued moving forward. As expected, shortly after they left, the two dragon generals and their flood dragons appeared, but Lin Feng was nowhere to be found. General Feng Shao was killed as well. There is a strong imperial qi left here. Maybe that Lin Feng is using the Jade Emperor's treasure. Let's chase him, but let's be very careful, one of them decided. They then continued moving forwards and chased Lin Feng. Flood dragons were extremely powerful and their speed was terrifying. They were faster than Lin Feng's rock because their level was higher. In front of Lin Feng was the boundless and flat area, in the middle of which was a valley. That valley contained dead qi and roars were coming from it. Lin Feng stopped in the air and stared down at it. The demon sword qi was emanating from of the valley. "Let's go," said Lin Feng, and the rock continued. After a short moment, they were in the middle of the valley and Lin Feng came across a tablet. Death was written on that tablet. Lin Feng moved his hand and made the grass covering some of the tablet move aside. Another word appeared on the tablet and Lin Feng could see the whole text. Death Valley. Lin Feng had arrived in the Death Valley. He had already heard that name in the past. Jun Mo, she had mentioned it in the past. Before going to the mysterious world, Jun Mo, she told Lin Feng that there was a gigantic demon seal plate inside Death Valley. Nobody dared to go into the Death Valley because they would probably die. However, the demon sword had ran there, so Lin Feng could only follow it. Boom boom boom. Lin Feng turned his head and saw 4 flood dragons and 2 dragon generals on his tail. Their chi was emitting rumbling sounds. However, they were far away and had stopped outside Death Valley. They wouldn't get closer and remain silent. Lin Feng had entered the Death Valley. That wasn't good. Did he want to die? In Ganyu, the Death Valley was considered very dangerous and a forbidden territory. Nobody went there because too many extremely strong cultivators had gone there in the past to see the Demon of Legends, but none of them ever came back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 828, Entering the Death Valley. Chapter 828, Entering the Death Valley. The Dragon General slowly inched closer to Lin Feng and said, "If you enter the Death Valley, you're going to die. Lin Feng, give the treasure you found in the mysterious world and perhaps we can be friends. We would let you live." "Do you think I believe you?" Lin Feng said, smiling coldly. If he gave the palace to the enemies, they would immediately kill him for the same reason he killed Duan Wuya, to shut him up. They couldn't have anyone else knowing about that grand treasure. "You have no choice anyways, but don't worry, we will let you live. We will cripple your cultivation, however," the other one said slowly. "I admire you guys. You fear that I'm going to go deeper into the Death Valley, but you still look so calm and indifferent," said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He had the Jade Emperor's treasure and those two were afraid that Lin Feng would take it into the Death Valley. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stopped and talked to him, they would have fought immediately. "If you enter the Death Valley, you're going to be killed by demons," said one dragon general while smiling coldly before adding, "The demons in the Death Valley are terrifying. They can eat souls and control human beings, making their bodies become their own. At least, nobody really knows what's inside the Death Valley. It could be that everyone is still alive but not willing to leave. I must have hope though, because if I don't go inside, I will die by your hands." Whatever the enemies said, Lin Feng remained calm and indifferent. He couldn't act chaotically. "What do you want to do?" asked one of the dragon generals. "Move back a few kilometers and I will feel safer. Then I will leave and you will continue chasing me," Lin Feng offered with a resplendent smile on his face. If they moved back a few kilometers, he would have time to react. The problem was still the demon sword. What could he do about it? If he didn't enter the Death Valley, he would lose the demon sword. "Dream on," said one dragon general furiously. If they moved back a few kilometers, they wouldn't be able to see Lin Feng anymore. "If I enter the Death Valley, will I still be able to give you the treasure?" Lin Feng replied, and the others remained silent. If Lin Feng entered the Death Valley, the treasure would become useless. The most annoying part was that the East Sea Dragon Palace people had already been seen in many places. On top of that, many people had died from Lin Feng's hands. They couldn't face the dragon ruler and the other higher-ups without bringing back something. "Okay, I accept," the other dragon general said. He glanced at the other general and they said nothing more. They slowly moved backwards. They didn't want to make Lin Feng feel too nervous. The 4 dragons were following them as well. Bzzz, in the distance, a terrifying storm appeared around Lin Feng. Sand was floating around in the air, preventing Lin Feng from opening his eyes. Boom! Lin Feng used his power to sense the surroundings and saw a terrifying storm containing a terrifying explosive power and pressure. "Go!" Lin Feng ordered the rock, putting it away and running into the depths of the Death Valley. Boom boom! A terrifying deadly energy crashed where Lin Feng had been a moment before. If Lin Feng had still been there, he would have died. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough, but he could still sense the deadly energy lingering in the air. He then continued moving towards the depths of the Death Valley. Someone appeared at the entrance of the Death Valley. He could move with incalculable speeds. He was wearing a beautiful and majestic robe, and his chi was incredibly strong. It was one of the Dragon Kings. The strong cultivators from the East Sea Dragon Palace were not feeling comfortable in front of him at that moment. He wanted to kill Lin Feng and take his treasure, but he hadn't thought that Lin Feng would notice and evade into the Death Valley. Now he was pulling a long face. He had failed. Even in the antiquity, many strong cultivators had entered the Death Valley and assumedly died inside. Anyone who entered would never be heard from again. Lin Feng took the treasure along with him inside, so nobody could possess the treasure now. At that moment, Lin Feng was being bombarded by the energies from the plate and ended up deep in the valley. Cough cough. Lin Feng was injured from the enemy's surprise attack. Whoa, coming from halfway in the sky, there was a strange bestial sound that terrified Lin Feng. Lin Feng fell down deep inside the depths of the valley, soon sensing a powerful death chi approaching him. Lin Feng was probably going to die. The Death Valley, thought Lin Feng. He had just entered and could already sense the terrifying chi. Finally, Lin Feng landed on the ground. He was suddenly surrounded by many ferocious wild beasts. Their claws were emitting metallic sounds on the ground and their eyes were twinkling with sharp lights. Their entire bodies looked like sharp blades. People die but not animals? Thought Lin Feng. Those wild beasts also had death chi surrounding their bodies. They almost looked like the living dead. It seems like the dead can live in this valley, thought Lin Feng. No matter, he was determined not to die in the Death Valley. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 829, Demon Seal Plate. Chapter 829, Demon Seal Plate. Those beasts were all staring at Lin Feng like he was food. Their death chi was extremely thick. Lin Feng condensed his own pure chi, but he couldn't move fast enough as a powerful death chi crashed onto his body. Lin Feng thought about it quickly and realized that condensing pure chi would open the doors for death chi to penetrate a cultivator's body. The cultivator's bane, Lin Feng seemed to understand why everyone died here. Cultivators could only rely on their physical body and strength, which usually was underdeveloped. Crrrr, a ferocious beast threw itself at Lin Feng. Lin Feng tested whether he could use the strength of the Harukas and found that he could. Suddenly, Lin Feng looked delighted. His hand turned into a gigantic hand and assaulted the beast. Rumbling sounds spread in the air as the beast was propelled away. Lin Feng's hand felt numb after the exchange. Why was its body that hard? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and stared at the beast. Its body looked like steel, just like Lin Feng's body did after using the Haruka skill. Rrrrrr. The beast roared in a low voice as it stared back at Lin Feng. Its forepaws stomped on the ground and it jumped towards Lin Feng. All the beasts around him were releasing death chi as well. Lin Feng felt extremely uncomfortable, like he was suffocating from their strength. Crrrrr. Crrrrr, many beasts threw themselves at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes turned black like those of a demon. He made the strength of the Harukas rotate at its maximum potential. Go away! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He started punching in every direction. Rumbling sounds spread in the air as the strength of the Haruka was rolling in waves. Boom boom, the strength of the Haruka crashed on their bodies and propelled them all backwards. However, the more terrifying beasts got up again. Their bodies seemed indestructible. Those beasts were way too strong. He looked at the beasts and they looked back at him in a cruel way. Lin Feng cursed out loud as he released his demon seal plate. Now a terrifying and oppressive chi emerged. The beasts looked terrified and emitted cries of alarm when they sensed that oppressive energy. All of them ran away. What a strange valley, whispered Lin Feng. Those beasts were all Shen-level beasts and on top of that, they were not high-level Shen beasts. Even so, it was impossible to kill them with his physical strength. It could be that the legends were true. If those beasts have a demoniac soul, then it would explain why they feared the demon seal plate. Thought Lin Feng while gazing into the distance. He could sense the demon sword's energies the closer he got the center of the valley. Lin Feng was walking with difficulty towards the depths of the valley because of the oppressive void. Void, that was death. There were many ferocious beasts in the valley and they all possessed death chi. Lin Feng's lungs burned from breathing in the death chi. Lin Feng was dying slowly. Because he wanted to avoid further trouble, he took back out his demon seal plate to repel the ferocious beasts. Lin Feng was walking when suddenly a wind picked up and a black silhouette appeared in the sky. Lin Feng raised his head and became afraid. There were crows everywhere, so much so that he couldn't even see the sky anymore. Their death chi entered Lin Feng's body and he turned black. Now he was dying even faster. The death chi from the millions of crows was incredibly oppressive. Lin Feng could understand why it was so difficult to survive the valley while only relying on pure chi. Using pure chi just accelerated the process. Lin Feng turned into a Buddha Shakyamuni and diffused magnificent golden lights all around. He looked pure and omniscient. The death chi was quickly banished and Lin Feng could inhale a little bit of fresh air. However, the Buddha's light seemed to enrage the death chi, which turned into a hurricane and began to erode the Buddha's lights. Lin Feng continued to rotate the strength of the Harukas. At the same time, he continued running deeper into the valley. The crows above him didn't intend to let him off. They all followed him deeper inside. Lin Feng was getting desperate as he pulled out the Jade Emperor's heart. He threw it in the air and a terrifying imperial chi invaded the atmosphere, blocking the crows. Lin Feng hid under the palace while he ran forwards. Bones were becoming more common the deeper he went inside. Those cultivators were probably eaten by the ferocious beasts. Lin Feng was controlling the Jade Emperor's palace with his left hand and the demon seal plate with his right. Lin Feng was pulling out all the stops this time. I'm very near. Lin Feng could sense his sword. He continued moving forwards as a terrifying demon chi became palpable. It seemed like the pressure was becoming too intense for the Jade Emperor's palace to handle. Lin Feng's Buddha lights became darker, as well as the demon seal plate. A peak could be seen in front of Lin Feng. That peak was actually a huge stone plate, as large as a mountain. Seal. Lin Feng stopped in his tracks and read the word seal on the tablet. That tablet seemed like it could seal anything and it contained an infinite explosive power. Besides, in front of that huge stone was a sword. It was gigantic. It was the demon sword. Demon seal plate. Whispered Lin Feng, it was the real demon seal stone. It was infinitely more powerful than the small one he had and it contained a terrifying power to match its size. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 830, The Silhouette Down the Mountain. Chapter 830, The Silhouette Down the Mountain. The legends were right, there is a demon seal tablet in the valley. Thought Lin Feng while looking at it. It could oppress incredible evil energies. There seemed to be ghosts crying here, as if their souls were filled with infinite rage. Lin Feng frowned, those ghostly sounds unbearable. In the antiquity, the demon seal tablet was a gigantic stone. At some point, it broke into several pieces. Lin Feng had only obtained a small piece previously. Death and life, souls, everything turns into void eventually. Nothing can change this in this world. A voice rang inside Lin Feng's head. It was a pleasant voice and Lin Feng suddenly felt very comfortable. Then the atmosphere became calm again. The ghosts stopped crying and the temperature in the valley seemed to become a little bit warmer. At that moment, Lin Feng frowned and looked around. Where did that voice come from? Lin Feng stared at the demon seal stone. She kept rolling in waves out from it. Was there someone inside the stone? Who? Shouted Lin Feng. His voice spread to everywhere in the valley. In the legends, nobody could live in the valley. But now someone was speaking to Lin Feng. How many years has it been? I would have never thought that anyone would come to the Death Valley again. How many people have died here? Said the voice again. Lin Feng frowned as he stared at the mountain. That wasn't a hallucination, the voice really came from the stone. Where are you? Please tell me. Asked Lin Feng while looking at the mountain. Boom boom boom. Rumbling sounds spread in the air, startling Lin Feng. The ground was cracking as the stone moved. It moved. It was moving rather slowly as the ground continued shaking. The stone was rising higher into the air. Lin Feng ran over to the demon sword, but it was also shaking and emitting buzzing sounds. Lin Feng lowered his head and looked at the foot of the mountain. An incredibly oppressive pressure was spreading in the air. Lin Feng suddenly felt like suffocating. His Buddha and his demonic energies couldn't withstand the pressure anymore. The demon seal mountain's strength was too great. Dazzling lights were flashing in the air as the terrifying pressure rose. A golden and gentle light appeared, it was a Buddha's light. Lin Feng was astonished, could it be that the legends were false and that the one controlling that gigantic stone wasn't a demon, but a Buddha? Lin Feng walked towards the stone and looked down into the fissure in the ground. There was a silhouette sitting cross-legged. They looked incredible, majestic and was surrounded by a dazzling light. Even though there were oppressive energies everywhere, they seemed undisturbed. They looked pure as if their heart hadn't the slightest iota of hatred, standing aloof from worldly affairs. Buddha. It was a Buddha. Lin Feng was shaking from head to foot. In the Death Valley of all places, where there was an omnipresent death chi, there wasn't a demon but a Buddha, an omniscient Buddha. However, the Buddha's skills seemed to be oppressed by the demon seal mountain. That Buddha had probably been there for thousands of years and yet still looked healthy. Wasn't eternal life a demonic art? Lin Feng had studied the strength of the Haruka and could use real Buddha chi, but that wasn't enough to withstand the Death Valley. Comparatively, that Buddha had probably mastered all the Buddha skills, even if they were oppressed right now. Sir, why is the demon seal stone sealing your powers? Lin Feng asked, confused. The demon seal plate is a demon stone, it uses an incredibly oppressive power. When a Buddha owns it, it can seal a demon's powers. When a demon uses it, it can seal a Buddha's powers," explained the Buddha in a gentle voice. Indeed, if Buddhas used the stone, they could seal demons' powers and vice versa. It was an incredible weapon, so this actually made sense. "Sir, how long have you been here?" asked Lin Feng. His interlocutor shook his head and said slowly, "As a Buddha, you can practice cultivation anywhere. You have to pay attention to the place you practice though. I came here because I can witness the many horrors and suffering of the valley. I can progress every day by processing this scene. I cannot see his cultivation level," thought Lin Feng while trying to sense his interlocutor's cultivation level. The Buddha's voice sounded like mantras and it seemed to influence Lin Feng's emotions. Lin Feng felt a little inferior. "Sir, I can help you break the demon seal stone so you can leave." Lin Feng offered to help the saint. "That stone contains an incredible demoniac force, the word carved into it bears its soul. With that sword, you may be able to succeed, but I doubt it," the interlocutor calmly explained, obviously referring to the demon sword. At that moment, the sword was calm and silent. Even though it had a strong temper, it seemed to be oppressed inside the Death Valley. Lin Feng grabbed the sword and it shrunk to match his size. It was actually letting Lin Feng control it now without putting up a fight. Lin Feng jumped up in the air and arrived next to the word seal. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying demon chi invaded the atmosphere and exploded like thunder. Lin Feng rotated the strength of the Haruka and sword chi launched out as well. Lin Feng slowly raised both of his hands and attacked the word seal. The sword chi crashed onto the word, but the sword chi was quickly oppressed and the word seal started twinkling. Its oppressive power was becoming increasingly heavy. There were terrifying black clouds above Lin Feng's head as if a storm was about to start. The chi from the demon sword dashed to the skies as Lin Feng attempted to use even more strength. Boom, boom, boom. Black clouds rolled in waves. The earth and the sky were roaring. However, a sound spread in the air. Although the sword was still there, it didn't look as majestic as a few seconds before. So much so that its chi seemed to disappear. That incredible sword chi disappeared without a trace, as if it never appeared in the first place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 831, Awareness. Chapter 831, Awareness. Just as his sword was about to reach its target, Lin Feng decided not to attack. He slowly flew down to the ground where the silhouette bathing in Buddha's lights was. The Buddha wasn't surprised as he said, "You should give up, the demon seal stone is way too powerful. Keep up your strength for danger lurks at every corner here. I sincerely hope that you will get out of here safely." "Do you really mean that?" Lin Feng asked while looking back at the stone. "Of course," the silhouette said, nodding. "Okay, since that's what you want, I will leave now," Lin Feng said while waving at the Buddha. He then turned around and started leaving. Wait, shouted the Buddha after Lin Feng had already ran 1,000 meters away. Lin Feng turned around and looked at that almighty Buddha. Then, Lin Feng asked, "Is there anything you would like to talk about? Death Valley is a very dangerous place. It is easy to come in but difficult to leave. I have been oppressed here for a very long time and I've never met anyone who managed to leave Death Valley alive. The fact that you made it here and found me already is a miracle. If you leave, the horrors of the Death Valley will never stop. You should try and break the seal again. If you break it, Death Valley would disappear. If you really can't, then I'll teach you a monstrously powerful skill which should enable you to break it," said the Buddha in majestic way, still bathing in Buddha's lights. "Thank you for your good intentions, but I have to refuse. Even though I am an ordinary person and my powers can't be compared with yours, I wouldn't go as far as to say that I am unable to leave Death Valley. Goodbye." Lin Feng sounded rather self-confident. The Buddha's eyes twinkled for a few seconds, but then he looked normal again. "You only came here to take your treasures back and now you're leaving. It wouldn't be very kind to leave someone in distress, now would it?" The Buddha sounded a little bit cold. Are those words a Buddha would spout? Lin Feng was smiling coldly now. The interlocutor stared at Lin Feng before saying, "How did you notice? You seemed too impatient. You said Buddhas could practice cultivation anywhere and didn't care about where they were. You said sitting cross-legged here was an opportunity for you to bring peace to all those suffering souls and for you to constantly surpass yourself. When I tried to break the seal stone, you seem to have forgotten those words and became impatient, thus contradicting yourself." "That doesn't mean anything," said that person as calm as before. "Maybe you're right, but it still proves that you are impatient. Therefore, I can see and hear some darkness in you.
Buddhas can influence mood, they could drive me to become like them and listen to them. I trust them.
If your voice didn't contain that iota of darkness, I would trust you right now, but those strange elements influenced my determination and made me doubt your intentions. At the moment when I attacked the stone, you actually looked so greedy. It was then that you clearly showed your true colors. Lin Feng stopped talking for a few seconds before adding, what I don't understand is why your Buddha chi is so pure. I can tell that you're not pretending.
Considering the fact that you managed to reach such a high cultivation level as a Buddhist cultivator, those dark elements don't make sense. Lin Feng could clearly sense his interlocutor's Buddha chi, and it was absolutely pure.
The Buddha's face looked captivating, his voice sounded gentle and pure.
Luckily Lin Feng's determination was strong and he hadn't obeyed the Buddha.
Interesting, said the Buddha while smiling in a strange way. He didn't look as calm and detached as he had before.
The Buddha lights disappeared and the Buddha's silhouette became blurry. His silhouette was flickering, sometimes he looked like a Buddha and sometimes like a demon. Golden Buddha lights and darkness kept alternating like the flickering flame of a candle.
Finally, a terrifying demon chi appeared. Even though it was oppressed by the demon seal stone, it was still incredible.
A terrifying and boundless chi was burning. A demon, it really is a demon.
Lin Feng narrowed his eyes while staring at the silhouette in front of him.
Since you found out about my secret, I don't need to beat around the bush anymore.
Attack the stone and do as I said, break the seal. The demon said in a deep and loud voice. Even though his power was oppressed, he was still monstrously strong and despised most ordinary cultivators.
Do you think that I would?
Said Lin Feng while smiling coldly.
If you don't, I will attack you.
In a flash, a terrifying black light rose up in the sky and aimed for Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng unsheathed his sword as rumbling sounds spread in the air. However, his sword couldn't pierce through the black light. The black light looked like a sword made from intent, but it immediately pierced through Lin Feng's head and penetrated into his brain. Lin Feng's head felt like exploding. He released 1,000,000 broken souls and turned them into 1,000,000 indestructible swords.
Boom boom explosion sounds were resonating in Lin Feng's brain. His opponent was too strong. What kind of intent was that black light?
Luckily, Lin Feng had his broken soul technique which was able to maintain the defensive.
The demon was looking at Lin Feng in a furious way. He felt humiliated.
His goal, by aiming at Lin Feng's head, was initially to take control of Lin Feng's body, but he had failed.
CRRRR.
The black lights were now devouring Lin Feng's awareness.
How could Lin Feng give him this chance?
He immediately made the strength of the Haruka and of the Buddha rotate. His myriad of broken souls emitted whistling sounds like 1,000,000 sharp swords. Boom 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 boom, his terrifying attack continued to assault Lin Feng, who felt like he was becoming paralyzed. If it was someone else, someone who didn't have a terrifying intent and powerful soul, they would have died. Of course, if the demon seal stone hadn't been there, Lin Feng would have died already. In the blink of an eye, the demon could have, without moving a single finger, taken control over Lin Feng.
Very good.
I will see how long you can resist, said the demon while groaning coldly.
Rumbling sounds continued spreading in the air.
Lin Feng's demon sword started shaking violently as a terrifying demonic energy surfaced. Lin Feng could only watch as his awareness was consumed by the demon sword.
He was turning into a demon again.
CRRR, sword chi dashed to the skies. Lin Feng was unable to hold his sword, his treasure, and now his opponent was going to take it. So my sword came here because of you,
thought Lin Feng. He actually couldn't control the sword because it was still too strong. So what? Lend me your sword,
the demon said coldly.
His demon energies were rotating in the atmosphere.
The demon sword then rose up in the air and began moving towards the demon seal stone. Piss off, Lin Feng sounded furious as he jumped up into the air while holding his own demon seal stone.
Boom, the demon seal stone oppressed the demon sword, which immediately came back to him.
Lin Feng jumped in front of the stone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 832, 3 Lives Emperor. Chapter 832, 3 Lives Emperor. It's not so strong, thought Lin Feng, sensing the strength of the demon sword while sealing its energies.
Even though the demon could control the sword with his awareness, the seal stone was constricting his full strength.
It seems like you won't be able to break the seal on your own,
Lin Feng said. The seal stone was infinitely powerful and a small piece of that stone was already enough to control the demon sword.
Maybe we can make a deal then, said the demon reluctantly.
Lin Feng smiled and said, "First, give me back my demon sword."
"Okay, it's no problem because I don't need it," said the demon calmly.
Lin Feng grabbed the sword and stabbed it back into his body, sealing it with the stone again.
If the sword didn't come out, the demon wouldn't be able to take it.
Lin Feng went back to the ground and faced the demon. Even though his strength was oppressed, Lin Feng could still sense some of it. If the demon was freed, he would probably destroy the world.
"Let's make an exchange," said the demon. "What do you want to exchange?" Lin Feng asked back.
"You studied the broken soul skill, which is a part of the wisdom from the 3 lives. I can teach you the real 3 lives skill if you help me break the stone,"
said the demon.
The offer sounded very tempting. The 3 lives skill, the demon surprisingly knew about the 3 lives skill. In the Jade Emperor's hall back in the mysterious world, Lin Feng had studied the 3 lives emperor and the strength of the Haruka started rotating in his body.
Could the strength of the Harukas be related to the 3 lives skill? Who are you? Why would you even know about the 3 lives skill?
Lin Feng didn't quite trust the demon.
He. Wahahaha. The demon started laughing frantically. His entire body was surrounded by an infinity of demon chi.
Rumbling sounds were spreading everywhere and the ground started cracking apart.
It seemed like everything was going to collapse. The gigantic demon seal mountain began shaking violently. Some cracks started to appear on it as it really looked like it was going to break. "Break!" shouted the demon furiously. Rumbling and explosion sounds were booming.
Lin Feng ran back quickly as he watched. However, at the last moment, the word seal on the mountain started emitting dazzling lights and it released oppressive energies which surrounded the demon. He was unable to break the stone beyond that point, the broken quickly repaired themselves now.
"How terrifying," thought Lin Feng. It seemed like even the great sage equal of heaven wouldn't have been able to destroy that mountain. "I wonder who made that stone. Did you see? I almost broke it." "You asked me where I learned the 3 lives skill, I will tell you, Wu Ming the 3 lives emperor taught it to me," said the demon slowly.
The strength of the Haruka was rotating around him, he was a half Buddha and half demon. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I'm leaving.
Goodbye."
After that, Lin Feng turned around and started leaving.
Wait, I am not done talking," shouted the demon. "It seems like you already know a lot about the 3 lives skill, maybe you already knew that it was the 3 lives emperor's skill. 1 life becomes 3.
The body can turn into a Buddha, a demon, and a cultivator.
All 3 in one body. I am the demon of the 3 lives skill, so I am extremely familiar with the skill. The demon of the 3 lives skill."
Lin Feng stopped and slowly turned around.
Maybe he wasn't lying.
Because he could share a body with the Buddha, he had learned how to use Buddha's purity and could use authentic Buddha intent.
The real 3 lives demon's power ended here with his powers sealed? The 3 lives skill is incredible.
You studied the broken soul skill, so you must have sensed how incredible it is.
Imagine, if you practiced the 3 lives skill, you would have 3 bodies. You would be indestructible. Now, because you will free me, I will teach it to you and you will someday become an emperor.
The demon's offer sounded very tempting, but Lin Feng groaned and bit his lips. "Don't try to tempt me with your evil intent, otherwise I'll leave."
No problem. Anyways, imagine it, you're a little nobody right now and you have the opportunity to obtain the 3 lives emperor's skill book. Why are you still hesitating? Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling. He had to ask, "We still have to agree on how we will negotiate. If I free you first, you're probably going to kill me. If you give me the book first, I might leave without freeing you. What should we do? I'm the 3 Emperor's demon, I don't care about your life because you're only an insect to me."
"Why would I care? If you free me, not only will I teach you the 3 lives skill but other skills as well to express my gratitude."
"I don't believe you," said Lin Feng while shaking his head. How could he trust a demon?
"You fooled me with your Buddha chi once.
Then you tried to pollute my intent, why should I trust you? If I release you, killing me would be simple. Just like you said, I'm an insect in your eyes, but you don't believe me still? So even if I give you the book first, will you still not trust me then?" asked the demon.
"I suppose there are no solutions," Lin Feng said indifferently.
"Therefore, you should trust me," shouted the demon furiously. "Okay, then trust me too and give me the book first," said Lin Feng determined. "You're really annoying. Okay, I will give you the book but I will only teach you 1/3 of the skill. If you're happy with it I will teach you the entire skill." The demon looked happy, almost as if he was still hiding something. "I agree.
Lin Feng was excited now. The 3 lives skill is incredibly powerful. It contains a myriad of mysteries. I will have to enter your awareness to teach you the skill and carve it in your memories, said the demon. The demon was monstrously strong. He could use his own awareness like a sword and kill people without being seen. Letting him enter his brain was extremely dangerous. If he wanted, he could immediately take control of Lin Feng's body and steal it. Think carefully, the 3 lives skill is monstrously powerful. I can't even describe how powerful it is with words. The demon continued to tempt Lin Feng when he saw that he was hesitating. He didn't look so impatient though, he remained calm now. He was certain that Lin Feng wouldn't miss such an opportunity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 833, Too Many Requests. Chapter 833, Too Many Requests. Lin Feng didn't reply immediately, instead he slightly frowned. Lin Feng didn't know how strong the demon was. Maybe he had hidden some skills and would be able to kill Lin Feng with one attack. Lin Feng was hesitating, but if what the demon was saying was true, Lin Feng would regret it for the rest of his life. The demon didn't look impatient and wasn't putting pressure on Lin Feng. He was giving him time to think it over. When a cultivator breaks through to the Tianqi layer, they control their own soul. Apart from a stronger soul, they can also attack others' awareness and will possess a better defense, right? Asked Lin Feng. The demon nodded and said, indeed, Tian-level cultivators can fuse together with the sky and earth. A divine power fuses together with their soul and their awareness becomes godly. With that godly awareness, killing becomes easier. One thought is enough to slaughter your enemies. Godly awareness must be understood to become powerful. One must also possess powerful offensive and defensive skills, especially Tian-level skills. Am I right? Lin Feng asked. He had encountered many Tian-level cultivators, but even though their cultivation level was high, none of them had godly awareness. It wasn't because they didn't wish to, it was because they didn't know how to use such powers. Indeed, said the demon, nodding. Godly awareness enabled cultivators to kill in an even more ferocious way. If you want inside my brain, I need to understand those things. Do you know what I mean? Lin Feng said calmly. The demon smiled and said, you are very smart. You noticed that I was attacking you with my awareness, so now you want to learn how to do that. If you learn how to attack with your awareness, coupled with your incredibly strong soul, average Tian-level cultivators will have a hard time fighting against you. I hope you can teach me that, said Lin Feng, bowing in front of the demon. Lin Feng wanted to become even more powerful. He had the 3 lives Emperor's demon in front of him, missing the chance to learn from him would have been such a pity. All right. I will teach you the godly awareness skill as well, but as before, I need to penetrate into yours to teach it to you. The demon remained indifferent. To Lin Feng, such a skill was priceless, but to the demon, those skills were futile. He didn't mind teaching those skills to Lin Feng. Learning the godly awareness and the 3 lives skill should only take a minute, right? You're quite prudent. A minute is enough to print the skills in your brain, yes, said the demon. Okay, thank you, sir, Lin Feng said while closing his eyes. He couldn't act careless now, so he released his broken souls which condensed in his brain to protect himself. Anything could happen and Lin Feng had to use all his strength to avoid an accident. A second later, Lin Feng sensed the demon entering in his brain. The demon's godly awareness was incredible and contained a mighty power, but because his strength was sealed, his godly awareness was much weaker than what it should have been. Otherwise, Lin Feng's awareness would have been crushed. Lin Feng's awareness was transforming. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared and that person was smiling darkly. Immediately after, they left Lin Feng's awareness. Lin Feng opened his eyes and was very pleased. The godly awareness skill is incredible, now my soul is extremely powerful. Godly awareness could create a copper bell whose ring could stun people and even erase their soul. At the same time, it can turn into a copper bell used for defense. Even though you haven't broken through to the Tianqi layer yet, your soul is already extremely strong and you can fuse together with the earth, therefore you can already start practicing it, but its power won't be as strong compared to if you broke through to the Tianqi layer. If you want to practice it now, I can wait, the demon explained. He was an incredible cultivator, he obviously understood why Lin Feng wanted to learn the godly awareness. His first reason was to be stronger in the future, his second reason was to protect his awareness and prevent it from being attacked or stolen. Thank you for your understanding, said Lin Feng, nodding. His silhouette flickered and he moved a few kilometers away and sat down cross-legged. Then, he started practicing the godly awareness skill. Just like the demon said, Lin Feng hadn't broken through to the Tianqi layer yet. Even though he could rely on his powerful soul, he wasn't able to deploy the maximum power of the skill. His awareness couldn't move too far away from his body. Unless his opponent was directly in front of him, Lin Feng couldn't attack them. However, he could always use it for defense. That skill, even though it was quite good, it wasn't an unfathomable skill. Otherwise, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to learn it. After 3 days, Lin Feng stopped practicing it, stood up and walked towards the demon. That demon was patient, but to him, 3 days was nothing. He had been waiting there for so many years. All in all, even those years had passed by quickly because was practicing cultivation the whole time. "How do you like it?" asked the demon. Even though the demon was surrounded by evil lights, he actually looked like a normal old man now. It was as if he had become less evil after staying under the influence of the sealstone for so many years, or maybe he had just grown old. "Master, I have another request. Forgive me for being so demanding," said Lin Feng, bowing in a very respectful way. The demon suddenly looked tense and uncomfortable. "What is it now?" As if Lin Feng hadn't sensed his interlocutor's unease, he said slowly, "Master, releasing you will be something earth-shattering. Therefore, please teach me a powerful agility technique so that I can leave quickly once you're free." "You're a sly boy. You really know how to take advantage of somebody's misfortune." The demon looked annoyed. Lin Feng was clearly taking advantage of his misfortune, but that was understandable. Lin Feng was even more shameless than the demon. "Master, please be magnanimous enough to forgive me," said Lin Feng, very respectfully bowing again. The demon was furious, but he had no choice but to accept Lin Feng's request. "Okay, I will teach you a powerful agility technique. It is a technique created in the antiquity as well. It is the Xiaoyao step agility technique. It is found in the Xiaoyao agility technique book. But now you have to promise me something, that this is your last request," said the demon, feeling uncomfortable. Surprisingly, the demon wanted to teach him the Xiaoyao agility technique. The same Xiaoyao agility technique book which Tang Yu had heard about in the mysterious world. It contained a technique called the Xiaoyao step technique that was supposedly incredible. Lin Feng and Tang Yu had even stolen it from an opponent, but it was an incomplete version. What the demon wanted to teach Lin Feng was probably the complete version. Lin Feng was very excited, but his facial expression didn't reveal his feelings. He looked just as calm as before. "Thank you very much, Master. I promise you that it is my last request." Lin Feng slowly bowed and walked backwards. Just like a moment before, the demon entered Lin Feng's awareness, but this time Lin Feng could protect himself with his broken souls and the awareness bronze bells. But the demon didn't try anything tricky, he just entered Lin Feng's brain and passed on the Xiaoyao step technique onto him. When the demon left Lin Feng's awareness, Lin Feng saw the technique and was delighted. As expected, it was the Xiaoyao step technique, and it contained one more page than what Lin Feng obtained before. As expected, the technique was complete. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 834, Infinite Demon Print. Chapter 834, Infinite Demon Print. The Xiaoyao step contained 81 different sorts of steps, of which each possessed different variations, 361 variations to be exact. "My cultivation level is still too low," thought Lin Feng, studying the agility technique. As he was learning more and more powerful skills, he was realizing that his cultivation level remained a problem. He couldn't understand the variations of the last step, so he couldn't really learn the skill. If Lin Feng managed to master the entire authentic and antique Xiaoyao agility technique, he would become impossible to hit. No cultivator of the Tianqi layer would dare stand in his way. However, Lin Feng possessed a very strong soul. He entered his dark world and fused with the earth. In his vast consciousness, there was a silhouette using the Xiaoyao agility technique as if they were trying to teach it to Lin Feng. And Lin Feng was unconsciously following them. Strangely, it seemed like that silhouette was himself, Lin Feng. 2 days later, Lin Feng stopped practicing. His eyes were closed as his silhouette started flickering about. The Xiaoyao step technique allowed him to move freely and so quickly that multiple shadows appeared in the air. No one could see where he actually was because it was impossible to distinguish Lin Feng from all the silhouettes in the air. After 7 days, Lin Feng could move with incredible speed. Coupled with his wind intent, he was now faster than any cultivator of the Tianqi layer. Lin Feng was convinced that his cultivation level was now comparable with that of the legendary rock. Perhaps he was even faster than the rock. A silhouette appeared in front of the Demon Seal Mountain. The demon was still there, and of course, the stone was oppressing his powers still. "Did you learn it?" asked the demon while smiling. Lin Feng nodded and said, yes. Okay, now, open your awareness, I will teach you the first part of the 3 lives skill. After you save me, I will teach you the complete version. You will then be able to combine 3 lives into 1. You'll become a Buddha, a demon, as well as yourself. Nobody will compare to you anymore with that skill, said the demon in a tempting way. Lin Feng's heart was beating faster, but he remained cool-headed. Please, said Lin Feng while sitting down cross-legged and opening his awareness. He was still using his bronze bells to protect himself. If the demon attacked him, Lin Feng would be able to wake up. He couldn't give the demon any opportunities. The 3 lives skill was much more valuable than the Xiaoyao agility technique. The demon's awareness entered Lin Feng's awareness and began printing the skill on Lin Feng's soul. Finally, the skill was so powerful that it made Lin Feng shake. His bronze bell remained intact, so he wasn't injured. Lin Feng was very determined to get this skill. After a long time, the demon finally came out. Lin Feng was motionless, still sitting down cross-legged, and was inspecting the memories. The first part of the skill was the demon portion, and it was vast and brutal. It contained the explosive power of the earth and the sky. Lin Feng started practicing. Lin Feng was a drop of water in an ocean of awareness. He made the strength of the Haruka rotate with an incredible force. It wasn't long before his flesh became as hard as iron. He then turned into a demon while sitting in an ocean of demon energy. The demon chi became more potent. Demon light started twinkling all around Lin Feng and dashed to the skies, everlasting through the ages. A mystical voice spread in the air. It was that of a demon. Lin Feng looked calm while surrounded by the incredible demonic chi, reigning over the universe, said the demon in a strange and mystical way again. His entire body was diffusing an infinite amount of light. Everything is evil, I am the beginning and the end. There is nothing that I cannot do. There is nothing that is forbidden. I can kill all deities, said the demon. The demon chi made Lin Feng's body rise up. The power I lend you is for me to crush the entire world. Infinite demon print, kill! Shouted the demon furiously. The terrifying pure chi of the earth and the sky turned into demon chi which could destroy the very earth and the sky. Lin Feng had completely turned into a demon. Infinite demon print, kill! Shouted a terrifying voice again. This time the terrifying demon chi was released. There were no rumbling sounds, but the sky and the earth were collapsing. The terrifying demon print turned into a mountain carved from demonic energies. Boom! The demon print crashed onto the word seal on the demon seal mountain, which suddenly became distorted. The mountain suddenly started shaking violently and a crack appeared. Wahaha, wahaha. The demon raised his head towards the sky and laughed frantically. He began grabbing pieces of that mountain and throwing them around. At that moment, Lin Feng opened his eyes and became normal again. He looked down at his hands. He was lost. When he had practiced the 3 life skill, had felt like he couldn't control himself. He turned into a demon and carried out a terrifying attack. When Lin Feng saw the mountain, he understood. No wonder that the demon had listened to and obeyed him. He even taught him the godly awareness and the Xiaoyao step technique. The demon never trusted Lin Feng, so how could he put his destiny in Lin Feng's hands? He taught him the demon part of the 3 life skill so Lin Feng could turn into the exact same demon as him. A moment before, the voice Lin Feng was hearing was the demon's. Both of them had been in symbiosis and Lin Feng was unable to control himself. The demon had borrowed Lin Feng's body to attack the mountain. Lin Feng had, in the end, acted as a puppet for the demon. I'm off. Lin Feng used his Xiaoyao agility technique. His silhouette flickered and he disappeared into the distance. He didn't want to stay there any longer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 835. Chapter 835. Boom boom boom. Terrifying rumbling sounds spread in the air as the earth and sky seemed to collapse. The animals in the Death Valley were crawling and those which could fly couldn't fly very high in the sky. Cracking and explosion sounds kept spreading in the air and gigantic cracks were appearing everywhere in the valley. The most terrifying part were the black clouds covering the entire sky. No, only the valley, the clouds were reaching into the outside world. At that moment, outside the Death Valley, there were several people from the East Sea Dragon Palace. They were almost sure that Lin Feng would die inside, but just in case he stayed at the periphery to run away, they had to wait. At that moment, they raised their heads and saw the black demon clouds expanding outwards with incredible force. What was going on? That chi seemed to be coming from the depths of the Death Valley. They glanced at each other looking scared. Nobody could survive inside of Death Valley. There was, according to legends, a gigantic demon seal stone in the Death Valley and a demon whose powers were sealed. But those were only legends and nobody really knew what was inside. However, at that moment, it seemed like the legends were true. It really seemed like a demon chi was emanating from Death Valley. Boom boom boom. Explosions sounded, the ground was shaking violently, and even those outside of the Death Valley could sense it clearly. The 3 lives demon have finally emerged. My powers have been sealed for thousands of years, but now I'm going to take back everything that belongs to me," said the demon extremely loudly. His voice resonated thousands and thousands of kilometers away into the distance. The 3 lives demon has come back. They all looked in the direction of the valley. There was a pitch-black silhouette in the sky surrounded by black clouds. The black silhouette then jumped higher up in the sky and entered the hurricane made of black clouds. And then no one could see it anymore. Lin Feng finally came to halt. He was drenched in sweat from running away. He had stopped to look at the sky. The demon had left, surprisingly. He lent him his strength to break the seal and then left. Before the demon left, Lin Feng sensed that the demon looked at him with murderous intentions. Lin Feng was sweating from fear. He knew he couldn't rival the 3 lives demon. Maybe the demon considered Lin Feng too inferior and couldn't be bothered killing a nobody. Or maybe he was grateful that Lin Feng lent him his body to break the seal. Lin Feng didn't know why the demon spared him, but it no longer mattered. He had obtained incredible skills and techniques. Lin Feng looked back at the broken demon seal stone and ran towards the broken pieces of stone. 2 minutes later, Lin Feng arrived where the demon had broken the stone. The gigantic demon seal mountain had exploded, pieces of it were everywhere. Even though it was completely broken, Lin Feng couldn't help but admire that incredible stone. Even though it was broken, it hadn't turned into powder. Lin Feng grabbed a piece on the ground. It was broken, but upon closer inspection it seemed like it could heal itself. What surprised Lin Feng was that a word had appeared on the stone, seal, and it still contained an oppressive energy. No wonder the stone was considered a priceless treasure, it could even heal itself. Lin Feng grabbed the stone and looked at the place where the demon was trapped. There was a huge hole where a large, evil-looking tree was now growing. Several Bodhi were hanging from the tree. They were black and contained a terrifying demon chi. Cultivators of the Tian Chi layer, when practicing in seclusion and if their intent was strong enough, could produce intent crystals. Zun cultivators, when practicing, could understand abstruse energy, and if they practiced long enough, they could produce abstruse crystals. The 3 lives emperor had practiced there for 1,000 years. He was demoniac, so of course, it wasn't possible for him to produce intent or abstruse crystals when practicing. Instead, these demon Bodhi were formed. From the legends dating back to antiquity, the strongest cultivators in the world could produce precious treasures while practicing. They could produce Buddha Bodhi, while demons produced demon Bodhis. Those are treasures to those who practice demon skills, thought Lin Feng. His eyes were twinkling resplendently. He immediately grabbed all the demon Bodhis. Bzzzzzzz, the terrifying death and demon chi surrounded these demon Bodhi. Lin Feng grabbed some more demon seal stones, small ones, big ones. Afterwards, he looked around him and found that he was surrounded by animals. The demon was gone and he had left behind the demon Bodhi. Those animals had sensed them and had rushed over. Surprisingly, there was nothing there now, only a human being. Shit! Cursed Lin Feng. Those animals' bodies were like iron. Lin Feng couldn't win against them and they possessed death chi to slowly whittle him away. Even though they were low-leveled, with their death chi, they could still kill seasoned cultivators. If Lin Feng hadn't sensed their death chi when he went into the depths of the valley, he would have died. Fortunately, he had sensed their chi and used his palace to protect himself. If someone else had gone into the valley, even someone stronger than Lin Feng, they probably would have died. Bzzzzz. Bzzzzz, there was a terrifying wind as Lin Feng suddenly felt like suffocating. Lin Feng frowned and looked at a gigantic beast approaching. What a terrifying crow! Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. That crow must have been the king of the crows. When Lin Feng first came into Death Valley, the king of the crows hadn't appeared. Maybe because he thought too little of a tiny cultivator of the Xian Shi layer, Lin Feng didn't deserve its attention. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 836, Crisis in Ganyu. Chapter 836, Crisis in Ganyu. Lin Feng jumped up in the sky using his Xiaoyao agility technique. His body turned into a shadow as danced in the sky with incredible speed. Bzzzzz. Lin Feng couldn't fly any higher because a group of crows blocked his way in the sky. It looked like a web of death trying to capture Lin Feng like a fish. The Jade Emperor's palace appeared in Lin Feng's hand. It contained a terrifying imperial chi which dispersed the death chi as well as the crows. Lin Feng's palace dashed to the skies, opening the way, and then turned into a heart again. Lin Feng turned back into a shadow and used his Xiaoyao step technique to fly away. He was trying to leave the Death Valley. Bzzz, bzzz. Roar! Terrifying rays of death chi continued appearing. Lin Feng was just starting to realize how truly terrifying the Death Valley was. Many gigantic wild beasts were there and their death chi was terrifying. The beasts hadn't even neared him, but he could already sense their chi. Lin Feng grabbed a demon Bodhi and immediately swallowed it. A terrifying strength started flowing in Lin Feng's body. He felt like all of this power was going to explode inside him. Kacha. His bones were crackling, his eyes became colder. The death chi couldn't corrode his body anymore and he couldn't even sense it anymore. His long hair, his entire body, he looked like a real demon. Boom! Lin Feng rose up in the air with incredible speed. However, the beasts were faster, especially when they saw that Lin Feng had eaten one of the Bodhi. The Bodhis are on the tree down there, go and pick some. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled, a Bodhi appeared in his hand and he threw it away. In that time, 2 more demon Bodhi had grown on the tree. Those beasts went insane when they saw that. They suddenly turned around as if they had forgotten about Lin Feng. As they neared the tree, a great war started. Lin Feng took advantage of the chaos to run farther away, but as he was getting away, a few silhouettes appeared. Those who were outside of the valley, the strong cultivators of the East Sea Dragon Palace, had seen the demon leave the valley. After that, they suddenly became very interested in seeing what was in the valley. Was there still something inside? Lin Feng previously entered the valley and surprisingly hadn't died. He had probably survived and was responsible for the current chaos of Death Valley. Surprisingly, you haven't died. One of the strong cultivators from the East Sea Dragon Palace saw Lin Feng and released a terrifying deadly energy. He had a cold smile on his face as he threw himself at Lin Feng. Lin Feng might possess a treasure which previously belonged to the Jade Emperor, so he needed to be cautious. Die. That person was a cultivator of the Tian Qi layer. He stretched out his arm, which then turned into dragon claws. The released qi turned into a dragon and wanted to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng stretched his arm and punched, releasing demonic energies. Boom! When the energies collided, the flood dragon immediately dispersed. Lin Feng's terrifying punch continued on to crash into his opponent's body. Crackling sounds spread in the air. Lin Feng had literally destroyed his opponent's body. After killing that guy, Lin Feng didn't stop moving. His silhouette flickered using the Xiaoyao step technique. His speed was incredible. The others were astonished, even stunned. Lin Feng had killed a cultivator of the Tian Qi layer in one punch? How? Lin Feng's fist was terrifying. By the time they realized what happened, Lin Feng was already gone. With his agility technique, he could move faster than any of them. Chase him! Shouted someone furiously. But then, a terrifying death chi appeared from behind them. They turned their heads and saw terrifying beasts emerging from Death Valley and attacking them. They were looking at those human beings in an ice-cold way. The cultivators had the impression they were going to die. Roar, a terrifying chi emerged out of those beasts and enveloped the cultivators. They were losing too much life too quickly. Escape. They finally realized their only chance of surviving was escaping. However, that death chi was sticking to their skin and they were still losing their life slowly. It didn't take long before they all collapsed and died. Those terrifying beasts were gazing into the distance. They wanted to leave the Death Valley, but it seemed like they were scared. It seemed like something was preventing them from leaving. Those beasts perfectly understood that when they were born, that extremely strong cultivator had created them dead already. Their souls were dead and unable to leave Death Valley. If they left the valley, they would actually die. News that the demon broke the seal and left the Death Valley had spread quickly. Many strong cultivators from Ganyu rushed over to the Death Valley. The legends were true. A demon had really been trapped in the Death Valley and his strength was sealed. Maybe the demon left something in the valley after leaving. Not only the disciples of the biggest sects and other influential groups were rushing over there, but their strong cultivators as well. This time, the greatest groups of influence from the Ganyu region would join hands to survive Death Valley. At the same time, there was something else that everyone was wondering: where were the people who had gone to the mysterious world? They had disappeared, neither the young cultivators or their entourage had come back. Then, some other news had spread. Many people had noticed that most of Tian Qi's people had come back. some influential groups could guess what happened. Concerning the fact that Lin Feng had obtained a precious treasure belonging to the Jade Emperor, nobody knew about it. The people from the East Sea Dragon Palace kept the secret, otherwise it would have been too difficult for them to steal the treasure. Nobody would renounce such a treasure. Lin Feng may be attacked by people from Tianqi if they knew that he had obtained the treasure. While there was a crisis going on in Ganyu which was linked to Lin Feng, the latter was sitting cross-legged in a cave in a mountain. His eyes were closed and he was meditating. He had so many incredible treasures and he needed to break through to the Tianqi layer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 837, Back to Tianqi. Chapter 837, Back to Tianqi. Back at Death Valley, a great war was taking place. The cultivators from the influential groups of Ganyu had gone there together and had brought their beasts to fight. The ground and sky were shaking, to the extent that it seemed that the valley was going to collapse. Those ferocious beasts which possessed death chi were attacking the cultivators ruthlessly. Hundreds of influential groups were joining hands in the Death Valley. However, the result was still tragic. A myriad of disciples had died there, either killed by ferocious beasts or corroded by death chi. If the war was worth it, then Death Valley wouldn't be a forbidden area ever again. This time, the strong cultivators of Ganyu had planned everything. However, an internal war occurred. The cultivators wanted to take control over Death Valley, but all in all, they were still greedy and wildly ambitious. They had found some incredible holy marks in the demon seal stone which was broken by the 3 lives demon. That stone could oppress the demon's powers when it was whole. Even in pieces, they still contained an incredible power. While the cultivators were battling, there were more and more clouds in the air. The entire region was changing. A terrifying oppressive force fell down. It was so powerful that even Zun cultivators would have crawled on the ground. The entire crowd stopped fighting at the same time and raised their heads towards the sky. What a terrifying energy. Everybody suddenly looked scared by the vortexes in the sky. What was going on? Boom! A terrifying energy fell down from the sky, and at that moment blood splashed violently out of many people's mouths. Zun cultivators fell down to the ground and were shaking violently. They could barely breathe. Had the demon come back? Finally, in one of the vortexes, a face appeared. It looked domineering and majestic like an emperor. What a terrifying cultivator. People kept shaking, but that face didn't care. It just glanced at the pieces of broken stone on the ground. That face then glanced at the crowd for a few seconds, but those people didn't dare to meet his gaze. The terrifying vortex emitted loud rumbling sounds as clouds rolled in waves. The face then disappeared, along with the vortex. Eventually everything went back to normal, but the crowd remained motionless for a long time, unable to recover. A moment before, that silhouette in the sky was an emperor. He had sensed the stone, which had oppressed the 3 lives demon's powers, had been broken, so he had come to check it out for himself. An emperor. They had seen a real emperor. Everybody was perfectly aware that the vortex was an emperor's power. The emperor wasn't in Ganyu, so he had imprisoned the demon there. He knew that people in Ganyu were really weak, so he thought that it would be a safe location. He hadn't thought that 1,000 years later, Lin Feng would come to the valley and disturb the peace and tranquility of the region. Relying on the Jade Emperor's palace, he had reached the depths of the Death Valley and had studied the first part of the 3 lives skill. The demon had then borrowed Lin Feng's body to break the word on the stone and free the demon. After the demon left, there was no news as to where he went. His powers had been oppressed for 1,000 years and his chi was still too weak. It would take some time to start causing trouble again. At that moment, Lin Feng was in a cave in the mountains. He was sitting cross-legged and demoniac lights were twinkling around his body. There was a cortex inside Lin Feng's brain which had turned into a gigantic, furious ocean, causing Lin Feng's entire body to change. His chi had now already reached the very peak of the Xian chi layer. His demon chi was spilling out of the cave as his brain was assaulted by a powerful storm. His body was in fusion with the sky. However, his mind and his awareness couldn't become one. His awareness couldn't turn into genuine godly awareness. Boom! The demon lights and the pure chi dispersed and went back into Lin Feng's body. The cave became calm again, but Lin Feng still hadn't broken through to the Tianqi layer. It seemed like there was something preventing him from doing so. But Lin Feng knew that he was about to level up. Only by achieving perfect fusion with the sky, setting his heart at absolute peace, having a pure and unpolluted awareness, and practicing mindfulness. Only then would he be able to level up. He couldn't let anything distract him right now. He had to practice mindful consciousness. His mind and heart had to be in perfect symbiosis in order to break through to the Tianqi layer. Meng Qing, Xin Yi, his parents etc. kept appearing in his brain. It was because of these thoughts that he couldn't break through to the Tianqi layer. Lin Feng stood up and took a deep breath. Then he left the cave and gazed into the distance. Tianqi, whispered Lin Feng. He should have gone to Tianqi, but he had too many treasures. Now he was too scared to go back, afraid to lose all of his treasures. After all, he was a lot weaker than Zun cultivators. If they wanted to take his treasures, then the situation would be very dangerous. Tianqi, I hope that you won't disappoint me, thought Lin Feng. He could only go to Tianqi because he had nowhere else to go. Otherwise, the people from the East Sea Dragon Palace would eventually find and kill him. His silhouette flickered as he moved towards Tianqi. Back in Tianqi, there was snow everywhere and it was very cold. Back then, the 7 snow eagles returned to Tianqi and all the people on their backs had obtained precious treasures, especially Jun Emoshi and his friends. The Zun cultivators of Tianqi knew that Lin Feng had obtained the Jade Emperor's palace because his friends told them so. After everyone had gone back to Tianqi, the news quickly spread. The disappearance of all those strong cultivators from the mysterious world and of those who had been waiting outside. Besides, a few corpses had been found as well. Some people had seen Lin Feng kill Duan Wuya as well. Then he had killed some people from the East Sea Dragon Palace and was chased them. Nobody knew what happened in the East Sea Dragon Palace, but they knew Lin Feng was in danger. To sum up, people from Tianqi knew that they were going to draw a lot of people's attention. For one, their cultivators had obtained many precious treasures, and the other reason was that Lin Feng. There were only 2 people who knew how everyone had disappeared, Lin Feng and Duan Wuya. However, Duan Wuya had been killed by Lin Feng in the East Sea Dragon Palace, so Lin Feng was the last one who knew. Lin Feng had too many secrets. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 838, Denouncing Lin Feng. Chapter 838, Denouncing Lin Feng. It was freezing cold in Tianqi because the atmosphere was filled with ice chi. On one of the mountains of the main mountain range of Tianqi, there was someone wearing a snowy white robe. She was as beautiful as before, but these days, Tianqi Shui had lost her self-esteem and confidence. She wasn't the pure and holy woman of Tianqi anymore. Even though she had come back safely from the mysterious world and had obtained many treasures and skills, she didn't feel as proud as before. Her heart was wounded. There were too many strong geniuses in Ganyu and she had thought that she could rival with all of them. But during the real battle, she realized that she could only observe with her strength. No need to talk about those young leaders, they had come back to Tianqi having made fools of themselves. However, amongst them, Tianqi Shui was maybe the weakest. She was far from being as strong as Lin Feng. She used to say they weren't disciples of Tianqi and she used to despise Huang Fulong. Needless to say, the trip to the mysterious world had negative consequences on her psyche. At that moment, in the distance, there was a powerful qi. Tianqi Shui raised her head and gazed into the distance. There was a silhouette on the horizon, but she couldn't see it clearly because of the snow. That silhouette was extremely quick, so quick that people couldn't even follow it with their eyes. Their steps were incredible, as if they had achieved a perfect unison with the clouds. What a marvelous agility technique! Thought Tianqi Shui, surprised. That person streaked across the sky and passed right beside her. A hurricane blew her hair around as they passed her, but she had time to see the face. Lin Feng. That person was Lin Feng, free and unrestrained, moving at such incredible speeds. Lin Feng's speed had drastically increased since the mysterious world. Tianqi Shui had reached the very top of the Xianxi layer, but she couldn't even follow Lin Feng with her eyes. Her self-esteem was even lower now. Lin Feng despised her, the woman who used to be admired and worshipped in Tianqi. Lin Feng's words resonated in her head, "You don't deserve someone like Huang Fulong, he's too good for you." In the past, amongst the 7 snowy peaks of Tianqi, Tianxian Feng was the only one which didn't have a palace. It had declined and was the weakest group of Tianqi strong cultivators who were recruited didn't want to go there, and ultimately, they were later recruited by the other snowy peaks. However, the days after the journey to the mysterious world, Tianxian Feng had astonished everybody. Almost all of those who had obtained the most extraordinary treasures in the mysterious world were from Tianxian Feng. They had become the underdogs. Tianxian Feng had 3 Zun cultivators, Lin Feng's teachers. The Snow Zun cultivator, the Fire Zun cultivator and the Sword Zun cultivator. At this time, they had left their private cultivation and went to the great palace on the main peak where they normally lived. Outside of a palace, at the top of a peak, there was a great palace that showed no signs of habitation. It seemed abandoned. But all around it, there were students talking and studying cultivation. However, that peak seemed like it had gone through a disaster. There was a group of silhouettes at the top, wearing morning clothes. They were blocking the entrance into the palace. Those people were also members of Tian Shui, but they were from Tian Shu Feng. Amongst the disciples of Tian Shu who had gone to the mysterious world, none of them had come back alive. The reason wasn't that they had been killed by others, but had suffered from internal tensions instead. They couldn't stand that those who had killed Tian Shu's people had violated the rules of Tian Shi. They had to be punished. However, why would they get punished? In the mysterious world, those Tian Shu disciples wanted to kill Lin Feng and his friends. That was what had caused Lin Feng's fury in the first place. Nobody knew exactly what happened in Tianqi, but the offenders wouldn't admit their mistakes. Now, some people from Tianshu were circling a palace. Lin Feng flickered nearby, running in their direction. Lin Feng decided to ignore the crowd around the palace. He was surprised but decided not to bother with it. They turned their heads. They knew Lin Feng's name but they had never seen him. Therefore, they didn't recognize him. They just watched as he streaked across the sky towards the palace. Jun Imoshi, Huang Fulong and the group were inside the palace. They all stood up and looked delighted to see Lin Feng again. Lin Feng! Lin Feng! Everybody was shouting Lin Feng's name. They hadn't heard anything about him in quite a while now. They didn't know if he was still alive. They had, of course, been very worried about him. Lin Feng had made them come back without them, so they were terrified about his outcome. Lin Feng, you're insane. Why didn't you take me with you? Said Huang Fulong smiling. Everybody walked towards Lin Feng. They looked worried as if he had come back injured. Lin Feng smiled in a warm and gentle way. He had really good friends. What a wonderful feeling to come back to. Don't worry, I'm fine, said Lin Feng smiling. Everybody nodded and asked him what had happened. Lin Feng replied with the story about how East Sea Dragon Palace had hunted him but didn't talk about the Death Valley. The consequences were too grave, he had to be careful when talking about it. So you're Lin Feng? Said an ice-cold voice from the back of the room. Those who were blocking the entrance to the palace outside in the morning clothes heard Lin Feng's name and immediately came inside looking furious. Lin Feng slowly turned around and walked towards them. Those people had encircled the palace and were impolite when he first arrived. It seemed that they hadn't respected Tianqi and its rules. Lin Feng, they are Tianshu's people. When Bai Lishi came back, he betrayed his own group and decided to join Tianshu. He also denounced you and told them that you had killed Tianshu's people. Ever since then, they've been standing around the palace every day all day. Whispered Tang Yu in Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly looked cold. What a bastard! Tianqi allowed a group of trivial Xian-level cultivators to encircle the palace and humiliate the empire? Lin Feng asked while glancing back at the crowd. It's not that easy. They have received an order from a Tianshu Zun cultivator, otherwise it wouldn't have been possible. Yun Fei Yang explained. Lin Feng nodded, he understood the situation now. Those people had backing from a Zun cultivator. Tianshu's people had all been killed by Lin Feng in the mysterious world, so naturally they were furious. Now, Lin Feng was back. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 839, Piss Off, All of You. Chapter 839, Piss Off, All of You. Lin Feng, get the hell out of here! Shouted a voice furiously outside of the palace. You killed Tianqi's people, how audacious and shameless. Get ready to die for your offense. You killed disciples of Tianqi, that is an offense. Surprisingly, you came back. Those people all wanted to kill Lin Feng. From inside the palace, Lin Feng looked at the crowd and slowly walked towards. He looked at them in a despising way. Lin Feng, do you know the gravity of the offense you committed? Said someone pointing at Lin Feng. Offense? Asked Lin Feng calmly. Humph. Back in the mysterious world, you surprisingly killed people from Tianqi. You killed everyone from the Tianshu group. You violated the rules of our empire, so get ready to pay for your offense. Said that person in a sharp voice while walking towards Lin Feng. Who said that I killed them? Said Lin Feng sounding indifferently, yet his indifference contained some coldness. Bai Li, she saw you kill them. Could it be that you're trying to make up excuses now? Because it's useless at this point. Make up excuses? I'm not, I did kill them. Replied Lin Feng as indifferently as before. They all looked even more furious now. But, you're pieces of trash, so who gave you the authorization to tell me that I had committed an offense? Make Bai Li she come here and let's settle accounts. Pieces of trash? Those who said I committed an offense should come here and talk to me directly," said Lin Feng slowly.
"Could it be that you want to get your revenge now?" said the people from Tianshu. "Can't be bothered talking shit with a bunch of nobodies like you. People from Tianshu are all sly. You plotted against me and wanted to kill me outside of Tianshu. Back then, when I killed them and protected myself, everybody saw the incident. So if anyone thinks I committed an offense, make them come here and fight me. Otherwise, you can all piss off," said Lin Feng. How insane was this guy, telling them off like that? "The only way we're going back is if we take you along," said the people from Tianshu. "Shut the hell up!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. His voice emitted rumbling sounds which pierced through their ears. Immediately after, Lin Feng furiously shouted, "You came here and surrounded the palace, falsely accusing me of an offense. You have gone too far. If you don't piss off right now, I will make you piss off." "Are you threatening us?" "I am," said Lin Feng while walking towards them. His eyes looked like thunder and were filled with murder. Phew, those people deciding what to do. How brutal, now he was humiliating Tianshu's people. "I am curious to see how you will make us piss off," said the leader of the group, a cultivator of the 9th Xianqi layer. His facial expression looked ice cold and was filled with murderous intentions as well. "Okay, I will show you." Lin Feng jumped and many shadows of him appeared. They could only see blurry shadows, unable to distinguish the real Lin Feng from those shadows. Boom! A thunderclap sound spread in the air and a wind was blowing so hard that it hurt like razor blades. That guy's hair was fluttering and his facial expression changed drastically. He randomly punched the air, hoping to get lucky. "Get lost!" shouted a furious voice as crackling sounds spread in the air. A terrifying strength pierced that guy's bones. A fist crashed into his chest and he was blown away far into the distance. A crashing sound could be heard along with a terrible shriek of pain. Everybody was astonished by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng quickly glanced back at them, and they started sweating. "Since you're not leaving, it looks like I'm going to have to make you leave." Lin Feng jumped again using his agility technique, looking incredible. Boom! Lin Feng, using his agility technique, punched some more of them and blood splashed as they flew off into the distance. Boom boom boom! A terrifying storm started. Those Tianshu people were all being punched away, one after the other. Nobody could keep up with Lin Feng nor resist his punch. Lin Feng had become too strong, he possessed the strength of the Haruka and he had eaten a demon Bodhi. Now his muscles were monstrously hard, like iron. No cultivator of the Xianqi layer could challenge him. His agility technique, Tang Yu had studied that agility technique and she was already very quick, but Lin Feng was quicker. Tang Yu was smiling in a resplendent way. Lin Feng was so much more talented than her. They were using the same skill but Lin Feng could pull out more of its potential. How could she know that Lin Feng had studied the real and complete technique? That strength, people were speechless. Lin Feng had absolute strength and seemed capable of crushing the earth. "Do I need to bring all of you back to your door?" said Lin Feng while staring at all the people in the distance who were lying and crawling on the ground. Those people were all injured without exception and their faces looked hideous. "Lin Feng, Tianshu will never let you off," said the crowd while leaving. Jun Emoshi and the others walked towards Lin Feng and watched as those people left. "Lin Feng, those people came because of their friend's death. Maybe they had no right to come and blame you, but now they have an excuse," said Jun Emoshi in a low voice. Even though Tianshi's people were united, Lin Feng had incredible secrets that could draw people's attention. Lin Feng was Lin Feng after all. If he had been a Zun cultivator in Tianshi, nobody would have said anything. Lin Feng's situation was different, he was strong but he wasn't a core member of the empire. Some people might say that those treasures would be better off in the hands of other people from Tianpichi. It wouldn't be long before stronger cultivators from Tianshu came to exact their revenge. "I know. They've already gone so far, so what's the use in hiding anything?" replied Lin Feng. Even if he tried to hide, he couldn't escape. No need to be polite. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 840, Crushing a Tianqi Layer Cultivator. Chapter 840, Crushing a Tianqi Layer Cultivator. Behind the palace were normal houses, they looked ordinary and quite calm. In Tianqi, people were valued and free. They could come and leave as they wished. For example, what Bai Lishi had done when changing his group was allowed. Many people were coming and going. Therefore,
Tianqi appeared a bit unconventional. The three Zun cultivators didn't ask anything about what happened, they were just practicing cultivation and improving themselves. The stronger they were, the more their empire would attract strong cultivators. There was a simple-looking snow cultivator seated on the snow. He looked quite calm and peaceful. "You came back." The snow cultivator opened his eyes and saw Lin Feng walking towards him. He slightly nodded at him. "Master," said Lin Feng while nodding, it looked like he wanted to say something. The Zun cultivator shook his head indifferently and interrupted Lin Feng. "I am perfectly aware of those things. They are just proud disciples and their behavior is not the best, indeed. But you killed their fellow disciples and they want to get their revenge, it's only normal, but they encircled the palace, it's incredible impolite," said Lin Feng. "Those people are always very proud, so it is normal. There are different sorts of pride. Look at Tianqi Shui, she has completely changed because she went through some incredible experiences, she faced death and dangers. In such conditions, one will always mature. Now she doesn't act as proud as before because she knows that there are so many geniuses out there," said the old man calmly, before adding, "Lin Feng, people at the same level as you can't beat you now, but you are not acting proudly because of it. You have faced dangers and risked your life many times to get where you are now. If someone acts proudly in front of you, your pride will also be affected. It's not a bad thing, pride can make a person's potential come out. When people are proud, they will try to become stronger." Lin Feng was listening carefully and nodded. The old man's vision of life deep. "They encircled the palace and you beat them. That was the price. You taught them a lesson and I hope that they will stop acting shamelessly and start acting courageously." Lin Feng smiled wryly and shook his head. The old man's speech left Lin Feng speechless. "This time, you obtained great treasures in the mysterious world and you became much stronger. You should confine yourself to a room and practice cultivation to break through to the Tianqi layer," said the old man. He didn't talk about Lin Feng's treasures and didn't ask him what he had found. What Lin Feng had found was his. Lin Feng was silently grateful for this. Tianqi was a remarkable place thanks to such people. "Okay," nodded Lin Feng. The old man wanted Lin Feng to break through to the Tianqi layer and become stronger. Lin Feng needed to concentrate and practice. Then he would go back to Shuiyu once and probably back to the Black Wind Mountain. "Lin Feng, get the hell out of here." At that moment, a voice could be heard in the distance. Lin Feng looked startled and cold lights twinkled in his eyes. There was an explosive strength in the atmosphere. Lin Feng glanced at the Zun cultivator who then slowly closed his eyes. He wasn't worried. "Come out, come out." That voice was echoing and the atmosphere was trembling. Tianqi layer. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the palace and stood up. He then jumped into the air and went back to the front of the palace. The one who was calling him was a young man, a cultivator of the Tianqi layer. He looked powerful and strong. Behind him were all the people who Lin Feng had beaten before. "He's Lin Feng," said someone. The young man looked at Lin Feng and said, "You killed my people, and now you told them to piss off. Tianqi hasn't had such an insolent boy for a very long time. Did you come to avenge them?" asked Lin Feng to the Tian-level cultivator. Lin Feng had a strange sensation, as if that cultivator had just broken through to the Tianqi layer. His qi was strangely off. "I will bring you back to Tianshu so you can be judged and revenge taken," said the cultivator while smiling coldly. "How will they take their revenge?" asked Lin Feng. "Do you still think that you are going to live on?" Lin Feng smiled. "Since I'm going to die, let's fight now. Why bring me there before we are able to exchange a few punches?" The young man was thinking, someone had told him that Lin Feng possessed precious treasures. "You talk a lot of shit," said the young man before adding, "I heard that your cultivation level wasn't that good. I will let you punch me 3 times before I start fighting." That cultivator of the Tianqi layer could borrow the strength of the sky and earth. A cultivator of the Xianqi layer was nothing compared to him, the gap between them was too large. However, Lin Feng smiled. 3 punches, dot. "Well, I accept your offer." Lin Feng smiled and slowly walked towards the young man. A cultivator of the first Tianqi layer was going to let him punch him 3 times before attacking? People behind Lin Feng didn't know what to say. Poor young man. Lin Feng was able to kill cultivators of the Tianqi layer before leaving the mysterious world. Now, Lin Feng had become even stronger since then. Maybe, if the young man fought with all his strength, he could have had a chance at living. But he was going to let Lin Feng punch him 3 times, he was simply courting death. The young man released some qi which dashed to the skies and fused together with it. His entire body was twinkling as he was calmly waiting to get punched.
Are you ready? Asked Lin Feng. Come on, do you think I would take back my words in front of a cultivator of the Qianqi layer?
Said the young man furiously. He despised Lin Feng. As soon as he finished talking, a terrifying thunder sounded. The young man sensed a strong wind blow over his body. Lin Feng's fist turned black and contained a terrifying energy. Although Lin Feng's punch hadn't arrived yet, the young man could already sense the terrifying strength. Oh no, the young man's facial expression changed drastically as Lin Feng's fist was about to crash onto him. However, it was already too late. Lin Feng's punch crashed onto him, his bones cracked, blood splashed everywhere and he was immediately blown off into the distance.
Tian Shu's people were flabbergasted while watching their fighter fly off. There was no difference between them and cultivators of the Tianqi layer?
He was the same, he had also been blown away. The young man gave a horrible shriek and howled like a wolf. All his bones were broken and his internal organs were crushed. If you can withstand 2 punches, I will spare your life.
Otherwise, get lost,
said Lin Feng while jumping towards the young man. He then kicked him with his right foot and the young man's silhouette appeared far away, crashing into a mountain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 841, Together. Chapter 841, Together. My cultivation.
A horrible shriek could be heard off in the distance. The people from Tianshu ran and appeared next to the young man. They all looked solemn as they turned around and looked at Lin Feng.
Their facial expressions looked perplexed. Lin Feng had crippled his cultivation?
That young man was the son of a famous Zun cultivator and Lin Feng had crippled his cultivation. When Lin Feng saw all those people look at him, he said indifferently, "The first time I told you to leave, I didn't hurt you but you've been acting wildly. You keep coming here over and over again to cause trouble, humiliate people, and you even want to kill me. Everybody listen to me very carefully, I crippled his cultivation but I didn't kill him. That's only because I respect Tianqi."
What? You're still not leaving? Does that mean you want me to continue?
Said Lin Feng furiously.
Ice-cold lights were twinkling in his eyes. The young man whose cultivation was crippled by Lin Feng looked deathly pale as if he had lost his vitality.
He still couldn't accept the fact that his cultivation had been crippled.
How cruel. His father was a Zun cultivator and he was a genius.
However, because he came to punish Lin Feng, his cultivation had been crippled. Even a Zun cultivator wouldn't have dared do such a thing.
I will kill you, he said furiously. However, his voice wasn't as loud as before. No chi emerged from his body and never would any again.
The Zun cultivator was quickly informed about how Lin Feng had crippled his son's cultivation. Very quickly, everybody in Tianqi knew that the Lin Feng had come back. Now there were several people going to the palace where Lin Feng was.
Tianshu's people came back as well. This time they were not composed of Xian and Tian level cultivators anymore.
There were many Tianqi layer cultivators whose chi was incredible, burning like fire.
Lin Feng!
Shouted a terrifying voice from the sky which painfully pierced people's eardrums. That voice seemed like razor blades in the sky. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the crowd in the sky. Lin Feng, you violated the rules of Tianqi by killing Tianshu's people. Then you came back to Tianqi as if you had never done anything.
Then, you injured my people and even crippled a disciple's cultivation. Do you admit your offenses? Said someone extremely loudly.
That voice shook the palace.
Admit my offenses? Tianshu's people kept coming back over and over again to cause me trouble. They even wanted to kill me. According to you, if Tianshu's people caused me trouble and want to kill me, so I should let them do so? Replied Lin Feng while smiling coldly. How audacious! Shouted the voice furiously. A gigantic hand appeared and attacked Lin Feng.
Lin Feng dodged the attack using his Xiaoyao agility technique and disappeared from his initial location.
Boom boom boom.
Explosion sounds spread in the air and the gigantic hand crashed onto the ground and created a crater.
You're a little cultivator of the Qianqi layer and you dare contradict me? Do you want to die?
Now, come with me to Tianshu and admit your offenses.
Maybe then I will spare your life. Said the Tian level cultivator.
According to you, breaking through to the Tianqi layer makes you an incredible cultivator, but I defeated your Tian level cultivator.
You're really shameless.
If everybody in Tianqi were like you, Tianqi would collapse on itself.
Said Lin Feng. You sure have a glib tongue, but that won't change anything. Come with us. Said the Tian level cultivator while jumping onto the ground.
This time, Lin Feng's hair and robe were fluttering in with the wind. The Tian-level cultivator's gigantic hand moved straight for Lin Feng to capture him.
"Come with you?"
said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. A terrifying fire chi appeared in his hand and started burning. That fire was filled with a monstrously deadly energy.
Boom!
A handprint appeared on the fire and the fire lost a lot of its strength.
However, the fire didn't disappear. "Burn!"
shouted Lin Feng furiously. His terrifying fire ignited again and headed towards the Tian-level cultivator.
Eh? The Tian-level cultivator was surprised.
His sleeves fluttered and a strong wind brushed against his skin. It seemed like Lin Feng's fire could even hurt him.
"You dare resist me?"
The atmosphere was filled with pressure. Lin Feng noticed that the cultivator was furious as well. His body was suddenly surrounded by a green light which shot out at Lin Feng.
"Stop!" someone said from the distance.
Lin Feng recognized the voice though, it was the Snow Zone cultivators.
He couldn't handle it anymore. Tian Shu's people are too shameless.
"You dare come to my palace and cause trouble.
By doing so, you don't respect me,"
said the voice furiously from the distance.
"Zune cultivator."
The crowd was astonished. A Zune cultivator was intervening, so things weren't going to end quietly.
"Master, Lin Feng violated the rules first.
I came here to protect Tianqi. I hope you won't blame us."
"Protect Tianqi? Since when are you a protector of Tianqi?"
"If you want Lin Feng's life, come straight to me," said the Zune cultivator, seemingly not talking to anyone in particular. His voice was rolling in the air and snowflakes were following the sound waves. A silhouette then slowly appeared in the sky. That person's chi was much stronger than that of a Tian-level cultivator's. Their chi looked enigmatic and unfathomable.
"Who else? Since you're all here, come to me,"
said the Snow Zune cultivator. In a flash, many silhouettes appeared all around in the sky. They had planned the whole thing from the start, it seemed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 842, Who Committed a Crime? Chapter 842, Who Committed a Crime?
Snowflakes were falling from the sky, making things look magical. A silhouette came out of the palace. That person looked extraordinary. Their silhouette was surrounded by snowflakes, but they didn't fall to the ground, instead they kept floating around them.
A Zune cultivator, a representative of Tianqi. "It seems like people from Tianji and the 6 other snowy peaks have arrived,"
said the Snow Zune cultivator while glancing at the crowd, especially at the other Zune cultivators.
"Brothers, why did you come here?"
"I came here because I was wondering why Tian Shu's people were unhappy,"
said an old man in a green robe. He looked like he stood aloof from worldly affairs.
It was difficult to know, from his tone of speech, if he really meant what he was saying.
"You know why I came here.
Your disciple violated our rules when he killed my disciples in the mysterious world. He is a traitor, so Tian Shu's people came here to punish him for his crimes, but he crippled the Tian Shu disciples' cultivation. I will bring him back to Tian Shu now so he can be punished for his crimes,"
said the Tian Shu Zune cultivator while staring at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, is that so?"
asked the Snow Zune cultivator while looking at Lin Feng, who was standing next to him. "In the mysterious world, Tian Shu's cultivators said we weren't Tian Chi's people and wanted to kill my friends and I.
I want to ask the venerable Zune cultivator of Tian Shu, what should I have done? Let them kill us?"
said Lin Feng indifferently while looking at the Tian Shu cultivator.
"You are so insolent. You surprisingly dare invert right and wrong,"
shouted that Zune cultivator furiously. His terrifying voice made Lin Feng shake. "Since you are always right and I am always wrong, then there is no need to argue."
"Okay, fine, whatever you say is the truth,"
said Lin Feng mockingly, which made the Zune cultivator narrow his eyes. He then said coldly, "You are very brave. Surprisingly, you actually made fun of me."
"I want to ask you, are you saying that Bai Li Shi, a member of Tianxian, lied?"
"You said it.
Bai Li Shi was initially a member of Tianxian and then he left the group and joined Tian Shu. Didn't he betray Tianxian? Do you mean that someone who betrayed his own group is more entitled to say the truth than someone else?" said Lin Feng while smiling in a cold way.
"Indeed, Bai Li Shi is a traitor and lied. He betrayed the others for Tian Shu and wanted to kill us."
"How ridiculous. Tian Shu's people started first,"
said Jun Mo Shi and the others, confirming Lin Feng's words. "You are Lin Feng's friends and you'll just join Tian Chi together. How could we trust you?" "I confirm what they are saying. Tian Shu's people attacked first," said a female voice. Lin Feng was extremely surprised. It was Tianqi Shui. You are lying. Has Tianshu ever tried to attack you? You are traitors that kill your fellow disciples. That is obvious, said someone from the Tianshu group. What a traitor and a coward. All you can do is hide, said Lin Feng while glancing at Bai Lishi despisingly. Bai Lishi came out of the crowd and glared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you killed your disciples from Tianshu and I saw it with my own eyes. Tianxian's people even helped you. I couldn't stay in the same group as you all, that's why I joined Tianshu. Lin Feng slowly walked forwards and arrived in the middle of the scene. I dare you to come near me and say that again. Bai Lishi glanced at the people from Tianshu and slowly walked towards Lin Feng. He then arrived in front of him and said, why wouldn't I? Bai Lishi, telling lies to cause disharmony between Tianxian and Tianshu, that is the biggest betrayal. Such an offense is unforgivable and the only punishment is death, said Lin Feng, whose eyes were filled with murder. Lin Feng didn't even look at him. He looked at the Zun cultivator and said, since we all have different views on the matter, I would like to ask you, who is the disciple we can trust the most among the 7 snowy peaks? You Tianji of the Tianji snowy peak, said the Zun cultivator indifferently. Everybody agreed. Yu Tianji was the young leader of the Tianji snowy peaks. Besides, he had an outstanding talent. He would, someday, become a real leader in Tianji. Okay, said Lin Feng while jumping forwards. Bai Lishi's facial expression changed drastically. He wanted to escape, but a gigantic hand grabbed his throat, causing his eyes to almost pop out of their orbits. Lin Feng was audacious and insane. Lin Feng dared act that way in front of the Zun cultivator of Tianshu, let alone everyone else. Insolent! Shouted the Zun cultivator furiously. Lin Feng didn't fear him. He looked at him and said, you Tianji arrived already. We won't have to wait for more than a second, so there's need to be that impatient. When Lin Feng finished talking, a silhouette appeared in the sky. It was Yu Tianji and he was surrounded by starlights. Tianji layer. The crowd was astonished and staring at Yu Tianji. No wonder he was predestined to become a leader in Tianji. Before the mysterious world, he was unable to break through to the Tianji layer. And now, it had been only a few days since he came back from the mysterious world, and in such a short time he broke through to the Tianji layer. What a genius! Lin Feng was just as surprised as everyone else. Yu Tianji nodded at Lin Feng and to the Zun cultivator. Tianshu's people really attacked Lin Feng and his friends in the mysterious world. Lin Feng just defended himself, said Yu Tianji, and then slightly bowed. Starlights twinkled around him as he disappeared. It seemed like he was practicing cultivation, and while practicing, he had heard what was going on over there. Bai Lishi, you wanted to create a disharmony between Tianxian and Tianshu. You are the traitor. You wanted to weaken Tianxi, and this is an unforgivable offense, so you must die, shouted Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng was really going to kill him. Traitors of Tianxi must be killed without mercy, shouted Lin Feng furiously. Crackling sounds spread in the air as a fire ignited and burnt Bai Lishi. Do you have any last words? Said Lin Feng while looking at the Tianshu Zun cultivator. His facial expression looked hideous, and he said, even if I was wrong about the mysterious world, what is your excuse for having crippled my son's cultivation? If I, Lin Feng, brought people to Tianshu like you did, how would you react? Replied Lin Feng indifferently. The Zun cultivator was speechless. If Lin Feng had brought people and surrounded his palace, he wouldn't have just told them to go away. Things would have been much more complicated than that. He had broken through to the Tianqi layer and acted impolitely. He came here to humiliate everybody, and on top of that, wanted to take me back to Tianshu to kill me. Not to mention, he said I could punch him 3 times in front of everybody. I just punched him twice and crippled his cultivation. You are furious now, so you're trying to find excuses to accuse me of something. I can't say anything in return, said Lin Feng. It was a humiliation for the Zun cultivator. They had all gone to go there to kill Lin Feng, a cultivator of the Xianxi layer, but he had crippled the Tian-level young man's cultivation in 2 punches. And now a Zun cultivator was arguing with Lin Feng, a cultivator of the Xianxi layer. The crowd was astonished as well. Lin Feng didn't sound like he felt guilty at all. It was Tianshu's fault. They had died and it was their problem now. Very good. Surprisingly, you are blaming Tianshu as if I hadn't educated my disciples properly. However, since you killed lots of my disciples, I will still take you back to Tianshu for a few days, said the Zun cultivator after remaining silent for a few seconds. He still wanted to take Lin Feng back to Tianshu. You're humiliating yourself and everyone else in Tianqi. I joined Tianqi because of the harmony in the empire and for the empire to rise up. I want Tianqi to become powerful and famous in the region. However, you are trying to make the different groups of the empire divide, and thus disappointed me. If everyone were like you in Tianqi, the empire would be in great danger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 843, Insane Swordsman. Chapter 843, Insane Swordsman. You want to teach me a lesson? Said the Tianshu Zun cultivator when he heard Lin Feng's despising tone of speech. I wouldn't dare. Said Lin Feng smirking, teachers will educate disciples and are one of the factors which make a sect or an influential group powerful. If the leaders are strong, then the group is strong. Tianqi is rising and has started to become very influential in Ganyu. Those who control Tianqi devote their lives to making the empire strong. If the empire remains harmonious, we will never collapse. Tianqi is the biggest peak and the leader of Tianqi is the leader Tianqi. As such, he must be infinitely powerful. Besides, Yu Tianqi is a disciple of Tianqi. Even though there were tensions between he and I in the past, in times of danger, we helped each other out because we cared about Tianqi above all. Only a few cowards without principles like Tianshu's people went to the mysterious world to take treasures for themselves and hurt Tianqi. After coming back to Tianqi, I finally understand why the Tianshu disciples are like that. Lin Feng explained slowly, making the Tianshu Zun cultivator's facial expression look worse and worse. Everybody understood what Lin Feng meant. People were secretly thinking that Lin Feng was quite audacious. The Tianshu Zun cultivator slowly turned around and didn't look back at Lin Feng, but at the Snow Zun cultivator. You heard him. He doesn't respect me, so I will bring him back to Tianshu for a few days, but don't worry, I will not kill him. I will teach him that he must respect Zun cultivators. The Snow Zun cultivator slightly shook his head. Tianshu had made fools of themselves, how could he possibly let Lin Feng go to Tianshu? I don't feel like talking much, but you're angry at Lin Feng because you think he doesn't respect Zun cultivators. Those are just words. Your cultivators came here and surrounded my palace, which is a humiliation to me. How could I let Lin Feng go away with you to Tianshu after that? The Snow Zun cultivator's eyes flashed. Tianqi had existed for so many years and no tensions ever existed. But as Lin Feng had said, they hadn't faced danger before. It wasn't until the mysterious world where some people showed their true nature. Lin Feng killed my disciples and he is at the root of all our problems. I admit that my disciples haven't been respectful towards you, so I will teach them respect. If you want to help me educate them, I will be happy to receive your help. However, I will still take Lin Feng back to Tianshu. Said the Tianshu Zun cultivator. The Snow Zun cultivator didn't say much, he just shook his head. Taking Lin Feng away was impossible. You want to create a war between Tianxian and Tianshu? As a leader, what are you thinking? Shouted the Tianshu Zun cultivator, which upset all the Tianxian members. Create tensions between the two groups? I thought that Zun cultivators in Tianqi were benevolent. I wouldn't have thought that some Zun cultivators would act like normal people and would act greedy, sly, and shameless. Said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. Tianshu's people caused troubles because they wanted Lin Feng's treasures. Now, they were accusing Tianxian of causing trouble. How audacious! Shouted the Tianshu Zun cultivator at Lin Feng. The atmosphere froze and he released an invisible energy shot straight at Lin Feng's head. Weak cultivators couldn't even sense it. Lin Feng suddenly used his broken soul and his bronze bells to protect himself. The bronze bells resonated and Lin Feng's body shook violently. He was even pushed backwards of a few steps. Gotcha! Lin Feng fell down on the ground. Lin Feng controlled his blood circulation to stop his blood from flowing to his face, causing his face to pale. The Zun cultivator could attack people's awareness and had managed to make Lin Feng's soul shake. However, because Lin Feng practiced the broken spirit skill and the godly awareness which the Three Lives demon previously taught him, he was able to protect his awareness. However, he had to pretend that he was injured, otherwise people would believe that he had obtained incredible treasures and would want to steal them even more. You keep humiliating me over and over again, if I don't educate you, you will never respect your elders. Said the Zun cultivator smiling coldly. He looked insane. However, a terrifying sword energy invaded the atmosphere when he finished talking. The Zun cultivators could only sense the sword chi as it seemed to threaten them. Xian and Tian level cultivators all felt like suffocating and were unable to move. Who's that? The Tianshu Zun cultivator's facial expression suddenly changed. Horrible shrieks kept spreading in the atmosphere. Tianshu disciples kept shouting one after the other as they were suffocating. Even though no wounds appeared on their bodies, they felt like blades were ripping them apart. They couldn't bear the pain anymore as they were now covered in a cold sweat and crouched down under the pressure. A little bit more pressure and they would all die. "Come out!" shouted the Tianshu cultivator furiously. Thunder sounds were spreading in the air. A sword streaked across the sky and someone appeared above the crowd. That person was releasing a terrifyingly sharp sword chi which could kill everyone easily. "Feng, what is the meaning of all of this?" said the Tianshu Zun cultivator, but deep in his eyes, one could see that he was scared. If he had had to fear only one person in Tianxian, that would be him. That person was insane and his attacks were very frightening. In Tianxian, there were 3 Zun cultivators and Feng was the strongest one. Even if Tianxian made a mistake, you would still have nothing to do here. "However, I will educate Tianshu's disciples, I think," said the sword cultivator. His facial expression looked as sharp as a sword. Each and every single Tianshu disciple was terrified. Feng, you too arrogant," said the Tianshu Zun cultivator coldly. "Arrogant?" said the sword cultivator smiling. "You, Tianshu people came and surrounded my palace and act as if you had done nothing wrong. Then you want to take away my disciple, and now you're calling me arrogant. How ridiculous. Why did you come here, really? Everybody knows why. Tianchi refused earlier already. When disciples are lucky, it's good for them to hold on to their own treasures. Now, I will teach Tianshu's people why we can act arrogantly in front of you." When he finished talking, a terrifying sword chi fell down from the sky. Feng wanted to attack Tianshu's disciples as well as the Tianshu Zun cultivator. He wouldn't let anyone bully Tianxian's people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 844, New Era for Tianxian. Chapter 844, New Era for Tianxian. A terrifying pressure was emerging from Feng's body which oppressed the crowd under him. It seemed like his entire body had turned into an indestructible sword and that nothing and nobody could stop him. A man like a sword, his sword chi seemed infinite all around him. He's going to attack. The crowd panicked. Feng of Tianxian was surprisingly going to attack the Zun cultivator of Tianshu. He was fearless and insufferably arrogant. The Zun cultivator of Tianshu had humiliated Tianxian and now he was going to show him and his disciples that such behavior was intolerable. The Zun cultivator of Tianshu pulled a long face as his chi was shaking. He came to punish Lin Feng but hadn't thought that Feng would come out even if he attacked. Good, very good. The Tianshu Zun cultivator's facial expression became cold. In a flash, a terrifying blood chi became palpable in the air. Cultivators of the Zun chi layer could turn their blood into a blood spirit and they could use blood strength to transmit it from generation to generation over thousands of years. His blood chi was now dashing to the skies. At that moment, the crowd could sense the blood chi of the Tianshu Zun cultivator. It felt like it would spill all over the region like an ocean. CRRRR. CRRR, some subtle sounds spread in the air. Feng still looked like a peerless sword. A dazzling light appeared above his eyebrows. It was a sharp silver sword that shot straight for the Tianshu Zun cultivator's head, right between his eyebrows. People's hearts were pounding, they gulped down but their tongues were too dry. How insane. Everybody had heard of Feng's name, Tian, Feng equals insane, Jian equals sword, but they had never thought that he was this insane. His sword was extremely sharp and he was aiming at the Tianshu Zun cultivator's awareness. Such attacks were even scarier than physical attacks. Such an attack could make the soul fly away or scatter into pieces. Arg! The Tianshu Zun cultivator roared violently. A dazzling light emerged from his body. Feng had gone too far. A vast ocean appeared in front of the Tianshu Zun cultivator's eyebrows. It looked like a tsunami and it headed straight towards the sword. At that moment, many people were shaking violently. If they had been the targets of such attacks, their souls would have been crushed instantly. The sword penetrated into the water and crushed wave after wave without faltering. Between the eyebrows of the Tianshu Zun cultivator, dazzling lights kept twinkling. He closed his eyes and condensed his awareness in order to block the sword. A gigantic wave emerged with a crash. His incredible awareness made the crowd shiver. Their ears were buzzing as if there were millions of ants in them. Everybody was agonizing and were barely able to stand. Gigantic waves kept emerging out of the Tianshu Zun cultivator's body and the dazzling sword finally began to slow down. Humph! Feng groaned as thunders came out of his mouth. Dazzling lights appeared between his eyebrows again, and another terrifying sword appeared. It mixed with the awareness of the sword which was in front of him. A terrifying pressure oppressed the whole crowd, and their souls seemed to fly away. On top of that, the Tianshu Zun cultivator's wave was destroyed again. The Tianshu Zun cultivator started shaking and his entire body was covered with cold sweat. Even though his eyes were still closed, his facial expression was the proof that he was struggling. The sword cultivator looked as cold-headed as before, and his facial expression looked just as sharp. He jumped forwards and the pressure was as unbearable as before. His dazzling lights invaded the entire atmosphere, and his infinite sword energy shot at the Tianshu Zun cultivator. Ah! A terrible shriek spread in the air. The crowd only saw that blood was spilling out of the Tianshu Zun cultivator's eyes, nose and ears. He's insane, he's completely mental. The crowd was still suffocating. Did Jin Fengzi want to kill the Tianshu Zun cultivator? At the same time, the crowd was also surprised by his strength. Even the Tianshu Zun cultivator was no match for him. Boom boom. Incredible amounts of chi kept crashing on the Tianshu Zun cultivator, making him fly away. His body crashed on some Tianshu disciples violently. He couldn't stand up anymore. He opened his eyes and looked furious. With both his hands, he pushed the Tianshu disciples away and stood up. He coughed up some blood, after which he looked even paler. The great and majestic Tianshu Zun cultivator bullied my Xian-level disciple, how incredible! You're really shameless, you've humiliated Tianxi. If you were not a citizen of Tianxi, I would kill you right now. If Tianshu has anything to say, send Tianshu Z to talk. You are worthless, all you can do is bully an ordinary disciple, said Jin Fengzi in a despising tone. The Tianshu Zun cultivator's face looked hideous. He was a Zun cultivator, but he was humiliated so badly. He had just lost face. Jin Fengzi even said that he wanted to kill him, but because they were citizens of the same empire, he didn't. How aggressive and violent, thought the crowd. Jin Fengzi really was insanely violent. If the Tianshu Zun cultivator made him fight seriously, maybe he would have really killed him. Lin Feng is lucky because Jin Fengzi is protecting him. If Jin Fengzi hadn't helped him, he would already be in Tianshu, thought some other people. The snow and the sword cultivators were both protecting Lin Feng. They even humiliated Tianshu and injured their Zun cultivator. They wouldn't be able to take Lin Feng with them, the most outstanding disciple of Tianxian. Jin Fengzi is right, make Tianshu Z come here. Otherwise, your disciples will stay in Tianxian, said someone else in the distance. Flames were burning in the air as another silhouette appeared gradually. It was the third Zun cultivator of Tianxian, the Fire Zun cultivator. At that moment, he was bathing in flames in the sky, but his facial expression didn't look warm like his flames. He was staring at the crowd from Tianshu. You surrounded our palace and made trouble out of nothing, then your Zun cultivator bullies my disciple and tries to attack his awareness. How awe-inspiring, right? If Tianshu Z doesn't give me an explanation, all the Tianshu disciples will stay here and I will take care of them, said the Fire Zun cultivator aggressively. Jin Fengzi wasn't the only one who was furious. In the past, Tianxian had been bullied a lot, and it was finally enough. Lin Feng had brought his friends into the mysterious world and solicited many geniuses. They had all obtained great treasures and were all talented. Now Tianxian was rising thanks to them, and nobody would bully Tianxian's people anymore. You went too far, said the Zun cultivator of Tianshu while staring at the three Zun cultivators of Tianxian. He looked furious. Jin Fengzi had injured all the cultivators of Tianshu and had injured his awareness. His soul was even injured. Now the Sun Zun cultivator appeared and was bullying them again. He even wanted to keep the Tianshu disciples in Tianxian. We went too far? You must have a bad memory. Did you forget who came here and bullied us? Said the Fire Zun cultivator aggressively. He seemed to have become a different person from before. In the past, Tianshu's people used to act extremely aggressive at Tianxian. Now, the three Zun cultivators of Tianxian were protecting Lin Feng because they thought highly of him. A new era had started for Tianxian. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 845, Tianqi Determination. Chapter 845, Tianqi Determination. Lin Feng looked at the three Zun cultivators and felt a warmness in his heart. What a pleasant feeling. It had probably been a very long time since the three Zun cultivators of Tianxian had fought together. Back then, they had taught him many things, and now, For him again, they were joining hands to the extent that they had even injured the Tianshu Zun cultivator and wanted to keep Tianshu's disciples with them in Tianxian. Jian Feng Zi, Mr. Fire, you've been silent for so many years, but your temper is just as bad as ever. At that moment, a few silhouettes appeared in the sky. The crowd felt like they were hallucinating. There were 4 silhouettes possessing incredible strength, especially the one in the middle who was wearing a green robe. It was a middle-aged man. The old men on his left and right had a vast and incredible chi as well. Their chi was unfathomable and mysterious, so they must all be cultivators of the Zun chi layer. The leader in the green robe was the leader of Tianshu. He looked majestic and domineering. Behind him was a young man. His chi was extremely powerful but not as much as that of the 3 others. At first glance, one could see that he was an incredible cultivator as well. Greetings. The crowd from Tianshu bowed in front of those people in a very respectful way. Those 4 represented the core of Tianshu. There was Tianshu Zi, the leader, and his son Zi Yuncheng. In the future, Zi Yuncheng might become the leader of Tianshu. He was incredibly talented and very young. He had already broken through the Tianqi layer a year before. At that moment, he was now at the 3rd Tianqi layer. According to rumors, when he was at the top of the 2nd Tianqi layer, he was already able to fight against cultivators of the 3rd Tianqi layer. Brother Fire, it's been years and you still have a bad temper. We made a mistake, but it was to preserve Tianqi. We never intended to do anything bad. My brothers, don't be angry, let's stay together in peace, said Tianshu Zi gently as if he had been talking about a trivial matter. He looked calm and relaxed. For Tianqi? Tianshu disciples came to surround our palace for Tianqi? For Tianqi, you wanted to take my disciple Lin Feng back to Tianshu? Said the Fire Zun cultivator. His voice was so loud that it pierced everyone's eardrums. Tianshu Zi was making things way simpler than it actually was. They wanted to take Lin Feng back to Tianshu and steal his treasures, saying that it was for Tianqi was really shameless. That was an unnecessary mistake, indeed. We can discuss the matter. Tianshu and Tianxian both belong to Tianqi, so we must strive for peace. You also offended Tianshu, but I never offended Lin Feng. I will just bring him back to Tianshu. If you still can't find comfort with it, you can come as well, said Tianshu Zi slowly. He sounded extremely confident and was convinced that he was going to take Lin Feng back to Tianshu. I was expecting a better explanation, but it seems like you're not taking me seriously. No problem, let's fight, said Jian Feng Zi. His terrifying sword appeared again as the atmosphere was invaded by an infinite quantity of sword energy. There's no need to fight. I didn't come to create tensions between Tianxian and Tianshu, even less to fight. I told you, everything I do is for Tianqi and for Tianqi to become more powerful. I want our brothers from Tianji to come, said Tianshu Zi indifferently. Now everybody was whispering. Tianshu Zi wanted the leader of Tianji to come. The Tianji Snowy Peak was the main peak where the leaders of Tianji were. What did Tianshu Zi want to do? Suddenly, a starlight appeared in the sky which was growing bigger and shining brighter. It contained a silhouette of a majestic old man. While he was gradually appearing, it seemed like his silhouette possessed a peculiar color as if he was absorbing the power of the stars. His mind left his body. The crowd was astonished. That wasn't a body, that was his mind. It might be that the Zun cultivator's body was millions of kilometers away. Brother! The few Zun cultivators bowed in front of the old man. The crowd was astonished, having now understood who the old man was. He was the leader of Tianji and the leader of the entire empire of Tianqi. The leader of Tianqi nodded at the few small leaders and said, I am aware of the situation. Tianshu Zi, what is your goal? Explain it clearly. Brother, we are all members of Tianqi. I am also convinced that in the mysterious world, the emperor appeared and it was said that a disciple called Lin Feng, who recently joined Tianqi, obtained the Jade Emperor's heart. Every influential group will want to attack us because of it. Lin Feng asked everybody to leave him alone to fight against some strong cultivators who are still surprisingly missing. So I guess that Lin Feng must have obtained some of the emperor's greatest treasures, said Tianshu Zi slowly. Finally, he was saying the truth, that his goal was to take Lin Feng's treasures. Brother, since I was able to guess it, don't you think that the other influential groups of the region will also guess that? Nobody knows exactly what Lin Feng obtained. It is also said that Lin Feng killed Duan Wuya, chasing him all the way to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Now, he has to bear the responsibility for his actions. However, he is only a cultivator of the Xianxi layer and cannot protect his treasures. If other people know about it, they're going to kill him, continued Tianshu Zi. Tianxian Zun Cultivator's face was becoming colder and colder. They could understand what Tian Shuzi meant. He wanted to take Lin Feng's treasures. Lin Feng cannot protect the treasures, so his life is in danger. Tian Shuzi was speaking louder and louder as he continued. Therefore, Lin Feng's only choice is to give his treasures to Tianqi. That is not how we do things in Tianqi, said the Fire Zun Cultivator angrily. With his temperament, if someone tried to steal his treasures, Lin Feng would probably abandon Tianqi. We might not do things that way, but we have to be realistic. The Jade Emperor's treasures will attract everyone's attention. Lin Feng will be chased to the ends of the earth by strong cultivators, and we from Tianqi will have to protect him. Besides, Lin Feng is a weak cultivator of the Xianqi layer. He obtained the Emperor's treasures but can't use them properly. They're basically of no use to him. It's a pity, really. If we, the strong cultivators of the Empire, use them, then we can benefit from them at their fullest. We could become the strongest empire in the region. Therefore, Lin Feng needs to understand and support Tianqi's position. We are not treating him unfairly, we are just helping him, said Tian Shuzi extremely loudly. If Zun cultivators obtained Lin Feng's treasures, they would become monstrously powerful. That's why you sent people from Tianshu to capture Lin Feng? Asked the Snow Zun cultivator. Many people were nodding around them. They also thought that Lin Feng was, after all, only a Xian-level cultivator. Besides, they were all Tianqi's people, so he had to understand and hand over his treasures for Tianqi. No matter what I did, everything I planned was for Tianqi now. I asked you to come with hopes that everybody will make the right decision. If 4 of the 7 snowy peaks don't agree with me, then it will represent the decision of the entire empire. I am convinced that my 3 Zun-level brothers of Tianxian will not go against the decision of the entire empire, said Tian Shuzi slowly. Lin Feng now looked gloomy. A moment before, he had seen everybody's greedy faces. His fate was in everybody's hands, and his odds weren't looking great. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 846, The Snow Zun Cultivator's Decision. Chapter 846, The Snow Zun Cultivator's Decision. But Lin Feng didn't think that handing over his treasures was the best thing to do. However, in another group, nobody would have asked him what he wanted. They would have immediately attacked him and stolen the treasures from him. The eyes of the old man bathing in starlight were twinkling. He then nodded. Tian Shuzi was proposing to ask everybody's opinion. The leader of Tianqi couldn't decide on his own. He had to protect Tianqi, and the people from the 7 snowy peaks made up a democracy. Tian Shuzi, you ought to let everybody decide, which is something I agree with, but you must first apologize for everything that you did before, said the old man slowly. Tian Shuzi nodded. He didn't care. He walked forwards and bowed in front of the 3 Zun cultivators and Lin Feng while saying, My 3 brothers, I made a mistake and I want to apologize. Lin Feng, we don't want to steal your treasures, but for Tianqi, we have to see what everybody thinks. I hope you can understand. Poof. If you were thinking of Tianqi, you wouldn't have asked for everybody's opinion, said the Fire Zun cultivator mockingly. Tian Shuzi originally wanted the treasures for himself. It was only after failing that he asked for everybody's opinion. No matter what you think, I am dedicated to Tianqi, said Tian Shuzi calmly as if he didn't care. He then looked in the air and said, Brother, let's make a final decision. The old man nodded and said, Okay, the 7 peaks can decide, and their decision will represent Tianqi's final opinion. The old man then shook his hand, and in a flash, 7 stars appeared in the sky representing the 7 snowy peaks. If you think we should keep Lin Feng's treasures, then leave the stars be. If you don't agree, destroy the star, said the old man slowly. A breath later, a star disappeared. It represented Tianxian. Of course they didn't agree. Tian Shuzi shook his hand. Not only did Tianshu's star not disappear, but on top of that, it became even more dazzling. They wanted to take Lin Feng's treasures away. The Snow Zun cultivator jumped up in the air and released a terrifying strength. Suddenly, apart from Tianshu's star, all the other stars disappeared. The crowd was surprised by the old Snow Zun cultivator. What is the meaning of all of this? Said Tian Shuzi, before adding, You are not respecting everybody's opinion? I just don't want Tianqi to make an irreparable mistake which will affect us for thousands of years, said the Snow Zun cultivator. Then he looked back at the Star Zun cultivator and said, Brother, I have a few questions. Go ahead, said the old man while nodding. If you Tianqi were Lin Feng, would we solve the situation this way? Asked the Snow Zun cultivator. I've seen Tianqi grow up and he's an incredible genius. Besides, I know his temperament better than anyone else. Everything he does is for Tianqi, and someday he will become a pillar to our state, to the extent that he will become a leader. You understand, right? Thank you for your reply. If Tianji was Lin Feng, Tianshu wouldn't act that way. He wouldn't have asked everyone to decide for him. He only acts that way because it's Lin Feng, but that's not true, it's just a lame excuse, said the Snow Zone Cultivator. At that moment, he didn't look scared of anything and didn't care about giving Tianshu face or not. You are humiliating me, said Tianshu. Am I wrong? If it were you, Tianji, would you act the same way? Tell me, said the Snow Zone Cultivator, looking at Tianshu in a suspicious way, releasing some ice energy. Lin Feng, how do you dare pronounce Lin Feng and Zhu Tianji in the same sentence? Said Tianshu, whose face looked gloomier and gloomier. He didn't want the leader of Tianqi to lose face. Zhu Tianji was one of his disciples, he might reign over Tianqi in the future. What you just said proves everything. You're saying that you Tianji and Lin Feng are incomparable. First, Lin Feng is one of my disciples. You Tianji belongs to Tianji, that's why you wouldn't dare to make him lose face. Second, Lin Feng is supported by nobody but us three old men, and you don't care about us, unlike you Tianji's master. You are playing with power, but what you're saying is not the truth. You're not doing all of this for Tianqi. If you were, you would treat Lin Feng and you Tianji in the exact same way, because that is how we act in Tianqi, said the Snow Zone Cultivator, leaving Tianshu speechless. The Snow Zone Cultivator had found his weak point. In his eyes, Lin Feng and you Tianji were not equal. Tianshu opened his mouth to talk, but the Snow Zone Cultivator interrupted him and said, You don't need to talk again, Tianshu. You are the leader of Tianshu, but you are not educating your disciples in the right way. They already don't care about Tianqi. You don't deserve to be a leader in Tianqi, said the Snow Zone Cultivator. Then he looked at the Star Zone Cultivator and said slowly, Brother, everything we do has to be for Tianqi, for the empire to become stronger, and if we want Tianqi to become stronger, we can't rely on old men like us. We will have to rely on the strong and powerful young people. That is what we've always believed in Tianqi. It is because of this philosophy that Tianqi has become so powerful already. Brother, that's why I'm saying that if we got the treasures now and became gloriously powerful, but that would only be temporary. Not to mention our natural abilities have limits, we are old. In 100 years, even in 1,000, who can guarantee that the treasures won't disappear? Who can guarantee that Tianqi will be as glorious as before? Young people are different, they have natural abilities and potential. But they need things to support them. We have such incredible young cultivators, and we are lucky to have them. I'm proud of them even. Isn't this already great for Tianqi? It's a precious gift. We, old men, should be proud. Later those young cultivators will become stronger and they will reign over Tianqi. If they become extremely powerful, Tianqi will become extremely powerful, said the Snow Zone Cultivator in a calm, dignified, and solemn way. The crowd was filled with ardor and vitality, especially the young people. Today, if you take Lin Feng's treasures, what does that say about Tianqi's future? You will be destroying our spirit and vitality, our hope. You will make our young cultivators feel like leaving. Our unity will be damaged, just like the unity in Tianshu has been damaged. They are selfish and sly, and they only think about themselves. For them, being a member of Tianqi is just like playing a game of chess, said the Snow Cultivator slowly, insisting on every word. Tianshu looked devastated. The Snow Zone Cultivator continued, I destroyed all of the stars because I don't want Lin Feng and the other young disciples to see the devastating consequences such an event could have on our nation. I hope that, in their hearts, those 6 stars will keep shining. I will teach Tianxian's disciples of our principles, honor and integrity. I will teach them how to be proud Tianqi citizens. That's enough, shouted Tianshu furiously. You are praising yourself to make everybody forget that you just violated our rule of law, right? I had good reasons to do that, said the Snow Zone Cultivator, his eyes were twinkling. From his hand appeared a star, that star was extremely dazzling. It was a meteorite. When the Snow Zone Cultivator took out that meteorite, Tianshu narrowed his eyes. The other Zone cultivators were astonished as well. The old Star Zone Cultivator in the sky was even surprised. Jian Fengzi narrowed his eyes as well, but he seemed to understood. Both of them smiled. It seems like there isn't only one crazy old man in Tianxian, said the Fire Zone Cultivator while laughing. His snow brother was crazy too. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 847, Transmission. Chapter 847, Transmission. Jian Fengzi's eyes were twinkling, he looked back at his fellows and was surprised as well. All the Zun cultivators understood what it meant for Tianxian. Outside of the Tianxian palace, many Tianxian disciples and many of them were Xian-level cultivators. Many of them were Tian-level cultivators as well. At first, they were surprised and then they seemed to understand that the meteorite had something to do with Tianxian. The Snow Zun cultivator walked slowly and stared at Lin Feng. He stretched out his hand and the meteorite flew away at full speed. It then turned into a gigantic stone where strange marks began to appear. Those are holy marks? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. It seemed like Tianqi's people attached a great importance to that stone. There were 2 characters on the stone, Tianxian. Those words were written with a beautiful handwriting. It seemed like those words contained the power of heaven. However, there was a mark on that stone. It's the Tianxian stone. Tianshu Zi was astonished. He was fixated on the stone in front of Lin Feng, looking rather greedy. The 7 peaks of Tianqi were extremely old. They had been created by their powerful ancestors and forged over the centuries. Apart from the common treasures which most empires possessed, each peak had its own precious treasure. Tianxian's precious treasure was a meteorite. The ancestors of Tianxian had transmitted that precious treasure at a time when Tianxian was prosperous. It held an incredible power. It was also the most mysterious treasure owned by any of the 7 peaks. It contained an explosive power that the 6 other peaks couldn't understand. Only the offspring of Tianxian could understand it for some reason. Even though most people didn't know what kind of magic it had, the leaders of Tianxian were the 3 old Zun cultivators, the Snow, Fire, and Sword Zun cultivators. When they were young and ordinary cultivators, many people didn't want them to become the leaders of Tianxian. However, they obtained the stone and their cultivation level took off with incredible speeds. Very quickly, nobody in Tianqi wanted to fight them anymore. However, after that the stone disappeared. Many people thought that the stone couldn't be transmitted and that Tianxian was going to decline. Nobody knew that the stone was in the Snow Zun cultivator's hands. Lin Feng, kneel down, said the Snow Zun cultivator solemnly. Lin Feng's heart was pounding, shivering even. He was staring at the Snow Zun cultivator's stone and seemed to be hesitating. However, when he looked at the Snow Zun cultivator and saw him look that solemn, he also noticed how old he was. He looked old yet wise and one could see some impatience in his eyes as well. Lin Feng slowly knelt down in front of the meteorite. Lin Feng, this stone is the blood spirit of Tianxian, it has witnessed its climaxes and declines over time. It also represents our traditions, said the Snow Zun cultivator. At that moment, Lin Feng understood what the old man meant. However, he still couldn't believe it, it seemed too sudden. Lin Feng wasn't the only one to feel that way, everybody felt the same way. They were both perplexed and surprised. The traditions of Tianxian. Impossible! Shouted Tianshu Zi furiously while glaring at the Snow Zun cultivator. He then added, how can you be so careless? That stone is extremely valuable and represents Tianxian. I, Tianshu Zi, refuse. How could you handle such an important matter in such a childish way? I suggest that Tianqi takes your stone and gives it to another snowy peak. Shut the hell up, said the Snow Zun cultivator coldly before adding, I am a leader of Tianxian and this is our history. I can decide who receives its treasures. If you say that you want to take it again and humiliate Tianxian and myself, I will start war between Tianxian and Tianshu. The stone belonged to Tianxian and Tianshu Zi had no sway when it came to taking decisions in Tianxian. Humph. Tianshu Zi groaned coldly and looked at the Star Zun cultivator in the sky. However, the old man looked calm and serene. The stone had been transmitted from generation to generation by the very forefathers of Tianxian. Anyone who didn't belong to Tianxian couldn't intervene in this tradition. Tianqi has existed for a very long time but I've never heard about anyone transmitting it to a cultivator of the Xianqi layer. Tianxian is coming to its end because of you. It's over for Tianxian. If someone tries to kill him, the stone will disappear and that will be a great humiliation for your ancestors, said Tianshu Zi aggressively. Well, I will be an exception for the history of Tianqi, replied the Snow Zun cultivator. Lin Feng, from today on the stone is yours. From today on you are an offspring of Tianxian and you are in charge of transmitting it to the next generations. In other words, you are the leader of Tianxian. Remember that, said the Snow Zun cultivator very seriously. Master. Lin Feng was completely stunned, astonished. He had only broken through to the Xianqi layer. No need to say anything. My fellow said he trusted you Tianji, his talent and his temperament. I feel the same about you. I trust you and I am certain that you can make Tianxian glorious again," said the Snow Zune cultivator.
Lin Feng was moved, he couldn't believe it.
The word trust was easy to say but difficult to prove. The Snow Zune cultivator was putting Tianxian's destiny in Lin Feng's hands. In Tianxian, I am not as strong nor as talented as my brothers, like Jian Fengzi. However, when our ancestor passed away, he didn't give him the stone and instead gave it to me.
It's because of Jian Fengzi's temperament, he's too brutal. I am quite calm and discreet. However, I was able to do whatever the elders and my friends required me to do.
Lin Feng, when I first met you, I already thought about giving it to you.
Now, I'm going to do it,"
said the Snow Zune cultivator with a warm and gentle voice. His brothers had told him that if he ever had a suitable disciple, he could give him the stone. He understood now that a real genius wouldn't necessarily attach tons of importance to them.
"Lin Feng, I finished explaining my thoughts so you can stand up. Put your blood on the stone.
By placing your blood on the stone, you will be giving your oath.
Accept the tradition of Tianxian,"
said the Snow Zune cultivator solemnly.
Lin Feng's heart felt very heavy.
However, he stood up and cut his finger to spill his blood on the stone. The meteorite became even more dazzling. When the blood penetrated into the meteorite, Lin Feng quickly sensed information being transferred into his body. What a mysterious qi! It contained incredible powers.
Transmission.
The crowd was astonished. They had witnessed a transmission ritual. Now, Lin Feng, a cultivator of the Xian Qi layer, was the leader of Tianxian. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 848, The Challenge. Chapter 848, The Challenge.
People from Tianxian looked perplexed, especially a beautiful girl in the crowd, Tian Qixue. Her eyes were teary. Back then, she used to be considered as the pure and holy woman of Tianxian. People back then used to think that she would receive the transmission stone, but since Lin Feng had joined them, she wasn't considered so strongly anymore.
Actually, everybody knew that Huang Fulong, Lin Feng, Jun Imoshi, Tang Yu and Yun Fei Yang were stronger than her.
From that moment, she already understood that if Lin Feng stayed in Tianxi, she would never be the leader of Tianxian. However, she wouldn't have thought that it would happen so soon and that nobody would have the opportunity to fight for it. The Zune cultivator immediately passed on the transmissions to Lin Feng without any arguments. Jun Emoshi, Tang Yu and the others walked forwards and looked at Lin Feng. They were just as speechless but were smiling in a resplendent way. The situation had completely reversed. At the moment, when other people wanted to steal Lin Feng's treasures, the Snow Zune cultivator gave Tianxian's most precious treasure to Lin Feng.
Now, Lin Feng's social status was completely different. He was the leader of Tianxian and possessed one of Tianxian's greatest treasures. The members of the other snowy peaks would never attack him again. Some people harbored evil intentions, but they didn't dare express their opinions.
The Snow Zune cultivator smiled resplendently when he saw that Lin Feng had accepted the transmission stone. He looked like he was relieved from a very heavy burden. He turned around and looked at the leaders of the 6 other snowy peaks. Now, Lin Feng has received the legacy of Tianxian, so he is the new leader. He will have opportunities to fight and become the leader of Tianxi. He will now fight for Tianxian.
Unless someone wants to betray Tianxi, nobody may attack him.
Now that Lin Feng has received the treasure of Tianxian, he wasn't only an offspring of Tianxian but he was a public figure of Tianxi. He had the same status as the leaders of the 6 other snowy peaks, which gave him the right to fight for the leader of Tianxi.
"I have something to say," said Tian Shuzi, still remaining cold.
He would have never thought that the Snow Zune cultivator would do something so outrageous. He would have no opportunity to steal Lin Feng's treasures now.
Tian Shuzi raised his head and looked at the Star Zune cultivator and said, "Brother, can we as Tianxi's people transmit the legacy of one snowy peak so carelessly and play with the future of the empire so childishly?
If Lin Feng goes outside, he is an ambassador of the empire now.
I don't want to see Tianxian bring about its own destruction. I also don't want Tianxi to lose its reputation, but what you mean to say is that I don't know how to handle such matters? You are saying that I am childish? That I am bringing about our own destruction? That what I've done is humiliating?"
said the Snow Zune cultivator.
Surprisingly, Tian Shuzi didn't want to give up. "Indeed.
You gave the treasure to Lin Feng, but first, he had to undergo the exam of the snowy peaks. If Lin Feng is strong enough to go outside, then he will deserve to go out and represent the empire as one of us,"
said Tian Shuzi. He didn't want to give up, so he had to up the ante. How ridiculous. When you became the leader of Tianshu, did you have to undergo any exams?
said the Snow Zune Cultivator mockingly.
It's different, said Tianshu Zi, emphasizing his words. At that moment, the Star Zune Cultivator finally spoke. What kind of test are you referring to?
Now, all the snowy peaks have young people who have received transmissions.
Yu Tianji and Tianji, Zi Yanqing and Tianshu, Lin Feng and Tianxian, etc. In order to become a leader in Tianxi, you can't be weak.
I suggest that Lin Feng fight against the other 6. We will see how strong he is and if he deserves to be one of the leaders,
suggested Tianshu Zi. And why wouldn't Lin Feng fight against your own son? Shouted Jianfeng Zi extremely loudly.
Amongst the young leaders of the other groups, 5 of them have already broken through to the Tianxi layer, including Yu Tianji, who recently broke through to the Tianxi layer. Now you want a cultivator of the Xianxi layer to fight against 5 cultivators of the Tianxi layer? You're ridiculous. You transmitted the legacy to him, you chose to play your hand. If you don't accept this, it means that I am right and that Lin Feng doesn't deserve this ceremony.
It also means that the legacy has been transmitted ignorantly, said Tianshu Zi. He wasn't going to let Lin Feng off. You're bullying Lin Feng again, said Jianfeng Zi. If you want to fight, I will fight against you.
Brother, let them fight. They can oppress their strength and only use the strength of the first Tianxi layer. If Lin Feng can resist for the duration of 1 incense, I will agree.
Otherwise, it will prove that I was right, said Tianshu Zi, ignoring Jianfeng Zi.
On top of that, he has already received the legacy, so if he cannot resist for the duration of an incense, it really means that he's weak. How could a cultivator of the Xianxi layer fight against cultivators of the Tianxi layer? Said the Snow Zune Cultivator while pulling a long face. He hadn't thought that Tianshu Zi was so shameless. The young leaders of the other snowy peaks were all extremely strong. Making Lin Feng fight against them was too cruel. Even if they had only broken through to the first Tianxi layer, it would be too complicated. Besides, saying that Lin Feng could rely on the legacy of Tianxian was ridiculous. The meteorite was so mysterious that even Zune cultivators didn't understand it, and Lin Feng had just obtained it.
He didn't know how to use it any.
As expected, you don't trust Lin Feng. I think that you gave him the meteorite only to give him a social status and protect him,
said Tianshu Zi while giggling mockingly. For the duration of 1 incense, I agree,
said Lin Feng at that moment. Everybody became speechless. Lin Feng agreed to fight. He agreed to fight against 5 cultivators of the Tianxi layer and 1 cultivator who had broken through to the very top of the Xianxi layer.
Very good. It seems like I underestimated you. You are brave.
If you pass the exam and manage to resist for the duration of an incense, I will recognize you as one of us.
I think that everybody will acknowledge you, said Tianshu Zi as he then continued, but if you lose, then my snow brother will have to make another decision. But
Lin Feng, said the Snow Zune Cultivator while looking back at Lin Feng. Tianshu Zi was shameless. He was definitely going to try and find all the possible excuses to change the situation.
If they just ignored him, then he wouldn't be able to do anything.
The Snow Zune Cultivator hadn't thought that Lin Feng would accept the challenge. I am responsible for Tianxian now that I received the legacy of Tianxian.
If I can't protect Tianxian and make it glorious, then I don't deserve Tianxian's legacy.
Lin Feng grabbed the gigantic meteorite from one corner and abruptly smashed it onto the ground. Rumbling sounds spread in the air as the ground shook. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling with dazzling lights. He had to pass the test. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 849, Oppressed Strength. Chapter 849, Oppressed Strength.
The Snow Zune Cultivator smiled in a resplendent way while looking at Lin Feng. Since you agree, just fight. In the air, the Starlight Zune Cultivator nodded and said slowly, since Lin Feng accepts the challenge, get everyone ready. However, Yu Tianji just broke through to the Tianxi layer and his cultivation is still unstable. He can't fight against Lin Feng, so Lin Feng should only fight the 5 others.
No problem, said Tianshu Zi while smiling.
Amongst the 5 others, 4 cultivators had broken through to the first Tianxi layer. Lin Feng matched them. After so many battles, even a cultivator at the top of the Xianxi layer would find it difficult to fight against them. Yunqing, this battle is crucial and the future of Tianxian is in your hands. You must use your full strength and show no mercy. If Lin Feng can't handle it, it means he doesn't deserve to receive the legacy.
Showing mercy would be a big mistake, said Tianshu Zi to Zi Yuncheng.
He sounded like he was being benevolent and was trying to help Tianxian.
I will use my full strength, said Zi Yuncheng while nodding.
His eyes were twinkling. At that moment, the four others walked out from the crowd. Their chi was incredible and they looked enigmatic, unfathomable, as if they were one with the earth. They could borrow the strength of the earth and sky. Oppress your own strength, your strengths cannot exceed that of the first Tianqi layer, said the Star Zune Cultivator. Everybody nodded and surrounded Lin Feng. They were of course not going to use their full strength. This battle wasn't only about Tianxian, it was also about them and the glory of their own snowy peaks. Lin Feng was a Xian-level cultivator. If they needed their full strength to defeat him, it meant that their reputation was undeserved. Fight! Said the Star Zune Cultivator. In the air, an incense appeared that was slowly burning. Lin Feng had to resist for the time of an incense. Brother, be careful, said a voice. Then, Zi Yuncheng's silhouette flickered as his hand assaulted Lin Feng's direction. It contained a terrifying energy and whistling sounds were spreading in the air. A hurricane started up as the space became completely distorted. That was the strength of the Tianqi layer, they could borrow the energy of the earth and the sky. The others all attacked as well. In a flash, a monstrously oppressive pressure surrounded Lin Feng. He had the impression that he would suffocate under the pressure. Lin Feng took a step forwards and his silhouette became an illusion. His steps were incredible, he was dodging the oppressive energies with speed and elegance. He was moving so fast that his shadow spawned clones in the air. The Star Zune Cultivator was surprised as he looked at the snow on the ground. The pattern created by Lin Feng's footsteps on the snow was interesting. Of course, only the Zune cultivators could understand what was going on. Lin Feng's 5 opponents also possessed some great agility techniques. Terrifying energies dashed to the skies and assaulted Lin Feng, all of which contained different intents. Freeze! Shouted one of them. The entire area froze as some ice shards targeted Lin Feng with incredible speeds. Lin Feng jumped into the air and continued using his agility technique. It seemed like he was dancing more than he was dodging. That's the Xiao Yao agility technique. The Star Zune Cultivator finally decided. Lin Feng was at the top of the Xianqi layer and could already use the Xiao Yao agility technique so well. No wonder Lin Feng had accepted to fight. He could use the Xiao Yao agility technique. It seemed like he had gone through a lot of experiences in the mysterious world. Surprisingly, he had stolen the Xiao Yao agility technique from someone and learned it to an incredible degree. He couldn't know that Lin Feng had learnt the agility technique from the demon in the Death Valley. Bzzzzzzz. Lin Feng dodged another attack and accelerated, he was moving even faster now. Then a terrifying sword appeared, the sword intent was astonishing. Lin Feng's sword seemed to be targeting the Xianqi cultivator. That cultivator was releasing their intent at Lin Feng, but Lin Feng remained calm as he stretched out his hand. Lin Feng crushed the intent with his fist. A cultivator of the Xianqi layer couldn't rival Lin Feng's raw strength. That cultivator immediately groaned as Lin Feng crushed the intent. He was now sensing a terrifying physical strength which oppressed him. Lin Feng's strength was incredible and it was purely strength. The Xian-level cultivator felt like he was facing a mountain. Boom! A terrifying sound spread in the air as the Xian-level cultivator was blown away by Lin Feng's attack. He crashed into the crowd. Now, Lin Feng was fighting 4 cultivators. While the other had been blown away, the 4 others were still attacking. Lin Feng jumped higher up in the sky and moved easily. Fuck! Cursed the 4 others silently. They all condensed strength which shot at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's agility technique was too powerful. They had oppressed their strength to the first Tianqi layer and couldn't use their strength of the second Tianqi layer. Surprisingly, with the strength of the first Tianqi layer, it was difficult to fight Lin Feng. They looked at the incense, half of it had already burnt. Piece of trash. Can you only avoid our attacks? You're a humiliation for Tianxian. You don't deserve to be a leader, said one of those cultivators when he saw that they couldn't catch up with Lin Feng. Lin Feng immediately turned around and examined the people chasing him. I don't? Let's deal with you first then, said Lin Feng, smiling devilishly. He stopped running as his entire body turned into a mountain. He was going to see how strong his flesh and muscles were. Bzzzzzzz. Lin Feng shook his head and the one who had just insulted him sensed a terrifying pressure crash onto his body. Lin Feng's 5 fingers were like mountains. However, he was a cultivator of the Tianqi layer, how could he flinch in front of a cultivator of the Xianqi layer? Boom boom boom. The atmosphere was shaking as chi was rolling in waves. Physical strength dashed to the skies. The earth and the ground were shaking. Supreme handprint! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. His terrifying hand attack seemed like it could destroy a mountain. His 5 fingers diffused strange lights. His attack didn't contain any demon chi. Lin Feng shouted the name of his attack, but it wasn't actually a skill. He just wanted to hide his true strength. Boom! The earth and the ground was shaking. The silhouette of Lin Feng's opponent streaked across the sky like a meteor and crashed into the ground. Half of his body was in the ground. Lin Feng crushed a cultivator of the Tianqi layer. What a terrifying skill! Thought the crowd while staring at Lin Feng. How could they know that Lin Feng hadn't used a skill? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 850, Soul Bell. Chapter 850, Soul Bell. A little bit more than half of the incense had burnt and nobody felt like fighting Lin Feng anymore. 2 cultivators had already been defeated. At that moment, Lin Feng was in the sky and whistling sounds were spreading in the air. Who still wants to see if I'm strong enough? Said Lin Feng while staring down at the 3 other opponents. He looked violent and aggressive, to the extent that the others wouldn't look at him in the eyes anymore. From one second to another, he had completely changed. Now they were staring at him with surprise. They had to be careful, they couldn't underestimate Lin Feng anymore. They were the same as the one who was just crushed into the ground. They were also relying on the strength of the first Tianqi layer. I'll taste your supreme handprint, said one of them while releasing some battle energy. His long hair and clothes were fluttering in the wind. He jumped in the sky and released incredible strength. At that moment, Lin Feng felt like he was facing a large mountain. Dong! Dong! That person jumped again. He was only 3 meters away from Lin Feng. One more step and he would arrive next to Lin Feng. Mountain print! Shouted that cultivator furiously. He stretched both his hands and from between them a terrifying mountain appeared. It was 100 meters high and pierced through the clouds. Surprisingly, it's the Tian-level mountain print skill of average quality. What a terrifying strength. This time, Lin Feng's supreme handprint is useless, thought the crowd. Even though that cultivator was oppressing his own strength, it didn't have any impact on his understanding of cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to use the gigantic mountain print with only the strength of the first Tianqi layer. Lin Feng was doomed. Supreme handprint! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. Surprisingly, Lin Feng attacked again with the same attack. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, it was so loud that it hurt people's eardrums. The crowd only saw Lin Feng's silhouette being blown away and they gulped down. They were relieved. If Lin Feng had been able to resist the gigantic mountain print attack from a Tian-level cultivator, that would have been too strange. Lin Feng had probably been badly injured. However, very quickly, they were astonished. They watched as Lin Feng jumped up again and looked at his opponent. Your physical strength doesn't suffice. Try again. That guy, the crowd was watching Lin Feng. They couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Feng's opponent was stunned too. He jumped forwards and condensed his strength again. Another gigantic mountain print appeared, challenging Lin Feng's strength. Boom! Lin Feng used his hand attack again. Rumbling sounds and even cracking sounds spread in the air. Lin Feng jumped again. He didn't wait for the mountain to get near. He just threw himself at it. Rumbling and explosion sounds spread in the air again. The sounds were as loud as before and people couldn't stand it anymore, their ears were bleeding. Boom boom boom, supreme hand print. Lin Feng used his hand attack again as the gigantic mountain print broke in two. This time the Tian-level cultivator groaned and coughed up some blood. Lin Feng jumped up again and used his Xiaoyao agility technique. He appeared in front of his opponent who opened his eyes widely, unable to defend himself. Go! Lin Feng didn't punch his opponent and told him to leave. He had 2 opponents left. At that moment, 3/4 of the incense had burnt and 3 people had already lost. Tianqi's people were astonished. They couldn't believe that those 3 were defeated by Lin Feng. Even if they had oppressed their own cultivation level, they still had the strength of the first Tianqi layer. Lin Feng was only a Xin-level cultivator, so they thought that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to resist for any amount of time. Now the question was, would those people be able to resist Lin Feng with the remaining time? Boom boom boom. The crowd saw Lin Feng jump forwards towards the other 2. This time, Lin Feng was taking the offensive. A terrifying sword chi invaded the atmosphere. Lin Feng was using his level 7 sword intent. Go! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. In the air, 1,000,000 swords condensed and moved towards Zi Yunqing and the other cultivator. The earth and sky were emitting whistling sounds under the oppressive sword energy. Zi Yuncheng's silhouette flickered, but the sword light became larger and attacked the other one. Even if Lin Feng was only a Xian-level cultivator, as before, level 7 sword intent was impressive. That person moved his arm and it seemed like a crystal appeared. Subtle sounds spread in the air as the crystal broke and the sword continued moving towards him.
Enough!
I can't stop you with the strength of the first Tianqi layer, said that person. He then stopped oppressing his own strength and a terrifying ice chi emerged, freezing everything around him. Crystals appeared in front of him and cracking sounds were heard. The gigantic sword continued moving forwards through the crystals, one after the other. The sword stopped as it arrived in front of that cultivator's head and disappeared. That person stopped oppressing their own strength and acknowledged Lin Feng's strength.
He went back to his place and the crowd defeated.
The crowd acknowledged him as well. With the strength of the first Tianqi layer, it wasn't possible to resist Lin Feng. His sword intent was level 7, his supreme handprint was incredible and his agility technique was marvelous.
Only one fighter was left, Zi Yuncheng from Tianshu.
But at that moment the crowd was convinced that he had no hope anymore. Unless Zi Yunqing used his full strength, he had no way to defeat Lin Feng.
Otherwise, there would be no difference with the others. Lin Feng was surprisingly strong.
He was much more talented than all the other young leaders.
Maybe he really would make Tianxian glorious again. He's really strong because he obtained the meteorite.
I wouldn't have thought that he would become so powerful.
Yunqing, we can't fool around anymore, let's use our treasure as well, use the soul bell. Otherwise, the battle won't be fair. Tianshu Zi decided to persuade the fight again.
From his hand appeared a golden light which he threw at Zi Yuncheng, who immediately grabbed it. It was Tianshu's treasure.
Tianxian's people were astonished, especially the 3 Zun cultivators. Tianshu Zi was going way too far.
Surprisingly, he was saying that Lin Feng was only so strong thanks to Tianxian's meteorite. This was no longer a competition of fairness, but an excuse to defeat Lin Feng.
Zi Yuncheng was a Tian-level cultivator, wasn't this unfair already?
In the history of Tianqi, we've never had such vermin, said the Snow Zun cultivator. He hoped that Lin Feng could resist this final assault. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 851, New Page. Chapter 851, New Page.
Zi Yunqing grabbed the bell and smiled. A moment before, he had seen Lin Feng's terrifying strength and considered that his strength at the first Tianqi layer wasn't enough. He was scared to end up like the others. However, now that he was using the treasure of Tianshu, Lin Feng was definitely going to lose. Lin Feng was not happy with Tianshu Zi as he jumped forwards. He used his agility technique to appear in front of Zi Yunqing almost instantly. He condensed some terrifying strength in his fist and punched the air in his direction. Zi Yunqing smiled as he condensed pure qi into the magical bell. It resonated loudly and made Lin Feng shake with pain. Ding ding dong dong. The bell resonated in Lin Feng's brain, giving him hallucinations. He used his broken soul technique and protected his awareness with his ancient bell. However, it seemed like the sound waves contained an evil strength which assaulted both his intent and oppressed his soul. Lin Feng ran away and put his hands on his ears. The magic item of Tianshu was as expected, extremely powerful. Use the bell to oppress his soul and stop him in his tracks. Listen to my advice,
said someone to Zi Yuncheng. Surprisingly, it was Tianshu Zi giving more precious pieces of advice.
Zi Yuncheng started making the item resonate as golden lights appeared and shot at Lin Feng. The sounds were so loud that they hurt people's eardrums as well.
Even though Zi Yuncheng wasn't attacking them, the sound waves were still hurting them. Boom!
Lin Feng's brain was shaking as many of his broken souls were dying by the sound waves. At the same time, his intent was being crushed. The golden lights around the bell were becoming more intense, the sounds were getting louder and louder. Bright, golden lights were surrounding Lin Feng's body.
The bell could grab people's soul and constrict them. Without a soul, a cultivator became an empty shell. If the soul of a cultivator was constricted, the cultivator couldn't maintain awareness anymore and couldn't do anything.
Lin Feng released some terrifying fire and an oppressive strength which both cracked around him. Lin Feng then took out his stone with the word seal inscribed on it.
Go!
Shouted Lin Feng furiously. The stone targeted the bell and turned into a gigantic stone. The gigantic seal seemed like it could contain most of the pressure.
The ancient demon seal stone dated back to the antiquity and its sealing power was vast. Even though Lin Feng only possessed a small piece, it was enough.
A buzzing sound spread in the air as the demon seal stone sealed the bell. At the same time, Lin Feng raised the Tianxian meteorite and it looked like a mountain was falling from the atmosphere. "You seem to have forgotten that we, Tianxian's people, also have a treasure," said Lin Feng. He then ran forwards and landed in front of Zi Yunqing. In a flash, it seemed like the earth turned dark. At that moment, Lin Feng was holding a gigantic meteorite, the size of a mountain. Die! Lin Feng threw the gigantic meteorite at Zi Yunqing. Rumbling sounds and starlights were twinkling in the atmosphere. At the same time, a terrifying strength oppressed Zi Yunqing's body. The demon seal stone was oppressing the bell, making Zi Yunqing become desperate. At that moment, he could sense the power of the Tianxian item. A terrifying qi emerged out of Zi Yunqing's body. His pure qi flowed with an incredible speed, and he was no longer restraining his cultivation level anymore. His strength was back to that of the second Tianqi layer. "Bombarding handprint!" shouted Zi Yunqing furiously. Both his hands turned into bombarding handprints and attacked the Tianxian item. However, while punching the meteorite, Zi Yunqing was propelled backwards. Lin Feng smiled coldly as he raised his meteorite again. A terrifyingly oppressive power fell from the sky. Boom! A terrifying strength crashed onto Zi Yunqing's body, making his blood start boiling. The crowd was speechless. Zi Yunqing was using the strength of the second Tianqi layer, but Lin Feng still had the advantage. No wonder the old Snow Zone cultivator trusted Lin Feng and had put the future of Tianxian in his hands. He had incredible natural abilities. Boom boom boom. The Tianxian meteorite was oppressing Zi Yunqing, whose mouth was now dripping blood. His entire body had been crushed into the ground and many of his bones were broken. The incense had almost finished burning by now. Cling ling ling. A strange ringing sound suddenly could be heard. The soul bell had surprisingly broken free from the demon seal stone and appeared above Lin Feng. It suddenly turned into a gigantic golden bell and 7 rays of light appeared around Lin Feng. They turned into terrifying rays of physical strength and attacked Lin Feng, again making his soul shake violently. He had lost a few broken souls already, but at that moment, he couldn't move and couldn't use his powers anymore. "How shameless!" shouted Jin Fengzi furiously. His sword chi dashed to the skies and he jumped forwards. Obviously, Zi Yunqing hadn't done that. Zi Yunqi was being oppressed by Lin Feng's energies. Tianshu Zi could only have done that. "Wait," said the Snow Zone cultivator while preventing Jin Fengzi from attacking, surprising the latter. With that, he stopped moving. He knew that the Snow Zone cultivator wouldn't do anything, so Lin Feng was still in danger. The bell was still ringing and Lin Feng could sense that his soul kept crying. His 9-dragon celestial spirit appeared and was roaring furiously as it dashed to the skies. However, it too was oppressed by the bell and quickly fell back down again. The Tianxian meteorite turned back into a stone and moved back to Lin Feng. An incredible strength emerged out of it and Lin Feng sensed it. It was a great feeling. The strength of the earth and the sky was pleasantly radiating from it. It seemed like that stone was a bridge between him and the universe. Lin Feng could understand the mystical powers of the universe thanks to the stone. Around him, everything became more distinct and he could sense the smallest details, the leaves floating, grains of sand moving, the snowflakes falling. He could also sense vitality. With this sudden understanding, strength started flowing in his body. It was as if he was one with the earth and sky, a true fusion. It was similar to his world of darkness. However, it was even more mystical and marvelous than those two feelings. Cling ling ling. The bell was still ringing in Lin Feng's brain. His other spirit moved as well. It was his book spirit. The 7 rays of light were becoming more dazzling now. One page of the book spirit started moving. Each time the bell rang, that page wanted to turn over even more. It seemed like it was going to turn. Cling. Finally, the bell rang once more and the page started to turn. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 852, Great Surprise and the Zune Cultivator's Fury. Chapter 852, Great Surprise and the Zune Cultivator's Fury. Lin Feng's book spirit was finally taking action. Each time it turned a page, Lin Feng would be pleasantly surprised. The first time, he ended up with his world of darkness and was able to sense everything very clearly in his surroundings and enabled him to understand skills much faster than before. The second time, he obtained a sword which was perfect for him, a black sword, his so-called killer sword. The third time his book spirit came into play, the all-conquering Black Lotus was born. It contained a terrifying power and enabled him to challenge cultivators much stronger than him. Lin Feng inspected his book spirit and found nothing, a black hole. It was a vast, black and desolate world seemingly without anything interesting.
What's going on?
Thought Lin Feng surprised.
What was that blackness?
Ding! The bell resonated in his brain again and Lin Feng shook violently. His face was deathly pale at this rate. Fortunately, the Tianxian meteorite contained an incredible strength which was protecting his soul.
Brother!
Jin Fengzi saw that Lin Feng's face had turned deathly pale, so he wanted to help him. However, the Snow Zoom cultivator shook his head. The Tianxian meteorite is an incredible treasure with more than enough physical strength.
It is so mysterious that even I can't understand it very well, but in any case, it can help Lin Feng obtain what he wants. Just wait. Jin Fengzi was surprised and looked back at Lin Feng.
He had heard about the mysterious powers of the stone in the past.
However, even some Zoom cultivators were not able to take full advantage of it because of its mysteriousness.
Surely, Lin Feng was less capable of using it than them, and now the situation was getting even more dangerous. Without Tianshu Zi, that battle would have finished much earlier and Lin Feng would have defeated the other cultivators.
Lin Feng was extremely talented.
Now, even though Zi Yunqing had recovered his power of the second Tianqi layer, Lin Feng still had the advantage. He jumped up in the air and threw himself at Lin Feng while releasing a terrifying qi.
Lin Feng moved away.
He was still inspecting his mysterious spirit and using the power of the Tianxian meteorite to protect himself. When Lin Feng sensed that Zi Yunqing was throwing himself at him, he raised the meteorite to block his opponent's advance. A terrifying oppressive strength was directed towards Zi Yunqing. Rumbling sounds were still sounding.
Zi Yunqing's body was hit and blown away by Lin Feng's fist. What's going on?
The crowd was astonished.
How was that possible?
How could Lin Feng use the strength of the earth and sky to overpower Zi Yunqing only by punching him? Even Zi Yuncheng, who had broken through to the second Tianqi layer, couldn't use the strength of the earth to such an extent. Lin Feng was just as surprised with the exchange. Lin Feng guessed that he wasn't using his own strength a moment before, he used that of the earth and the sky. It was as if he fused together with his surroundings, with the earth.
It's the power of the Tianxian stone. Lin Feng was convinced that it was thanks to the meteorite.
Lin Feng suddenly had another bizarre yet marvelous feeling. His book moved again and it seemed to be attracting qi as if his spirit was absorbing the power of the meteorite. The feeling became even more intense as the mysterious strength contained in the stone was flowing into Lin Feng's spirit. From the blackness which had appeared on the new page of his spirit, a light suddenly appeared.
Boom!
The soul bell was still assaulting Lin Feng's soul, but the meteorite was still releasing its incredible powers to soften the blows. At the same time, its incredible strength was flowing into Lin Feng's spirit. From that blackness, more and more lights were appearing. A snowy mountain appeared and stars were twinkling. There were many different patterns appearing.
It looked like the world around him and they kept changing in an unfathomable way. Everything was appearing clearly now. Is that the power of the meteorite? Thought Lin Feng. Was the meteorite so powerful that it could make a world appear in his book?
In the past, Lin Feng would appear in a specific world of his own and could understand his surroundings. At that moment, Lin Feng remembered what the Snow Zoom cultivator said. It was an incredible treasure, even Zoom cultivators were unable to understand all of its mysteries. However, the meteorite made the world around him appear in his book, giving Lin Feng a feeling of superiority, like he was reigning over the region. It's time for the Tianqi layer. Lin Feng concentrated as his entire body fused together with his surroundings. With the earth and sky, Lin Feng became an authentic part of his surroundings. He was an element of nature. His soul and the earth were in symbiosis. Lin Feng's awareness had become extremely calm and peaceful. In fusion with the earth, he also possessed godly awareness. He rose up in the air and looked like he was standing aloof from worldly affairs, as if he hadn't existed at all. In the air around him, pure qi was whistling and penetrating into his body. His body was sucking it all in from the air. That qi quickly became a vortex. His pure qi wasn't enough, so he had to borrow the strength of the earth and the sky. Suddenly, Lin Feng broke through to the Tianqi layer. People were astonished and shaking. Not only had Lin Feng surprised everybody with his incredible strength, now he had broken through to the Tianqi layer as well. The bell was still ringing and surprisingly, Lin Feng was becoming stronger.
Cling ling ling. The bell kept resonating.
The Snow Zoom cultivator's long hair was fluttering in the wind. He was furious as he was releasing some qi. Lin Feng was about to break through to the Tianqi layer and Tianshu Zi, that bastard, wanted to attack him. The Snow Zoom cultivator jumped and appeared in front of the soul bell.
Then he began attacking it. How audacious! You even dare attack the precious item of Tianshu.
shouted Tianshu furiously, but inside he was smiling. He then released his awareness, which fused together with the bell, and he attacked the Snow Zone Cultivator. Tianshu, I don't like causing trouble, but do you really think that I am not as strong as you? You're just a loser, said the Snow Zone Cultivator, smiling coldly. Then his awareness turned into a terrifying kind of snow which enveloped the bell. Tianshu couldn't react fast enough. It seemed like his awareness was frozen, as he immediately turned pale. How is that possible? Tianshu couldn't believe what was happening. How could the Snow Zone Cultivator's awareness be so strong? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 853, Sealed for a Year. Chapter 853, Sealed for a Year. Even though the Snow Cultivator held an inferior cultivation level, he possessed a stronger awareness and had frozen the soul bell. Now, the amount of awareness which Tianshu put inside the bell was frozen along with it, and his soul was injured because of that. Break! Shouted Tianshu furiously. Some of his awareness turned into golden bells and made the air around the soul bell shake. Gotcha! The Sword Zone Cultivator appeared in front of him. His awareness turned into a sharp sword and cut through the golden bells. At the same time, in the air, a terrifyingly sharp sword fell down. Dazzling lights were twinkling everywhere now. You really think that our meteorite is so useless? Even though my brother's attacks aren't as powerful as mine, his awareness is incredibly powerful. Even with your soul bell, you can't do anything, said Feng while his sword was still falling from the sky. Tianshu abruptly moved backwards. That soul could really kill him. Tianshu yelled furiously and released chi, which dashed to the skies. Around him, snowflakes flew away as he raised his 5 fingers and a gigantic hand appeared in the AI. It was supposed to catch Feng's sword. Break! The sword released a myriad of lights that seemed like it wanted to tear through anything in its way. That powerful hand was destroyed and the sword continued falling. Piss off! Shouted Tianshu while pulling a long face. He released another attack as a vortex appeared which absorbed everything around it like a black hole. The crowd couldn't stand it, it was unbearable. They all moved backwards to stay safe. Finally, the sword disappeared. The Zone Cultivator's attacks were incredible, they had to use their full strength just to watch. But even a superficial look at the sword was enough to understand Feng's power. If Tianshu attacked again, Feng would probably lose control of himself. The Snow Zone Cultivator and the Fire Zone Cultivator appeared in front of the group of people from Tianshu and looked at them coldly. The other Zone Cultivators of Tianshu rose up in the air. It seemed like a war was about to start. Stop fighting, said the Star Zone Cultivator in the sky. He looked furious. He glanced at them and everybody calmed down. Tianxi has always been peaceful and prosperous, don't forget your beliefs and your purpose, said the Star Zone Cultivator furiously. Brother, Tianxian keeps bullying us. They stole my bell and they truly despise us, said Tianshu. Now they don't want to give back my bell. I will seal the bell for a year. If Tianshu continues to act this way, then there is no need to give it back, said the Snow Zone Cultivator. Tianshu remained silent, but he pulled a long face and looked at the Star Zone Cultivator saying, Brother, you see? Tianxian wants a war. They want to destroy Tianshu. What a shameless dog, cursed the Snow Zone Cultivator. Tianshu was too shameless. Brother, you keep lying all the time. Tianxian has been patient enough. Surprisingly, you're a leader and you keep acting so shamelessly. You even attacked my disciple when he was about to break through to the Tianxi layer. You shouldn't even be a leader for Tianshu anymore, said the Snow Zone Cultivator. This time, he couldn't hold himself back anymore. Tianshu had gone too far. The old Star Cultivator said indifferently, Tianxian can take care of the soul bell for a year. The calm voice of the old man made many people's hearts shudder. It meant that the Star Zone Cultivator was on Tianxian's side. Everybody knew that Tianshu had gone too far. Back everybody, said the Star Zone Cultivator. The Snow Zone Cultivator and the Fire Zone Cultivator smiled and moved back while still protecting Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng's soul started changing. His perceptions were particularly acute. Incredible amounts of pure chi from the sky and earth was penetrating into his body and he was bathing in incredible lights. Leaving the Xin Shi layer and breaking through to the Tianxi layer was something marvelous to behold. After a short while, the terrifying pure chi became calm again, but the crowd could still sense that things were changing inside of Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng opened his eyes and smiled resplendently. He had finally broken through to the Tianxi layer. In the end, he could thank Tianshu Zi. Because he attacked him with the soul bell, it had awakened his book spirit and the power of the meteorite. The meteorite fused with his spirit and enabled him to break through to the Tianqi layer. Of course, without the Tianxian meteorite, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to do anything. He broke through to the Tianqi layer. The Snow Zone cultivator was smiling just as resplendently as Lin Feng. Tang Yu and Lin Feng's other friends were all smiling as well. Besides, Lin Feng was instructed with the secrets of Tianxian. He had received the Tianxian meteorite and had broken through to the Tianqi layer. Everything was happening so smoothly and Lin Feng was very happy. Lin Feng, show us your strength, show us that Tianshu's people are pieces of trash, said Huang Fulong, who was still upset with Zi Yinqing. Zi Yinqing was instructed with the secrets of Tianshu and had received the soul bell, but he was being humiliated. In front of Lin Feng, when he still possessed the power of the Xianqi layer, he couldn't do anything. So now that he had broken through to the Tianqi layer, he was going to be even more terrifying. Great minds think alike, brother, said Lin Feng. He turned around and looked at Zi Yinqing. Lin Feng had to exact revenge. While breaking through to the Tianqi layer, Lin Feng had forgotten about everything. Now that he could think clearly again, he knew what to do. Tianshu's people despised him. Zi Yinqing had to use his strength of the second Tianqi layer again because Lin Feng was going to be merciless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 854, Super Violent Genius. Chapter 854, Super Violent Genius. Lin Feng took back his demon seal stone and said slowly, "Now, the incense is done burning and I was lucky that everyone was so merciful to me. On top of that, I acquired some incredible treasures in the mysterious world, which is why I survived for so long." Lin Feng's politeness surprised many people. He was saying that his opponents were playing nice with him and that he wouldn't have survived if he didn't possess such incredible treasures. He was giving face to everyone, and in that way, he was also giving all the leaders of the Snowy Peaks face. Tianqi was a united country, and that was why Tianqi was so strong. Lin Feng had become a successor of Tianxian. As a new leader, he couldn't afford to act too aggressive or arrogant. You definitely all deserve to be leaders in the different Snowy Peaks. You constricted your strength to fight against me to protect me and are thus too generous. I admire your strength and feel grateful. In the future, we will have the opportunity to fight together again and learn from each other. We will become stronger together and make Tianqi even stronger. Continued Lin Feng. That was enough, anymore, and people would think he was making fun of them. If the Star Zoom cultivator hadn't told them to constrict their cultivation level, they wouldn't have done so, but Lin Feng was saying that they were generous. Those leaders even believed him, otherwise, how could they have lost? With a few sentences, everybody suddenly liked Lin Feng. The three Zoom cultivators glanced at each other and smiled. Lin Feng remained calm and peaceful. They felt like they made the right decision. Even the Star Zoom cultivator was pleasantly surprised. Yu Tianji had told him about a genius in Tianxian whose name was Lin Feng, whose abilities were incredible. The old Zoom cultivator could already guess that it was him. But, however, at that moment, Lin Feng turned to Zi Yinqiang. In every group of influence, there are losers. Maybe it's due to their education, but no matter, they can act shamelessly. If you had constricted your own cultivation level, then I could have learned from you. But in the end, you used your full strength and benefited from the help of your teacher. I don't see why you should have to belong to the same group as us, it's humiliating. Lin Feng's tone of speech had changed. He was accusing Tianshu's people of acting shamelessly. They had joined hands to fight him, so the relationship between the two was definitely ruined and there were no way for reconciliation. Lin Feng could not easily forgive his enemies. Zi Yinqing felt furious and humiliated. However, Lin Feng spoke the truth. Tianshu Zi had really turned Zi Yinqing into scum, a hopeless case. Since you really want to fight against me, I will fulfill your wish. Now that you don't have the soul bell, I will not use the Tianxian meteorite. You are a successor of Tianshu and I am a successor of Tianxian. Let's have a fair battle. Your cultivation level is still higher than mine, so you can keep it, said Lin Feng, challenging Zi Yinqing. Zi Yinqing's eyes were twinkling. He didn't feel like fighting Lin Feng, who had just broken through to the Tianqi layer. Zi Yinqing was convinced that he had no chance to win and he wasn't in the mood to fight a losing battle. However, he had no choice, he had no reason to refuse. If Lin Feng was right, they were both successors of their respective groups, even his cultivation level was higher than Lin Feng's, so why would he refuse? If he refused to fight Lin Feng, what would it mean? Zi Yinqing opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Lin Feng didn't intend to give him any opportunity to refuse anyways as he said coldly, let's start. Show me what a shameless successor like you can do. Show me your real strength. Lin Feng then jumped forwards and threw himself at Zi Yunqing while releasing a terrifying qi. Since Zi Yunqing couldn't avoid the battle anymore, he released his terrifying battle energy. He released oppressive energies as Lin Feng took out a gigantic stone which contained sealing energies. The word seal was carved into that stone and it contained an incredible strength. He was constricting the oppressive energies with the stone. The demon seal stone, how shameless! Shouted Tian Shuzi furiously when he saw the stone. Shut the hell up! He's just doing the same as you. Lin Feng is extremely far from being as shameless as you guys, said the Fire Zoom Cultivator mockingly. Lin Feng hated Tian Shuzi. Zi Yunqing sensed the strength and his face turned deathly pale. The demon seal stone could oppress the soul bell, so it was an incredible treasure. Lin Feng was in the sky and could sense everything clearly now. He had just bullied Lin Feng with his soul bell and now the situation was reversed. Go! Said Lin Feng while releasing pure qi into the stone. The word seal then started shining, it was dazzling to the eyes. Rumbling sounds were heard as the stone became gigantic and shot straight towards Zi Yunqing. He couldn't even see the sky anymore. Boom boom boom. The stone fell down from the sky and oppressed Zi Yunqing's body. The crowd couldn't see him anymore as the power of the stone was too great. Lin Feng was smiling coldly. Zi Yunqing's strength was at the top of the second Tianqi layer, he was extremely strong so he should be able to resist. Lin Feng used his agility technique and quickly landed on the stone. Lin Feng punched the stone violently like a hammer. He had broken through to the Tianqi layer so his punches could make the entire area shaket. The stone ended up deeper in the ground. Zi Yunqing emitted a horrible shriek. He had sensed Lin Feng's punch through the stone and the pain was unbearable. What perseverance! Lin Feng was surprised but was still smiling coldly. He jumped up in the air again and kicked the stone again. A terrifying strength spread in the stone again. Zi Yunqing gave a horrible shriek again as the ground shook. How tragic! Thought the crowd. If Zi Yunqing was buried in the ground, it meant that he had used all his strength already and couldn't put up any more of a fight. He might even die. Lin Feng smiled as he pulled back his seal stone and guarded the hole which Zi Yunqing was in. He wanted to kill. Lin Feng released a terrifying and dazzling fire which burned the ground and then started to punch the ground as well. Ah! A horrible shriek came from under the ground as a silhouette rose up in the air. It was a black burnt silhouette without any hair. You dared come out again? Said Lin Feng smiling. In a flash, he landed in front of Zi Yunqing and punched him with a fist containing a terrifying physical strength. Cracking sounds were heard as Zi Yunqing bones were breaking. After receiving the blow, his body was blown away in Tian Shuzi's direction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 855, A New Life. Chapter 855, A New Life. Tian Shuzi rolled up his sleeves and caught Zi Yunqing's body. He checked Zi Yunqing's injuries and found that all of his bones were broken. It would be very difficult to recover. He might not ever be as strong as he was again. Lin Feng had ruined Zi Yunqing's future. He's a successor of Tian Shu and possesses the same social status as you, yet you dared act so cruelly. Very good. Okay, great. Said Tian Shuzi while handing Zi Yunqing over to some people behind him. He was glaring at Lin Feng with a most concentrated coldness. You really are shameless. You attacked me while I was breaking through to the Tianqi layer and you still talk about ideals? We know about your sly and cruel methods already. Said Lin Feng mockingly. He then glanced at Zi Yunqing, whose cultivation had been crippled and said, You're too weak to be a successor of Tian Shu, you couldn't even withstand a single attack. On top of that, you're a coward. Tian Shu's people can thank me for crippling his cultivation, at least if he comes out now, you won't lose face anymore. Humiliate Tianqi? Asked Tian Shuzi as he looked up at the Starzun cultivator and continued, Brother, Tian Xian's people are insane. They bully others and now they even crippled my successor's cultivation. They took our Tian Shu soul bell and I don't even feel like staying here anymore, so I'm leaving. Tian Shuzi finished talking, took Tian Shu with him and left. The old star cultivator remained silent, cool-headed and detached. Many people were looking at Lin Feng with astonishment. Tianqi was witnessing the rise of a monstrous genius. After a while, he would probably become stronger than the other Tianqi successors as well. Besides, Lin Feng had already become the successor of Tian Xian. If he became stronger than the other successors, he could even become the leader of Tianqi. Besides, something else had surprised the crowd. The Snow Zone Cultivator was hiding his strength until now. He could even seal the soul bell. Tianshuzi was feeling bad. He had understood that Tianxian would rise now. Tianshu's people were humiliated though. Would they give up so easily? Tianqi's people, don't forget our purpose and our beliefs, said the old Star Zone Cultivator slowly while glancing at the crowd. He sounded solemn and serious. Immediately after, he raised his hand and condensed some energy. His hand was as sharp as a blade as he cut some of his hair off. His white hair floated in the wind and everybody followed it with their eyes. Nothing like that has ever happened in Tianqi. I cut my hair to tell you that it is my fault. I should have prevented this, said the old man slowly. He wanted to bear the responsibility for what had happened. I hope that nothing like this will ever happen again. From today on, Lin Feng is a leader and successor in Tianqi. No matter what, you can't offend him. Instead, you should support him. If outsiders attack him, you must help him. If you act selfishly and let pollution invade your heart, please tell me what your purpose is and I will help guide you through it, shouted the Star Zone Cultivator so that everybody could hear. He then put his hand on his heart in a solemn way. Everybody did the same as him and put their hands on their heart as well. Everything for the empire. Their voices resonated in unison and made their hearts shook harmoniously. Many people felt bewitched in a positive way. No matter what, they had to support Lin Feng and prevent him from losing his treasures. They would make Tianqi glorious and powerful. Okay, now everybody can disperse, said the Star Cultivator while waving. He then jumped into the star again and disappeared. Everybody slowly dispersed and left the Tianxian snowy peak. The Snow Zone Cultivator looked at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, what happened today made Tianshuzi furious. He will never forgive you. Although it's a disservice for Tianqi to have such people among us, he will never let you off. You must be careful from now on. I understand, said Lin Feng nodding. Though, he still thought Tianshuzi was a loser. Why didn't our brothers punish Tianshuzi? It stinks so much here, said Jin Fengzi. He was furious. We should have attacked him, but I think that our star brother only has good reasons, so we resisted, said the Snow Zone Cultivator. Lin Feng was already very satisfied. He felt proud. 3 Zone Cultivators were protecting him now. Without them, the situation would have ended differently. Lin Feng, you're doing a great job. I really wanted to crush them, said Huang Fulong while Lin Feng was walking towards him and the others. Huang Fulong wanted to slaughter Zi Yunsheng. He would have crushed you if you tried, said Yun Fei Yan laughing. Huang Fulong just scratched his head looking silly. Lin Feng, I thought that you weren't as strong as me. It seems like I was wrong, said Huang Fulong while giggling in a silly way. Everybody was speechless. Was he just realizing that? Alright, you all obtained some great treasures in the mysterious world, and before Lin Feng came back, you all had no time to practice. Now that Lin Feng's back, you should all practice for a while as well. You should all try to break through to the Tianqi layer as well, said the Snow Zone Cultivator while looking at those talented young people in a warm and gentle way. Lin Feng brought his friends along with him to Tianqi. They would all be a great benefit to Tianqi. Besides, this time they had all obtained incredible treasures and they had all broken through to the 8th or 9th Xianqi layer. With proper teachings, they would break through to the Tianqi layer. I understand. Lin Feng broke through to the Tianqi layer. I'm almost as strong as him, so I shouldn't waste time and should catch up quickly, said Huang Fulong smiling. The others smiled back. That guy was so funny. But joking aside, it was true that they all needed to practice. And you, Lin Feng, you broke through to the Tianqi layer, so you need to get used to it and stabilize your cultivation level. Now, you must try to understand the universe. It's a completely different dimension from the Xianqi layer, said the Snow Zone Cultivator to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. The Tianqi layer was related to the earth and the sky. Now that he could use their power, he needed to understand its mechanisms and potential. After cultivating for a while, it would be time for him to go back to Shuezhou and to the Black Wind Mountain. He had already broken through to the Tianqi layer, and the middle-aged woman told him he would be able to get Meng Qing back if he managed to do so. The Snow Zone Cultivator prepared some special places in the mountains for Jun Mo Shi and the others to practice cultivation. Not far from Tianxian, there was a nice place to practice in peace. At the same time, Jian Fengzi and the Fire Zone Cultivator stayed there. Lin Feng would practice in a special place at the top of another snowy mountain where nobody would disturb him. At the top of that snowy mountain, the 7 snow eagles came and transformed into people. They landed behind the Snow Zone Cultivator and said, "Master, from today on, you are not in charge of the affairs of Tianxian. Instead, you are Lin Feng's protectors. Protect him until he becomes stronger than you," said the Snow Zone Cultivator slowly. The 7 eagles nodded and said, "We understand." The Snow Zone Cultivator turned his head towards the eagles and smiled, "When Lin Feng is here, you can stay in Tianxian, and there is no need to follow me. If he goes somewhere else, you can follow him and you will benefit from great treasures because of him." After that, the Snow Zone Cultivator left and the 7 eagles as well. They all flew in different directions, protecting the 7 snowy peaks of Tianxi, keeping the peace and tranquility of the empire. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 856, The Snow Zone Cultivator. Chapter 856, The Snow Zone Cultivator. There was a glacier on a mountain in Tianxi and there was somebody practicing cultivation in, borrowing the strength of the stars. At the top of that glacier were 2 old people. They weren't releasing qi and they looked like ordinary people. However, that freezing atmosphere couldn't influence them at all. Yu Tianji has incredible natural abilities, he is a good guy and possesses great principles. In the future, he will surely replace you," said one of the old men while looking at the younger cultivator in the glacier. "I think so too. Initially, I used to think that he would become the leader of Tianqi, but now there is another genius. I admire you for having such good eyes and for immediately handing Tianxian over to him. This also means you're willing to leave," said the other old man who was almost bald. It was the dignified leader of Tianxi, the old star man. On his side, there was the leader of Tianxian, the Snow Zone Cultivator. "Willing to leave?" "Not yet, but even with me nothing incredible will happen in Tianxian anymore. And letting Lin Feng reign over Tianxian alone now is not the right time, I have to wait until he becomes stronger. Then, I'll be able to enjoy a break without worrying about Tianxian," said the Snow Zone Cultivator. He was smiling just thinking about it. "Don't pretend to be someone else in front of me. If anyone can defeat me in Tianxi, it must be you. The Tianxian meteorite is incredible, probably the most precious item in all of Tianxi, but it's the most mysterious one as well. You've been practicing cultivation for a long time, but it seems like you haven't made any progress for so many years. Do you think I believe that? We're old men, tell me your real cultivation level," said the old star cultivator. Back then, when they had become leaders, they used to be the 2 strongest cultivators of Tianxi. They respected each other and considered one another as the best cultivators of Tianxi. Of course, they were also best friends. Therefore, the Starman wanted to understand the Snow Zone Cultivator, but he was so mysterious. "It's not important anymore, I just want to see our young disciples become stronger and reign over Tianxi. Our future is limited and I don't think we can become stronger anymore," said the Snow Zone Cultivator, sounding a bit melancholic. He knew that sooner or later Lin Feng would replace him. They all wanted to become stronger and reach the cultivation level of Emperor. However, talent was a mysterious thing. After having broken through a specific cultivation layer, some cultivators felt like they hit a brick wall. The old star man raised his head and looked at the sky. "I know that you haven't given up. Like our masters, you also want to find somebody to pass on our traditions, principles, and beliefs. When you are free from these concerns, you will untie those chains which prevent you from progressing to that cultivation level which you and I have always dreamed of." The Snow Zone Cultivator smiled in a resplendent way. "Don't you think the same way as me? After our masters passed on all those responsibilities to us, they left and never contacted us again. I don't know where they are or what they are doing now. I wonder if they are still practicing to become stronger. If you don't abandon everything, you'll always be worried and then it'll be too difficult to practice cultivation. Wait until they are mature and strong enough, we will do the same," said the old star man, sounding nostalgic. They felt sad about what their masters did, but they could understand, for they would have to do the same someday. "Shouldn't we clean Tianqi a little before?" asked the Snow Zone Cultivator. Tianshu Zi's behavior had exasperated him and it would be difficult to forgive him. They do not feel safe and instead feel like they're in danger. Isn't it better to leave them sweating? We can give them a chance to cling obstinately to their course. They are acting willfully, let's see what the future will look like for them," said the old star man as if he could already see the whole situation. Ordinary disciples couldn't see as far as those old and wise men. After half a month in a mountain, Lin Feng was still sitting cross-legged near a precipice. His eyes were closed and he was calmly inspecting his new powers of the Tianqi layer. At that moment, Lin Feng was condensing his godly awareness into ancient bells. His myriad of broken souls were now surrounded by dazzling golden lights. Lin Feng's godly awareness was now thicker and more powerful. His ancient bells were also more solid, not looking like illusions anymore. The godly awareness skill was incredibly precious, especially because he could use them to attack and protect himself at the same time. Ordinary cultivators of the Tianqi layer could barely learn that skill. A powerful soul was required as well. Lin Feng was different, his soul was so much more powerful than ordinary cultivators. When his awareness stopped improving, Lin Feng stopped practicing. His awareness could turn into an ancient bell that could leave his brain. People who watched Lin Feng break through to the Tianqi layer would be flabbergasted seeing him now. They would be speechless. Lin Feng's natural abilities were too incredible. Lin Feng took out the Tianxian meteorite again and held it firmly. His book spirit appeared and 7 rays of light illuminated it. The new page was still empty. However, Lin Feng was attracting energies to strengthen the blank page. Lin Feng felt nostalgic when he saw that landscape again. He could see his entire surroundings. He could see the mountains and vitality floating through the earth and sky. Everything was perfectly distinct and it was constantly enlightening. Lin Feng raised his hands up and flew into the air, fusing together with the earth and sky. Boom boom boom. Lin Feng punched the air and explosions sounded. The air in front of Lin Feng was shaking violently and unceasingly. Then, Lin Feng's attack disappeared, but the thick qi remained. How scary. Lin Feng looked at his hands and was surprised by the strength. The Tianxian meteorite provided him such explosive power. Besides, Lin Feng was convinced that he hadn't understood all the mysteries of the stone yet. It was probably even more incredible. Lin Feng didn't spend too much time trying to understand it though. Even though he had broken through to the Tianqi layer, it was just the beginning. He still had a lot to do. He had to keep fighting and striving for higher cultivation levels, and one day, he would become a Zun cultivator. Maybe then, he would consider himself as a truly strong cultivator. Of course, even with Lin Feng's low cultivation level, an ordinary country such as Shuiyu would consider Lin Feng as a warlord. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 857, Incredible Spirit. Chapter 857, Incredible Spirit. The page turned and the power of the meteorite can strengthen me through my spirit. Can other things affect it as well? Not. Lin Feng seemed to realize something. As he thought about it, he sat down cross-legged and put the meteorite away. He pulled out the demon seal stone and set it in front of him. My spirit can absorb the explosive power of the meteorite. Can it do the same with the demon seal stone? Lin Feng put his hand on the demon seal stone and shook it, trying to absorb its energies. He examined his book spirit in his head. Light started twinkling on the empty page. There was a strange strength which slowly penetrated his spirit. As I thought, it's possible. Lin Feng was now extremely happy. That also meant that the new page could absorb all sorts of strengths and energies from precious treasures. What a terrifying power! A gigantic word seal appeared in the dark emptiness. It was twinkling as it was slowly carved with great energies flowing through it. It contained a terrifying oppressive power capable of sealing demons' energies. The word looked very distinct as it appeared in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng could sense the power of the word and he was trying to better understand it. If he used that power, he wouldn't need to use the demon seal stone anymore. Lin Feng calmly inspected and studied his spirit for a long time and then opened his eyes. He shook his hand in a random direction and a terrifying sealing strength emerged. Lin Feng smiled resplendently. As expected, his spirit had recorded how the stone worked and enabled Lin Feng to use that power without the stone. That book had, once again, pleasantly surprised Lin Feng. How mysterious! Lin Feng never knew what the book had offered to him, but each time it was incredible. Can I put the strength and energies of the Jade Emperor's palace in the book as well? Thought Lin Feng. He immediately tried, but this time, nothing happened. Lin Feng looked at the heart. There were many strong cultivators inside, but there were also many incredible treasures. Back when he was in the palace, he had seen many closed doors. Incredible treasures were certainly behind them, but he couldn't open them. What annoyed Lin Feng the most was that there were strong cultivators inside the palace, so he couldn't go inside. Many of them were a lot stronger than him. But Lin Feng wasn't in a rush. Those people were his cattle. He just had to wait until he was strong enough and then he could deal with them. If I could learn a skill to control other people's bodies using my godly awareness, that would be incredible. I would be able to make them my slaves, so there wouldn't be a need to kill them. Thought Lin Feng. There were strong cultivators inside the palace and killing them would be a waste. Lin Feng then threw the heart on the ground and it started shaking unceasingly. The people in the palace were shouting furiously because Lin Feng was making everything shake again. Lin Feng.
I will definitely kill you, Lin Feng.
Those people were all shouting furiously. They were prisoners that couldn't escape. Even as they found treasures, they couldn't use them unless they escaped the palace. However, Lin Feng, that bastard, wasn't giving them any chance to do so. They couldn't even practice cultivation peacefully because each time Lin Feng threw the heart, it made the whole palace shake and it was disturbing them in their practice. This way, they would all stay weaker. However, they had no solution. 7 days passed and some people gathered to enjoy some tea and food at the top of a snowy mountain. There were 4 people with unfathomable and mysterious qi. Those 4 were the leaders of the snowy peaks. Brothers, Tianxian is starting to recruit more disciples in Tianqi. They are becoming stronger and insufferably arrogant, especially Lin Feng. You saw it, right after breaking through to the Tianqi layer, he not only acted with arrogance but also violence. In front of me, he even dared to cripple Zi Yunqing's cultivation. I'm sure he will continue to act in an even more insane way in the future if he becomes stronger. Tianshu Zi was attempting to convince the 3 others leaders. Every day they would gather and drink tea together, enjoying some food while chatting. They liked to rest and talk about cultivation. Sometimes, they would talk about their disciples. This time, they had been invited by Tianshu Zi to come over and talk about Lin Feng. Let's not talk about him anymore, let's play some chess. The 3 others smiled and ignored Tianshu Zi's words. They didn't feel like getting involved, they didn't want tensions to escalate. Someone was approaching in the distance, slowly. That person then stopped in front of the leader of Yao Guang and shouted, "Master." "What's going on?" asked the leader of Yao Guang. That person remained silent and talked to the Yao Guang leader via their consciousness. After the mental conversation, the leader stood up and smiled, "Brothers, sorry but I have to go. I will be back later." Then, he left with the person who just came. It seemed like something strange was happening. The other leaders were also called by some people and left saying that they would be back soon. Tianshu Zi was the only one left, and he was feeling annoyed but he had to remain patient. The leader of Yao Guang went back to Yao Guang and approached one of the snow eagles. "Why did you come here?" asked the leader of Yao Guang. "Sir, my master asked me to bring you something," said the snow eagle while handing over a ring to the leader of Yao Guang. The leader of Yao Guang was surprised and curious. He put his consciousness inside the ring and was pleasantly surprised. He looked back at the snow eagle's sharp lights in his eyes. "Sir, my master sent me. He told me that if we were all strong, then the entire empire would become stronger," said the snow eagle. The leader thought about it and then became gentle, even warm. "Please tell him how grateful I am, I appreciate his gesture and I accept it too. I can understand what he means, Tianqi is becoming stronger each day it seems," said the leader of Yao Guang while smiling. "Alright, I will tell him," said the snow eagle while bowing before leaving. When the snow eagle left, the Yao Guang leader remained standing there with his eyes twinkling. Tianxian had a new genius. Not only was he strong, he also cared about the future. The same thing happened on the other peaks, except Tianshu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 858, Going Around. Chapter 858, Going Around. Tianshu Zi waited for a long time but nobody came back. His mood was extremely poor. Were those people making fun of him? After a while, he lost his patience and stood up. Then he left Tianshu and went to Yao Guang. On the way, he came across a snow eagle that surprised him. "Brother, why did you come?" said the leader of Yao Guang politely, smiling at Tianshu. "Brother, as I didn't see you come back, I just came to check if everything was alright. Indeed, there have been some things I needed to manage. I only went to Tianshu to drink tea and play chess. I hope that you are not too disappointed," said the leader of Yao Guang, still smiling. "Okay, well, I won't force you. I just want to know what is going on," asked Tianshu Zi. "What's going on?" Tianshu Zi wasn't saying everything he was thinking, he didn't want to show how he was annoyed. He then added, "Tianxian is dangerously ambitious. Lin Feng is not a righteous person. Brother, stop saying such things. Even though there are tensions between Tianxian and Tianshu, nobody cares about it anymore. We only want to make Tianqi a better place and a more powerful empire. Besides, Lin Feng is a righteous person and has undeniable natural abilities, he's truly a rare genius. He will definitely make Tianxian stronger and Tianqi stronger. How is this a bad thing?" said the leader of Yao Guang. Tianshu Zi remained silent. Then he groaned and said, "Since you think that way, I'm leaving." Then, Tianshu Zi turned around and rose up in the air. Brother, take care, said the leader of Yao Guang politely. Then Tian Shuzi left to Yu Hong.
Brother Yu Hong,
said Tian Shuzi politely. He then talked about the same topic again. The leader of Yu Hong remained silent and said, unwilling to talk, brother, you are bringing this up too much, just forget about it. If you talk about Tian Xian again, it will mean that you have forgotten about our principles and goals. We all want Tian Xi to become stronger, not for us to fight against each other. I see that Tian Xian is progressing quickly because they have found the genius, Lin Feng. He is a talented successor and will only benefit Tian Xian.
I hope that you can understand this and share their happiness. Remember to think about Tian Xi.
Tian Shuzi pulled a long face. He then turned around and said, goodbye.
He disappeared in the distance and went to Tian Quan.
He didn't see the leader though, but one of the disciples told him that the leader was practicing cultivation and had no time to see him.
Tian Shuzi was surprised. What was happening? Why were the snow eagles traveling around Tian Xi? Had the other leaders left Tian Shu because of the eagles? Tian Shuzi didn't understand why he was left alone. Yao Guang, Yu Hong, Tian Quan, all those leaders were good friends with Tian Shuzi, but now they were defending Lin Feng. Back in Tian Xian, Lin Feng was at the top of the main peak. He was observing the snow and in a white robe. Some silhouettes landed behind him. The snow eagles had all come back. They remained silently standing behind Lin Feng. Are you done? Asked Lin Feng, turning around. Master, we're done and they're all satisfied, said the snow eagles.
Lin Feng nodded. No matter whether it was in his previous life or in this life, contacts were important. Lin Feng didn't know the other leaders well, but because they belonged to the same group, they had harmonious relations. This time, Lin Feng offered them intent and abstruse crystals, hoping that they would all become strong so Tian Xi could become stronger. He wasn't acting selfishly, he was solely acting for Tian Xi. Nobody could refuse such good intentions because they all belonged to Tian Xi. At the same time, they also gained more esteem for Lin Feng. It was rare for a cultivator to share his precious treasures with other cultivators. Many were jealous to see other cultivators becoming stronger.
Abstruse crystals were extremely rare and contained abstruse significance energies. For Tian-level cultivators, those were even more incredible treasures. Back then in Tian Xian, who was it that thought of stealing Lin Feng's treasures?
Lin Feng was young, but apart from Tian Shuzi, nobody dared to violate the rules of Tian Xi now. Lin Feng was offering them presents as if he had forgotten what happened the other day.
Let's go.
Lin Feng jumped up in the air and started flying. Lin Feng was feeling great. He had broken through to the Tian Xi layer and didn't need pure qi to fly anymore. He could borrow the strength of the earth and the sky instead. That feeling was incredible. Lin Feng arrived on the mountain where Jun Mo Shi and the others were practicing. The 3 Zun cultivators were there as well. They glanced at each other when they saw Lin Feng approaching. They could see that Lin Feng's qi was powerful, that he was in symbiosis with the earth and sky.
They couldn't help but nod with admiration.
In such a short time, Lin Feng had already made great progress.
Teachers, how are their cultivation levels now? Asked Lin Feng to his teachers.
The 3 teachers looked surprised and then smiled. Lin Feng was concerned about his friends. Lin Feng became a young leader in Tian Xian, and in the future, he would become a real leader. Therefore, they didn't want to be called master or anything like that, they wanted to be called teachers at most.
Very good.
Jun Mo Shi can start breaking through to the Tian Xi layer.
Huang Fu Long and Tang Yu, you have already reached the very top of the 9th Xian Xi layer. In a short time, they'll also be able to start trying to break through to the Tian Xi layer, especially Huang Fu Long. Even though he's a bit strange, his natural abilities are rare and he has a pure heart. He practices mindful meditation and might break through to the Tian Xi layer before Jun Mo Shi. Tang Yu, you must make more efforts to progress.
And Yunfei Yang is still at the beginning or maybe the middle of the 9th Xian Xi layer. However, his cultivation basics are so solid that he is constantly making progress. Slowly but surely, his cultivation basics are even more solid than Jun Mo Shi's. After reaching the top of the Xian Xi layer, it will be extremely easy for him to break through to the Tian Xi layer, said the Snow Zun cultivator, explaining the situation to Lin Feng. Lin Feng understood everything. Jun Mo Shi was a go steady and strike hard kind of cultivator with his qi of righteousness. He also had an indestructible spirit, a crazy strength and solid natural abilities. Huang Fu Long, however, had mental problems. He was simple-minded but his heart was pure, he could solely focus on his cultivation. Yu Yu was also talented, but in her heart, she was a woman before a cultivator, sometimes. Concerning Yunfei Yang, back then the Prince of Mou was already famous in Shuiyu. After he displayed his incredible talent, he could understand the force of the earth and sky already. He might be slower than everyone else, but his cultivation was still the most solid. Teachers, I want to leave the region for a while. I want to go back to Shuiyu to check on things, said Lin Feng suddenly. The Snow Zoom cultivator remained silent for a few seconds before replying. Shuiyu is extremely far from our region. You have to be very careful. Now anything could happen. Powerful groups of influence are all interested in you.
I understand, said Lin Feng.
After what happened in the Death Valley, Lin Feng had miraculously made it back to Tianqi alive. By now the news had probably spread. Some other powerful groups of influence wouldn't abandon him, namely the East Sea Dragon Palace. However, even if Lin Feng was alone in Tianqi, nobody would dare cause trouble unless every single cultivator of the group came there. But the results would be tragic and the East Sea Dragon Palace wouldn't do that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 859, Back to Shuiyu. Chapter 859, Back to Shuiyu.
Lin Feng left some things behind for Tianshan and then left, crossing the Snowy Empire. Lin Feng had broken through to the first Tianqi layer, so he had to make it back to Shuiyu. The previous time, he had turned into a demon and left Shuiyu. His parents were probably very worried.
Bzzz, the snow eagles were following Lin Feng. They passed in front of him and turned into humans. Master, said the snow eagles, we're coming with you.
Lin Feng remained silent for a few seconds and then nodded. All right, just be discreet. The snow eagles nodded and they rose up in the air, flying through the clouds. Lin Feng put on his mask again and turned into another person, that yellowish, sick person. His chi became very weak and nobody could recognize him. Even while crossing Tianqi, he had to be careful.
Many people were looking for him.
Without the mask, it would be difficult to travel. In fact, Lin Feng had anticipated all of this when he left the region of the snowy peaks and arrived in the Tianqi countryside. He could sense how many people were looking at him. Besides, those people were from all sorts of powerful groups. Even his teachers had warned him. If Lin Feng hadn't put on his mask, he would have died right after leaving Tianqi. But Lin Feng wasn't worried or nervous because he looked like an ordinary disciple of Tianqi. He didn't even fly in the air to avoid drawing people's attention. In the capital city, Lin Feng bought a snow-cold horse and galloped through the town. Against all expectations, nothing slowed him down as he galloped on the huge road at full speed.
A few silhouettes flickered in the air.
They were extremely fast, especially their leader. He was in fusion with the earth and sky. It was seemingly a cultivator of the Tianqi layer.
Stop! Shouted one of them furiously.
Lin Feng stopped immediately on his horse. Lin Feng appeared weak and fragile as he looked up at the three people and said, "How may I help you, gentlemen?" Lin Feng analyzed their cultivation levels discreetly. One of them had broken through to the second Tianqi layer and the two others were at the top of the Xianqi layer. "You probably come from Tianqi," said the leader, coldly while glancing at Lin Feng.
"Indeed," said Lin Feng while nodding.
Lin Feng released his awareness and checked the neighboring regions to see if there were others there.
There was nobody in the region, only these three. "Is Lin Feng in Tianqi?" asked the leader coldly. "He isn't," said Lin Feng while shaking his head. "Where is he then?" asked the leader coldly.
Lin Feng took a small step forwards. This made the leader look at him in an even colder way. He was getting closer as he shouted, "Speak."
"Lin Feng is.
He's here." When Lin Feng finished talking, he immediately jumped. He had already prepared his bronze bells before that, and in a flash he attacked his opponent's soul.
Die!
Lin Feng had changed back so suddenly. His bronze bells penetrated his opponent's head. Golden lights were seen as he killed his opponent in that second. His awareness moved back to his body and then he slowly fell back down. The other two were not ready for that. They were shaking with fear.
"That's Lin Feng."
Lin Feng could use his awareness to attack people and kill a cultivator of the second Tianqi layer with ease. How astonishing.
"Where are you from?" asked Lin Feng.
The two ignored Lin Feng and started running.
What did they think? That Lin Feng was going to let them off? Die!
Lin Feng jumped towards them using his Xiaoyao agility technique and released some fire. One of them burnt and vanished into ashes. Then, Lin Feng grabbed the other one by the throat and stretched out his hand so that the opponent couldn't resist anymore.
Cultivators of the Xianqi layer were nobodies, tiny insects before him. "Speak," said Lin Feng while glaring at his opponent.
It seemed like a sword was piercing through that person's soul.
He looked weak and terrified. "Jade Heaven," said the opponent.
Then Lin Feng released his fire and killed him. Jade Heaven Empire. You're quite impatient, aren't you? Thought Lin Feng. People from Jade Heaven were the Jade Emperor's offspring, they were supposed to be his successors. Unfortunately, the Demon Emperor appeared and the situation changed. Those who wanted to capture Lin Feng the most were the people from Jade Heaven and from the East Sea Dragon Palace. Lin Feng turned around and burnt the Tian-level cultivator's body, then he left. He had already left the empire now, so he had to hurry. Yangzhou City had become resplendent and magnificent. It had also become the new capital city of Shuiyu. There were many people walking around inside the city. It had become a lively and populated city. It wasn't like the past when Xian-level cultivators were rarely found there. In Shuiyu, many people were still talking about the Great War, especially in Yangzhou City, Lin Feng's hometown. Before the war, Shuiyu's people didn't even think about cultivators of the Tianqi layer. In the vast country of Shuiyu, people knew that Duanren Huang had broken through to the Tianqi layer. They had later learnt that another cultivator, who back then used to be one of the 4 greatest cultivators of Shuiyu, Lin Hai. He had also broken through to the Tianqi layer and astonished everybody. Duan Wuya and Duan Wudao had also brought some Tian-level cultivators to Shuiyu and attempted to kill everyone during Lin Feng's wedding. Then, Lin Feng's woman turned into a celestial animal, Shui Ling Long. What a crazy time that was. Unfortunately, when she turned into an animal, she was unable to stop those strong cultivators. Then, because of his love for Meng Qing, Lin Feng turned into a demon and killed Duanren Huang and the king of Shuiyu. The other Tian-level cultivators left with Lin Feng when he had turned into a demon. Since then, Lin Feng had made great progress and became a true killer. It was as if he had completely changed. The people from Shuiyu couldn't help but be moved and amazed by Lin Feng's story and romanticism. He turned into a demon for his loved one. Not far from the gate of Yangzhou, outside was a silhouette flying through the air. It was a handsome man who had done a lot for Shuiyu. But at that moment, he had changed and looked more mature, his eyes seemed to have gained maturity. Shuiyu was extremely far from Tianqi, so he no longer needed his mask. He looked at his hometown with tender feelings. Yangzhou looked so much better than in the past. There were skyscrapers now, but for Lin Feng, it was the same. Yangzhou, I'm back, whispered Lin Feng while heading towards the town. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 860, King Lin Feng. Chapter 860, King Lin Feng. Stop. When Lin Feng passed above the gate, a silhouette rose up in the air and prevented him from going ahead. This is the Imperial City, it's forbidden to fly and enter, said the Qi Xie guard. It was a cultivator of the second Xianqi layer. He had probably joined the Qi Xie forces later on. Otherwise, he would recognize Lin Feng. The guard was feeling very nervous. Even though the young man he was facing was the same age as him, he wasn't using pure Qi to travel by air. He was simply standing in the emptiness, and the guard could sense that. The guard was looking deep in Lin Feng's eyes and could see that he was extremely strong. Was he going to kill him? But he was a member of the Qi Xie forces and had sworn an oath to protect the country even if he had to lose his life, all of this for the splendor of the nation. Yangzhou was the new capital city of Shuiyu and the hometown of the monarch. Nobody was allowed to enter the city from the sky. Lin Feng was, of course, not going to blame him. He smiled but looked firm and said, "You cannot rival me, just move aside. Or I could kill you in a second." While saying that, Lin Feng condensed some pure Qi in his hand and oppressed the entire area. As the young man had thought, Lin Feng was extremely strong. Yangzhou City is the capital city of the country and King Lin Feng's hometown. Nobody can enter from the sky. "If you want to go inside, you will have to kill me first," said the guard, looking more and more worried. He sounded like he had faith, though. He believed in Lin Feng. Lin Feng had become a god in Yangzhou City. The guard had heard many stories about Lin Feng. He was famous in Yangzhou back when he was 16 years old. King Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't think that his parents would make him a king. After Lin Feng turned into a demon and left, he might have died. Why would he be qualified to be called a king? Whispered Lin Feng. However, the guard looked at him coldly. That person was humiliating his religion, his monarch. "Even if you're strong, I will attack you for what you just said," threatened the guard. He jumped forwards and threw his spear at Lin Feng while condensing some pure Qi. Lin Feng slightly smiled and stretched out his hand and grabbed the spear. The guard kept fighting unceasingly with his full strength. He looked surprised. The guard was glaring at Lin Feng. His strength was too incredible. Lin Feng shook his hand and the guard's spear fell down. The guard dropped down and grabbed the spear, looking at Lin Feng ferociously. He felt humiliated. He was a member of the Qi Xia forces and was losing. "I will teach you how to use your spear," said Lin Feng, still smiling. He then made it fall down again and moved towards the guard. A terrifying light appeared with the speed of lightning. Bzzzzzzz, a buzzing sound spread in the air as the spear was filled with force. It hadn't reached the guard yet, but the atmosphere was already extremely oppressive. The guard already felt DEA. In front of that spear, he had no chance to survive, so he just closed his eyes. After that, the forces disappeared. The guard opened his eyes and saw that the spear had stopped. Kacha. The guard's helmet broke and he was covered with ice-cold sweat. He had never seen such a terrifying spear. "Did you see and understand that?" asked Lin Feng. The guard nodded and then shook his head. He understood yet didn't. Of course he had seen that spear, but on the other hand he hadn't seen it that clearly. "What kind of spear skill is that?" asked the guard. "It's not a spear skill. I don't understand spears and have never studied them," said Lin Feng while shaking his head. "You have never studied spears, but you..." The guard didn't believe Lin Feng. "A spear skill is fixed, it only gives you a way of doing things. If you don't understand spears, then you can't use a skill. Once you understand spears, you can use skills in an extraordinary way. Even if you don't use skills, you can actually carry out powerful attacks if you borrow the force of the earth and sky," explained Lin Feng. The guard still didn't understand. His cultivation level was too low to be compared with Lin Feng's. However, what Lin Feng had just told him was still useful. He would be able to adapt his future practice in accordance. "Shi Yun," said some people, joining him in the air. They were looking at Lin Feng in a not-so-friendly way. "Shi Yun," the guard suddenly regained his senses and asked Lin Feng, "Wait, why did you teach me things about spears? And on top of that, you humiliated King Lin Feng." The others were astonished while looking at Lin Feng. Surprisingly, that guy had humiliated King Lin Feng. Lin Feng was the king of Shuiyu and his people admired him. For the Qi Xia forces, it was even more than that. He was their god, their religion. He was the core of all the legends the Qi Xia forces told each other. "Stubborn guy." Lin Feng shook his head and smiled. That guy reminded him of him back then. "What's going on?" someone else said in the distance. Several people wearing Qi Xia armors appeared in the distance. The guy turned around and said, "Officer, someone insulted King Lin Feng." Boom! When that person heard the guard, they condensed their pure qi to kill the offender. People in front of him opened the way as he then saw the one who humiliated King Lin Feng. He looked just as handsome as before, just older. His eyes looked deep and profound, his qi was unfathomable. He even had some silver hair. The officer was astonished. He was recalling all that had happened in the past. Lin Feng had brought the Qi Xia forces to Duanren City. He had set the city on fire and had killed many people from Mou, hundreds of thousands in fact. Lin Feng had brought them to Imperial City as well and saved General Liu. Lin Feng had protected General Liu and killed the Imperial guards. He had then gone back to the Imperial City and turned into a demon. The officer could remember everything like a video. The former officers weren't there anymore, only General Lei remained, but he was getting drunk every day, all day. Therefore, that officer who used to be a sergeant had been promoted to the rank of officer. Time passed quickly, things hadn't changed much but people came and went. Lin Feng had come back and he was alive. Shi Yun looked at his officer and was surprised. The officer almost had tears in his eyes, he even started crying. They all looked at him seriously. He looked like a kid now. They hadn't gone through such incredible things together, real nightmares, great wars. They couldn't understand what their officer was thinking. The officer fell down on his knees and cried loudly, "General! General!" Shi Yun and the others were all astonished. General, their officer was calling that man general. He was so young, and in Shuiyu, there was only one general, the king of Shuiyu, Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 861, General's Tomb. Chapter 861, General's Tomb. This young man who was disrespecting their leader was surprisingly Lin Feng. Shi Yun didn't know what to say, so he just stared at him. The one who had taught him about spears was Lin Feng, the young man he admired most, his god. "Stand up," said Lin Feng to the officer. Lin Feng then gave a friendly tap to the officer. He could see memories and nostalgia in the officer's eyes. "General, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry," said the officer while lowering his head. He looked extremely sad. "No need to be like that," said Lin Feng while shaking his head. But the officer still wanted to say something, but Lin Feng interrupted him. "Continue what you were doing. No need to change your routine because of me." Then Lin Feng disappeared with the blink of an eye. The officer watched as Lin Feng disappeared in the horizon. His eyes were twinkling. Our general has gone through such terrifying hardships, his cultivation level must be unfathomable now. But the officer looked even more preoccupied and sad. Shi Yun looked at Lin Feng and remembered what he had taught him with the spear. Before, he hadn't realized that his dear king was teaching him something. Lin Feng quickly arrived at the imperial palace, the governmental building. It had expanded since before and was now incredibly large. Inside, there was a very thick pure qi. Back then, Lin Feng had created 9 palaces with condensed pure qi and then used some great skills to make them even more suitable for cultivation. Of course, there were also gigantic gardens filled with valuable and rare plants. The guards put down their spears when they saw Lin Feng approaching. That was General Lin Feng. They all knelt down and shouted, "General!" Lin Feng had come back. He had survived the demon episode. "Stand up," said Lin Feng while lifting his hand. They all sensed a strength which made them stand back up. "No need to exaggerate," said Lin Feng while smiling. His silhouette flickered and he immediately entered the palace. The palace was different from the old imperial palace of Shuiyu. The new palace was composed of several buildings which looked quite simple. Lin Feng walked slowly while enjoying the peace and tranquility of the atmosphere. At the same time, he released his awareness and enjoyed the familiar surroundings. After a short while, Lin Feng came across a simple courtyard. There were many peculiar flowers and herbs. The courtyard looked extremely peaceful, but outside the courtyard were the many outstanding Qi Xie guards. Lin Feng had his awareness enter the garden and saw a beautiful woman. She looked more mature than before and had lost some weight. Now her breasts were more plentiful than before. She was wearing a white robe and appeared to be sad while standing there. The general's tomb. The young woman there was Lu Lan's daughter, Lu Fei. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered without producing any wind or noise. He entered the courtyard and appeared not far behind Lu Fei. Her qi wasn't as incredible as in the past and now she just looked sad, maybe hurt. Lin Feng slowly walked towards her. After the general died, he had rushed back to Shuiyu and turned into a demon. He wasn't able to say goodbye to Lu Lan. Lu Fei hadn't even noticed Lin Feng arriving. PSSS, a sound spread in the air that surprised Lu Fei. "Who's there?" said Lu Fei, turning around and releasing some cold qi while grabbing her blade. However, when she saw that face, she froze and remained motionless. "You lost so much weight," said Lin Feng. It was a simple sentence, but it seemed like he was trying to seduce the Lu Fei of his memories. That sentence even made her blush. "You're back," said Lu Fei, trying to control herself. She just wiped her face, trying not to let tears flow down her face. Lin Feng walked forwards and knelt down in front of the general's tomb. He then kowtowed 3 times and continued the same process in front of all the tombs. He remained silent for a long time. The general was an incredible man, but he had died in the hands of despicable people. "Uncle Lu, Uncle Rin, Uncle Feng, I killed Duan Wuya and captured Duan Wu Dao. Sooner or later I will kill him too. If there is another world, I hope that you are resting in peace there," said Lin Feng in a solemn way. Lin Feng had come from an azure blue celestial body. Sometimes he wondered what it was like back in that world. Were emperors even stronger there? Between that world and the cultivation world, were there links? In the cultivation world, there were emperors and ferocious beasts, but were there real ghosts as well? When Lu Fei heard that Lin Feng had already killed Duan Wuya, she was speechless and knelt down next to Lin Feng. She lowered her head. It seemed like she was trying not to cry. "It's okay to cry," said Lin Feng. Suddenly, Lu Fei couldn't control herself anymore and started crying. She then put her head on Lin Feng's shoulders, onto which her tears were flowing. They remained silent while she was crying. After a long time, Lu Fei calmed down and raised her head. She looked at Lin Feng and asked, "How have you been?" "Fine," said Lin Feng while smiling slightly. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and opened Lu Fei's white cloth. Very quickly, Lin Feng took off her clothes as her beautiful and perfect body appeared. She looked very slim. The clothes she was wearing were morning clothes, so Lin Feng lit them on fire in front of General Lu's tomb. Lu Fei's mouth was wide open as Lin Feng said, "Uncle Lu wouldn't want to see you like that. Here is his tomb, not a place where people should be living. Put other clothes on and come with me." Lu Fei didn't know what to say. Then Lin Feng said, when Uncle Lu was at war, he was mostly worried about you and nobody else. Now that you're alive, he would be very happy about that. Lu Fei was surprised and then nodded. She went into a sepulchre and put on a bright fire-red dress again. She looked at Lin Feng and smiled in a gentle way. Even though she was sad, she looked very beautiful. Lin Feng looked Lu Fei and rose up in the air while shouting, from now on, the entombment must be closed and it is a forbidden area of the imperial palace. Nobody can come here. Who's this? Thought the guards when they heard that voice. They all rose up in the air and saw two silhouettes in the horizon. One of them was Lu Fei. The other one was Lin Feng. They recognized him when he turned his head around. It was General Lin Feng. General, you're back. Lin Feng's voice had been so loud that many people had heard him in the surroundings. People were extremely happy. Back in the days, Lin Feng had left as a demon and now he had come back. That was a great surprise to them. However, their happiness was being hindered by something else, something Lin Feng didn't know. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 862, Hidden. Chapter 862, Hidden. The news that Lin Feng had come back was spreading everywhere in the Imperial Palace and the Yangzhou city. There were two girls in the king's palace. One of them was the one Lin Feng had planned on marrying back during Shuiyu's fall, Duan Xinyi. She was the one who had suffered the most from the war. On the day of her wedding, which was supposed to be the most beautiful day of her life, a tragic war had claimed so many lives. Everything happened because of her evil family members who wanted to kill her lover, Lin Feng. Duan Wuya, Duan Wu Dao, her father, and her uncle. The results had been tragic. A sea of blood had spilled in Shuiyu when Lin Feng turned into a demon, and ever since, Xinyi has wondered where her lover left to. She had even thought about killing herself, however, she hadn't given up and held hope that her man would come back. Yu Menghe and Lin Hai never blamed her either, they even treated her as their own. They allowed her to live in the palace as she was the king's wife. However, Duan Xinyi was sitting next to a lake and staring at the water. While remembering those times she had spent with Lin Feng, including when they made love, she was giggling. Those times were the best memories of her life. She could also remember when Lin Feng wasn't on her side, she used to draw his portrait. She had the feeling that it had all been a dream. Dong! A stone crashed onto the surface of the water, making it undulate all around. Sister, Lin Feng will come back, you should trust me. Xiaoya said, looking excited. Xiaoya looked more mature than before and now she could even cheer people up. I know, he will. Whispered Duan Xinyi. She sounded like she was trying to put on a brave face. Not far behind them, Lin Feng saw Duan Xinyi's beautiful silhouette. He felt guilty about so many things. After he had turned into a demon, he left in Duan Xinyi alone, and up until now she had been waiting for him. Lin Feng slowly walked towards them and Xiaoya seemed to sense him. She turned her head around and was astonished. Her mouth was wide open and Lin Feng was smiling at her, but at the same time he put his finger on his mouth to tell her to remain silent. Xiaoya nodded and turned around again. Lin Feng walked towards Duan Xinyi and sat down next to her. She was still blankly staring at the water, lost in thought. I know he will come back. Lin Feng slowly stretched his hand and put his arm around Duan Xinyi's waist. She turned her head and froze, she just stared at him blankly. She exhaled twice, it felt like 1,000 years had passed. Lin Feng even had wrinkles under his eyes, of which his eyes looked so deep. She blankly stared at him for a while, she couldn't handle it anymore, she just threw herself in his arms. She was stroking his back with her small hand. At that moment, she didn't look like an aristocrat, she started crying like a baby. Lin Feng held her tightly and caressed her hand. Lin Feng. I knew that you would come back, said Xiaoya, still smiling. She looked pure and innocent, her smile was magnificent and resplendent. Yes, I came back. Everything will be fine from now on, said Lin Feng. Duan Xinyi moved back and looked at Lin Feng in a beautiful way. Alright, Xinyi, let's go and see my parents, said Lin Feng. However, she started shaking when she heard him. What's wrong? Said Lin Feng when he saw the way she was reacting. It didn't look good. Nothing. Your parents went away to look for you, so they won't come back for a while, said Duan Xinyi, holding her smile. Lin Feng frowned and looked at Duan Xinyi. Xinyi, you're lying. I'm not, really, they really left to look for you, said Duan Xinyi while looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained silent for a while. Lin Feng came back? At that moment, Lin Feng turned his head around and saw a silhouette. It was a white-haired old man who he looked very old and weak. His chi was particularly weak, as if he had been sick. Lin Feng was astonished as he stared at him. He then asked, "What's going on? What on earth is going on?" The old man used to be the head of the Yu clan in the past. He used to be the head of one of the strongest clans in Shuiyu. Now, he was old and weak. He didn't even have the chi of a cultivator anymore. His cultivation was crippled. Surprisingly, Yu Qingshan's cultivation had been crippled. "Nothing. It's good that you came back, it's good," said Yu Qingshan, who didn't sound arrogant nor strong like in the past. He had become an ordinary old man and an ordinary grandfather. Lin Feng was shocked and felt sad. His lips moved as he said, "Grandpa." Yu Qingshan suddenly looked very happy when Lin Feng said that. It was almost as if he had become younger by several years. Good, good. It almost seemed like tears were going to appear in his eyes. Back on that day, Yu Qingshan had seen his beloved daughter get attacked and became furious. He had even participated in the war as well. He had spent so many years raising Yu Tianming, hoping to prove to his daughter that he had done the right thing. However, in the end, no matter what, Duan Renhuan was unwilling to let them off. Nobody knew about Yu Tianming, however. Many people knew about Lin Feng and his extraordinary achievements. He was proud of Lin Feng, but he felt guilty as well. Because of what had happened in the past, he was never able to acknowledge Lin Feng as his grandson. But now, Lin Feng had already surpassed his father and his grandfather. "Grandpa, where are Mom and Dad?" asked Lin Feng. Suddenly, Duan Xinyi looked extremely nervous as her entire body was covered with an ice-cold sweat. Yu Qingshan also looked to be hiding something. That question seemed very difficult to answer. Your mom's cultivation level is at the top of the Shen Qi layer, but she reached a bottleneck, therefore your dad took her away for a while, to see if he can help her break through to the Tian Qi layer. Bzzzzzzz. Lin Feng was feeling more and more uncomfortable. "You're all lying. Tell me where my parents went. And who crippled your cultivation?" Lin Feng was releasing some ice-cold energies now. "Xinyi, tell me now," said Lin Feng while looking at Duan Xinyi. Her eyes were tearing as she kept shaking her head. "Lin Feng, don't be too hard on Xinyi, she's suffered enough," said Yu Qingshan. Lin Feng turned his head. "Okay, Grandpa, then you tell me what has happened." "We cannot tell you," said Yu Qingshan, whose heart was pounding. "Lin Feng, stop asking. They're not telling you because they care about you," said Xiaoya. Lin Feng glanced at them as terrifying energies of the Tianqi layer washed over them all. A terrifying energy of the Tianqi layer. Lin Feng had broken through to the Tianqi layer. He was so young and had already broken through to the Tianqi layer. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 863, Flames of Fury. Chapter 863, Flames of Fury. Back then, the four amazing cultivators of Shuiyu were already astonishing and worshipped in Shuiyu, but now Lin Feng had broken through to the Tianqi layer. For a country like Shuiyu, Lin Feng was already considered a strong cultivator. He had broken through to the Tianqi layer like the strongest cultivator of Shuiyu, Duan Renhuang. His talent and natural abilities were just incredible. "I can't, he has to be even stronger than that, then someday he will reach the clouds and I will tell him," thought Yu Qingshan while clenching his fists. He had to do this for Lin Feng's future. Yu Menghe would not blame her father. Menghe herself didn't want Lin Feng to know. "Tell me now," said Lin Feng, whose chi was becoming more and more frightening. Yu Qingshan felt like he was going to fall down from the chi. "Stop asking. Practice cultivation and forget about it for now, Lin Feng," said Yu Qingshan. "Yanzhou City is a big city, there are many people in the palace. You're probably not the only ones who know, the army probably knows, the Qixia forces and so on, and they won't lie to me," said Lin Feng. Indeed, Yanzhou City was so big and had so many inhabitants. Everybody knew about this. Lin Feng just had to ask and he would know in a few seconds. It wasn't a secret, so could they hide the truth from him? "Lin Feng, promise me that if I tell you, you won't attack anyone and won't act carelessly?" asked Yu Qingshan. "Okay, I promise," replied Lin Feng without hesitating. Back then, when you turned into a demon, you brought the Qixia troops to Duanren border and killed an incredible number of people. The people from the country of Lai Yun hate you. Then, people from the country of Tianfeng also hate you because of what happened at the great competition of Shuiyu. After you turned into a demon, they came to Shuiyu. said Yu Qingshan slowly. Lin Feng was even more furious. As expected, each action a person took had consequences.
And then what happened?
Said Lin Feng nervous. They sent some strong cultivators to the former imperial city and invaded the palace.
Then they attacked Yangzhou City and wanted to capture Xin Yi. They threatened to rape her, saying the widow couldn't stay single forever, and many more horrible things. Said Yu Qingshan.
Your parents couldn't agree to let them act that way. So they attacked the strong cultivators of both countries, including some Tian-level cultivators. Even if your parents had broken through to the Tian-Chi layer as well, they couldn't recover completely, so they were defeated by the last two cultivators. It is also at that moment that my cultivation was crippled.
How are my parents now? Asked Lin Feng, feeling extremely worried.
The cultivators of the two countries kept your parents in the ancient palace of Shuiyu and then took them away. They said that your parents would never come back to Shuiyu unless we brought Xin Yi and all your concubines to them.
Otherwise, they would kill your parents. They did that to humiliate Shuiyu and to humiliate you.
Said Yu Qingshan, who sounded furious as well. Lin Feng, everything is my fault, I am a bad wife.
Said Duan Xin Yi, who felt guilty.
She had the feeling that she kept hurting the people around her.
Lin Feng took Duan Xin Yi's hand, shook his head and said, "You're only an excuse for them. Without you, they would have found another excuse to humiliate Shuiyu and me."
Indeed, they all knew that. When they said that they wanted us to bring Xin Yi there, it was just to humiliate Shuiyu even more. Said Yu Qingshan, his heart felt painful, he felt powerless. He had witnessed everything without being able to do anything.
How are my parents now? Are they safe? Asked Lin Feng. He was extremely worried about his parents.
Nothing happened to them, the enemies put them on the gate outside of the former imperial city of Shuiyu, they used them as totems to humiliate Shuiyu. Said Yu Qingshan, his face was red with anger.
At that moment, a terrifying qi was emerging out Lin Feng's body.
Yu Qingshan was shaking, that qi was making him suffocate, but he found the strength to shout, "Lin Feng, you promised me you wouldn't go and attack them.
You are our only hope, all of us see you as our only hope." "I know. I will not attack. But I will make them pay, and it will be unbearable for them,"
shouted Lin Feng coldly.
"Snow eagles."
A terrifying voice shook the entire palace. Immediately, 7 terrifying Tian-level beasts appeared in the sky and peeked down. They appeared around Lin Feng and turned into human beings.
Boom, boom, boom.
The ground was shaking and fissures were appearing. The 7 snow eagles looked terrifying, and Yu Qingshan kept shaking.
Those terrifying wild beasts were all Tian-level beasts.
"Master," said the 7 snow eagles while bowing in front of Lin Feng. Yu Qingshan's chest pounded harder.
He was absolutely stunned, astonished, he was about to faint.
"Master, Tian-level beasts," those beasts were calling Lin Feng master.
What was going on? After Lin Feng had turned into a demon, what had happened?
Yu Qingshan couldn't think anymore, his vision was even blurry and he was shivering from head to foot.
Those Tian-level beasts were bowing in front of Lin Feng and calling him master.
Many Qi CF forces rushed over as well and saw Lin Feng, that young man from Shuiyu who used to be so arrogant. Their general had seemingly gained a certain reputation outside of the country as well, those 7 Tian-level beasts were calling him master. Lu Fei was astonished as well and shaking. Incredible things always happened to Lin Feng. She was astonished each time she saw him after they were apart.
"One of you can turn into a beast, that'll be enough," said Lin Feng.
One snow eagle immediately dashed to the sky and turned into a gigantic snow eagle again. Its chi was absolutely terrifying and oppressive. Besides, the 6 others dashed to the skies as well and disappeared, as if they had never appeared.
"Wait for me,"
said Lin Feng, jumping up onto the back of the snow eagle. It then opened its gigantic wings and began flying with incredible speed. Yu Qingshan watched as Lin Feng and the eagle disappeared. For a very long time, he stood there, speechless. Then some tears appeared in his eyes, he felt proud. Lin Feng would be redoubtable later in life, it seemed like Yu Qingshan had been too worried. A terrifying qi streaked across the sky above Yangzhou City, surprising its people. They had never seen Tian-level beasts which could turn into human beings.
However, they could recognize Lin Feng, the young and outstanding man from Yangzhou City.
Lin Feng was riding a Tian-level beast, but he didn't know what the former imperial city had become. At that moment, many people were watching Lin Feng fly in the direction of the former imperial city. At the same time, the news that Lin Feng had come back was heard everywhere. According to the legends, he had turned into a demon back then and had almost died. Now, the king came back and he would reign over Shuiyu. And this time, he had already broken through to the Tian-Chi layer. Duanren Huan was already a middle-aged man by the time he hit the Tianqi layer. Besides, so many people of the same age as Lin Feng hadn't even broken through to the Xianqi layer yet. Lin Feng was riding a Tian-level beast, a terrifying Tian-level beast. Those beasts could turn into human beings, and Lin Feng was their master. Lin Feng had become the master of such powerful creatures. Did they belong to an empire of low quality like Dragon Mountain? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 864, Gloomy Young Master. Chapter 864, Gloomy Young Master. In a palace of the former imperial city of Shuiyu, there was a young man riding a ferocious beast. His chi was particularly dark. What can they do? He's just a cultivator of the Xianqi layer, nothing more. We can just go and capture him without taking any effort. Why join hands when you can capture his parents and make an alliance with another country? Said a young man coldly. He seemed angry. He had already broken through to the 9th Xianqi layer and was about to break through to the Tianqi layer, but the environment there wasn't good enough for his cultivation, which annoyed him. Jia, your son is not an ordinary young man. Many people are looking for him. His parents are in our hands. If he comes back, we'll threaten him with them. That depressing voice came from a coffin. Apart from that coffin, there was another coffin filled with extremely thick gloomy chi. So what? Even if he's strong, he has only broken through to the Xianqi layer. Back then, he finished first at the great competition of Shuiyu. Shuisha and the dead tree were just pieces of trash. Said the young man despisingly. I think that we should kill them both and then capture his wife and show him. Then we can put her on the main gate, isn't that the same? I understand, you are bored. When we were in Yangzhou City, we captured a maid and she's really fresh, if you want to have some fun. Said a voice coming from another coffin. Alright, where is she? Asked the young master, seemingly excited. He was in a small and boring country. It was not as exciting as being in his own country, the Black Feather Empire. There was also no access to the cultivation facilities of the Tiansha sect. He didn't understand why the sect wasn't capturing Lin Feng. Okay, we'll get her ready for you, he. Said a voice coming from another coffin. The coffin then rose up in the air and left the palace. In the courtyard was a beautiful woman. She looked pure and innocent. It was the young woman whom Lin Feng had saved in the past, Yi Shui. Afterwards, she had spent some time with Lin Feng's mother, Yu Menghe. Not bad, thought the young evil master when he saw her. His eyes were twinkling with excitement. That girl looked so pure. She was probably a virgin, perfect for the young master. He walked towards Yi Shui and tried to put his fingers on her lips, but she avoided him. She was looking at that gloomy young man in an ice-cold way. Gotcha. At that moment, an evil voice could be heard as a silhouette crawled out of the coffin. He held a broken jade in his hand. Gloomy master, Lin Feng came back. It won't be long until he comes here, said the young master. He had been waiting for Lin Feng for too long. Finally, it was time. Eh? The gloomy young man looked at Yi Shui in an evil way and said, I'm still in the mood to play with you though. He then grabbed Yi Shui and brought her to the main gate. Many people had gathered at the gate. This was normal every day. Many people looked at the two people on the gate. Two geniuses from Shuiyu, and their son. They were so unlucky. Shuiyu had been invaded by two powerful countries and some strong cultivators of the Tianqi layer had appeared. Shuiyu couldn't do anything. Lin Feng had only one solution, to turn into a demon again. The two people hanging on the gate were Lin Feng's parents, his father Lin Hai and his mother Yu Menghe. They were both injured and their cultivations crippled. Their chi was extremely weak. They looked so old and tired already. Their lips and skin were extremely dry, their hair was messy, they were barely breathing. They looked like they were about to die. Many local people from Shuiyu felt incredibly sad each time they saw them. Menghe, I have been useless my entire life, said Lin Hai, feeling extremely guilty. Yu Menghe had chosen him and they had never enjoyed a happy life. What are you talking about? We have a wonderful son and two beautiful daughters-in-law. I just want them to live on. I just hope that Lin Feng never comes, said Yu Menghe. Because her mouth was so dry, it was difficult to talk. Your son has come back. He's in Yangzhou City and will probably be heading this way now, someone said. It was a young man at the top of the gate. He looked evil, and next to him was a beautiful girl. They knew that there were many strong cultivators there. Both of them already comprised two of the four geniuses of Shuiyu, and they were defeated by these people. Therefore, if Lin Feng came to fight and didn't turn into a demon again, he would die for sure, and if he turned into a demon, he would never recover again. Your son is such a piece of trash, that girl is so fresh and your son has never fucked her.
Good for me, said the gloomy master in an absolutely and disgusting way.
He then put his hand on Yi Shue's mouth while she was trying to shout.
You animal! Let her off! Shouted Lin Hai furiously. Why would I? She's rejecting me, the gloomy master. How could I let her off? Said Jia Jia while smiling. He shook his hand and a coffin appeared in front of him. You've probably never been fucked in a coffin, I will show you what it feels like. Said Jia Jia while grabbing Yi Shue and stuffing her into the coffin. He then sat down on her. He looked monstrously evil. After making love with her, he would absorb her feminine chi. What a pleasure that would be. You dirty animal, shouted Lin Hai and Yu Menghe. Shouting was useless though. The coffin was slowly closing itself while the gloomy master was about to start raping her. One could almost see him already. In the distance, the crowd didn't dare say anything, but the scene was really disgusting and tragic. Lin Hai was speechless and devastated. Boom! At that moment, the coffin broke open and Yi Shue's was propelled out. The master then appeared with blood on his mouth and he was looking at Yi Shue coldly. You bastard! Said Jia Jia while spitting out some blood. You humiliated me, a master. You don't deserve to receive my attention. Good, very good. The master's voice was becoming colder and colder. Now I will kill you and then I will suck your chi. This doesn't seem to be a bad idea either. Bzzz. At that moment, a strong wind started to blow. The gloomy master was surprised when he gazed into the distance. What a powerful bestial chi! Thought the gloomy master. He then shouted, Who are you? At the same time, people rose up in the air and released a powerful chi. Those people were from Lai Yun and Tian Feng. The Tiansha sect had invaded Shuiyu and the people who had joined in later were following their orders. All in all, they had the same goal, kill Lin Feng. Master! Shouted Yi Shue. The silhouette in the distance was getting nearer, it was Lin Feng. Lin Feng! At that moment, the crowd in the former imperial city was astonished. It was Lin Feng. Oh! Lin Hai and Yu Menghe sighed. Even though they were grateful, they were sad. Lin Feng couldn't rival with those people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 865, Death God. Chapter 865, Death God. The master was delighted when he saw Lin Feng. He started releasing some deadly energies. It seems like you fancy your master. Well, you will be together forever, buried 6 feet under. Said Master Jia Jia while smiling. He then started condensing gloomy chi in his fist to attack her. Stop! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. His voice was so loud that it made Master Jia Jia's eardrums shake. At the same time, Lin Feng used his Xiaoyao agility technique to run towards Yi Shue. Where are you going? Many people appeared in front of Lin Feng and released terrifying energies. But at that moment, a sword chi dashed to the skies and cut through those people. Their bodies then fell from the sky. Boom! A terrifying punch crashed onto Yi Shue's body and gloomy chi penetrated her body. Yi Shue obviously couldn't stand it. The chi flowed into her veins, her vital organs were hurt and her vitality was being drained away. She was still looking at Lin Feng and smiling. Initially, she was a slave and she had never enjoyed the beauty of life. Later on, Lin Feng saved her from the auction market and people finally started respecting her. Unfortunately, she would never be on Lin Feng's side again and she would never be able to take care of him ever again. While her smile was still on her face, her body slowly fell down. She had turned into a limp body and didn't know what was happening anymore. Lin Feng grabbed Yi Shue and condensed pure chi around her body to protect her. At the same time, he took out a pill and shoved it into her mouth. He then tapped on her body to stimulate her body and hasten the pill's effect. His silhouette flickered as he put Yi Shue on the back of the snow eagle. Then he turned around and looked at the two silhouettes on the gate. Lin Feng, finally, you came to die. Said the people from Lai Yun and Tian Feng. My son. Said Yu Menghe and Lin Hai while looking at Lin Feng. They looked proud of their son. You didn't need to come. Dad, Mom, those who tortured you are all going to die. Said Lin Feng looking furious. He then jumped forwards and released a monumental amount of deadly energies. The crowd felt oppressed as people from both countries were astonished as well.
How could Lin Feng's energies be so powerful? Slash. An invisible sword appeared and pierced through someone's forehead, instantly killing them. Eh? The others were astonished and they looked terrified. Slash, slash, slash. Terrifying swords were appearing and whistling. All those who were in front of Lin Feng were being stabbed in the forehead. They didn't even have time to see those swords. The crowd who was outside of the imperial city felt oppressed by those energies. Lin Feng had become so strong. Lin Feng could easily kill those people in the blink of an eye and nobody could stop him. Unfortunately, there were cultivators of the Tianqi layer who had come from the two countries. Lin Feng was a genius, but against them, his talent was useless. Oh no, people who were behind saw how strong Lin Feng was, so they grabbed his parents and put a blade on their throat. Initially, they wanted to say that if Lin Feng turned into a demon, they wouldn't have thought that they would need to do so early. Lin Feng, stop! Shouted those two people furiously. Lin Feng stopped killing those in front of him and looked at those two coldly. However, he didn't continue attacking. Dai Lin Feng knew one of them. It was the imperial tutor from Tianfeng who had to gone to Michang City. I didn't think that you would get stronger again. You came here to die and I will help you achieve your goal, said the imperial tutor, glancing at the corpses. He was surprised at how Lin Feng had killed more than a dozen cultivators of the 8th Xianqi layer. Those people were core disciples of the country of Tianfeng, but Lin Feng had easily slaughtered them. I didn't kill you back then, but now your people from Tianfeng will regret it. You will pay the price for your actions, said Lin Feng coldly. His interlocutor just laughed. Ridiculous, you can barely protect yourself and you're threatening us? Wait until the cultivators of the Tianqi layer from Tianfeng arrive and you'll see. Is that so? Said Lin Feng coldly. He then took a few more steps forward and got closer to the man. Stop! Shouted someone. One more step and your parents will die. Master Jia was surprised by Lin Feng's strength. He was much stronger than what he had believed him to be. Who are you? Said Lin Feng while glancing at him. Tiansha sect, the gloomy master, said the young man. Lin Feng was a bit surprised. Tiansha sect is also participating. Seems like the situation is complex. Lin Feng, you finished first at the great competition of Shuiyu, as expected. You are an extraordinary cultivator, but today you will die, said the master while releasing ice-cold gloomy chi. I hate that kind of chi the most, so you will have to die first, said Lin Feng while running towards him using the Xiaoyao agility technique. He arrived in front of the gloomy master who wanted to escape, but it was too late. Lin Feng immediately grabbed him by the throat. Do you want your parents to die? Said the gloomy master when he saw that Lin Feng wanted to kill him. His heart was pounding. What a cold energy. If I kill you, will they actually kill my parents? Said Lin Feng. Those two were relying on Lin Feng's parents to protect themselves. I am a master of the Tiansha sect, try if you dare, said the gloomy master when he sensed that Lin Feng's murderous intentions were quickly escalating. He was scared, he actually feared for his life. The Tiansha sect is nothing before me. I killed people from East Sea Dragon Palace, so if you want me to try, I will. I will not only kill you, everybody who came to Shuiyu will die, said Lin Feng menacingly. He then raised the young master in the air and released an infinite amount of sword chi towards the young master. Don't! If you kill me, you will all die here too, said the gloomy master. However, Lin Feng couldn't control himself anymore and his chi continued on. No! Shouted the gloomy master. He was terrified, petrified. However, he wouldn't be able to think anymore after that because the sword chi had already surrounded him and had started to pierce his skin. His entire body was being shredded, piece by piece. Besides, the two who had taken Lin Feng's parents as hostages were shaking from head to foot. They looked desperate. Lin Feng said he would kill him and he did. Lin Feng was insane, like a death god. He didn't care about the consequences of killing other people. The whole crowd was shaking in the distance, their hearts were pounding and they couldn't take their eyes off of what was happening. Looking at Lin Feng made them feel excited and full of vitality, their blood was almost boiling. Lin Feng had turned into a death god that nobody could stop. Those people had invaded Shuiyu and had humiliated his parents. He had to get his revenge and kill them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 866, Killing People of the Tianqi Layer as well. Chapter 866, Killing People of the Tianqi Layer as well. The imperial tutor from the country of Tianfeng and another strong cultivator from the country of Lai Yun were both stunned and shaking. They were staring at Lin Feng, looking scared. Their blades were firmly pressed against Lin Hai and Yu Mengyi's throats. If Lin Feng moved any further, they would kill them. They couldn't give Lin Feng any chances here. Lin Feng took a few more steps forward, which forced the Imperial Tutor to shout furiously, "Stop, if you make another step, don't blame me for being merciless." His sword forced a bead of blood to appear on Lin Hai's throat. Lin Feng's facial expression looked even colder. "If you hurt my father again, I will slaughter you even if my parents have to die with you." That sentence resonated in the Imperial Tutor's brain, forcing him to take back his sword a little. He didn't dare hurt Lin Hai anymore. Lin Feng was becoming even more frightening, almost like a monster. Back then, he had chased Lin Feng to kill him and he was strong already. He had always known that letting Lin Feng off would be a mistake and regretted not killing him back then. Now things were different now. Lin Feng had become monstrously powerful and was a threat. He didn't want to piss off Lin Feng further, otherwise the same thing that happened to Master Jia Jia would happen to him as well. The strong cultivators of the Tianqi layer from Tianfeng are about to arrive. Even if you're extremely strong, you will not be able to rival their strength, thought the Imperial Tutor. "My son, leave now," shouted Lin Hai to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's strength was a surprising already, but Lin Feng couldn't fight against cultivators of the Tianqi layer. He had no chance. If Lin Hai hadn't had his cultivation crippled, he would have sensed Lin Feng's chi and noticed that he possessed the strength of the Tianqi layer. Unfortunately, he was too weak now. "Dad, I've said it already, I will kill everyone," said Lin Feng. Then, in the distance, a terrifying chi appeared. There were several coffins surrounded by gloomy chi and heading towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was laughing coldly in his thoughts. A terrifying fire appeared in his hand and flew towards the coffins. Explosion sounds could be heard as the coffins started to burn arduously. Boom, boom, boom. Explosion sounds continued to go off. All the bodies started burning and the fire was burning their innards. Gloomy chi was flowing powerfully, but it was useless against that fire. After breaking through to the Tianqi layer, Lin Feng's fire started containing pure sun chi. It was a lot more complicated to extinguish it. Those cultivators burnt and gave horrible shrieks until their last breath. What a terrifying fire, thought the crowd while watching the fire in the sky. It kept burning and those cultivators at the top of the Xianqi layer couldn't even stop it. More people were arriving from the distance. Lin Feng groaned coldly as his sword chi dashed to the skies and rolled in waves in the air. Bodies kept falling from the sky as cultivators of the Xianqi layer couldn't rival Lin Feng. At that moment, a vast and terrifying chi invaded the atmosphere. The Imperial Tutor and the other cultivator looked delighted. Finally, the cultivators of the Tianqi layer had arrived. Lin Feng was doomed. Lin Hai and Yu Mengyi turned deathly pale as they sensed those energies. They were convinced that Lin Feng was going to die. The chi was rolling in waves towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and saw two silhouettes in front of him. Behind Lin Feng was a wall, the wall next to the gate where his parents were hanging. "Lin Feng, you finally arrived," said one of the cultivators of the Tianqi layer to Lin Feng. "In Shuiyu and on the way to the great competition of Shuiyu, you killed many of my fellow cultivators. I would have never thought that you would be brave enough to show yourself here. Lin Feng, hundreds of thousands of my troops died in your hands, now I will kill you and your entire family," said the other Tian-level cultivator who was from the country of Lai Yun. "Killing them was the right thing to do," said Lin Feng coldly. "You really want to die?" shouted the strong cultivator from the country of Tianfeng. He then punched the air in front of him. His punch contained some terrifying strength borrowed from the earth and sky. Lin Feng tried to block it, but it didn't work. He was immediately propelled backwards and crashed against the wall, breaking some pieces of it. "My son!" Lin Hai and Yu Mengyi were furious, however the Imperial Tutor was grinning in a disgusting way. "Lin Feng, let me look at you while you're dying." The crowd in the distance was sighing. Lin Feng couldn't escape, he was doomed. He couldn't rival against the cultivators of the Tianqi layer. "Now, you're regretting, right?" said the strong Tian-level cultivator from Tianfeng. He then condensed more strength. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously while releasing a terrifying energy. "Dull and stupid," said the Tian-level cultivator while releasing another punch which headed in Lin Feng's direction. An explosion sound resonated and dust rose up in the air. Lin Feng had disappeared in the cloud of dust. "My son, Yu Mengyi and Lin Hai were desperate. The Imperial Tutor and the other one were feeling more relaxed. Lin Feng was injured, how could he continue fighting? However, at that moment, a golden light illuminated the atmosphere and two metallic sounds spread in the air. The swords which were pressing against Yu Mengyi and Lin Hai's throats broke, and at the same time, blood appeared on the foreheads of the two cultivators who took them as hostages. The imperial tutor seemed to sense something. He wanted to move away, but in a flash of light a sharp sword had already pierced him. Oh no! The imperial tutor's back was covered with cold sweat. He then saw a silhouette emerge out of the dust. It was Lin Feng, and he was using his agility technique. He appeared in front of Lin Hai and Yu Menghe. He grabbed them both and rose up in the air. He then put them on the back of the snow eagle. The crowd didn't realize what was going on. Lin Feng hadn't been injured at all. Lin Feng, you did everything to save Lin Hai and Yu Menghe, said the imperial tutor, looking upset. Mom, Dad, wait for me here. Then, Lin Feng jumped again. He had been patient to save his parents and hadn't revealed his strength of the Tianqi layer. My son, shouted Lin Hai. Don't worry, he'll be fine, said a voice at that moment. Lin Hai couldn't see who just talked. He then looked at the snow eagle which he was riding. The beast was a Tian-level beast. For our master, killing 2 pieces of trash at the Tianqi layer should take only a second only, said the snow eagle. Lin Hai and Yu Menghe were astonished. That Tian-level beast was calling their son, master? At the same time as Lin Hai was figuring that out, Lin Feng released a terrifying qi which kept exploding. How? What was going on? Lin Feng had broken through to the Tianqi layer? Lin Feng had been hiding his real strength. The imperial tutor was astonished. Lin Feng had endured the Tian-level cultivator's attack only to hide his strength and save his parents. Should I regret? Do I want to die? Mocked Lin Feng as he released his full strength. He looked at the Tian-level cultivator from Tianfeng and said, Your 2 countries will regret. He then jumped forwards and released an incredible amount of energy. The earth and sky were shaking as he punched air in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying explosion sounded as the Tian-level cultivator from Tianfeng became terrified. He also released energies to block Lin Feng's attack. Boom! Lin Feng's punch crushed his soul and he died in the blink of an eye. While the body was falling down from the sky, the crowd was stunned. Lin Feng had killed a Tian-level cultivator in one punch. Lin Feng looked at the other Tian-level cultivator from Lian who started shaking. How? Lin Feng had broken through to the Tianqi layer and was this strong? I must go and inform the cultivators of the Tiansha sect, thought the cultivator. He turned around to leave, but a golden light appeared between Lin Feng's eyebrows which turned into a bronze bell that crashed into the back of the opponent's head. Buzzing sounds spread in the air and the crowd's souls were shaking. Then, the bell went back into Lin Feng's body. Meanwhile, the other Tian-level cultivator's body fell down from the sky. He was dead. The 2 cultivators of the Tianqi layer had died in seconds. One had been killed by Lin Feng's punch, the other by his awareness. Now the imperial tutor was quaking in fear. He had never thought that Lin Feng would progress so quickly. I want to die. I will tell you something, I will slaughter the emperor of Tianfeng after I kill you, said Lin Feng. He released sword energy and attacked the imperial tutor. Without any possibility to escape or counter, he died as well. Lin Feng had annihilated all those people, one after the other. He even killed some of them without moving. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 867, Murder. Chapter 867, Murder. Lin Feng, King of Shuiyu. Citizens of Shuiyu were astonished. Lin Feng had just killed 2 cultivators of the Tianqi layer. Not only had Lin Feng broken through to the Tianqi layer, but he was also much stronger than Duanren Huang. With only 2 attacks, he had been able to slaughter 2 cultivators of the Tianqi layer. That golden bell was something that they had never seen before. In the end, the crowd didn't understand how Lin Feng had killed the Tian-level cultivator from Lian, but both Tian-level cultivators from Tianfeng and Lian had died. They could only guess that Lin Feng may have just crushed his opponent's soul. At that moment, Lin Hai and Yu Menghe were astonished as well. Tianqi layer. After turning into a demon and leaving Shuiyu, Lin Feng had broken through to the Tianqi layer. Now he came back as a king and could crush other cultivators of the Tianqi layer so very easily. They were incredibly proud. Lin Feng had told them, he said that he would them, even if they were Tian-level cultivators. Mom, Dad, the eagle will protect you. Just stay on his back and don't worry, said Lin Feng to his parents, who nodded. Without spending time talking to them, he rushed over to the former imperial palace of Shuiyu. He wanted to see who had organized all of this. How many people were still there? They all had to die. The snow eagle flapped its wings and followed Lin Feng inside the palace. Lin Feng was glancing around. For him, cultivators at the same level were nobodies, like tiny insects. He was flying around the palace like a madman searching. The crowd outside of the palace followed him as well. They wanted to keep watching him. Many people rose into the air to follow him more closely. Nobody wanted to miss Lin Feng's revenge. They wanted to see if anybody was able to contend against their king. That massive group of people looked like a tidal wave gushing into the former imperial city. Many strong cultivators inside the palace seemed to be aware that Lin Feng had come back. Very quickly, some people appeared on Lin Feng's way. Lin Feng released some terrifying sword energy. Those who had just came close to Lin Feng could sense his chi and wanted to escape, but they couldn't move fast enough. Lin Feng released golden lights and killed them. It was raining bodies. The ancient city turned into an ocean of blood. After that, many people decided not to watch from the sky anymore. They were too terrified of Lin Feng. Finally, Lin Feng moved towards the center of the palace. Many of the people from Tianfeng and Liyun had settled there. There was even an army. They knew that Lin Feng had turned into a demon, so the two countries brought backup. They wanted to conquer the former capital city of Shuiyu and then conquer the entire country. Unfortunately, they had no choice but to change their plan after the Tiansha sect came to Shuiyu. They had to take Lin Feng's parents as hostages and wait for him to come. But they both came to kill Lin Feng. In the main palace, many people sensed the terrifying qi and raised their heads. There was a handsome young man whose energies were terrifying. It seemed like nobody could stop him. Lin Feng glanced at them coldly and released some energies. He shook his hand and the crowd couldn't see anything but golden lights which streaked across the sky and murdered Lin Feng's enemies. Die, said Lin Feng coldly. Blood splashed everywhere. The walls of the palace were covered everywhere with blood. Not only had those people invaded Shuiyu, but they had also captured his parents. They had almost killed them. Lin Feng had to get his revenge. He had to kill them. Otherwise, what would they do if he wasn't in Shuiyu? You animal! Jia jia! Said gloomy voices coming from coffins. Then, two coffins then started flying. Those two pieces of trash were unsurprisingly unable to stop you, said a voice coming from one of the coffins. Then, a terrifying gloomy qi surrounded Lin Feng. In a flash, the gloomy qi crashed onto Lin Feng's body. However, he had already ignited a fire and the gloomy qi disappeared whenever it touched that fire. At the same time, Lin Feng jumped forwards and released a terrifyingly oppressive punch which contained an inextinguishable fire. Boom! The fire made short work of the coffin. The cultivator inside gave a horrible shriek which echoed far off in the distance. The Tian-level cultivator inside the coffin wanted to come out and attack. But at that moment, Lin Feng's hand crashed into the coffin. That punch possessed the power of the demon seal stone, so the entire coffin was sealed. The person inside couldn't escape. The fire was becoming more intense. The coffin was already surrounded by flames to the extent that it wasn't visible anymore. Inside, the cultivator was crying with pain. The crowd was astonished, especially the cultivators of the Tiansha sect who came later. At that moment, Lin Feng didn't look like the other Tian-level cultivators of the same level. He had surpassed them. The other cultivator came out of his coffin when he saw that Lin Feng had imprisoned his fellow inside his coffin. He didn't want to stay inside the coffin anymore. Instead, he immediately attacked. Die! That released a monstrous amount of gloomy qi. You filthy bastard! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. A black lotus appeared in his hand that contained some corrosive energy. Boom! The terrifying gloomy qi was destroyed by Lin Feng's attack. Lin Feng used the Xiaoyao agility technique and immediately punched his opponent, not giving him any chance to escape. The black lotus then made contact with his opponent, who then exploded and disappeared. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 868, Tianqi Layer. Chapter 868, Tianqi Layer. Lin Feng's qi was still hanging around in the atmosphere after killing the Tian-level cultivator. He then released some sword qi and attacked people from both Liyun and Tianfeng. Nobody was able to stop Lin Feng. All they could do was wait and die. Nobody thought that the situation would turn out this way. Lin Feng didn't fear any of them and nobody could challenge him. Each time he attacked, blood spilled. He could kill Tian-level cultivators in one punch. The worst part is that they used his parents to attract him, but that seemingly pissed him off more. Finally, Lin Feng made his way to the original palace of the former imperial city. A myriad of black chains containing terrifying gloomy qi appeared and attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled as he released his awareness to block the chains. A few buildings were destroyed by his sword chi as more coffins appeared. The black chains were precisely coming from those coffins. A bunch of undead pieces of trash, said Lin Feng coldly.
Gotcha, boom boom boom. The coffins moved in every direction and their chains continued to target Lin Feng.
Very quickly, the coffins stopped and the chains were about to trap Lin Feng, but he didn't look like he was scared. At that moment, Lin Feng turned into a majestic mountain standing aloof. Lin Feng became enchained when two coffins decided to attack him head-on. Lin Feng then moved and the chains moved along with him. It seemed like his body contained an extraordinary strength. It wasn't long before the two coffins arrived in front of Lin Feng. He punched the two coffins and an explosion sounded. The bronze coffins broke into pieces. At the same time, the corpses they contained vanished as well without even having the time to shout.
Boom boom boom. The other coffins moved away and landed on a building.
From there, they were observing Lin Feng with terrified expressions.
Lin Feng's physical strength was terrific.
Some silhouettes descended from the sky and Lin Feng ended up surrounded by many people, of which many of them also had chains. In front of Lin Feng, there was a huge palace filled with a large group of people. They were in fusion with the earth's and sky, especially the one at the very front. He was wearing an ordinary grey robe. He had at least broken through to the third Tian Qi layer, and his qi contained intent.
What a big army, thought Lin Feng.
There were a dozen of them who had all broken through to the Tian Qi layer. Lai Yun and Tian Feng are such small countries, having two cultivators of the Tian Qi layer is already something exceptional. Those Tian-level cultivators can't be from those two countries,
thought Lin Feng.
Those Tian Qi layer cultivators had participated to the Great War back then and it seemed like they had all been waiting for him to come back. The leader of the group smiled coldly and said, Lin Feng, you are extremely strong and your natural abilities are breathtaking.
But no matter how talented you are, your cultivation level is limited. You can't contend against us.
Now, if you decide to join us, listen to my orders and only to my orders, maybe I will let you live. Perhaps I won't harm your family members or friends either, but...
You want me to accept defeat without fighting back? Said Lin Feng mockingly before adding, tell me, to which group of influence do you belong to? The East Sea Dragon Palace or the Jade Heaven Empire? I am asking you something, you should accept. If you refuse, accepting later will be too late and will be left with regrets. Said the cultivator wearing the grey robe. Lin Feng then replied, too late for regrets? How ridiculous. Because of me, you wasted time and energy. You've surprisingly been waiting for me all this time and captured my parents as hostages. You knew that sooner or later, I would leave Tianqi and would come back home for a while, therefore, I know that you've been waiting here for a long while. His interlocutor understood him, he even seemed to know a lot about Lin Feng. They had brought so many cultivators of the Tianqi layer to ensure that they would win. Even if you know all those things, so what? I will repeat myself one more time, if you listen to my orders, maybe I will let you live. At least, I will let all your friends and family members off. Said his interlocutor calmly. He seemed to think he had already won. Lin Feng was strong but had just broken through to the first Tianqi layer. He could kill cultivators of the same level but no matter what, he couldn't kill a dozen cultivators of the Tianqi layer. Amongst them, there were cultivators of the second Tianqi layer, and a cultivator of the third Tianqi layer. Lin Feng couldn't resist. Is that so? There are so many of you, you all should at least show me what you can do. Said Lin Feng. A storm appeared and a terrifying hurricane started blowing. Some white silhouettes appeared with incredible speed and exuded powerful bestial qi. Boom boom boom. The silhouettes landed on the ground and surrounded those Tian-level cultivators. Tian-level beasts, dot. Those cultivators were astonished and puzzled. Where did those beasts come from? Surprisingly, there were some people up in the clouds. They couldn't even sense the qi of the beasts, which meant that those beasts were stronger than them. Is that enough? Said Lin Feng while looking at the cultivator of the third Tianqi layer. That person was too stunned to reply. The crowd in the palace was astonished as well. How could Lin Feng have so many strong allies? If that's not enough, I can call more people. Said Lin Feng indifferently. He then raised his hand and his snow tower appeared. Immediately, some gigantic beasts appeared. Ruahar. Arg. Boom boom boom. Those beasts were roaring furiously and punching their chests. The atmosphere was filled with a terrifying bestial qi. Those new beasts were also Tian-level beasts and they were all surrounding the enemies. They were scared to death. If they had foreseen this outcome they would have let Lin Feng off. But now it was too late, Lin Feng was ready able to kill them.
If that group of ferocious wild beasts attacked, they would all get slaughtered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 869, Behind the Scenes. Chapter 869, Behind the Scenes. Now, do you still want me to listen to your orders? Said Lin Feng mockingly. How could it be? Where were all those beasts from? How had Lin Feng obtained so many wild beasts?
Their plan was ruined. In fact, the complete opposite was happening. They had guessed right about luring Lin Feng to them in the beginning, but not about the outcome. Lin Feng had come with the intention of saving his parents, but in the end, he had also brought a dozen terrifyingly strong beasts with him. They had all at least broken through to the third Tianqi layer and above. The weakest beast there was able to kill the strongest cultivator of the group.
How was this a fight? Now, we should talk. Where are you from? Asked Lin Feng while releasing some more terrifying qi. Nobody replied. Even if they talked, Lin Feng would probably order his beasts to kill them. Lin Feng waited for a moment and saw that they were speechless. He smiled and said, "You can remain silent, but I will show you what it's like to be really scared." He needed to know who made his parents suffer so much. He had to get his revenge. "Slaughter him," said Lin Feng while pointing at someone with his left hand. In a flash, a beast roared and the ground shook. The great rock flapped its wings and attacked the enemy with its sharp claws. That person sensed the bestial qi and he was terrified. He wanted to escape, but the rock was extremely fast. It was only a moment before the claws of the rock pierced through the enemy's skin. The rock lifted him up in the air and threw him away. Slash slash. A snake spat some poison at him and the violent bear smashed his chest. Blood kept spilling. That cultivator of the Tianqi layer was a plaything to these beasts. The others were shaking, their souls were even shaking. It was so easy for those beasts to torture a cultivator of the Tianqi layer. It had been so hard to break through to the Tianqi layer, but they looked so weak when compared to those beasts. If they didn't listen to Lin Feng, they would all end up in the same boat. "Who sent you?" said Lin Feng again. As before, nobody talked. "It seems like this is not enough." Lin Feng's evil voice was terrifying. Was he insane? They watched as Lin Feng pointed at another person. "Wait," said that person suddenly. "I will tell you, but will you let me live?" "You can decide to talk or not, I can decide to let you live or not," replied Lin Feng. "There are many people back in the palace, I need to know now, otherwise those people might learn that I told you," said the person. If he didn't tell Lin Feng, he would get killed, but if he told him, someone might learn about it and would kill him anyways. "It seems like you're not ready to talk," said Lin Feng while slowly raising his hand. "It's Shengong," shouted that person suddenly. He then looked at the man in the gray robe and said, "You're a bunch of bastards. If you hadn't joined, we could have killed some people and left already. It's Shengong's fault. They sent us." Shengong. Lin Feng wasn't prepared for that answer. He hadn't heard about them for so long. Now he was feeling a bit better. He had completely forgotten about them actually. There had been some tensions between Lin Feng and Shengong. Shengong was a powerful group of influence in Shuiyu and they could, if they wished, invade the entire region and control some of the other influential groups. It looks like they had given orders to Tianfeng and Lai Yun this time. They had even used a powerful group from Tianfeng, the Tiansha sect. "Shengong," repeated Lin Feng. He thought that it was either the East Sea Dragon Palace or Jade Heaven, but surprisingly, it was Shengong. But Lin Feng had never really done anything to Shengong. He thought about going to the mysterious world in the name of Shengong, but he never thought of joining them to practice cultivation. However, when Lin Feng had turned into a demon, Shengong didn't help him, so Lin Feng had given up on them. But was that a catastrophe? Lin Feng had never thought that Shengong would resort to such means to capture him. It was as if they hated him more than the Jade Heaven Empire in the East Sea Dragon Palace. They had captured his parents, crippled their cultivation and hung them onto a wall to lure him in. "So you're from Shengong?" said Lin Feng to the man wearing a gray robe. "Who ordered you to come? Does it matter?" "Lin Feng, you're a genius and Shengong also thinks that you're a genius. If you had joined Shengong and became a disciple there, you would be even stronger. Unfortunately, you didn't seize the opportunity and chose to walk on a path which will lead to your own death. You betrayed Shengong. Now, when Shengong knows that I'm dead, they will send even stronger people to kill you and you'll be doomed. It's just bad luck. I've never believed in luck, I control my own life," said Lin Feng coldly.
He then raised his hands to signal their deaths. Roar! The violent bear stomped the ground, making it shake. It then jumped. Those cultivators of the Tianqi layer turned deathly pale. They were going to die. Nobody could escape. Those beasts were stronger than them and could easily kill them. They were going to die in Shuiyu. The former imperial city of Shuiyu was going to be covered with the blood of so many strong cultivators. Lin Feng looked expressionless. Shinggong had resorted to such pathetic means, he was never going to forget that. Lin Hai and Yu Menghe were on the back of the snow eagle and could see everything. They were so proud of their son. They thought that there were at most 5 to 6 strong cultivators, but it turned out that there were so many more. Even then they weren't enough. Tian-level beasts were calling their son master, and Lin Feng's own strength was terrifying. He could kill cultivators of the first Tianqi layer with a single punch. Lin Feng, you're an adult now. Fought Lin Hai, whose heart was filled with emotions. It was so painful, he had had to raise his son alone. Preferring to protect him and keep him away from cultivation, he had to bear the responsibility for so many things. He had done his best to protect his son, and now his son was protecting him. His son was a grown-up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 870, Honor and Glory. Chapter 870, Honor and Glory. Yes, he can't be a child forever, said Yu Menghe. She looked much younger all of a sudden. Her son had broken through to the Tianqi layer and had killed Tian-level cultivators. Lin Hai, it's thanks to you, said Yu Menghe while smiling. Lin Hai had raised Lin Feng alone. She, as a mother, had done nothing. Menghe, what are you talking about? Could I give birth to a child on my own? Said Lin Hai, making Yu Menghe laugh and blush. Lin Hai, he mentioned Shinggong a moment ago. Shinggong is the influential group that started the great competition of Shuiyu. I would have never thought that they would harbor evil intentions towards Lin Feng. Even if he is strong now, he won't be able to rival them just yet, said Yu Menghe. She looked worried again. If he's not strong enough, we have to take our close ones away from Shuiyu, very far away. That way, Lin Feng won't have to deal with them. I don't think that Shinggong would be able to find us that way. The world is big, so it's not easy to find somebody, said Lin Hai. Why go far away? If you agree, we can all go back to the Tianqi, said one of the snow eagles. The Tianqi Empire. Lin Hai's whispered, I've heard about that empire, it's in the Ganyu region. They're very strong and their cultivators adhere to religion-like principles. Lin Hai looked at the snow eagle and asked him, Master, did you meet our son in Tianqi? Don't call me master. Your son is my master, call me brother, that'll be enough, said the snow eagle before adding, Indeed, we know each other from Tianqi and we are from Tianqi. Tianqi, you are Tian-level beasts from Tianqi, thought Lin Hai, surprised. What did it all mean? What was Lin Feng's social status in the Tianqi Empire? In Tianqi, there are 7 snowy peaks and we listen to the orders given by one of them, Tianxian. After our master joined Tianqi, with his incredible talent and strength, he became the young master and offspring of Tianxian. He is the future real leader of Tianxian. Therefore, if you want, you can stay at Tianqi anytime, said the eagle as if it had guessed what Lin Hai was thinking. Lin Feng had become the young leader and offspring of one of the 7 snowy peaks of Tianqi. He was the future leader of the group. Were they dreaming? Tianqi was a powerful empire in the Ganyu region. Lin Feng had exceeded their expectations. He had become far stronger than what they would have ever thought. No wonder those strong Tian-level beasts were following Lin Feng and were calling him master. Lin Hai and Yu Menghe glanced at each other, their eyes were filled with pride. Lin Feng was so talented. They had never thought that Lin Feng would actually become so strong, and now the Snow Eagle was explaining to them that their son was going to become the leader of a snowy peak in Tianqi. Not only had he broken through to the Tianqi layer, but on top of that, he was surely going to become a Zun cultivator someday. For Shuiyu, that would be incredible. A Zun cultivator could destroy an empire of lower quality easily. Zun cultivators could also create a blood spirit and transmit it from generation to generation. Yu Menghe had the blood of a Zun cultivator in her veins. But in Shuiyu, Zun cultivators were legends and ancestors. And now her son was walking on a path which would maybe make him become a Zun cultivator. Lin Hai and Yu Menghe felt relieved all of a sudden. As a future genuine leader in Tianqi and as a current young master, it would be difficult for Shinggong to threaten Lin Feng. Surprisingly, Lin Feng was also sought by 2 powerful groups of influence. If they had known about that, they would have handled the situation in Shuiyu in a very different way. It had started to get dark in Shuiyu. The sun was red like blood and it was shining upon the city covered with actual blood. It was the former imperial city, but it had been the center of an unceasing war for a long time now. Bzzz, the Snow Eagles returned in front of Lin Feng, who had just finished killing the remaining survivors. Brothers, you can separate now, one goes to Lai Yun, one goes to Tianfeng. We're going to destroy the imperial families from those countries. We also have to destroy the Wanxiang sect in Tianfeng. Lin Feng directed the Snow Eagles. He knew how strong the Snow Eagles were. One of them alone could easily destroy a sect. He had said it before, he would make Lai Yun and Tianfeng regret everything. They were going to pay the price for what they had done in Shuiyu and to his parents. Roger, Master, said the two Snow Eagles while rising up in the air. They then opened their wings and started flapping them into the distance. The two countries were quite far from Shuiyu, but with their speed, the Snow Eagles didn't need much time to get there. Lin Feng made the ferocious beasts come back into the snow tower and then went back to his parents. He felt guilty and said, "Dad, Mom, you are hurt because of me." Lin Feng, what are you talking about? You came back, that's what we should focus on, said Lin Hai while looking at his son. Lin Feng had become an adult, so much more mature. Lin Feng, come here, said Yu Menghe while opening her arms. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered and he immediately appeared next to his mother. Lin Feng, you went through lots of hardships, said Yu Menghe while caressing her son's face. She felt sad for her son. Lin Feng's face looked resembled that of someone who had gone through many hardships. He looked older than he really was. Many people of the same age as Lin Feng had never experienced so many hardships. Lin Feng had almost died so many times, he was already starting to have some wrinkles. Look at you, you've become so strong because of all your adventures, said Lin Hai while shaking his head. Even though he felt sad for Lin Feng and had compassion, as a father, he had to talk as a man. They hoped that Lin Feng would continue becoming stronger. Of course, the cultivation world was cruel, and in the world, Lin Feng was obviously still not strong enough, but he was strong enough to save them in Shuiyu. Dad, Mom, let's go back to Yangzhou City. Grandpa is waiting for us there, said Lin Feng while smiling. Alright, let's go back. My dad is probably worried sick, said Yu Menghe while nodding. Lin Feng raised his hand and the Snow Eagle flew back towards Yangzhou City. Lin Feng checked Yi Shui's injuries. She was severely injured, but he would be able to save her. Local people from the former imperial city watched as the beast flew back, feeling reassured. Lin Feng had come back, blood may have been spilled, but what an honor and a glory it was for them to have Lin Feng. He was a source of light for them. He was their leader, their king. Countries like Lai Yun and Tianfeng wouldn't be able to continue threatening them, even if they joined hands. Shuiyu had become a powerful country. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 871, The Ancient Cauldron. Chapter 871, The Ancient Cauldron. The Yunhai mountain range was extremely calm. The Yunhai mountain range was already a place to worship the ancestors of the Yunhai sect. The Yunhai sect looked the same as before, its valleys, its cliffs, everything looked the same. However, the guards of the Yunhai sect were not feeling well at that moment because it was extremely hot. It was way too hot. The Yunhai sect had turned into a boiling hot pot, but where did that heat come from? Was it turning into a volcano? The guards were suffering from the heat but remained to perform their duty. The forbidden area was especially hot and the mountain was entirely red. It seemed like there were flames coming from the ground. Down the precipice and under the cliff where the drums were, there was a secret cave. It contained a palace and used to be the secret place of the Yunhai sect. Only the protectors of the Yunhai sect knew that it existed. At that moment, the ancient palace was closed but its door was red. Lin Feng had been inside already and learnt the strength of the Haruka. Inside the ancient palace was a painting surrounded by flames. In that painting was a world of mountains, oceans, a desert, jungle, and people that looked very distinct. Under the painting was a Haruka statue. Lin Feng had decided to attack the statue before and now the painting had changed. It had turned into flames which invaded the entire palace, and even the entire Yunhai mountain range. There were also strange and loud sounds emanating from the ancient palace. Lin Feng didn't know what was going on in the Yunhai mountain range, he didn't know what his careless acts had led to. At that moment, he was riding his Tian-level Snow Eagle back to Yangzhou City. Lin Feng was bringing Lin Hai and Yu Menghe back to Yangzhou City. Everybody knew that people from Tianfeng and Lai Yun had captured his parents, they just didn't know exactly why. When they saw how furious Lin Feng was and now that he was coming back to Yangzhou City with his beasts, People could easily guess what happened to those people from Lai Yun and Tian Feng. Lin Feng was the king of Shuiyu. After he turned into a demon, he must have gotten stronger. He wasn't the talented young man from before, he had matured. He was now majestic and dignified. It only a few days before everyone in Shuiyu learned that Lin Feng had broken through to the Tianqi layer. Lai Yun and Tian Feng would fall into chaos now. Lin Feng was too strong. Yu Qingshan felt relieved, but Yu Tianming was in Shinggong. Duan Xin Yi and Xiaoya were happy. The Qi Se troops felt even more combative and regretted they hadn't gone with Lin Feng to kill his enemies. After Lin Feng made it back to Yangzhou City, he needed pills so he confined himself in a room. Yi Shui and his parents were all badly injured and he had to heal them. And Lin Feng hadn't forgotten about Yin Shi, she still needed divine water pills. Divine water pills were extraordinary. Worse, the divine water pills were Xian-level pills. After breaking through to the Tianqi layer, they were even more efficient, they could bring the dead back to life. Its ingredients consisted of 9 sun herb, divine fungus and sanguine soul herb. They were very difficult to obtain. 9 sun herb contained sun qi and could revive people's life energy. Sanguine soul herb could purify people's blood, containing vitality. The divine fungus was used to hold pill together. With those 3 ingredients, it was possible to concoct divine water pills. Not only would they heal Yunxi, but they could also be used to save Yi Shui's life and heal Yu Menghe and Lin Hai. Of course, Lin Feng needed to concoct 4 of those pills first. In a secret room, Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged with Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi beside him. They had also collected some ingredients for the pills. They had performed their own medical research in order to help Lin Feng concoct the divine water pills. They could still remember Lin Feng when they had met him back in the ancient water city. He was bullied by other clans and they decided to side with him. Now they realized how right they were. He had broken through to the Tianqi layer already, which was their dream, but Lin Feng was so young. Lin Feng was in a special state of mind. In his head, there was a desert, the desert of his spirit. He was holding the dragon cauldron in his hand. It seemed like his spirit could see through it. Maybe by understanding the cauldron better would enable him to use it in a better way. Some marks appeared in the desert of his spirit, making his spirit glow in a strange way. Rays of light were twinkling and flashing. Then they turned into a gigantic cauldron which contained an ancient qi. Lin Feng was just realizing that inside the cauldron was another cosmos, another universe. There were strange patterns and marks that looked dazzling. Those were holy marks. The heavenly 9-dragon cauldron was an ancient cauldron. Unsurprisingly, it was a precious and extraordinary treasure. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 872, Concocting Pills. Chapter 872, Concocting Pills. Lin Feng could sense his ancient cauldron and its holy marks very clearly. With his acute perceptions, Lin Feng could distinguish a dragon shape in the holy marks. Lin Feng released his awareness onto the holy marks. It was as if pure qi was flowing through them. In a flash, the holy marks diffused incredible lights in Lin Feng's spirit. A dragon appeared and opened its mouth, spewing endless qi. Bzzzzzzz. An alarm began blaring in Lin Feng's head as if the dragon was attacking his awareness. His body started shaking violently, but luckily, his awareness was absorbing the shocks. Lin Feng struggled but managed to continue observing the holy marks. He was staring to understand them. But in a few seconds, Lin Feng was covered with cold sweat. His awareness was communicating with the holy marks and it seemed like it could attract the dragon's attacks. Although dragon was in the emptiness, it seemed very real. The heavenly 9-dragon cauldron, whispered Lin Feng. He seemed to be in another world, something strange to find in an ancient cauldron. As the dragon was spitting out energy, Lin Feng had an incredible sensation. That qi was rotating while the pills were being concocted. Indeed, the cauldron was initially a tool to concoct pills. Of course, the ancient dragon also had an incredible offensive power. Lin Feng, what's going on? Asked Mr. Qi and Mr. Hua, who hadn't started concocting pills yet. They were too concerned by Lin Feng's reaction. How strange. Mr. Qi, Mr. Hua, I'm fine. I was just about to start. If anything strange happens, please help me and thank you, said Lin Feng. The 2 old men nodded. Even if they didn't say anything, they knew what to do. They had seen Lin Feng concoct pills in the past and found that he was quite talented. With his incredible power of understanding and his powerful soul, Lin Feng had surpassed them in terms of pill concoction. They could only assist him now. Bzzzzzzz. A fire ignited and the entire room was invaded with fire qi and heat. The fire was terrifying and burning all around the cauldron. Although powerful, the fire seemed to contain a level of calmness. They put the ingredients in the cauldron and dazzling lights appeared. The 9-sun herb, the divine fungus and the sanguine soul herb were such precious medicinal herbs and were terribly expensive, but in the cauldron, they looked like ordinary items. Lin Feng was simply throwing them into the cauldron to mix their qualities. Divine water pills were sun-type pills, holy healing pills, but their price was enormous. It was no surprise that they cost so much in the continent. Even if one was willing to spend money, it wasn't easy to find pills. Divine water pills weren't just healing pills, they could also help cultivators develop their natural abilities and make strength in people's souls. They could enhance cultivators' flesh and organs. Things were getting hotter in the room. Lin Feng started making gestures with his hands and the cauldron began buzzing. At the same time, Lin Feng's godly awareness was everywhere in the room. Everything that was happening was appearing very clearly in his brain, including what was going on in the cauldron. This time, Lin Feng couldn't fail, he had to succeed. Mr. Qi and Mr. Hua were watching Lin Feng's moves and were surprised. The fire was so powerful, no to mention his methods. What really surprised the two old men was Lin Feng's control. While practicing mindful consciousness, he could control each and every step of the process. The two old men sighed. What a pity that Lin Feng hadn't become an alchemist, but they knew that it was impossible. Lin Feng had such natural abilities, how could he only focus on pills? Alchemy was only a means to help him on the path of cultivation. If Lin Feng hadn't gone through so many hardships though, maybe alchemy wouldn't have been possible for him. Cultivation was at the roots of the cultivation world, everybody wanted to be strong and powerful. Time passed slowly. After a very long time, a strange qi invaded the room. There were many sorts of qi mixing together, the qi of the herbs were starting to condense. Lin Feng frowned and focused even more. He couldn't be careless at that moment, otherwise, he might lose everything. The fragrance of the medicine was becoming more dense, the entire room was filled with it. Lin Feng could sense that some pills were starting to condense. Very soon, divine water pills would appear. However, after a while, the qi of the ingredients had fused already but the pills hadn't appeared. Lin Feng was wondering what was going on. Almost, thought the two old men. They could sense the energy and everything had to be very precise for the concoction to work. A dazzling light started to appear and it contained a terrifying qi. The strength of the earth and sky was drawn towards the pills which were absorbing it. This was the last step. It's risky. Lin Feng knew that it wasn't working, but with the fire and his technique, there was no reason for it not to work. Maybe he didn't have enough experience. He knew how to concoct the pills thanks to the recipe, but maybe he missed something. His godly awareness entered the cauldron and then the entire cauldron started shaking violently. It seemed like a dragon was waking. Lin Feng poured sun pure qi into the holy marks of the cauldron. The dragon started roaring and spitting out energy. Bzzz, 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 a terrifying roar emanated from the cauldron. Lin Feng's awareness shook and 1,000 rays of light appeared. Without hesitating, Lin Feng rose up in the air and broke through the ceiling of the room. A gigantic hole appeared there. Lin Feng used his Xiaoyao agility technique and streaked across the sky as he grabbed everything that flashed out of the cauldron. His hands were hot, it seemed like they were boiling. The blood qi was incredible, but besides blood qi, there was some sun qi. Lin Feng was overjoyed by his success. Divine water pills. Lin Feng opened his hands, he had taken great efforts to make those pills. Silhouettes flickered and neared him, attracted by the pills' thick energies. But when they saw Lin Feng, they stopped and they looked surprised. Lin Feng glanced at them and nodded, and then they all smiled in a resplendent way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 873, Complete Recovery. Chapter 873, Complete Recovery. Lin Feng, those are Tian-level pills. Hurry and give them to those who are hurt, otherwise the soul qi will diminish, said Mr. Hua. Lin Feng nodded at him and condensed some pure qi in his hands to envelope the 5 pills. The lights which were dashing to the skies became less dazzling and the medicinal fragrance also disappeared. I'm off, said Lin Feng, whose silhouette flickered. Lin Feng arrived in a courtyard. Yu Menghe and Lin Hai were in a cultivation room trying to see if they still had some pure qi left. Maybe they could cure themselves if they managed to make some pure qi flow. However, their internal organs had been destroyed and their qi was extremely weak, so they couldn't condense pure qi. Xin Yi and Xiaoya were watching them nervously, they looked desperate. Xin Yi, bring Yi Shui here, someone said suddenly. It was Lin Feng and he was coming down from the sky. All right, said Xin Yi while leaving the room. Lin Feng approached his parents and took out 2 pills while saying, "Mom, Dad, take these pills." Lin Hai and Yu Menghe glanced at each other. Could those pills help them recover? They didn't believe so, but they still took the pills. Suddenly, a strength started flowing in their bodies. The sensations were particularly intense for Yu Menghe. Her cultivation level wasn't as high as Lin Hai's. She was only a Xin-level cultivator, so it made sense that the pills provided stronger effects for her. Her blood started boiling. It felt like she had died and was reborn. Her blood started flowing everywhere in her body again. Her face, which was looking deathly pale and was gradually becoming red again. Apart from her blood which started flowing again, her chi was also gradually condensing again. Her soul was also healing, it seemed. What an incredible pill! Thought Yu Menghe, surprised. She looked pleasantly surprised. She closed her eyes and started inhaling pure chi to heal herself. The pills had the same effects on Lin Hai. Even though his injuries were more severe than Yu Menghe's, his strength started flowing again. He started focusing so he could recover even faster. Lin Feng had brought incredible pills, those were holy healing pills. Besides, they could also heal vital organs and the blood system. They could also make a cultivator's soul stronger. When Lin Feng saw that his parents were slowly recovering, he made some pure chi flow and breathed with confidence. He was smiling in a resplendent way. Those pills were really fantastic. Xin Yi came back carrying Yi Shui on her back. She had been attacked by the gloomy master and was almost dead. Lin Feng poured pure chi into Yi Shui's body to carry her and put a divine water pill in her mouth. Then he made that pure chi revolve to hasten the process. Yi Shui's cultivation level was extremely low. Tian-level pills could have incredible effects on her. A bright light appeared around her body. She was recovering at an incredible speed. She was recovering faster than either of Lin Feng's parents. After a short time, she opened her eyes and saw Lin Feng. She was stunned but whispered, "Master. Am I dreaming? I know I died. How could you be dreaming? Yi Shui, you're alive and fine. No need to talk too much though, save your energy and I'll help you recover," said Lin Feng while smiling slightly. In a very short time, Lin Feng helped Yi Shui recover. After a few days, she would be perfectly fine. Lin Feng then looked at his parents who were still making their energies flow in their body. He smiled then left. Lin Feng arrived in frigid room. In that secret room was a bed with a silhouette calmly lying there. The room was blanketed in ice because Yunxi had been frozen by Meng Qing. She might have died but she looked so pure and innocent, her smile was still there. "Divine water pill. I hope that you can heal her," whispered Lin Feng. Yunxi was such a pure and innocent girl. Those were supposed to be the best years of life but she wasn't able to enjoy them. Lin Feng put his hand on the ice and released some fire chi to melt it. Lin Feng's fire was very powerful, however, the ice was melting so slowly. Meng Qing's ice was incredibly powerful. No wonder it could halt Meng Qing's death. Finally, the ice melted and Lin Feng took Yunxi in his arms and left the secret room. Lin Feng had to keep a hand on her body to push pure chi through her. He had to completely melt the ice inside of her. Finally, the chi dispersed completely. Then, Lin Feng made some sun pure chi flow in and put a divine water pill in her mouth. Very quickly, Lin Feng felt relieved. Yunxi was as severely injured as Yi Shui. Finally, the young girl started breathing again thanks to the effects of the pills, her face became red even. But, she hadn't woken up yet. Lin Feng put her on a bed and looked at her pure and innocent face. He then left the room and closed the door. Yunxi would heal and live on. She would probably wake up soon. Lin Feng sighed and kept one pill. Those divine water pills were holy healing pills, their effects were incredible. Lin Feng gazed in the direction of Black Wind Mountain. Those pills had healed those 4, what about Meng Qing? Meng Qing probably needed a much more powerful pill to turn back into a human being again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 874, Meeting Again. Chapter 874, Meeting Again. Sunlight penetrated the room where Yunxi was resting. She slightly shifted herself and slowly opened her eyes. She raised her head and was wondering if she was still alive. She just remembered seeing Lin Feng before dying and leaving the world. What happened after that? Maybe she was hallucinating? She even had the feeling that she had died a very long time ago. She slowly sat down and looked around her. It was a simple room, it looked like a hidden room. She had completely recovered already. It seemed like her chi was even stronger than before. What a strange feeling, was she dreaming? She stood up and took a step, her body felt extremely heavy. She tried walking faster, she wanted to go outside. Outside was a beautiful courtyard, there was a pavilion, a pond with lotus flowers and a silhouette raising their hands towards the sun. That person was motionless as if they had been thinking about something. Yunshi calmly looked at that person and was surprised. Was she hallucinating? It seemed like that person was in fusion with the world. Back then, even the elders of the Luoxia sect didn't give her such a feeling. That person must be monstrously strong. That person slowly turned around, he looked handsome and was smiling at her. Yunshi's heart started beating faster. "You're awake," said Lin Feng in a gentle way. "Lin Feng." She pronounced his name slowly. It seemed she hadn't died in the Luoxia sect. "I'm still alive," thought Yunshi and then smiled in a resplendent way. She hadn't died. The Luoxia sect hadn't killed Lin Feng. "Are you feeling comfortable?" asked Lin Feng. Yunshi nodded and said, "I'm sorry I didn't manage to convince the teachers of the Luoxia sect. How are they now? Did they hurt you?" Lin Feng's lips moved, but then he smiled wryly. Yunshi had been sealed away in ice for a few years. How could she know what happened after? Maybe she thought that she was still in the ancient city. "Yunshi, you've been in a coma for a few years now." "We're not in your city anymore. We're in my hometown, Yangzhou City. The Luoxia sect was dismantled many years ago," said Lin Feng. He didn't want to tell her that the Luoxia sect was destroyed. He didn't want Yunshi to feel bad about what had happened. That's why he just told her it had been dismantled. She had sacrificed herself for him after all. "I was in a coma for a few years?" Yunshi was starting to make sense of it all. No wonder she felt that she was hallucinating. Lin Feng had changed so much. He was so much stronger than the elders of the Luoxia sect or even than the strong cultivators of Shuiyu. Her sect had been dismantled? "Yes, Yunshi, let's go outside for a walk," said Lin Feng while grabbing Yunshi's hand. She shivered and lowered her head. She could remember Lin Feng's kiss all of a sudden and blushed. While walking in the palace, Yunshi realized that the pure qi was extremely thick and dense. There were also many soldiers walking around. Each time they saw Lin Feng, they would look at him in a respectful way and stop walking. Only after Lin Feng walked farther away they would start patrolling again. Yunshi was also surprised because people there all seemed to be very strong. Their qi was so strong that their strength was unfathomable to her. They were all so much stronger than her. What kind of place was that? On top of that, they all respected Lin Feng. What had happened? What was Lin Feng's social status? Lin Feng brought her to the place where his parents were. By now, Yi Shui had completely recovered. She glanced at Lin Feng and Yunshi. She would have never thought that Lin Feng would be able to save that girl. "Master," said Yi Shui. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng respectfully even though they didn't say anything. "Master? Is Lin Feng the disciple of some aristocratic clan? Is that why he went to her city to practice cultivation back then?" thought Yunshi. Yu Menghe and Lin Hai had slowly recovered. They opened their eyes, not only had they recovered but their cultivation had improved. They had become even stronger now. "You all recovered. Nice, nice," said Yu Qingshan when he saw that Yu Qingshan and Lin Hai had recovered. He was smiling in a resplendent way. "Brother. Bro, Lin Feng." A few silhouettes walked towards him while smiling in a magnificent way. Lin Feng looked back at them, his brain was full of memories. His friends? Hanman, Pejun, Jingyun, Duanfeng. Lin Feng waved at all his friends. Hanman and Pejun were wearing bronze masks as before but they looked so much stronger. As far as Duanfeng and Jingyun were concerned, they didn't look as puerile as in the past. When they had heard that Lin Feng had become the king, they ran back as quickly as they could. They wanted to see him again. "Lin Feng, brother, you're becoming so much stronger," said Hanman while tapping on Lin Feng's back. However, it seemed like he had just tapped iron, his hand felt sore even. "I'm still unable to remove your slave marks, how can you say that I'm strong?" said Lin Feng while shaking his head. Hanman and Pejun still had slave marks on their faces. Hee, we're used to it now," said Hanman while smiling in a free and unrestrained way. Lin Feng shook his head. He was definitely going to find a way to remove those marks and make them appear as normal people again. Jing Yun, you've become even more beautiful, said Lin Feng while smiling. She blushed in a shy way.
Duan Feng, you've become stronger than Han Man, thought Lin Feng. Back then, Duan Feng was a talented young man with extraordinary abilities.
He also possessed an incredible blood spirit. Duan Feng had already broken through to the 5th Xianxi layer. In Shuiyu, that was already exceptional.
Lin Feng, you've become monstrously strong, said Han Man. Pajun's cultivation level is even higher than mine now. I'm not even a strong cultivator, said Duan Feng while scratching his head. He looked embarrassed.
Even though he had practiced a lot, in front of Lin Feng, he was still a weakling.
Lin Feng gazed into the distance and saw someone he knew.
That person was motionless, but his facial expression looked as sharp as a blade.
Ba Dao, come here, said Lin Feng.
Ba Dao walked towards Lin Feng and looked up at him. Lin Feng had saved him from slavery back then, even though he was much weaker than him. Nowadays, Lin Feng had become monstrously strong and possessed the highest social status in Shuiyu.
6th Xianxi layer. Not bad,
said Lin Feng while tapping Ba Dao's shoulders.
Ba Dao smiled indifferently.
They hadn't seen each other for such a long time. He missed Lin Feng. He always felt grateful for the opportunity Lin Feng had given him now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 875, Nature Pills. Chapter 875, Nature Pills.
Ba Dao had suffered a lot in the past and experienced many hardships. He was feeling grateful to have such good friends. He wasn't a talkative man, but he enjoyed the feeling of having good friends.
Brother, we have to drink a few glasses today, said Pajun, thinking of the hot unit they used to drink together. No problem,
said Lin Feng while laughing naturally.
He naturally didn't lack alcohol. My son, said Yu Menghe, before asking, do you have more of those pills? I do, said Lin Feng while nodding.
Yu Menghe looked surprised. She wanted to say something, but Yu Qingshan interrupted her. Menghe, I'm a century-old man, my cultivation has limits, so there's no need to waste such precious pills on me.
Little Feng may need them,
said Yu Qingshan, who knew what Yu Menghe meant. He knew that he had made a lot of mistakes in the past. He had even pushed Lin Feng's woman to leave him for Yu Tianming.
He had been a bad grandfather.
So he understood if Lin Feng didn't want to give him his pills. Lin Feng looked at his mother and grandfather and smiled wryly.
He understood what they meant. Mom, don't misunderstand me. Let bygones be bygones. Grandpa got injured because of us, how could I be unwilling to help him?
Divine water pills can, indeed, heal him, but I want to give him another kind of pill which is more suitable for his condition,
explained Lin Feng.
Yu Menghe smiled. No matter what happened in the past, Yu Qingshan was her father, and she knew that Yu Qingshan had always loved her. She also knew that old people could stubborn at times. If Lin Feng had refused to help his grandfather, she would have been angry with him. But it seemed like she had been thinking too much. Her son was kind-hearted. Yu Qingshan was surprised, but he smiled in a warm and gentle way. After seeing that Lin Feng had helped them all recover, if Lin Feng had refused to help him, he would have understood but would have felt frustrated.
Mr. Qi, Mr. Hua,
Lin Feng called the two old men. After seeing all those young people who had become stronger than them, they weren't feeling so great themselves.
Mr. Qi, Mr. Hua, have you heard of nature pills? Asked Lin Feng. Nature pills, whispered Mr. Hua.
He then frowned and glanced at Mr. Qi. The two old men looked surprised. Lin Feng knew that they had heard about those pills when he saw their reaction.
Lin Feng, do you have the recipe for nature pills? Asked Mr. Hua.
He was shivering while thinking about what Lin Feng had just told his mother.
I do, said Lin Feng while nodding.
In the purple golden mountain forbidden territory, the Zun cultivator had transmitted him the recipe. The Zun cultivator particularly liked that pill.
Gotcha.
Mr. Qi and Mr. Hua clenched their fists. They looked at Lin Feng while smiling. They were speechless.
Lin Feng could always surprise them.
Nature pills are incredible Tian-level pills. They can make people come back to life, regenerate their vital organs and blood systems, heal their bones and soul, give them the strength of the earth and sky. Cultivators of the Tianxi layer would kill for such pills.
They can even help people break through to a new cultivation layer,
said Mr. Hua slowly. Everybody was looking at him surprised. What a powerful pill! Divine water pills were holy healing pills and nature pills were holy cultivation pills. They could take vitality from the earth and sky and give it to cultivators. Yu Menghe and Yu Qingshan shivered when they thought of the implications. Yu Qingshan's heart was beating much faster all of a sudden. How nice! Lin Feng had planned everything already. He wanted to give him nature pills which would not only give him back his strength but make him stronger. After all, he had only broken through to the Xianxi layer. At a certain age, he would become weaker again. It made sense that he needed to start a new life to become stronger. It was different for people like Lin Feng who had broken through to the Tianqi layer at such a young age. Such individuals aged slower than others. Mr. Qi, Mr. Hua, the ingredients are not easy to get. You can first take the required purity stones to purchase the ingredients. Once you have them, we'll be able to make nature pills, then you too and my grandpa will be able to recover. Explained Lin Feng while handing a piece of paper to the old men. It was the recipe for the nature pills. Mr. Qi and Mr. Hua took it. Of course they were going to look for those ingredients. Any person able to concoct nature pills, no matter where, was considered an extremely talented alchemist. Lin Feng had been able to find the recipe and that was incredible already, they could only imagine what he had gone through to find it. Lin Feng, we're off then, said the two old men. Lin Feng smiled wryly, the two old men were impatient but he could understand them. Seeing all those young people surpass them wasn't easy so they hoped to find the ingredients for the nature pills as soon as possible. Yi Shui and Yun Shi were chatting. From what Yi Shui was saying, Yun Shi knew that Lin Feng hadn't fooled her, she really had been in a coma for a few years. The Luoxia sect disappeared for a long time already. Many powerful sects had actually disappeared already. Great wars had taken place even. Sister, where am I now? In Lin Feng's house? Is Lin Feng the disciple of an aristocratic clan? Asked Yun Shi. Yi Shui smiled and said, you can say that you're in our master's house. Of course, this is the Imperial Palace of Shuiyu. The Imperial Palace of Shuiyu, said Yun Shi surprised. Is Lin Feng a nobleman of Shuiyu? Yi Shui smiled and shook her head, he's not a nobleman, he's the king. The king? Yun Shi was surprised. Lin Feng was a king. Yi Shui grabbed Yun Shi's hand and took her to some bench and told her Lin Feng's story. Yun Shi listened carefully as if she was listening to ancient legends. Lin Feng was that extraordinary. On the other side, men were drinking hot unit on the floor. Brother, you remember when we were in Black Wind Mountain hunting? That was a great time. Nowadays, we can't do that with you anymore because the gap between us is too wide. Of course, I'm really happy for you but your fate is to reach the clouds. We don't belong in the same world anymore. Brother, sometimes, I wish you weren't so strong. Otherwise, we would be able to stay all together, travel around the continent and even get drunk sometimes, said Han Man while drinking more hot unit. His cheeks were burning. He only said these things because he thought of Lin Feng as a brother. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and remained silent. Han Man was actually right, the gap between them was ever increasing. Jingyan seemed to sadden about what Han Man was saying. She lowered her head and also remained silent. Han Man, you silly boy. Why are you saying such pessimistic things? Let's get drunk today and be happy, said Pajun, which made Han Man smile. Alright, Lin Feng, bro, let's drink. Han Man and Lin Feng raised their glasses but deep in their heart, they weren't feeling as comfortable anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 876, Towards Black Wind Mountain. Chapter 876, Towards Black Wind Mountain. The sun was gradually setting, things were dark and a fresh wind had started blowing. Han Man and the others were already so drunk that they had collapsed on the ground. Their hearts were pounding and were quite warm. They didn't really know what was going on anymore. The hot unit alcohol was very strong but so good, getting drunk was normal. Lin Feng was lying down and watching the sunset with a smile. If he was able to get drunk like that every day, then he could live the rest of his life carefree. However, living in the cultivation world wasn't so easy. Meng Qing was still in Black Wind Mountain, Shinggong would continue to send people to kill him. The East Sea Dragon Palace and Jade Heaven were looking for him, and Tianshan's future was in Lin Feng's hands. He had to be strong, brave, and face all those things head-on. He had no choice but to become stronger. He had to reach the clouds and someday he would look down upon everything. He had no choice anymore, he had already reached a point of no return. The sun was gradually setting and the moon was gaining significance, stars were gradually appearing. The Great Bear looked wonderful, what a mysterious world. From anywhere in the world, the sky was always the same. Were there people living on those stars? Han Man was lying next to Lin Feng and was snoring. Ba Dao and Pajun were sleeping in a defensive position, as if they were ready to attack even while sleeping. Duan Feng was sleeping like a child and Jingyun had a smile on her face as if she was having a beautiful dream. Yi Shui and Jingyun were leaning against each other and were sound asleep in a small pavilion not far from Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng's parents had already left a while ago, deciding to leave the young people by themselves. Xin Yi had joined and was calmly sitting next to Lin Feng. She was looking at the sky too. She didn't talk. Lin Feng was lost in thought, so she didn't want to bother him. Lin Feng wanted to enjoy the beauty of the scenery, but after a while his eyes closed and he fell asleep. Everything was like a beautiful painting. Very early in the morning, the dew had wet their clothes. Lin Feng opened his eyes and felt quite cold. Xin Yi was also very cold and hugging him tight. Lin Feng gently carried her in his arms and looked at his friends before he left. After he left, everybody else progressively woke up as well. After Lin Feng brought Xin Yi to bed, he went to a courtyard. Lin Hai and Yu Menghe were there as well. They hadn't asked Lin Feng what happened during his journey, but they were actually very curious. They also wanted to know what happened to Meng Qing. Lin Feng sat on a stone chair and, without hiding anything from his parents, told them everything. Some other people wondered over and listened to him. There were other regions apart from Shuiyu. Regions were only small part of the continent. Ganyu was a small region, but there were extremely strong cultivators there already. Even an empire of average quality possessed many cultivators of the Tianqi layer, and even Zun cultivators. People in Shuiyu were surprised to hear about such strength. Apart from Lin Feng, who had broken through to the Tianqi layer, many of them had only broken through to the Xianqi layer. But in some places, even the Tianqi layer was a low level. They felt like the Xianqi layer was great in Shuiyu, but it was actually quite low. Lin Feng went to the mysterious world and received the instructions of an emperor. He had seen the emperor's statue and had sensed his intent. The outside world was extremely dangerous, but it was a part of the game. You had to struggle to gain opportunities. Emperors were incredible. They could destroy mountains only by stepping on them if they wished. But Lin Feng didn't talk about obtaining the Jade Emperor's palace, not because he didn't trust those people, but because if they talked about it with the wrong people, it would have terrible consequences. It would be quite dangerous for them as well. Lin Feng explained how he went back to Tianqi and became the master of Tianxian. Yu Menghe and Lin Hai already knew about that but were still surprised. The others were extremely surprised though, their hearts were pounding. Lin Feng had become a young master in a great and powerful influential group. He would become an authentic leader and his teachers were Zun cultivators. He also had Tian-level cultivators under his control. Han Man and the others couldn't believe it. They couldn't imagine how big the continent was. With Shuiyu being so small, even the Shuiyu region was small. Back in the mysterious world, I found some intent crystals which can be used to practice cultivation. Back then, I had broken through to the Xianqi layer. When I was at the top of the Xianqi layer, I was already able to fight against cultivators of the Tianqi layer. When I didn't use special weapons, I had to rely on intent, for example sword intent. You all have to understand intent, otherwise, you will not be able to defeat strong cultivators of the same level. Explained Lin Feng. From his hands, many small dazzling crystals appeared and which contained intent. You should use these intent crystals to practice cultivation. Said Lin Feng. He wasn't going to keep those useful crystals to himself, he had to help his friends with such things. Besides, someday he would be able to destroy those people inside the Jade Emperor's palace and then, intent crystals would become ordinary stones for him. Everybody took some crystals and left to study intent. A lot of the intent crystals were taken but a few remained on the floor. Those intent crystals are useful for Tian-level cultivators as well. Intent crystals are precious treasures, so don't show them to everyone outside. Otherwise, people will attack you to steal them. I should also note that besides cultivation purposes, intent crystals can be traded for precious items. Everybody nodded and took some more intent crystals. Lin Feng's parents, Mr. Qi and Mr. Hua, also needed some intent crystals. Lin Feng also put some in the Imperial Palace. They would help make the entire town more powerful. When Mr. Qi and Mr. Hua come back, I will give them some pill recipes. When people here become stronger and when we have better pills, people from the Imperial City will also benefit from them. Thought Lin Feng. He then gazed into the distance and stood up. He rose up in the air and flew with incredible speed. The crowd then heard Lin Feng say, "I'm going to Black Wind Mountain." Everybody knew what Lin Feng was going to do there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 877, So Close Yet Worlds Apart. Chapter 877, So Close Yet Worlds Apart. Black Wind Mountain and the Yunhai mountain range shared a border. They were both quite vast territories, so nobody in Shuiyu didn't really know anything about the Black Wind Mountains. Nobody had ever traveled into the depths of the Black Wind Mountain, and those who had dared had never come back out alive. All that was known was the presence of the ferocious beasts. At the border between Black Wind Mountain and Yunhai was a terrifying storm. It contained a monstrous chi. Black clouds were in the sky that were filled with bestial chi. It had huge wings which could create hurricanes. Many beasts in Black Wind Mountain were raising their heads to look up at that chi. The rock wasn't a Xian-level beast, it was a Tian-level beast. There's a human being. At that moment, the beasts also realized that there was a human being on the rock. That human seemed unfazed by the strong winds created by the rock. That person was Lin Feng. At that moment, he was looking down at Yunhai, the place where everything started. Lin Feng frowned. How hot! There was a scorching chi emerging out of Yunhai. However, Lin Feng was 1 kilometer high in the air, so he shouldn't sense such anything. What's going on? Thought Lin Feng. He frowned but relaxed again. He wanted to go to Black Wind Mountain first to see Meng Cheng. After that, he would come back to check out what was happening. Lin Feng couldn't recognize where Meng Cheng lived, but the rock could. That's why Lin Feng decided to ride his rock there. The chi of the rock was terrifying, so the small beasts of Black Wind Mountain were all crouching and crawling to avoid him. Lin Feng remained calm as he finally arrived at the Black Wind Mountain. He was wondering where that middle-aged woman was Meng Cheng with her? Back when she took Meng Cheng, she told Lin Feng that only after breaking through to the Tian Chi layer could he go and look for her. There were vast grass fields, forests, and beasts in Lin Feng's line of vision. Only now was he realizing how large the Black Wind Mountain was. There were fewer beasts in the depths of Black Wind Mountain, but they were more powerful than the beasts he had come across up until then. There were strong Xian-level beasts which possessed their own territories. Stronger beasts had broader territories, and it wasn't so easy to steal a territory from them. The beast tides that Lin Feng had experienced in the past as a disciple of the Yunhai sect were actually nothing. Those tides actually happened because Xian-level beasts scared the small beasts away. If the strong beasts from Black Wind Mountain had come out back then, a small sect like the Yunhai sect wouldn't have been able to compete with them. Finally, after a long time, things started feeling cold. Lin Feng looked in front of him and saw a snowy territory. Lin Feng hadn't arrived yet but could sense how cold it was. That coldness wasn't the same as other places, that kind of coldness was bestial and could chill the bones. Bzzzzz, the Tian-level rock arrived in front of that vast snowy area. This was a forbidden area in the Black Wind Mountain, a territory reserved to high-tier beasts. There were terrifying Tian-level beasts there. If Mother Master was willing, she could take Tian-level beasts into the forbidden territory, or she could expel them. In the distance, an ox glanced at the rock with its big eyes and looked surprised. There was a human riding a rock and was entering the forbidden territory. Last time, the ox had seen a terrifying energy inside the forbidden area when it couldn't help curb the curiosity. It wanted to see Tian-level beasts. Lin Feng landed on the ground and stepped on the ice. Coldness immediately invaded his legs. There was bestial chi in the snow, it had some of Meng Cheng's bestial chi. Lin Feng slowly walked forwards into the middle of that white immensity, and the rock was following Lin Feng. Although they left footprints behind them, those footprints disappeared quickly because it was snowing so much. After walking for a long time, Lin Feng arrived in front of a gigantic snowy field. It seemed like an incredible beast was curled up there. If it stood up, it would be as tall and aloof as a palace or a mountain. Snow fox. Lin Feng looked at that gigantic beast. It had a white tail and appeared to be in symbiosis with the snow. She sensed Lin Feng and opened her eyes. Lin Feng's heart started beating faster. It's her. Lin Feng recognized the middle-aged woman. Ah! At that moment, a small white silhouette appeared. It looked at Lin Feng with tears in the corners of its eyes. She ran towards Lin Feng as fast as she could. Meng Cheng. Lin Feng ran towards her using his Xiaoya agility technique. Bzzzzz. The ground shook as the gigantic snow fox turned into a middle-aged woman wearing a white robe. She looked like a queen. Lin Feng kept running towards Meng Cheng and Meng Cheng kept running towards him. However, it seemed like the distance between them wasn't changing. What's going on? Thought Lin Feng. He stopped running, but Meng Cheng didn't. Even then she wasn't getting any closer. A path appeared as the lady shook her hand. Trees lined the sides of that path. Not only were Meng Cheng and Lin Feng not getting any closer to each other, but the distance between them was increasing. So close yet worlds apart, that was the feeling Lin Feng had, and it was a horrible feeling. Mother Master was separating them. You said that I could come back after breaking through to the Tianqi layer and I did, said Lin Feng while looking at the beautiful mother. He knew the woman was way too strong for him. If she didn't agree, he wouldn't be able to see Meng Qing. I only said, after breaking through to the Tianqi layer, that you can come and look for me. That's all, said the middle-aged woman looking proud. Even though Lin Feng had broken through to the Tianqi layer, the woman didn't look proud of him or anything. If it hadn't been because of Ling Long, she would have killed him a long time ago. Shui Ling Long perfectly understood what it meant. Ling Long's blood was pure, she had the blood of a queen. What do I need to do? Asked Lin Feng. From here is a snowy path. If you want to take Ling Long with you, you must walk to the end of that path, said the middle-aged woman. She then shook her hand again and Lin Feng lost all the sounds of world, as if he was in another world, a world made of snow. The middle-aged woman and Meng Qing were at the end of that path and he could see them clearly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 878, Struggling Through the Path. Chapter 878, Struggling Through the Path. Lin Feng knew that simply walking the path wasn't enough to reach the other side. The middle-aged woman had condensed abstruse energy and infused that path. How long would it take to walk that path? Lin Feng wasn't sure, but he had no choice. He had to find a solution, so he started walking slowly. Just as he guessed, after walking a while, the distance between them remained the same. Lin Feng didn't know what to do. That path seemed like its goal was to make people lose hope. Lin Feng took a few steps and felt ice penetrating into his body. I can surprisingly feel the cold? Thought Lin Feng. He couldn't believe it. He had already broken through to the Tianqi layer. He could of course tell whether it was hot or cold, but that feeling of having coldness penetrate his body like daggers. That coldness was extremely potent. After stopping for a few seconds, Lin Feng started walking again, but it was useless. The coldness was also becoming more intense. The more he walked, the more the ice penetrated into his body. After so many steps, the distance between them was still the same. It seemed like Lin Feng would never reach the other end. Meng Qing was watching him with tears in her eyes. Lin Feng was already shivering and shaking because of the cold. Woo, Meng Qing was crying while looking back at the middle-aged woman. However, the middle-aged woman looked indifferent about Lin Feng's suffering. Meng Qing couldn't do anything, so she looked back at Lin Feng again. He wasn't stopping. Lin Feng had to stop if he wanted to live, but couldn't because he couldn't give up Meng Qing. No matter what, he had to reach the other end. The only way he would stop is if he died. Time passed slowly. Lin Feng was now surrounded by a layer of ice. He was still breathing, but it was slowing. For each step he took, he had to take incredible efforts. That snowy path was called the So Close Yet So Far path. No matter what Lin Feng did, he couldn't reach the other end. Lin Feng understood that, but he didn't want to give, so kept walking. He had a strange feeling though, like he could actually make it to Meng Qing. Gotcha. His legs couldn't support his body anymore because they were frozen. Lin Feng fell down, but he smiled at Meng Qing. It seemed like his strength was infinite. He stood up again and started walking. As long as he was alive, he would continue. Woo, Meng Qing kept crying and looking at the middle-aged woman, but she seemed determined to let Lin Feng die. Ling Long, do you know why you, as a celestial fox, are called Shui Ling Long? Asked the middle-aged woman. We are snow foxes, and there is a legend that says that Ling Long is not an animal but a deity. The earth was pregnant and gave birth to a snow fox. Then, the snow fox and Ling Long had a child who was called Shui Ling Long. Shui Ling Long was a fox emperor and transmitted its blood spirit from generation to generation. However, very few descendants had a pure and unadulterated blood spirit. Many of them are just like me, they have inherited only a part of the blood spirit. Very rarely, someone with a pure and unadulterated blood spirit appears like you. Such people are kings or queens, and you, Shui Ling Long, are a queen. Your blood is pure. You are a direct offspring of this lineage, you have the same blood as those ancestors in the legends, said the middle-aged woman. It was difficult to distinguish those who had a pure blood from those who didn't, but the middle-aged woman never doubted Shui Ling Long. She was a celestial fox, a queen, a direct descendant of the ancient emperors. Her future could only be extraordinary. Ling Long, you have to understand that your holy celestial chi is extremely important, yet, you surprisingly chose to be with a human. You gave your pure and celestial chi to a human being, said the middle-aged woman, who sounded furious. Fury had appeared on her beautiful and noble face, just like the last time when she had seen that Lin Feng and Meng Qing were together. She wanted to kill Lin Feng but she couldn't. Ling Long had offered her purity to Lin Feng, therefore, Lin Feng couldn't die. Unfortunately, she couldn't handle Ling Long easily, otherwise Lin Feng wouldn't cherish her as much as he would if he had fought for her. A celestial being, a king, should have taken Meng Qing's virginity. Meng Chang was sad, which made the middle-aged woman shake her head and sigh. Meng Qing wasn't worried about her celestial qi, she was worried about Lin Feng. I want to kill him but I can't because he took your virginity. What can I do? Asked the middle-aged woman. But, he's just an ordinary human being. How could he be with a celestial snow fox? Therefore, you shouldn't worry Ling Long, I won't kill him. Said the middle-aged woman in a cold way, but at least Meng Qing could relax. She knew that Lin Feng was safe. However, seeing Lin Feng suffer like that was horrible. She wished she could replace Lin Feng on that snowy path. The one who wants to be the lover of a snow fox queen has to be extraordinary. Said the middle-aged woman while looking at Lin Feng. The ice chi was becoming even more intense and it was enveloping Lin Feng's body. He had the feeling that his feet and legs weighed millions of tons. That ice chi was terrifying and Lin Feng couldn't stop it. He didn't know how many more steps he would be able to make. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 879, Ling Long's Holy Celestial Qi. Chapter 879, Ling Long's Holy Celestial Qi. The ice was hurting Lin Feng's internal organs and his entire body was enveloped in a layer of ice. Even though he wasn't showing it, Lin Feng knew that his body was close to failing. It was just like in the past when Meng Qing used to suffer from her ice. Lin Feng wanted to curl up on the path and sleep but he couldn't give up. He raised his head, looked at the middle-aged woman, then continued walking. Each of his steps took more of his vitality away. Meng Qing was crying and emitting sounds as if she was trying to talk to Lin Feng. Even though Lin Feng couldn't understand, he could guess that she was telling him to give up. Since I put you on that road, it means that you can reach the other end. If you give up, it will prove that you are a loser and I will never let you see Ling Long again. Even if I don't kill you. The middle-aged woman's voice drifted into Lin Feng's ears. She looked a little bit more friendly only when she looked at Meng Qing. She was extremely unfriendly to Lin Feng and even looked emotionless when she looked at him. I can reach the other side, whispered Lin Feng. He was wondering if it was true or not. He didn't know how, but the middle-aged woman was right. Giving up would mean that he was powerless and then he would never see Meng Qing ever again. Lin Feng walked slower. Not only did he need strength but he needed determination and perseverance as well. His hands seemed frozen, he could barely move them at this point. Lin Feng condensed pure qi and condensed the strength of the Haruka in his feet. Even then his veins were all freezing and his blood was flowing slower. Lin Feng seemed like he was dying. Perseverance, his brain was still functioning, his feet were still moving. The middle-aged woman's facial expression changed for a second but quickly became normal again. That human being really loved Ling Long, otherwise, he wouldn't risk his life like this. His willpower was incredible. Unfortunately, Lin Feng was just an ordinary human being and was a weak cultivator of the first Tian Qi layer. Ling Long was a queen and possessed an aristocratic blood. She had kept Ling Long in Black Wind Mountain her entire life to protect her. Besides, nobody knew about the snow fox legends in the Shuiyu region. Outside of the Shuiyu region things were different. Last time during the Shuiyu War, some people had actually recognized Shui Ling Long but didn't know that she was a queen, that's all. In the continent of the Nine Clouds, it was another story. They perfectly knew the story of that aristocratic family. Very far away, there was a snow palace where many people like Ling Long existed. Would they be nice to her? Maybe if they learnt that Shui Ling Long was there, a war would start. Therefore, Ling Long deserved someone better than Lin Feng because he couldn't protect her. Unfortunately, Ling Long had spoiled her virginity and given it to him. She hadn't cherished her purity and her celestial qi, otherwise she wouldn't have turned into a beast again on that day in Shuiyu. Ah! Ling Long started running towards Ling Long and the middle-aged woman shook her head inside. Was love real? Making Ling Long risk her life for him, giving her purity to him. Lin Feng was ready to die for her. Unfortunately, he was only a human being. It would have been so nice if he was an emperor's son. She didn't understand Lin Feng and Meng Qing's love. From the first day, both had had a very deep connection and they had always stuck together. Lin Feng taught her how to ride a horse, she listened to his stories. For him, she was ready to kill. Each time she suffered from the ice qi, Lin Feng would use his sun qi to alleviate her pains. Maybe only Meng Qing and Lin Feng knew that kind of deep love. Meng Qing could do anything for Lin Feng as long as they were together. Lin Feng was the same, he even turned into a demon for her, and as a demon, he could still recognize her. Finally, Lin Feng stopped as both his legs were frozen. His energy and intent were frozen too. It seemed like his eyes were going to stay frozen shut. Shui Linglong was crying and shaking. She was trying to run towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled, he didn't want to close his eyes, but everything was frozen. Determination and strength were limited. Lin Feng's eyes closed themselves, but his awareness was still there. It was as if he had died. Time stopped. But it was at this moment that his consciousness could sense a certain light in his body. Some of his qi hadn't frozen. What's that? Thought Lin Feng, stupefied. Was it his qi? He had never sensed that kind of qi. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to understand that Meng Qing had given it to him. Back on that day, when he made love with Meng Qing, he felt that she had given him some of her own qi. He had even found it strange. However, after that, he hadn't sensed that qi again. Lin Feng assumed that it had dispersed in his body. What kind of qi is that? Thought Lin Feng. While all the other kinds of qi in his body had frozen, this qi was still there. It proved that qi was extraordinary. Lin Feng tried to control the qi and make it flow, but he couldn't. He tried to make his intent communicate with that qi, and it seemed like it could work, but making the qi come out seemed impossible. Lin Feng wasn't giving up though, he would try to use everything he could. He tried many times and finally, he managed to some of the qi flow. Lin Feng was ecstatic, his qi which had been frozen until then was slowly flowing again. Linglong didn't know what kind of qi that was, but it was actually the holy celestial qi which had been transmitted to Snowfox monarchs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 880, Bestial Skill. Chapter 880, Bestial Skill. Lin Feng had hope again. He was trying to use his intent and awareness to make that qi move more. However, it was very difficult. That qi didn't completely obey him. No matter how he tried, it was too difficult. But Lin Feng didn't give up. Besides, the middle-aged woman told him that it was possible to reach the other end of that path. Did she mean that he could only with that qi? Did the middle-aged woman know that Meng Qing had given him that qi? Lin Feng was thinking and trying to make it move at the same time. Meng Qing appeared in his thoughts, which made him even more persistent. As long as he had hope, he couldn't give up. Finally, the qi started moving a little bit again. Some parts of his vitality started recovering. Some pure qi, some Haruka strength, but they couldn't break through the ice. The amounts were still not enough. If he couldn't combine all his energies and strengths, it was all useless. Lin Feng's vitality was progressively recovering. His pure qi and his strength of the Haruka were also moving in a more fluent way. He was trying to mix them with that strange qi in order to control it. Lin Feng was progressively taking control over it. That qi kept flowing and reaching all the corners of his body. His strength was coming back to normal. He didn't feel cold anymore, it was as if the ice had no effect on him anymore. Bzzzzz. At that moment, a dazzling light surrounded Lin Feng's body. Some qi emerged and turned into strength. Lin Feng was enveloped by a halo which contained some holy celestial qi. His long hair, his face, the lights around his body, everything about him seemed strange and perhaps a little bit bestial as well. Apart from human qi, Lin Feng's qi was also bestial. Was he turning into a beast? Lin Feng took a step forwards and started running towards Meng Qing. At that moment, he was bathing in a bestial light. He used his Shaoya agility technique, but the abstruse energy of the endless path still prevented him. It seems that speed wasn't necessary to get near Meng Qing. Lin Feng looked at the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman was observing Linglong and noticed that Lin Feng's body was surrounded by Linglong's holy celestial qi. It was as if Lin Feng had changed and transformed into a handsome beast. With such an incredible qi, any being looked beautiful, men, women, everyone. With such a qi, a living creature would be surrounded by a beautiful light and look like a deity. Even human beings who possessed such a qi looked beautiful, just like Lin Feng at that moment. As handsome as he was, many female animals would even be attracted by him. "Why are you still preventing me from approaching?" asked Lin Feng to the middle-aged woman. The road wasn't becoming normal, so Lin Feng couldn't get near. "That qi belongs to Shui Linglong, it is the qi of my Snow Fox ancestors. It can envelop anything and it contains abstruse energy. But the path is endless, it's not a normal space," said the middle-aged woman slowly. Her voice resonated like drums in Lin Feng's brain. Linglong slowly closed his eyes and sensed the atmosphere. The holy celestial qi was shining on the snow. Lin Feng was trying to fuse with the snow. Meng Qing stopped running and looked at Lin Feng, then she looked at the middle-aged woman. There were no tears in her eyes anymore, she was even smiling. Woo woo! She groaned happily. She felt touched, even moved. She looked at her mother. She knew that her mother had transmitted a bestial skill to Lin Feng. Her mother had initially never intended to make things difficult for Lin Feng, she just wanted Lin Feng to activate his bestial qi. Of course, if Lin Feng's determination hadn't sufficed, it wouldn't have worked and he would have frozen to death. Concerning the bestial skill, it was an extremely powerful skill which human beings couldn't practice, but because Lin Feng possessed bestial qi, he could use it to practice such bestial skills. That qi was going to help Lin Feng level up very quickly. Finally, the middle-aged woman penetrated Lin Feng's brain and inspected his memories. She then looked at Ling Long and sighed. Since Lin Feng had learnt the skill, what else could she do to help Ling Long and Lin Feng? Lin Feng had already obtained Ling Long's qi. Besides, Ling Long was ready to die out of love for Lin Feng. Her mother could only help them and help Lin Feng become stronger, that way he could protect her daughter. Lin Feng was standing there. Everything seemed to look like an illusion. Surprisingly, everything turned into emptiness as the holy celestial qi enveloped him. Snowflakes were floating around as Lin Feng suddenly disappeared as if he had never existed. If other people had seen that, they would have been terrified. A living human had disappeared, and Lin Feng was only a Tian-level cultivator. That boy's power of understanding is not bad, thought the middle-aged woman. A short while after, Lin Feng slowly appeared again in that mysterious world. Then, he disappeared again. He could do that as he wished. After a few more times, Lin Feng stopped and studied the skill again. He shook his hand and disappeared again, fusing with the void. Then, he appeared again all of a sudden, but this time somewhere else, next to Meng Qing. In a flash, he could go back and forth from the endless path. Phew, Lin Feng took a deep breath and looked at the endless path. Around him was a vast and boundless snowy area, in front of him was Meng Qing. He could stretch out his hand and touch her. That snowy path was part of the void. I couldn't have walked inside no matter how much I tried, thought Lin Feng. The endless path wasn't a physical location, it was emptiness made of abstruse energies. It was another world, a world of emptiness. Such a strong abstruse energy made Lin Feng speechless. A moment before, the middle-aged woman had transmitted the bestial skill to him and it was related to that world of emptiness. Lin Feng had to use holy celestial qi to control that space. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 881, Collapsing Atmosphere. Chapter 881, Collapsing Atmosphere. Meng Qing, said Lin Feng levelingly. Ling Long emitted a small sound and jumped into Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng hugged her tightly and caressed her snowy white hair. The middle-aged woman looked at her silently, then slowly turned around. She flew off into the distance as a myriad of snowflakes followed her. However, Meng Qing and Lin Feng seemingly didn't notice that she left. From the distance, a terrifying bestial qi dashed to the skies and invaded the atmosphere. Meng Qing shivered and turned her head around and gazed into the distance. There was an incredible bestial qi. Mother! Tears appeared in Meng Qing's eyes. Even though she knew that the middle-aged woman wasn't her mother, she was still sad to see her leave. Before meeting Lin Feng, she had always stayed with that woman. Now, Lin Feng was there for Meng Qing, so the middle-aged woman left them alone. Lin Feng would take care of her now. Leave this place. Before Ling Long turns into a human being again, don't go to the holy city, said a nostalgic voice from the distance. The earth and sky then turned back to normal. Meng Qing remained motionless. She knew that her mother had only stayed there to protect her. Lin Feng sensed the bestial qi getting farther away, so he sighed. He felt grateful, he didn't hate her at all. Everything she did was for Meng Qing, so he had no reason to hate her. Meng Qing, don't think too much about it. I will never leave you again, said Lin Feng while wiping off her tears. She raised her head and looked at Lin Feng while nodding. She then snuggled into his arms. Lin Feng held her tightly and slowly turned around. He gazed into the distance and looked at the mountains. The middle-aged woman told him to leave that place, so could it be that there were other treasures there? Rock! Shouted Lin Feng. The rock came to him in an instant. He was surprised to see that Mother Master had agreed to let Meng Qing stay with him. Lin Feng jumped onto the back of the rock and started flying. Mother Master had already left, so the rock wasn't scared anymore. He was flying carefree and in an unrestrained way. After a while, flying Lin Feng realized that Meng Qing's mother changed the mountain so they couldn't leave. The rock was surprised as well. In normal circumstances, they should have been out a while ago already. Land! Whispered Lin Feng to the rock. The gigantic rock then flew down and Lin Feng jumped onto the snow. The middle-aged woman wanted Lin Feng to understand the bestial void skill even more, it seemed. Now he had no time to waste. A few days before, Lin Feng had fought against some powerful groups in Shuiyu and people from their countries were probably mounting a counterstrike now. Lin Feng had to get back before those countries sent stronger cultivators to Shuiyu. After thinking about it, Lin Feng instantly released a strange bestial chi and snowflakes surrounded Lin Feng. Another world appeared. Lin Feng disappeared and reappeared in and out of the new world. Lin Feng started running, that world was his. A terrifying hot chi was blowing outside of the Black Wind Mountain. Most people couldn't stand it anymore and moved away. The protectors of the Yunhai sect gathered together and discussed going back to Yangzhou City. It was way too hot, and the constant fires in the mountain range was becoming too difficult to manage. Ah, a horrible shriek spread in the air. Everybody turned around and saw a silhouette being devoured by some flames and then disappearing. Everybody's face turned deathly pale. They watched as their friend burned alive because they couldn't do anything themselves. He wasn't the first one to die in this way either. What should we do? Someone said. They looked to be at their wits' end. Let's leave. I think that our patriarch will not blame us. Instead, he will send the strong cultivators of our sect over here to figure out what's going on. Someone else said. Everybody was talking at the same time. Soon everyone nodded and left. Let's go. Let's go. The crowd gradually left the Yunhai mountain range. Boom. At that moment, an earthquake started. The crowd around and saw something come out of the mountain where the Yunhai sect used to organize their exams. It seemed like the mountain had turned into a volcano. What's going on? What is that fire and why is it so powerful? Thought the crowd. Another extremely loud sound resonated as the volcano erupted again. This time, a gigantic silhouette appeared. It was some kind of fire creature and it had two bestial-looking eyes. A fire beast. Thought the Yunhai sect, looking desperate. It seemed like a catastrophe would befall them. Many more fire creatures were appearing as well. Ha ha ha. King Fire, we finally escaped. The small creatures kept laughing evilly. Another silhouette appeared, but this time it wasn't a fire creature, it was a human being wearing a black robe. He was laughing like a madman. Finally, I came out. Li Shang, has finally made it out. That silhouette released an oppressive energy at the sky. Back then, he had found out that human beings were coming into their world. He helped one and taught him how to use soul flags. Then, he chased him to the exit. Using his flag, he was able to sense the outside world. Similarly to humans who were able to go to their world using a time and space distortion in the desert, they were also able to go to the world of the humans. King Fire told his army to break the distortion immediately, and it wasn't until now that they had broke through to the new world. Li Shang closed his eyes and took in a deep breath. He opened his eyes and looked at the weak human beings in the distance. He couldn't help but look a bit hopeless, those human beings were so weak. Die! Said Li Shang at that moment furiously. He released a terrifying chi and attacked the Yunhai sect disciples. Explosions sounded, the crowd looked desperate. They collapsed one after the other and died. Their deaths were sudden that their eyes were still open. Who is the beast here? You or me? Said King Fire to Li Shang. Li Shang came out and a few seconds later and was already slaughtering people. We're in a new world, of course I'm excited and want to have fun. Said Li Shang while smiling evilly. He then immediately left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 882, A New World. Chapter 882, A New World. In the ancient palace, the painting contained a terrifying amount of fire. And at that moment, there was a hole in it. In front of that painting was a beast that looked like a wolf. Its pupils were piercingly cold, its evil chi was extremely dense, but it wasn't that strong. Fire twinkled and the wolf left the palace. It hid in a dark place and absorbed some pure chi from the earth and sky. Their chi was boiling and turning into a vortex. Fire wolves like this one were continuously escaping from the palace. They would then cross Yunhai and enter the Black Wind Mountain. It was an entirely new world for them. When Yangzhou City heard about what was happening, the government reacted immediately. they sent Qi Xie troops to combat the firewolves. Amongst the firewolves, there were very powerful Shen-level wolves. Wherever they stepped, the ground sizzled. Villages were left flattened by their rampage. Some people were leaving their cities in Shuiyu just to avoid those beasts. Qi Xie troops were looking around. Lin Hai and Yu Menghe were floating in the air and staring at the firewolves. Those firewolves were from that world they had teleported to before. Back in the Lovesickness Forest was a tunnel which led to that world. Had they come through the tunnel in the Lovesickness Forest? But the firewolves appeared in the Yunhai mountain range, which meant that there was another tunnel to the other world. After the calm, the storm, whispered Yu Menghe. She looked sad. This time, so many people had died. One day later, some news spread. A terrifying Tian-level beast had appeared. People heard that apart from beasts, people had appeared in the Yunhai mountain range as well, and those people were fighting the wolves. Even though they weren't from Shuiyu, they were still humans after all. Although most of the new people were fighting the wolves, some were cruel and fighting other humans, they were killing mercilessly. There was also a rumor that a middle-aged man wearing a dark robe had appeared. It was said that he was extremely strong and despised everyone. His passion was to kill, especially young and beautiful women. In his eyes, it almost seemed like Shuiyu's people were nothing more than toys. He enjoyed playing with humans and using his full strength to slaughter them. Apart from that, people didn't know that there was a firewolf which possessed monstrously powerful qi. It was devouring other firewolves to strengthen itself. The massacre lasted for 2 days and 2 nights, all the while, Shuiyu was still on fire. Then, a few Tian-level beasts appeared in the imperial palace of Yangzhou City and started attacking. All those firewolves seemed unstoppable. At the same time, in the depths of the Black Wind Mountain, a young man with a magnificent snowy white beast appeared. Of course, it was Lin Feng. Finally, we made it out. There was less snow around them now because Lin Feng wasn't using Ling Long's holy celestial qi anymore. However, when Lin Feng appeared high up in the sky, he realized that outside of the Black Wind Mountain was an infinite number of flames. The Black Wind Mountain seemed to be burning. Lin Feng also noticed the cruel-looking firewolves. Firewolves, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. He had gone to another world before, through the tunnel of the Lovesickness Forest. It was there that he had seen those firewolves before. Yunhai Mountain Range. Lin Feng suddenly thought about the fire he noticed before going to the Black Wind Mountain. The rock then immediately flew towards the Yunhai Mountain Range. Lin Feng noticed the Yunhai Mountain Range already looked like a sea of fire. The firewolves and humans seemed to be giving it their all. But when they saw Lin Feng and his Tian-level rock, they practically wet themselves. Where did that extremely strong cultivator come from? Bzzz. A terrifying qi emerged as the rock flapped its wings and crushed all those firewolves. Lin Feng then walked to those people. "Where are you from?" asked Lin Feng. "We are from Tianya Hage," said one of them. Lin Feng became upset. They really were from Tianya Hage. "If you do anything suspicious, I'll make sure you all die," said Lin Feng coldly. Those people looked scared and kept nodding. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered as he disappeared. Very quickly, Lin Feng arrived on the mountain where the exams of the Yunhai sect used to occur. The door of the ancient palace was already broken open and burning. The inside of the ancient palace contained a sea of flames. The painting itself contained some mysterious marks which were twinkling at that moment. It represented another world, and the tiny hole in it was how everyone was escaping. A painting had become a space, its own world. It wasn't the first time that Lin Feng saw such a mysterious and marvelous object. Shingong had its own world, one that needed special skills to get there. There was also the Jade Emperor's Palace, although it was a smaller world. Then, there was the world created by Meng Qing's mother, the Endless World. One had to understand the Void Bestial skill to get out of it. All of this was proving to Lin Feng that strong cultivators were not only capable of destroying things, they could also create other worlds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 883, Evil Li Shang. Chapter 883, Evil Li Shang. Who created that small world? What was its meaning? Were the writings, back then, on the Haruka statue true? Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling. The gigantic statue was still there, but now it was on fire. Lin Feng could still see the warning written in small letters on the statue. It said that no one should attack the statue, but Lin Feng attacked it anyways. Lin Feng felt a little guilty now. He had acted carelessly and Shuiyu had to pay for his carelessness. The one who had written that warning knew everything, perhaps he was the author of the painting as well? Lin Feng couldn't figure that out right now. He grabbed the painting and took out a demon seal stone. He slammed the stone into the hole. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng had to use 3 stones to seal the hole. The fire outside suddenly became much weaker now that the hole on the painting was firmly sealed. The world was slowly becoming normal again. Who would have thought that that painting contained another world? Lin Feng took the painting and the demon seal stones and left the palace. He rose up in the air and looked at the desolate fields, sighing. "Let's go," said Lin Feng, now on the back of his rock. They were going to go hunt firewolves. Very quickly, Lin Feng arrived in front of a group of firewolves. He took out his soul flag and swallowed all the wolves in a flash. The flag twinkled with bestial lights as it ate them. "What's that?" thought Lin Feng suddenly. He was surprised to see a seal on his soul flag. Lin Feng never realized it before. That soul seal, needless to say, had been left by Li Shang. Li Shang was a cultivator of the Tianqi layer and had rushed to that world on purpose. At the same time, in a city, Li Shang had confined a beautiful girl to a room. She looked like she was in pain as she was being raped by Li Shang. At that moment, Li Shang could sense something, so he looked into the distance. He noticed Lin Feng and smiled coldly. Without Lin Feng, he wouldn't have been able to find a way out. He was now completely free. He could enjoy women and other pleasures as much as he wanted. Nothing was impossible. "Little boy, when I'm done playing around I'll come and find you," thought Li Shang with an evil smile on his face. He then continued raping the girl. At that moment, Lin Feng released a terrifying sword chi and annihilated all the firewolves. Then, his rock flew towards Li Shang. That place was a beautiful city in Shuiyu. It was called Sky Cloud City. There were rivers, mountains, and beautiful clouds. The girls in that city were known to be beautiful. It used to be much richer and more powerful than Yangzhou City, but now the city was a bloodbath. Not such a long time before, a man wearing a black cape came to Sky Cloud City. He started killing people like insects and raping women. He truly was a psychopath. However, nobody could stop him in Sky Cloud City. Cultivators at the Tianqi layer were the strongest in Shuiyu. Some people who couldn't stand being powerless tried resisting but failed and were killed instantly. For Li Shang, killing was a passion, a pleasure, a game. Boom! In that beautiful room, some chi exploded and a few shouts spread in the air. The family members of the girl who was being raped by Li Shang found them in the room and went insane. However, they died soon after. Back when Lin Feng had seen Li Shang in the other world, Li Shang was a good-looking man. However, his eyes had become particularly evil after all those years. At that moment, Li Shang was surprised. He realized that his soul flag was marked with his own seal, but it was now getting closer to him at an incredible speed. He was surprised. Back then, Lin Feng used to be a tiny cultivator. Could it be that Lin Feng discovered his soul seal? Was it only a coincidence? Li Shang frowned and guessed that it wasn't a coincidence. Lin Feng's speed was too fast. Even though he couldn't see Lin Feng yet, he could sense the soul seal and he knew that that speed could only be maintained by a cultivator of the Tianqi layer. The little boy from back then had turned into a cultivator of the Tianqi layer. Interesting. Li Shang smiled indifferently and looked at the crowd while shouting aggressively, "From now on, nobody moves. If someone moves, I'll kill them." Everyone was shaking with fear. 2 people tried to escape but Li Shang noticed them and immediately killed them. No one else tried to make a break for it. Li Shang looked extremely satisfied when he saw the crowd, he even smiled. He then looked in the distance and said, "Someone is coming to save you. We're going to play a game which starts now. Every 10 minutes or the time needed for an incense to burn, I will kill one of you until that person arrives." The crowd was both stunned and terrified. They couldn't do anything but pray. Finally, an incense has burnt. It really does burn slowly. Li Shang smiled, shook his hand and someone died. The person standing next to the one who was killed was also affected by the attack and their cultivation was crippled. Li Shang looked satisfied and smiled evilly. Of course, he had crippled that person's cultivation on purpose. "Don't move, if you try, you'll die," said Li Shang when he saw that some people started looking antsy. Everybody remained motionless, 2 were terrified to move. Time was passing slowly and several people were killed by Li Shang. Very quickly it seemed, a dozen people had already died. The crowd looked desperate while staring at Li Shang. He loved that feeling, everything was a game to him. "He's almost here. I can feel it," whispered Li Shang. The crowd looked at Li Shan, who was gazing into the distance. They suddenly had hope again. Was that person really able to deal with Li Shan? Boom boom. Li Shan killed 2 other people and laughed. He then released an incredible energy which oppressed the whole crowd. Finally, he has arrived. Li Shan's facial expression looked sharp. He couldn't wait. How strong had Li Feng become? Bzzz. In the distance, a strong wind appeared and a bestial chi was dashing to the skies. A beast? At that moment, Li Shan looked surprised. There was a beast? On top of that, it was a Tian-level beast. No wonder it was traveling so fast, not to mention that bestial chi was terrifying. Li Shan frowned. That bestial chi was much more powerful than he had expected. Li Shan was actually a little scared. Let's go. Li Shan then immediately started to leave. In a flash, he disappeared. He was retreating as fast as he could. Very quickly, they saw a gigantic and terrifying Tian-level beast, the rock. On the rock was a silhouette wearing white clothes. They looked handsome, natural, and unrestrained. That young man was holding a beautiful small beast in his arms. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 884, Evil Methods. Chapter 884, Evil Methods. There was a beautiful legend in Shuiyu. Back when the king of Shuiyu, Lin Feng, was about to be married with Duan Xin Yi, he discovered a conspiracy. The imperial family invited Lin Feng, his family, and his friends because they wanted to kill them all. After that, the woman whom Lin Feng loved the most used her full strength of the Tianqi layer to defend against Duan Renhuang. She defeated Duan Renhuang, but in the end, she turned into a beautiful celestial beast, Shui Linglong. After watching that, Lin Feng became furious and turned into a demon. He then killed Duan Renhuang and a few others. Since their king had come back, they had heard rumors that he was able to kill Tian-level cultivators with one punch. A moment before, Li Shan had sensed how powerful Lin Feng was and guessed that he wouldn't be able to fight, so he left. What's going on? Asked Lin Feng when he saw all those corpses and the terrified crowd. King Lin Feng, a slayer came here. At the beginning, he said he would wait for you to arrive and meanwhile, kill a person each time an incense finished burning. He raped lots of women and killed many others. Lin Feng was furious. Since he visited Tianya Hage, Lin Feng knew that Li Shan was disturbed and that he was a cultivator of the Tianqi layer, but he wouldn't have thought that he was so psychotic. The crowd was obviously furious and hated Li Shan. What a bastard! Said Lin Feng. He then continued flying with his rock. He was flying with incredible speed, creating strong winds all around them. The speed of Tian-level beast was incredible. Very quickly, Lin Feng could see his enemy in the distance. Li Shan's heart was pounding. He regretted everything. What had made Lin Feng become so strong? He thought that even if Lin Feng was strong, he had just broken through to the Tianqi layer and would definitely be unable to defeat him. Running away is useless, said Lin Feng coldly. Li Shan knew that he wasn't faster than the rock, so he stopped and turned around to face Lin Feng and his rock. Lin Feng's face was filled with murder. As expected, first Tianqi layer, thought Li Shan. Even though Lin Feng had become quite strong, he had only broken through to the first Tianqi layer. That damn rock was a bigger problem. Lin Feng, I wouldn't have thought that we would meet again. Since you left Tianya Hage, you became so much stronger. You even broke through to the Tianqi layer, congratulations, said Li Shan while smiling, but Lin Feng ignored him. Lin Feng, there's no need to act like that. Even though I came to your world, aren't we both similar? Why fight and harm ourselves because of a bunch of nobodies? Said Li Shan when he sensed Lin Feng's terrifying energies. He was also slightly smiling. If I don't kill you today, I don't deserve to be called the king of Shuiyu, said Lin Feng. Rock, don't kill him. The rock threw himself at Li Shan and Lin Feng stayed in the air watching. Boom! Whirlwinds appeared around the rock, who quickly approached Li Shan. It tried to grab Li Shan with its claws. Li Shan shook his hands and at the same time, he dodged back. Li Shan could barely breathe in front of the rock. Slash! The rock's claws cut through the air. Li Shan moved in the other direction but then heard a sound. The rock had bombarded Li Shan with his other wing. Li Shan looked deathly pale as he coughed up some blood. He shook his hand and his soul flag appeared. It seemed to contain some potent death chi. Die, shouted Li Shan furiously. It seemed like many dead souls were attacking the rock, their dead chi was extremely dense. The rock's facial expression was sharp, it released some chi which turned into a golden sword, a bestial sword of sorts. CRR, the sword was extremely sharp and capable of crushing the dead in a flash. At the same time, the rock threw itself at Li Shang again. It streaked across the sky and the soul flag seemed to be getting dimmer. Li Shang could barely resist the rock as it crashed onto him, this time it grabbed him with its claws. Li Shang gave a horrible shriek as blood splashed. The rock's claws were extremely sharp and immediately tore open his arm. If Lin Feng hadn't told it not to kill him, then it would have beheaded him right there. Bzzz. The rock brought Li Shang back to Lin Feng as blood kept spilling out of his arm. Lin Feng was staring at Li Shang with complete disdain. Li Shang felt a million blades cutting him to pieces. Dying outright would have been easier than suffering like that. Li Shang couldn't bear the pain anymore. He looked at Lin Feng and tried to throw himself at him. He released some chi and yelled, "You think that you're so powerful, but you're just a tiny cultivator at the first Tian chi layer. You shall die." CRR. A sword appeared and Li Shang released his evil chi into the sword, feeding it. A vortex appeared and surrounded the sword. After that, Li Shang turned to Lin Feng and punched the air with his other hand in Lin Feng's direction. Boom! Lin Feng's fist also launched out, making everything around them shake. His punch was terrifying. Li Shang had broken through to the third Tian chi layer, so if Lin Feng wanted to fight him, he had to possess a similar strength. But Lin Feng's muscles were extremely strong thanks to his Haruka strength. Kaboom! An explosion sounded in the air. Not only was Lin Feng's punch extremely powerful, it also contained sword chi. Li Shang gave a horrible shriek again as his arm was completely torn to shreds. Even if he wanted to run away, he couldn't do it anymore. Now, his arm was completely cut off and his blood splashed everywhere. Li Shang was propelled backwards as Lin Feng used his Xiaoyao agility technique to continue his assault. "For a cultivator of the Tian chi layer, you're quite pathetic," said Lin Feng in a humiliating way. Boom boom. A gigantic fist crashed onto Li Shang's head, making his entire soul shake violently. A little bit more strength and his soul would have been completely destroyed. He then crashed onto the ground. Slash. Pain made Li Shang regain consciousness. His leg was cut off by Lin Feng's sword chi. "I said it before, if I don't kill you, I don't deserve to be king," said Lin Feng as he cut off Li Shang's other leg. "Kill me then," said Li Shang, who couldn't bear the pain anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 885, Flame Emperor. Chapter 885, Flame Emperor. Li Shang was begging Lin Feng to kill him, he was shaking violently from the pain. He had lived in a confined world for so many years, now that he had finally found a way out, he loved that new world where he could have as much fun as he wanted, but in the end, a nightmare started so quickly. He never thought that he would die like this. He hated himself for his recklessness. Lin Feng condensed more energy in his sword while staring at Li Shang and said, "Don't you think that killing you would be too easy?" Lin Feng's voice sounded ice cold as his sword then streaked across the sky. "Ah," Li Shang shouted painfully, his entire body was twitching. Lin Feng then cut off his penis. Lin Feng was merciless. That man was a cruel and dirty animal, torturing wasn't even enough. Poof! At that moment, a dazzling light appeared between Li Shang's eyes and flew towards Lin Feng with incredible speed. Slash! The light immediately penetrated into Lin Feng's head and buzzing sounds started resonating. That light was attacking Lin Feng's awareness bell, making his entire body slightly shake. Lin Feng frowned and closed his eyes. He released his awareness, his bronze bell resonated and attacked that light. Lin Feng then realized that the light was a small person. It was tiny and its chi was completely evil. If Lin Feng didn't possess a powerful awareness, his soul would have been crushed by that light. Bzzz. That small person continued attacking Lin Feng's awareness bells. Lin Feng released his broken souls into his awareness bells to strengthen them. They then attacked the small person, pushing them back. Slash! The small person could sense Lin Feng's awareness, so they immediately came out of Lin Feng's head and ran off into the distance. At that moment, Li Shang felt hopeless. He was dying. That small person wasn't Li Shang's awareness and he didn't know when he had fused together with that creature. Lin Feng glanced at Li Shang but decided he needed to follow the small person. Li Shang was already dying after all. That small person attacked and had failed, now it thought it could escape? Impossible. The tiny golden person was extremely fast. Coupled with his size, it was difficult to catch up. However, Lin Feng had already oppressed him with his awareness. Lin Feng used his Xiaoyao agility technique and flew in the sky gracefully. Lin Feng gradually got closer to the small person. He released his awareness bell, which emitted buzzing sounds as it bombarded the small person. His tiny body was shaking. The bell kept resonating as it then fell from the sky and surrounded the tiny creature.
Boom, boom, boom. The bell kept assaulting the tiny golden person who was resisting.
Lin Feng raised his hands and small black flames appeared.
Bzzz.
The bell opened itself and flew back into Lin Feng's head. The tiny golden creature wanted to escape, but Lin Feng was faster than him. Lin Feng ran while condensing energies. Soon a black hole appeared in his hands.
Where are you going? Asked Lin Feng while grabbing the tiny creature. He was now unable to escape. So, initially you were the evil one. Now I really want to destroy you.
Lin Feng said angrily. The tiny golden creature kept moving around, but it was useless. His tiny body was slowly becoming black.
Let me off,
said a voice in Lin Feng's brain, surprising him. Lin Feng stared at the tiny golden creature and shouted furiously, "What the hell are you?" Lin Feng had never seen such a creature. His evil qi was extremely dense and he had possessed Li Shang's body.
I'm an evil spirit,
said a voice in Lin Feng's brain.
An evil spirit. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling.
Surprisingly, there were such things in the world.
Did you control Li Shang's body before? And if you had managed to attack my awareness, would you have been able to use my body as a host and control me? Asked Lin Feng.
In the future, he would have to be careful when encountering such creatures. Without paying attention, it was probably easy for them to take control of a body.
I'm not strong enough yet.
I cannot control cultivators of the Tianqi layer, I can only influence them in the best case.
Okay, how do creatures like you come to life? Asked Lin Feng.
The creature remained silent. Humph. Lin Feng groaned and increased the pressure in his hand, making the evil spirit give a horrible shriek.
I'll talk. Many years before, a terrifying emperor chased the flame emperor Yendi and destroyed his soul. However, after his soul broke, he didn't die.
The emperor put them in a painting and sealed it, preventing some of the people inside from becoming too strong.
The flame emperor Yendi was also sealed inside. He then raised us using his consciousness. So that's what we are, evil spirits.
Lin Feng was thinking about all of this and shivering. What a terrifying emperor. After fighting, he could seal people inside a painting. On top of that, the flame emperor Yendi's soul was broken into many pieces, so the emperor had been worried about recovering his soul, so he turned it into so many small evil spirits.
Why was it impossible to break the flame emperor Yendi's soul though?
Lin Feng couldn't understand such things yet.
In other words, there are other creatures like you?
Lin Feng was a bit worried. If any other creatures like this came out, then Shuiyu would plunge into chaos. No, the flame emperor Yendi's soul was broken into pieces. Pieces which can turn into broken souls are very rare.
Those which can turn into evil spirits are even rarer. There can't be too many like me. I don't know how many there are of us, but there can't be too many.
I also don't know how many have come to this world. Lin Feng felt a bit reassured.
To a small country like Shuiyu, it could have been catastrophic. You don't know anything, keeping you is useless,
said Lin Feng as he ready to destroy the evil spirit.
Wait, said the evil spirit hastily, obviously fearing death. I will tell you an incredible secret, but only if you don't destroy me.
What secret? Lin Feng was curious. Back then, maybe the flame emperor Yendi hadn't died, maybe he still had a little bit of vitality and is still in this world,
said the evil spirit.
You can't kill me, because if we encounter the flame emperor Yendi, only I will be able to tell you who he is.
Without me, you wouldn't be able to recognize him.
Besides, if you want to control people in the future, I can help you, said the evil spirit to Lin Feng, trying to convince him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 886, Controlling the Evil Spirit. Chapter 886, Controlling the Evil Spirit.
Lin Feng remained silent.
No matter if what he was saying was true or not, Lin Feng couldn't kill him.
If the flame emperor Yendi really did exist and could destroy people's consciousness, Lin Feng would need to be vigilant. The best thing he could do was to know what kind of creature the flame emperor Yendi became after getting destroyed back then.
Didn't you just say that you were unable to control people?
Asked Lin Feng coldly, squeezing the evil spirit tighter and making him shout with pain. I cannot control cultivators of the Tianqi layer, but I can control people who are weaker than that,
said the evil spirit. Weaker people. Humph, groaned Lin Feng. Alright, if we manage to destroy a Tian-level cultivator's soul, I can control their body. But as far as I'm concerned, a body by itself is useless. I prefer acting as a parasite in their body while slowly consuming their vitality until my strength becomes stronger than theirs. If I manage to do that, I wouldn't be an evil spirit anymore but a real human being," said the evil spirit. Lin Feng was too smart, it was impossible to cheat him. "I see," thought Lin Feng. The evil spirit had slowly been consuming Li Shang's vitality and intent to strengthen his own vitality. "Tell me how I can control you," demanded Lin Feng. He was still firmly holding the evil spirit in his black fire. If he couldn't control the evil spirit, he would have no choice but to kill him. He might try to take control over Lin Feng when we was most vulnerable. The evil spirit's tiny eyes twinkled. Boom! The terrifying black fire burnt even more intensely. Ah, the evil spirit gave a horrible shriek from the pain and turned completely black. Evil spirits are made from one broken soul which becomes bigger. After absorbing different energies, it turns into a body and then finally turns into an evil spirit. You can extract my soul which was originally a broken soul and take over it. Then, my life will be in your hands," said the evil spirit which made Lin Feng smile. "Take your soul out." "Alright, just stop attacking me," said the evil spirit. Lin Feng stopped burning his body and the tiny creature released a grey thread from its stomach which moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng firmly oppressed the creature with his godly awareness and strengthened his fire. Slash, slash, the little grey thread was immediately destroyed by Lin Feng's fire, terrifying the tiny golden creature. "So you want to die?" said Lin Feng coldly. His black fire ignited again as he released a terrifying amount of strength. It seemed like the tiny black creature could die at any time. "Give me another chance. I made a mistake," begged the tiny golden creature while shaking with fear. However, Lin Feng didn't stop and was progressively destroying him. The little creature was already completely back. It seemed like he really was going to die. "I beg you, please, one last chance," begged the evil spirit. However, Lin Feng's facial expression looked ice cold and he didn't stop attacking. Only after the evil spirit became extremely weak did he stop. He then said, "Let's try this again." If that evil spirit was useless, Lin Feng would have destroyed it already. "Alright," said the little and weak creature. A golden light appeared as well as a tiny golden soul. After releasing it, it seemed like the tiny creature was going to die. Bzzz. A fire immediately enveloped the golden soul. Ah, the little creature couldn't bear the pain anymore. It looked almost dead as it was staring at Lin Feng's cold smile. It had managed to become an evil spirit, dying would be such a pity. Lin Feng released his broken souls and enveloped the evil spirit and absorbed it. Lin Feng grabbed the evil spirit firmly and said menacingly, "In the future, if you try to fool me again, I will definitely kill you." Then Lin Feng put the evil spirit away. "Rock!" shouted Lin Feng. The rock flew next to Lin Feng and they left. Half a day later, in Luoyu City, a cultivator of the Tianqi layer appeared. He was extremely powerful and stronger than everyone else there. However, he didn't have time to act recklessly. A young man flying on a rock was hunting him. It was said that the young man was the king of Shuiyu. At the same time, 7 snow eagles had appeared and were patrolling Shuiyu. Each time fire wolves appeared, the snow eagles immediately appeared and killed them. Apart from the snow eagles, there was also Lin Feng's rock which was extremely powerful. Lin Feng found that he could use firewolf souls to heal the evil spirit's soul. Even though the evil spirit was not trustworthy, if Lin Feng controlled him, it was no problem. Besides, the evil spirit was also taking advantage of Lin Feng's speed. The firewolves progressively simmered down. Many people had lost their lives during the war against the wolves. Of course, many others had taken advantage of the war and became stronger. In Divine Waters, a gigantic Tian-level rock was flying in the sky. Lin Feng had already patrolled the country once with the snow eagles. The firewolves had completely disappeared, but some people claimed to have seen the king of the firewolves, but Lin Feng hadn't found him yet. Lin Feng wasn't the only one. The snow eagles had also encircled the ancient city of Divine Waters. Lin Hai and Xiong Qiu were patrolling the ancient city as well. They heard that the king of the firewolves was spotted in the ancient city, so they had all rushed over. They needed to kill him so Shuiyu's people could relax. Concerning the humans who came to Shuiyu, they hadn't caused trouble. The king of Shuiyu had ordered his people to report any Tian-level cultivators who caused trouble as well.
Even if there were Tian-level cultivators, they weren't too fearful because they heard that Lin Feng could kill them. At that moment, outside of Divine Waters, Lin Hai was riding Xiongqi. Suddenly, Xiongqi stopped and remained motionless. Xiongqi groaned as if he feared something. Lin Hai was a bit surprised, sensing a strange qi all around him. Xiongqi was an ancient beast. Not only was it strong but its senses were very acute. Although Lin Hai didn't understand what it was worried about, it couldn't be good. At that moment, on the other side of Divine Waters, Lin Feng sensed those energies and flew towards Lin Hai. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 887, Reconstruction. Chapter 887, Reconstruction. Let's go.
Lin Hai pushed Xiongqi to continue moving, but it wouldn't obey. It remained in the air, motionless. It was groaning and looked like it was scared of something. Lin Hai thought about how the Fire Wolf King was a Tian-level beast. It made sense that Xiongqi would be scared if the beast was there. He jumped up in the air and released his awareness. Even though Lin Hai had broken through to the Tian-Chi layer for some time now, he hadn't been able to practice cultivation very much. He still only possessed the strength of the first Tian-Chi layer. Considering that he didn't know how strong the Fire Wolf King was, he couldn't afford to act carelessly.
Roar! Xiongqi groaned again and retreated.
Lin Hai saw a light that possessed bestial qi.
It was extremely strong.
Lin Hai frowned. Apparently, it really was the Fire Wolf King. Lin Hai released a punch which dashed to the skies. He was hoping to signal anyone strong nearby. Lin Hai was not a fool. He immediately started running away. He had to wait for the snow eagles to come. Lin Hai didn't want to worry his son again, especially if that Fire Wolf King was brutal.
Roar! Xiongqi groaned and became terrified as a light surrounded it. But just as quickly, it became calm again. But now its eyes were twinkling with evil lights and looked extremely cruel. And then they looked normal again. Then Xiongqi threw itself at a fire wolf in the distance and immediately destroyed it. Roar!
A fire red light dashed to the skies. Lin Hai saw some beasts escape in front of him, and behind him was a gigantic fire wolf chasing him. That beast was gigantic and its qi was terrifying.
Let's go, said Lin Hai to Xiongqi. They didn't have time to hesitate. Xiongqi quickly turned around and followed Lin Hai.
In the distance, the earth and sky were emitting whistling sounds as the rock created whirlwinds with each flap of his wings. Lin Feng immediately sensed that Xiongqi needed help, so he was already rushing over there.
Rock!
Lin Feng jumped off the back of the rock, and the Tian-level rock threw hurricanes at the Fire Wolf King. The wind and flames collided as the earth and sky seemed to be enraged. The rock and the Fire Wolf King had a similar strength. Although it was a close tie, the Fire Wolf King sensed that it couldn't win, so it wanted to leave. However, it couldn't escape because the snow eagles had arrived.
Roar!
The Fire Wolf King roared. It came to that world, but it didn't belong to him. It had followed Li Shang here, and only now was he realizing his mistake.
Die,
said Lin Feng coldly. The snow eagles started flapping their wings with incredible strength, creating hurricanes with ice as sharp as blades. They were all directed at the Fire Wolf King.
Boom!
The Fire Wolf King released an incredible amount of fire which lit everything around him on fire.
Surprisingly, the ice hurricanes were destroyed by the fire. Bzzz. Terrifying sounds could be heard. The 7 snow eagles were extremely fast and quickly arrived in front of the Fire Wolf King.
Their wings turned into sharp blades as they threw themselves at the king. Their wings were dazzling as the fire was reflecting off them.
Slash!
The 7 snow eagles' wings attacked the Fire Wolf King at the same time. It released fire but couldn't resist the attack this time.
Its body was lacerated and flames were splashing around chaotically in the atmosphere.
The Fire King turned into a fireball as it attempted to run away, but the Tian-level rock's wings turned into golden swords and an explosion sounded. Lin Feng used his Xiaoyao agility technique and pulled out a demon sealstone. As the fire dispersed, fire crystals appeared. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and a black fire appeared. He then destroyed the awareness contained in those fire crystals. A gigantic fire crystal then appeared. It was dazzling and seemed to possess a fire beast inside. It was the Fire Wolf King's heart.
Finally, it died, thought Lin Feng while breathing slowly.
He took the heart and stashed it away. Lin Feng arrived in front of Xiongqi and glanced at him.
Xiongqi lowered its head and meowed.
Lin Feng looked at him for a while and then looked at his father. Dad, let's go back.
All right. Lin Hai nodded and jumped onto Xiongqi. They all went back to Yangzhou City.
The situation had calmed down, but people in Shuiyu clearly understood how important strength really was. They were all motivated to practice cultivation now. They wished to make their king proud and even become as strong as him. At the same time, Lin Feng ordered the Yunhai sect to go back to their former location in the Yunhai mountain range. He even appointed a new patriarch. It was rumored that Lin Feng had given the Yunhai sect lots of extremely powerful skills and techniques, including Tian level ones. Many young people traveled Shuiyu to the Yunhai mountain range. They wanted to join the Yunhai sect. Everyone understood that Lin Feng was standing behind it, even though he wasn't the patriarch anymore. Each Lin Feng visited the Yunhai sect, it would have a great impact on the sect and its disciples. With Lin Feng, the Yunhai sect could become the strongest sect in Shuiyu. However, the Yunhai sect couldn't house everyone. With that in mind, King Lin Feng also created a few new sects and gave them techniques and skills. People admired him. In the past, the imperial family of Shuiyu wanted to control the entire country and held all the power. However, Lin Feng was different, everything he did was for the country. But the people from Shuiyu didn't know that outside of the country, there was a great danger awaiting their king. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 888, Shingong. Chapter 888, Shingong. In Yanzhou City, Shuiyu, in a secret room in the palace. Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged in a secret room in Yanzhou City. His eyes were closed and he was practicing cultivation. There was a small light on a page of his book Spirit. There was a gigantic seal word as well. That gigantic word was extremely distinct. Lin Feng could sense the strength contained in each letter. That page could pull out the full strength of an item by absorbing its particular powers. This way, Lin Feng could understand the powers of demon seal stones much more easily. However, he still couldn't understand where its strength came from. After that page appeared, the demon seal stone became similar to a skill for Lin Feng. In the air was a little creature staring at that incredible seal word. He could sense the demon seal strength it contained. Lin Feng used his awareness to create the small man. After having broken through to the Tianqi layer, Lin Feng was capable of using the strength of his soul better. His soul was extremely powerful, coupled with the Three Lives Demon Emperor's godly awareness skill. Lin Feng could use his soul to create the little man easily. Lin Feng could sense power even more distinctly with the little man. He could bathe in it and even touch it. In the hand of the small man, there was even some demon seal strength. 3 days passed and nobody bothered Lin Feng except for the beautiful little beast calmly sitting next to him, Ling Long. She was staring at the young man with his closed eyes. She felt safe and relaxed. She felt like she could look at him forever. There was a strong wind outside of Yanzhou City. People raised their heads and saw a white silhouette. It was a snow eagle. Each time the snow eagles appeared, people could feel their oppressive energies. The snow eagle quickly arrived in the palace where the 6 others were standing. The snow eagle turned into a human and nodded at the others. In a flash, they all went to the courtyard where Lin Feng's secret room was situated. Lin Feng was aware that Shingong may come, so he hadn't left Shuiyu. Instead, he decided to practice cultivation. The snow eagles were surprised by his willingness to confront the approaching storm. But Lin Feng was their young master and they couldn't challenge his decisions, even if they were concerned for his safety. Lin Feng stepped out of the room looking calm and unrestrained, as if the Shingong's threat didn't exist at all. "Brothers, you came?" said Lin Feng as he saw all of the snow eagles standing there. "They will be in Yanzhou City soon," said one of the snow eagles. Lin Feng nodded but didn't immediately say anything. "Let's get ready to welcome our guests," said Lin Feng. His silhouette flickered and he disappeared. The snow eagles glanced at each other and immediately followed Lin Feng. At that moment, dozens of kilometers away from Yanzhou City, there was a group of people riding beasts. There were many strong cultivators, but it seemed like they were all trying to conceal their real cultivation levels. They actually didn't know that Lin Feng had come back. Shuiyu was in Shuiyu, and was extremely far away from Shingong. News couldn't spread that quickly in the region. Only those who knew Lin Feng the best could know if he was there or not. Therefore, this time, they were coming to Shuiyu with not too many people. They were just coming to check how things were going. Amongst those people, there was the leader of Shingong West, Zhu Tian. He could easily destroy a trivial country like Shuiyu and could easily capture Lin Feng as well. The leaders of the 4 Shingong palaces were the strongest cultivators right after the Zun cultivators. The leader of Shingong North, Bei Ming, and the leader of Shingong East were missing after the mysterious world. This time, he was coming personally to settle accounts. He wanted to capture Lin Feng and bring him back to Shandong. Apart from Zhu Tian, there were also a dozen Tian-level cultivators. There were no Xian-level cultivators who joined them. There was no reason to believe it would be difficult to capture Lin Feng. A dozen kilometers away, in Yangzhou City, people noticed a bestial qi roll in waves at the main gate. Many people raised their heads with surprise. What was going on? Lin Feng's snow eagles had just come back. How come new Tian-level beasts with strong cultivators were appearing again? What had happened? The new imperial city of Shuiyu wasn't safe anymore, it seemed. In the past, seeing Tian-level cultivators was a rarity. Duan Renhuan used to be the only Tian-level cultivator and he never showed his face. However, those days, Tian-level cultivators had become normal guests in Shuiyu. The Qi Xie forces retreated back into the palace. They wanted to inform the government about the newcomers. They didn't know if they were friends or enemies. All in all, the most logical thing to do was ask the stronger cultivators. However, they weren't fast enough. Tian-level beasts were extremely fast and those people had already arrived. Many people were unable to remain calm. They were both scared and worried. Lin Feng, the leader of Shandong West, has come personally. How come you're not coming out to greet him? Said an extremely loud voice. Everybody in the imperial palace heard that voice. That person wanted them to greet them respectfully and apparently, they knew Lin Feng too. An insignificant cultivator like Lin Feng attracts strong cultivators like the leader of Shandong West? How funny. Someone said at that moment. Then, some silhouettes rose up in the sky, Lin Feng and his snow eagles. Shandong's people had come personally to see Lin Feng, but if Shandong has anything to tell me, you could have sent me a message. Coming personally wasn't necessary, said Lin Feng while rising high up in the sky. Surprisingly, he was rising to the same level as them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 889, Despising Shandong. Chapter 889, Despising Shandong. Shandong people raised their heads as Lin Feng rose up even higher in the air than them. Did that guy wanted to die? He was extremely conceited and obviously despised them. Lin Feng was belittling himself, but in reality, it was sarcasm. He was making fun of them. What an arrogant boy. Could it be that he thinks that those snow eagles are enough to protect him? People from Shandong were angry now. Zhu Tian narrowed his eyes and raised his head. Back then, at the great competition of Shuiyu, Lin Feng's personality was the same. However, back then, Lin Feng had the right to do so because he won. But now, what made him feel so confident to act that arrogantly? Leader, I'm going to sort this out, said a young man. He had broken through to the second Tianqi layer a few days before and wanted to prove himself by capturing Lin Feng. Okay, said Zhu Tian while nodding. He just wanted to see how strong Lin Feng was. The young man jumped forwards and rose up in the air using a wind agility technique. He quickly arrived in front of Lin Feng. Get the hell down from here, shouted that young man furiously. On that young man's hand, a golden print appeared. It seemed to contain thunders and strange marks. It then assaulted Lin Feng, surrounding him by golden lights. Wind, thought Lin Feng. He used the same agility technique as his opponent and it looked like he understood the technique better than his opponent. He looked far more graceful and was faster. Slash, the golden was shining upon Lin Feng's body and it seemed like it would hit him each time. That young man really wanted to cripple Lin Feng. Hurry up and retreat back, shouted someone behind Zhu Tian. However, it was already too late. Lin Feng was too fast. His wind intent was already level 5. The young man's facial expression changed. He kept shouting furiously while releasing golden lights at Lin Feng's body. However, Lin Feng was unaffectedly bathing in those lights and looked like a war god. Boom! No matter how many golden lights the young man released, Lin Feng's body was like iron. A loud sounded as the young man's internal organs were crushed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng had punched him and damaged his vitality. Get lost, said Lin Feng while kicking the young man's body back at Shandong's people. The one who had just warned the young man caught his friend's body. But when he caught it, he found that the young man was already dead. He raised his head and looked at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng just glanced back at him indifferently. Then he said, in the past, when I participated to the great competition of Shuiyu, I used to think that people from Shandong were so powerful. I almost joined Shandong, but luckily I didn't. A cultivator at the second Tianqi layer from Shandong is just a piece of trash. He couldn't even withstand a single attack. Shen Gong has an undeserved reputation. Can you find someone of the same level to fight against me, please?
Lin Feng said mockingly. Shen Gong's people were pulling a long face, especially some of the younger people who wanted to fight Lin Feng. They had even started walking towards him.
However, Zhu Tian raised his hand and prevented them from going.
Back then at the great competition of Shuiyu, an incredible genius had risen and now he was even stronger. His muscles and bones were extremely powerful. He could punch a cultivator of the second Tianqi layer and easily kill him. It really was a pity not to have such a cultivator in Shandong.
At that moment, Zhu Tian was angry at Bei Ming.
Back then, Bei Ming hadn't attached enough importance to Lin Feng. If they had better known his potential, they would have protected his family and friends.
Maybe Lin Feng would have joined them then.
Lin Feng, I came here personally.
You must understand the consequences. However, I want you to remember Shandong is a nice place and give you one more chance to join Shandong. Let bygones be bygones.
I will not treat you unfairly,
said Zhu Tian.
He really hoped that Lin Feng would join Shandong.
Sooner or later, Lin Feng would become his personal assistant if he joined Shandong. If you want me to join Shandong, shouldn't you first take the treasures I found in the mysterious world?
Said Lin Feng mockingly. Of course, there are some powerful tools which you can't use and it would be better if Shandong used them, but you can keep some.
It's nothing against you. Try not to bring about your own destruction, said Zhu Tian indifferently. What do you mean, bring about my own destruction? Do you think I'm doomed? Okay, I will give you one chance.
Bring those pieces of trash from Shandong, those who have broken through to the fourth Tianqi layer or under.
If one of them can defeat me, I will join Shandong. I promise you, said Lin Feng while pointing at the young men from Shandong. Everybody was furious. What an arrogant guy.
Surprisingly, he called cultivators of the fourth Tianqi layer pieces of trash. Cultivators of the fourth Tianqi layer were already in the middle of the Tianqi layer. They were 3 layers stronger than those of the first Tianqi layer. Almost all of them could already condense their awareness and use it to attack people. If they used their awareness, Lin Feng would die.
Didn't Lin Feng understand that?
Apart from the cultivator that Lin Feng had just killed, there were 5 more cultivators of the fourth Tianqi layer and below. There were 2 cultivators of the fourth Tianqi layer and 3 of the third Tianqi layer. The others were cultivators of the fifth Tianqi layer. In order to capture Lin Feng, they had brought some of their strongest cultivators. Many people from Shuiyu were on the ground and staring at those people in the sky. None of them needed pure qi to fly in the sky, so they were all cultivators of the Tianqi layer.
That was incredible.
Their king was even standing higher than those people and was facing them fearlessly.
He looked like a hero.
People were feeling proud and their hearts were filled with ardor and ambition, but they also felt the pressure. They were worried for Lin Feng, those were strong cultivators from Shandong after all. The leader of a palace had even come personally.
Just talking big,
said the man who was carrying the body of the young man who had just died. He then looked at Zhu Tian and said, "Leader, I'll fight." That person had broken through to the third Tianqi layer.
All right, said Zhu Tian while nodding. How strong was Lin Feng's body, really?
That person put the young man down and threw himself at Lin Feng aggressively. "I will show you how ignorant you are. It seems that you don't understand cultivation levels," said the middle-aged man while surfing on a razor blade-like wind. In a flash, many silhouettes appeared, they were all clones. The higher the cultivation level of a Tian-level cultivator was, the deeper their understanding of the earth and sky was. Their intent was usually higher and they could use the strength and the force of the earth and sky in a more efficient way. At that moment, the wind was whistling violently and turned into a vortex. All the clones became blurry. The crowd on the ground started shaking as they watched.
How scary.
They couldn't see clearly what was going on, but those clones looked like real people.
How could you fight against such a skill?
However, Lin Feng remained standing there and didn't look scared in the slightest.
He didn't understand cultivation levels?
Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes and observed the scene using his awareness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 890, I understand cultivation levels better than you. Chapter 890, I understand cultivation levels better than you.
Lin Feng was observing the surroundings in his world of darkness.
There was a grey wind blowing unceasingly and he could see each and every single movement of the wind. He could also see some dark silhouettes flickering.
However, there was one silhouette which appeared brighter than the others.
That silhouette kept flickering too, but each time it flickered, many other shadows appeared around Lin Feng's head. It looked like a dancing buffoon. Lin Feng smiled coldly as the wind was blowing against his body aggressively. However, Lin Feng was calmly standing there in the middle of that deadly storm. His body was like a stone, motionless, and unaffected by the world. Back in his dark world, the light moved a little. The silhouette jumped into the grey wind and borrowed some force from it. At the same time, a hurricane appeared in his hand. That person understood wind intent quite well. His wind was almost invisible, and yet, extremely powerful. That wind was strong enough to crush trees. That cultivator saw how easy it was for Lin Feng to kill a cultivator of the second Tianqi layer and decided to act cautiously. He didn't want to underestimate Lin Feng and wind is up like his friend. However, Lin Feng's eyes were, as before, closed and that cultivator misunderstood this for overconfidence. Because of this storm, Lin Feng wouldn't know when his opponent attacked. Wind was a light and invisible kind of strength. Lin Feng's opponent was moving and thinking like the wind. At the same time, he released the hurricane in his hand to cripple Lin Feng's cultivation. However, as soon as the hurricane left his hand, Lin Feng moved as well and moved with similar grace. It seemed like he had hollow bones, like birds did. Lin Feng left a shadow behind him as the wind crashed onto that shadow. At the same time, two hands that contained an incredible amount of wind energy seemed like they were grabbing at his throat. How is that possible? Thought that cultivator whose heart started pounding violently. Now, Lin Feng finally opened his eyes. He looked expressionless, yet one could see that he found the situation amusing. "I understand cultivation levels better than you," said Lin Feng. Immediately after, fire appeared in his hand and began cooking the cultivator. Boom! Lin Feng then punched him and destroyed his burnt body, which flew towards Shingon's people. "Save me!" shouted that cultivator furiously. At the same time, a sound spread in the air. A black blade penetrated his heart. He turned his head around and looked at his comrade. Despair appeared in his eyes. "Even if you live on, you'll be a useless piece of trash." "I'll avenge you," said his comrade angrily. Then, the cultivator closed his eyes and disappeared in the fire. The one with the blade released an ice-cold energy, and at the same time, another person came out. That person held a spear which diffused ice-cold lights. They both looked extremely aggressive. "I will kill him," said the one with the blade. Surprisingly, two cultivators of the Tianqi layer had been killed by Lin Feng. What a humiliation for them. Lin Feng had only broken through to the Tianqi layer. "No, I will," said the one with the spear. "Come together, fighting one-on-one each time is going to take too long," said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. Lin Feng was happy. Shingon had sent people to him. Now he could practice his cultivation. He had obtained so many treasures recently and learned so many new skills. Learning more about these things through fighting was invaluable. The two's eyes twinkled with sharp lights. They looked like two lions in front of a sheep. "Go ahead, together," said Zhu Tian. He also felt humiliated. However, Lin Feng's self-confidence and arrogance made him act cautious. Even though cultivators of the third Tianqi layer were considered average cultivators in Shingon, all in all they belonged to Shingon and they couldn't afford losing too many of them. Zhu Tian had told them that it was alright, so they didn't hesitate and both jumped forwards. 2 against 1, a spear and a blade against Lin Feng. "Your intent levels are too low," said Lin Feng mockingly. Then, he released his level 7 sword intent. The earth and sky were whistling as everything seemingly became a world made of swords. Lin Feng's cultivation level was lower than his opponent's, but his intent level was higher. His terrifying sword intent placed a monumental pressure on his opponents. If one could compare intent in a forest, the intent of Lin Feng's opponents represented a few trees and Lin Feng's was a vast and boundless jungle. His intent enveloped his opponents. How could they still fight like that? The two opponents pulled a long face. Those who had seen Lin Feng in the mysterious world knew how strong he was. However, they either died or were now trapped in the Emperor's palace. How strong was Lin Feng? His blood sword appeared and it was twinkling with blood-red lights. Millions of swords appeared around Lin Feng and the sky was whistling. The million swords condensed and fused together with the blood sword. Its bright blood-red color was becoming more dazzling. "Million sword fusion!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. His sword then streaked across the sky. Roaring dragons appeared and were directed at his opponents. The swords turned into 2 beams of light and then 2 gigantic swords appeared, each capable of cutting the vault of heaven. Die! The 2 cultivators of the third Tianqi layer didn't flinch. A gigantic blade diffused a dazzling blade light, then on the other side, there was a spear that separated the sky as well. In a flash, 1,000 spears appeared. Boom! The blade and the sword collided, the spear and the sword collided as well, and a hurricane formed from these confronting energies. "Be careful!" shouted someone furiously. But again, it was too late. Lin Feng had learnt the ancient Xiaoyao agility technique. The blood sword streaked across the sky. Blood appeared on the throat of the blade cultivator and splashed violently. Lin Feng's blood sword picked up that blood and absorbed it. Lin Feng didn't stop though. He then used his agility technique again and threw himself at the spear cultivator. The opponent ran backwards with his fastest speed. However, a sword light appeared as Lin Feng disappeared and turned into a sword. Some slashing sounds spread in the air. The enemy was terrified as Lin Feng suddenly appeared behind him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 891, 7th Tianqi Layer. Chapter 891, 7th Tianqi Layer. One sword strike, one death. Lin Feng slaughtered 2 cultivators of the 3rd Tianqi layer and his speed was astonishing. The Shingon's people looked astonished as well as humiliated. 2 more of their people had died. Even though they were only of the 3rd Tianqi layer, their level was still higher than Lin Feng's. Shingon's cultivators are crappy. With some more time, I could kill you all like worthless dogs, said Lin Feng while pointing at Shingon's people. Someday, when I reach the clouds, I'll come to your territory and annihilate you. Phew. The crowd sighed, how brave. Saying that he would go and destroy Shingon was extremely audacious. Shi Ju Tian's expression changed drastically. For Shingon, Lin Feng had to die. Unfortunately, you will never reach the clouds. There was murder in Shi Ju Tian's eyes. He didn't want to recruit Lin Feng anymore, he wanted to cripple his cultivation. He wanted to see Lin Feng on the ground, unable to stand up ever again. You're not the one who can decide if I will reach the clouds or not. I killed cultivators of the 3rd Tianqi layer, you can even send cultivators of the 4th Tianqi layer to fight me. You guys can all come at once, I will still kill every single one of you. Lin Feng was pointing at 2 cultivators of the 4th Tianqi layer in an arrogant way. Those cultivators of the Tianqi layer found it difficult to remain calm. Boom! Energies rolled through the sky. An old man with white eyebrows released some energies towards Lin Feng. His eyebrows resembled swords and he himself looked like a sword, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Good, if Mr. Bai gets involved, Lin Feng is doomed. Shingon's people seemed to relax. Mr. Bai was old but very talented. His level wasn't high but he understood swords very well. He had broken through to the 4th Tianqi layer and possessed level 6 sword intent. His cultivation level was higher than Lin Feng's but Lin Feng could already use level 7 sword intent. Lin Feng remained motionless in the sky, he had a cold smile in the corner of his mouth. Little boy, you're going to die now, said Mr. Bai. In the blink of an eye, sword energy appeared around Mr. Bai's fingertip shot out towards Lin Feng. As Mr. Bai was getting closer to Lin Feng, a demonic sealing strength appeared. Lin Feng smiled at the old man as a gigantic piece of stone appeared above his hand. Boom! When Mr. Bai's fingers touched the gigantic piece of stone, his bones broke and he gave a horrible shriek. Don't engage in close combat, said someone from behind him. An extremely loud sound followed as the stone ruthlessly crashed onto the old man's body. Boom! A terrifying energy rolled in the air towards Lin Feng. Another cultivator of the 4th Tianqi layer attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng stretched out his hand which was holding the gigantic piece of stone to deal with that cultivator. At the same time, he used his other hand to attack the old man. This time, a subtle sound spread in the air, as if a needle had pierced through the old man's chest. However, that sound was masked by the sounds of the stone attacking the other cultivator. You are already old so I won't kill you, said Lin Feng, sending the old man flying. The stone came back into Lin Feng's hands and someone in front of him shouted, "What an arrogant little boy! You dared to use precious items." Arrogant? He is 3 levels stronger than me, why wouldn't I use precious items? What should I say about a group of Shingon's people coming to attack me? You are such weak cowards. Lin Feng shouted back. Invisible hand of destruction, shouted that person furiously. With a flash, a gigantic hand appeared and flew through the air. Lin Feng used his stone as massive waves of energy rolled in the air and crashed onto that terrifying hand. Everything disappeared instantly. A demon seal stone, what a surprising treasure. Go and capture him. Shiju Tian's long sleeves fluttered in the wind. He didn't care about Shingon's honor anymore, he just wanted to capture Lin Feng.
Die, said Lin Feng coldly. The 7 snow eagles released a terrifying amount of bestial qi.
Lin Feng's hands moved and he released his Tian-level beasts from his animal tower.
Clouds of bestial qi rolled in the air. People on the ground were shaking. What a terrifying amount bestial qi. All those beasts were Tian-level beasts. Roar!
Lin Feng used his demon seal stone to push the cultivator of the 4th Xian Qi layer in front of the bear. The bear roared and crushed the cultivator easily.
How fierce! The Tian-level cultivator was crushed alive.
West Shingon had a dozen cultivators of the Tian Qi layer and Lin Feng had a dozen Tian-level beasts. Their battle made the ground and sky shake, the atmosphere seemed like it was breaking apart, and terrifying energies were rolling. A golden hand appeared in front of Lin Feng and contained enough strength to crush Lin Feng easily. Lin Feng stared at his opponent. The person with that golden hand was a cultivator of the 7th Tian Qi layer. Even though Lin Feng had many ways to kill his opponents, he wasn't able to handle such powerful cultivators.
Demonic sealing strength emerged from the demon seal stone, the seal character was flashing. Boom boom boom.
The hand crashed onto the stone. Lin Feng's hand felt numb, it seemed the stone alone wasn't enough to block the attack.
Lin Feng was propelled backwards.
As expected, Lin Feng couldn't fight high-leveled cultivators.
You should just surrender. Did you really think that because you killed a few people, you were able to win?
Said that cultivator. His long sleeves fluttered in the wind as he jumped forwards and attacked Lin Feng again.
Humph.
Lin Feng groaned and used his stone again. At the same time, a golden bell appeared in front of his eyebrows and shot towards his opponent.
Godly awareness attack.
The cultivator with the golden hands was quite surprised.
Lin Feng's cultivation was impressive.
Not only had he broken through to the 1st Tian Qi layer, but he could use the godly awareness attack already.
You're about to bring about your own destruction,
said the golden hand cultivator. He attacked the stone again. At the same time, a godly awareness golden sword appeared. However, the golden hand cultivator looked at Lin Feng and saw that he was smiling in a bestial kind of way, so he pulled back his awareness. Almost at the same time, the golden hand cultivator turned around and saw a sword sneaking behind him.
Try and dare. The golden hand cultivator released an incredible amount of qi and launched a hand attack.
A golden light appeared between his eyebrows and drowned into his skin between his eyebrows. He was shaking, he wanted to kick out Lin Feng's awareness but it was already too late.
That godly awareness was extremely dangerous.
The godly awareness sword was recalled but Lin Feng was running towards him now. Lin Feng's sword suddenly crashed between his eyebrows, crushing him violently. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 892, Unsheathing the Demon Sword. Chapter 892, Unsheathing the Demon Sword. Roar!
The golden hand cultivator roared violently, his facial expression looked ferocious. A terrifying godly awareness sword headed for Lin Feng, but Lin Feng used his Xiaoyao agility technique and his demon seal stone.
Boom!
The godly awareness and the stone collided as a terrifying golden light appeared. The godly awareness was barely visible, but at the same time, new golden lights appeared between the golden hand cultivator's eyebrows. Evil spirit, Arg, the cultivator screamed when he saw the little golden spirit. His forehead was bleeding, but he really wanted to capture Lin Feng. He suddenly stopped moving in the middle of the sky. He was staring at Lin Feng with the utmost hatred as a drop of blood fell from his forehead and suddenly, he died. Lin Feng called his spirit back and glanced at the cultivator with the golden sleeves. As expected, he couldn't fight against a cultivator of the 7th Qi layer. It was from the very beginning that he had used the evil spirit to control the old man.
Even though he couldn't control his strength, he could at least use him to prevent the Tian-level cultivator from killing him.
After that, Lin Feng made his godly awareness come back out again and killed his opponent. Lin Feng looked at his opponent's eyes and could almost see the fury in them. Lin Feng, a cultivator of the 1st Tian Qi layer, had killed him with the help of his evil spirit. A whirlwind started around Shiju Tian and protected him. Cultivators of the 3rd and 4th Tian Qi layers had died. Even though he wasn't happy about it, he didn't care much. However, seeing the dead bodies infuriated him. West Shingon had sent people to capture Lin Feng and in the end, even a cultivator of the 7th Tian Qi layer couldn't suffice. What a humiliation! If other people in Shingon knew about that, he would lose face. Even the others who had fought against the Tian-level beasts hadn't been able to resist a single attack. Those beasts were extremely powerful, they were at least level 4 Tian level beasts. Shin Gong had no chance. I swear, after we capture and torture you, I will kill you in a tragic way. Shi Ju Tian threatened Lin Feng. You're still quite confident, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. If you are not afraid of losing your consciousness and decide to turn into a demon again, I will help you kill your family and friends, all of them, one after the other. You will kill them with your own hands, said Shi Ju Tian while smiling coldly. He had known about Lin Feng's demon sword from last time. He also knew that when Lin Feng used it, he was unable to discern friends from enemies, killing anyone in front of him. Lin Feng's pupils narrowed. Shin Gong's people were extremely strong, but they were shameless. In the world of strong cultivators, sometimes, there were no principles. Bei Ming of North Shingon as well as another Shingon leader have disappeared. It seems like today, another leader along with many strong cultivators will disappear as well, said Lin Feng while staring back at Shi Ju Tian. He sounded as arrogant as always. Strangely, Lin Feng seemed confident about defeating Ju Tian. Shi Ju Tian's pupils narrowed. He seemed intrigued. How could Lin Feng be so confident? Concerning the strong cultivator's disappearance, the only person who knew about that was Duan Wuya. However, it was said that Lin Feng had followed Duan Wuya into the East Sea Dragon Palace and killed him there. Therefore, nobody knew about the mysterious disappearances in the mysterious world. Did Lin Feng have a secret weapon to deal with him? Otherwise, why would Lin Feng be so confident? Not only was Lin Feng unafraid, but he was goading him to fight. After thinking those things through, Shi Ju Tian couldn't help but re-examine Lin Feng. He felt like he had to be even more vigilant. A moment before, the cultivator with the golden clothes had died by Lin Feng because of carelessness. Ju Tian, as a leader, had great plans, so dying there would be a pity. Rumbling sounds were unceasing as the Tian-level beasts and cultivators were fighting. There were so many people fighting that the sky had darkened. The Tian-level beasts had a stable advantage, having killed 2 cultivators of the Tian-Chi layer. Shi Ju Tian and Lin Feng were staring each other down. In the middle of the chaos, they alone were motionless. Ju Tian was a bit scared that Lin Feng might possess an incredible weapon or treasures. Maybe he had the treasures of the great emperor. You all from Shingon will die. Against all expectations, you're not even attacking first. Honestly, you are all trash. A leader, you? You won't even fight me, a cultivator of the first Tian-Chi layer. If other people saw that, they would burst into laughter, said Lin Feng mockingly. Ju Tian remained calm. Since the beginning, you have humiliated and insulted us, even killing us. What is your motive? Asked Shi Ju Tian. Lin Feng just laughed. A leader who is afraid to attack, I, Lin Feng, am honored. Lin Feng looked at the battle between the beasts and the group with amusement. He wasn't even looking at Shi Ju Tian anymore. However, Ju Tian remained calm still, his expression didn't change. The crowd on the ground was enjoying the battle. Some people were whispering about how wonderful their leader, Lin Feng, was. With a few sentences, he had managed to terrify a leader of Shingon. Ah, another shriek sounded. A member of Shingon had been cut by a snow eagle. Tian-level beasts were fierce and very brutal. Shingon's people were terrified. At that pace, they were all going to die. They had no hope anymore, especially since their leader was still facing Lin Feng without doing anything. West Shingon had sent a dozen cultivators of the Tian-Chi layer and thought that they would be enough to crush Lin Feng. In the end, they were humiliated. Leader, attack with us. Someone shouted furiously. At the same time, another member of Shingon fell down from the sky, dead. The great rock had cut him as well. Shi Ju Tian's eyes were twinkling with murder. As if Lin Feng had sensed those murderous intentions, a bestial aura started twinkling around his body. Snowflakes started floating around and they contained bestial chi. Shi Ju Tian was surprised by the snowflakes. Lin Feng slowly raised his hands and condensed strength in them. A whirlwind of bestial pure chi flowed in his hands and white lights were twinkling around them. You finally can't hold back anymore. Lin Feng's eyes looked cold. He moved his hands and a piece of demon seal stone appeared. That was the stone Lin Feng used to seal his demon sword. Shi Ju Tian yelled at Lin Feng, do you really want to use your demon sword? You don't care about killing your own people? If you don't die, you'll see, said Lin Feng. Then, he shouted furiously, come out. Boom boom boom. He unsheathed his demon sword. The earth and the sky seemed to collapse as a terrifying demonic cloud appeared. Immediately, the earth and sky seemed to turn upside down. The crowd was crouching on the ground as they were oppressed by the energies in the sky. Shingon's people were all shivering. What kind of sword was that? Whatever it was terrifying. Back then, Lei Mang had told some others about Lin Feng's terrifying demon sword. However, hearing about it and facing it gave two different perspectives. They were all discovering how terrifying that sword really was. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 893, Destroying Zhu Tian in One Strike. Chapter 893, Destroying Zhu Tian in One Strike. Zhu Tian's hands were frozen cold. Lin Feng was willing to use his demon sword. Was he not turning into a demon though? Did Lin Feng not fear harming the crowd on the below? How demoniac! Zhu Tian was speechless. That demon sword was incredibly powerful. The initial owner of the demon sword must have been at least a Zun cultivator. Even though he eventually died, his demonic power remained. You're crazy. Do you actually think I will not kill everyone on the ground anyway? Shouted Zhu Tian furiously. That demonic power was terrifying and Zhu Tian was afraid that he couldn't fight it. Lin Feng coldly glanced at Zhu Tian with a bestial expression in his eyes. Even his mouth resembled that of an animal. He then said, I will not give you any chances to do so. Demon Seal. Suddenly, a terrifying black light appeared in Lin Feng's hands with strange markings in that light. Lin Feng closed his eyes and visualized the demonic sealing strength so he could better control his demon power. He was finally able to use it. He rose up in the air, his head reached the black clouds. There were mysterious markings on the demon sword now which contained a terrifying power. At the same time, bright lights twinkled around Lin Feng's body as if he were condensing this strength. This strength was very subtle and barely visible. The crowd on the ground could see a huge word, seal. Lin Feng was visualizing the demon sealing strength while preventing the demon sword intent from corroding his body. Zhu Tian was astonished. Lin Feng's body had turned into a gigantic word seal. He was sealing his own body. How was that possible? How could Lin Feng use the power of the demon seal stones to this extent? It couldn't be a part of his powers. Lin Feng was in the sky surrounded by rolling black clouds and floating snowflakes. He was dominating the skies with his demon sword. Lin Feng's ice-cold eyes made Zhu Tian shiver. Was that Lin Feng's true power? No wonder that he acted so arrogantly. Even in such circumstances, do you think you can stop me? Zhu Tian's didn't back down. He jumped forwards and a whirlwind followed him. However, he wasn't jumping in Lin Feng's direction, he was flying down towards the crowd on the ground. He wanted to kill Lin Feng's people to humiliate him. Lin Feng's pupils were still ice-cold. He moved his demon sword around as if he were writing something. It seemed like he was moving his hand really slowly, but at the same time each strike gave birth to insane hurricanes. Each trail left by his sword in the sky seemed to contain sword intent. Zhu Tian, who was flying downwards but raised his head, cold sweat was dripping down his neck. How is that possible? Thought Zhu Tian. The trails left by Lin Feng in the sky seemed to contain a special energy, the real strength of the earth and sky. Those were the mysterious markings. Even someone like Zhu Tian had only heard of such mysterious markings. They were mysterious, subtle, and extremely powerful. Lin Feng had only broken through to the first Tianqi layer. Being defeated by him at his cultivation level would be an incredible tragedy. Lin Feng had probably learned how to use those mysterious marks in the mysterious world. He couldn't have learnt them in the outside world. Zhu Tian was right, those mysterious marks came from the mysterious world. Back then, there were 81 mysterious sword marks in that sword room. The mysterious marks Lin Feng was using were some of them. He had spent lots of time studying them and had focused on a particular part only. Finally, he was able to understand some of the marks related to the way of the sword. Lin Feng had prepared himself for the fight against Shingon. The demonic clouds were wailing. Zhu Tian suddenly stopped from the surprise. Lin Feng had only broken through to the first Tianqi layer, but with the help of the demon sword, how strong could he get? Zhu Tian didn't want to think about that. At that moment, the Tian-level beasts and the group of people stopped fighting. They were all staring at Lin Feng. Shouldn't a cultivator of the first Tianqi layer possessing such power violate the rules of the universe? Let's go, said Zhu Tian. His energies dispersed as he started running. He wanted to escape and come back with reinforcements. Lin Feng seemingly ignored Zhu Tian escaping, he continued condensing the strength of the mysterious marks. Snowflakes were still falling in the air. Despite his speed, Zhu Tian was still surrounded by these snowflakes. Boom! Shi Ju Tian barely had time to react. His head felt like it was exploding, he groaned, and blood splashed out of his mouth. What kind of power was that? I told you that you wouldn't have a chance. But surprisingly, you still came. Now you will stay here forever. At that moment, a trail appeared behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his head and the whole sky became white. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. A trail was left behind by the demon sword as a gigantic word appeared in the sky, die. That word seemed to contain an infinite amount of sword energy. People couldn't look at it, it was so bright that they were forced to close their eyes. Shi Ju Tian's facial expression changed drastically as he opened his mouth and moaned. The die word penetrated into his body. Shi Ju Tian's mouth remained open. On his body, the word die appeared and carved into his skin. His body started falling apart as that die word was continuously assaulting his body. Shi Ju Tian of West Shingon was dead and Lin Feng, a cultivator of the first Tianqi layer, had killed him. The crowd shivered. Lin Feng had unsheathed his demon sword and killed Shi Ju Tian with one strike. Nobody would forget that move, ever. Lin Feng's demon seal strength was quickly diminishing. Even though he had sealed his body, it would never be as strong as the demon seal stone. Because of this, he couldn't prevent the demon sword from corroding his intent forever. He put back his demon sword in the demon seal stone and the clouds dispersed. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled as the demon seal strength vanished. The snowflakes gradually disappeared as well. Even after the clouds and snow disappeared, people could still imagine that they were there. The battle between the Tian-level beasts and the remaining Shingon people wasn't over. Lin Feng had only killed Shi Ju Tian, there was still another leader and their Zun cultivators. Lin Feng glanced at the remaining Shingon people. This time, nobody looked at him despisingly. He was too scary. Lin Feng had only broken through to the first Tianqi layer, but was able to kill people at the top of the Tianqi layer. The 7 snow eagles' silhouettes kept flickering. Lin Feng had ordered them to fight, so they obeyed. Actually, they didn't know what kind of power Lin Feng had. It wasn't until now that they were starting to understand how scary their master was. Lin Feng was a young master in Tianxian. In the future, he would become an authentic leader and Tianxian could only benefit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 894, Asking the Evil Spirit. Chapter 894, Asking the Evil Spirit. Even after the snow and clouds dispersed, the crowd on the ground couldn't calm down. In the past, people from Shuiyu had never seen cultivators of the Tianqi layer. Seeing such battles, the incredible powers and skills, was beyond words for them. What kind of power did Lin Feng use to write the word die with his demon sword? And when Shi Ju Tian tried to escape, why couldn't he get out of the snowstorm? Ordinary Shuiyu people couldn't understand that. Ordinary people couldn't understand, but even Shingon cultivators of the Tianqi layer couldn't. How could Lin Feng have such powers? How could he kill Shi Ju Tian in one strike? Apart from Zun cultivators, could other cultivators defeat Lin Feng? They couldn't grasp the power of the demon sword. The mysterious marks Lin Feng had used were left by the Jade Emperor, an incredibly powerful Zun cultivator. Cultivators of the Tianqi layer couldn't imagine how strong he was. The demon sword coupled with the strength of the mysterious marks was the only way to finish Shi Ju Tian. Lin Feng's bestial qi dispersed and he coldly glanced at the remaining Shingon people. He then spat out one word, die. The beasts roared and slaughtered their enemies. Corpses fell down from the sky one after the other. Some people tried to escape, but could they escape from Tian-level beasts? Of course not, they were all doomed to die. Who would have thought that their campaign would turn into such a tragedy? Lin Feng was just a nobody, a cultivator of the first Tianqi layer. When the last cultivator of the Tianqi layer was killed by the Tian-level beasts, those beasts gathered together, it seemed like their bloodlust hadn't faded at all. They were ferocious wild beasts that loved to kill. The great rock looked majestic in the sky, the metallic sounds of its claws could still be heard. That's enough, said Lin Feng. The beasts calmed down as Lin Feng looked at them. Great rock, you've been with me a lot recently and have made great efforts. You are free now, I won't put you in the animal tower again. However, if you ever do something against me, I will put you back inside forever. The great rock transformed into a human, his eyes were twinkling. Thank you, master. The rock regarded Lin Feng in the same way as the snow eagles. He was extremely happy not to be imprisoned in the animal tower anymore. The other animals looked at the rock in a respectful way. He was free. You will all have such opportunities too. said Lin Feng to the other beasts. Lin Feng then shook his hand and the animal tower appeared again, but the beasts went into it voluntarily. They had to show the best of themselves to be free someday too. The 7 snow eagles turned back into humans and gathered around Lin Feng. Master, this time we killed Shingon's people, but when Shingon learns about it, stronger cultivators will come. I fear that they will send Zun cultivators.
Shouldn't we head back to Tianqi? Said one snow eagle.
Lin Feng was an incredible cultivator, but they were still worried about him. Lin Feng needed time to become stronger and shouldn't take large risks.
It will take time before Shingon realizes that the group isn't coming back. Let's wait a few more days and I will think about what we can do, replied Lin Feng.
The snow eagle's worries were not unfounded. With the loss of West Shingon, there was only one Shingon district left. They would definitely send a Zun cultivator to deal with Lin Feng, and the demon sword wouldn't be enough then. Even though he had sealed it, it still had its corrosive power.
The demon seal stone couldn't entirely seal its demon intent, so if he kept using it, the demon sword would turn him into a demon again.
Lin Feng couldn't take that risk, but he didn't have many solutions. Nobody can talk about what happened today, it could be dangerous to us all.
You've seen how dangerous Shingon can be, so don't act carelessly, said Lin Feng loudly so that everyone could hear. Everybody nodded in agreement. Lin Feng rolled up his sleeves and left for the governmental buildings.
Many people in the palace had seen the great battle and were impressed.
Xiaoya.
Lin Feng called Xiaoya, who was next to the pond.
Brother, you're becoming so amazing,
said Xiaoya with a sweet smile. Xiaoya, when I was in danger outside, I saw your grandfather.
He saved me. I found out that he is incredibly strong.
Following him, you must have seen incredible things, so I will show you something. Xiaoya smiled. She knew that her grandfather left a protection for Lin Feng and for her too. If she faced dangers, it could be beneficial for her even if she couldn't use that protection herself. Lin Feng shook his hand. A small man appeared in front of him.
That's an evil spirit. Xiaoya was surprised. She never imagined that Lin Feng would show her an evil spirit. It must have once been an extremely strong cultivator who couldn't die. Indeed. It's an evil spirit that can eat people's godly awareness and turn it into a body, said Lin Feng, nodding.
Xiaoya nodded. There is an extremely strong technique called body capture. When a cultivator who understands godly awareness is injured physically and have practiced the body capture technique, they can steal other people's bodies.
It's the same as the evil spirit's power. Body capture. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling. He asked the evil spirit, if you use somebody else's body, will you be able to change? Are your powers different from the body capture technique?
Of course they're not the same.
We steal bodies and can immediately eradicate the other godly awareness, but the way we control bodies is not complete.
Therefore, we need to consume the godly awareness slowly.
The body capture technique is different because it's more powerful.
You can immediately eradicate the godly awareness when you use it.
And then you can slowly corrode the person's body.
If evil spirits choose to invade a body using the first method, they have to change bodies all the time. If they use the second method or the body capture technique, then they don't need to change anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 895, Spirit Sealing Technique. Chapter 895, Spirit Sealing Technique.
Lin Feng nodded. According to the evil spirit, they corroded bodies or could steal a body using the body capture technique. Of course, the strength of the godly awareness had to be inferior to that of the attacking cultivator.
When an extremely strong cultivator dies, their soul remains, so they can rise again. In order to do that, they need to find a body. Once the soul is strong enough again, they can steal a body, is that right? Asked Lin Feng.
Of course, but it is not the only scenario. If an ordinary person uses the body capture technique, once they become strong enough, they'll want a better body to increase their own strength.
If I know someone I want to use the body capture technique on but I don't want to destroy their godly awareness, is that possible? Asked Lin Feng. The little person looked surprised and stared at Lin Feng.
Lin Feng looked at Xiaoya. She had followed her grandfather to many places and had seen and knew a lot.
Xiaoya, is there any medicine which could allow such things? Asked Lin Feng. Brother, what you're talking about has a name, it's the spirit sealing technique, replied Xiaoya.
The body capture technique and the spirit sealing technique were often used together.
That wasn't a secret. People who could use the body capture technique also knew about the spirit sealing technique. Indeed.
There is such a technique. With it, you could do what you said," said the evil spirit in a trembling voice. He didn't want to upset Lin Feng. He was afraid that Lin Feng could seal him. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in you," said Lin Feng as if he could read the evil spirit's thoughts. The evil spirit felt vexed because Lin Feng despised him, but at the same time he felt relieved. The body capture. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling. He could really do what he said, using the body capture of the godly awareness or fusing with people's bodies using the evil spirit sealing. The spirit sealing technique is a sort of deployment technique, but practicing that kind of technique is extremely difficult. Only cultivators with an extremely powerful godly awareness can use the body capture technique. At the moment when the cultivator fuses with the body, their soul can die if they're not strong enough. You should at least be a Zun cultivator to use the body capture technique. Therefore, cultivators rarely learn the technique because Zun cultivators don't need it," said Xiaoya. Lin Feng was delighted to hear such information and kept nodding. "Brother, do you want to learn the sealing technique? You won't find this technique in the Shuiyu region," said Xiaoya while shaking her head. Very few people who weren't Zun cultivators could use that technique. Lin Feng nodded and smiled. He pet Xiaoya's head. "Little girl, it seems like you understand things better than I do. Hi, if you want to know anything, you can ask me. Even though I am not as strong as you, I know a lot of things," said Xiaoya while smiling. "Brother, I'm off. I want to go and have fun with Xin Yi and Yun Shi," said Xiaoya as if she knew that Lin Feng had other things to do. She then turned around and left. "Silly girl." Lin Feng smiled. Lin Feng shook his hand and pulled back the evil spirit. He then left and went to the snow eagles. "Master," said the snow eagles politely. Their esteem for Lin Feng was ever increasing. In the past, they respected him because he was a young leader in Tianxian, but now they admired his strength as well. "Brothers, can you contact Tianxi?" Lin Feng asked while opening the door and looking out at the mountains. The snow eagles' pupils shrunk, their eyes twinkled as they remained silent. Lin Feng smiled when he saw their reaction and said, "It seems like I'm right, you can contact Tianxi, right?" "Master, we can, but only in case of real danger. We don't want you to waste that opportunity, so please think it through," said one of the snow eagles. Lin Feng was a leader in Tianxian, so Tianxi had to protect Lin Feng. "I need to contact Tianxi now," said Lin Feng seriously. "Master," one of the snow eagles wanted to say something, but Lin Feng immediately interrupted him. "Right now means immediately. It's extremely important, I must contact Tianxi right now." The 7 snow eagles glanced at each other and finally nodded. "All right. We'll establish a communication portal." The snow eagles positioned themselves in different positions like a 7-star constellation. In the middle, an ancient portal appeared. The snow eagles held hands and bestial chi flowed in the atmosphere. At the same time, the portal was becoming more and more distinct with mysterious marks appearing on it. CRRR, golden marks appeared. The 7 snow eagles used their godly awareness to condense the portal. It seemed like 7 stars were appearing and a mysterious strength radiated from the portal. "Godly awareness turn into a portal," shouted the 7 snow eagles. Their strength fused together and a drawing appeared. An old man appeared in that portal. It was almost as if he were next to Lin Feng. That person was the leader of Tianxian, the Snow Zun cultivator. "Lin Feng, did anything happen? What a terrifying strength," thought Lin Feng. The snow eagle's eyes were closed and it seemed like they were making great efforts. "Teacher, I want to practice the spirit sealing technique, do you have it?" asked Lin Feng. "You encountered a cultivator who can use body capture?" The old man was surprised. When hearing about the spirit sealing technique, he immediately thought of the body capture technique. "We could put it that way, so now I need the spirit sealing technique," said Lin Feng nodding. "I have never practiced it." "But hold on," said the old man. He then disappeared from the portal and a snowy mountain appeared instead. Lin Feng waited, but not too long. Another old man appeared instead. His teacher left and asked the leader of Tianxi to come instead. "Mr. Tianji." "Lin Feng, don't talk," said Mr. Tianji when he saw that Lin Feng was about to talk. The 7 snow eagles opened the portal and it's difficult for them, they can't hold on too much longer. "I will transmit you the spirit sealing technique, pay attention." The old man opened his hands and started drawing in the air. Each stroke contained an incredible amount of strength. Those weren't mysterious marks but deployment technique strength. At the same time, his voice kept flowing into Lin Feng's brain. Lin Feng switched to study mode and listened carefully and calmly. He activated his human and earth fusion. He carefully watched the old man's movements and studied the strokes assiduously. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 896, Chongqi, Flame Emperor Yendi? Chapter 896, Chongqi, Flame Emperor Yendi? The old man's movements were very slow but necessary for Lin Feng to study them properly. After a long time, he stopped and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, study properly. Kacha. The portal dispersed and disappeared. The 7 snow eagles recalled their godly awareness and sat down cross-legged. They needed to recover after that. Lin Feng closed his eyes and studied what the old man transmitted him. He had to perfectly understand the concepts. Lin Feng seemed to disappear as he entered a deep meditative state. That's what he had always done, and that's why he has made so much progress. He didn't study particularly fast, but he was very focused, so he learned faster. After a long time, Lin Feng opened his eyes. The 7 snow eagles were, as before, sitting cross-legged and recovering. Opening the communication portal must have been exhausting. Lin Feng thought back about the portal. He didn't need to say much. His teacher hadn't hesitated and immediately called the leader of Tianqi, Mr. Tianji, to help him. Besides, Mr. Tianji didn't hesitate either. The old man helped him without second-guessing Lin Feng's intentions. Lin Feng was always impressed with Tianqi, even though Tianqi wasn't his favorite. Every group has some outliers. Lin Feng stayed seated for a long time and waited for the 7 snow eagles to recover before leaving. In the imperial palace, Lin Hai and Yu Menghe were sitting in a pavilion, calmly talking about something. The fact that Lin Feng was so strong and powerful made his parents delighted. It seemed that if his enemies weren't at least Zun cultivators, nobody could defeat him. However, they hoped that Lin Feng wouldn't always have to fight that way. After all, the demon sword was extremely dangerous. Even Lin Hai, who was a cultivator of the Tianqi layer, was oppressed by the power of the demon sword. So there was no need to talk about Lin Feng, who was using it. Lin Feng and his father had broken through to the same Tianqi layer, the first one. Lin Hai knew that he still wasn't strong enough. He didn't want Lin Feng to use the demon sword all the time. Far away from them, Chongqi was on the ground with his eyes were closed. It seemed like it was resting. Ever since its last battle, it was calm. It lied down for days and nights, motionless. It was abnormal. Sometimes, they went to see him, however, Chongqi always remained silent and motionless. They didn't know how to react concerning Chongqi's state. Mom, Dad. At that moment, Lin Feng appeared. Lin Hai and Yu Menghe smiled at their son. Lin Feng, what are you doing here? We have to do something, said Lin Feng while smiling. Mom, Dad, come with me. Lin Hai and Yu Menghe glanced at each other. Lin Feng was so mysterious. Did he have a secret mission for them? They were curious, so they followed Lin Feng to a secret room. Lin Feng said, Mom, Dad, do you still remember the hole in the lovesickness forest? The one which leads to another world? Of course we remember. I used to send people to train there, replied Yu Menghe. The fire monster that came out a few days ago came out from that parallel world. The Fire Wolf King and its group of monsters came from there, said Lin Feng. Yu Menghe and Lin Hai were surprised. The hole in the lovesickness forest is just one portal. There is another one and they used that one to get out, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out a picture scroll out that was sealed by a demon sealstone. That world is the world of the picture scroll. It's a parallel world, said Lin Feng while pointing at the picture scroll. Yu Menghe and Lin Hai were surprised again. That picture scroll was a parallel world? That's just a picture scroll, how could it be connected to the lovesickness forest? Asked Yu Menghe. I don't understand everything clearly either. Just trust me. Keep that picture scroll hidden carefully and seal the other exit. If the situation ever worsens for the palace, then you can open the seal and bring Xin and the others into the picture scroll. Lin Feng didn't explain the situation very clearly. The evil spirit had explained to Lin Feng that the world was a battlefield for 2 very powerful monarchs. After the emperor killed the Flame Emperor Yendi, that parallel world had turned into a picture scroll. In the past, perhaps the lovesickness forest belonged to that world, but Lin Feng didn't know for sure at that moment. He could only guess some of the mysteries of this world. Alright, but if we go in, what about you? Asked Yu Menghe. Don't worry. It's not that easy to defeat me. Besides, I am just being careful. I also hope that we won't need to use the picture scroll, said Lin Feng while smiling. Dad, you're the stronger one, keep the picture scroll carefully. Lin Hai nodded and put the picture scroll and a piece of demon seal stone in his ring. Lin Feng now felt reassured. Mom, Dad, don't tell anyone about that picture scroll, unless it turns out to be necessary because of a dangerous situation, said Lin Feng. If other people knew about the picture scroll, it would attract all sorts of people. They left the secret room. Lin Feng glanced around and saw Qiongqi. Lin Feng went to him, but it was almost as if Qiongqi didn't know that Lin Feng was there. Its eyes were closed and it was lying down. Get up, said Lin Feng coldly. Qiongqi heard Lin Feng and opened its eyes, but it looked uninterested. Come with me, said Lin Feng coldly and started leaving. However, Qiongqi didn't move. Lin Feng stopped and turned around. He looked angry. I told you to come with me, didn't you hear me? Qiongqi's gigantic eyes twinkled and it slowly stood up. Lin Feng brought Qiongqi to a wonderful and resplendent palace. They arrived in a beautiful room with marvelous decorations. Lin Feng looked at Qiongqi. He looked cold and surprised. Do you know why I brought you here? Asked Lin Feng coldly. Qiongqi looked at Lin Feng and shook its head. In the past, Qiongqi was always with me. Its soul and mind could fuse together, I controlled it entirely, said Lin Feng slowly. This for some reason surprised Qiongqi. Lin Feng ignored its reaction and continued talking. However, not long ago, we stopped being so close. What I am saying is that Qiongqi's soul was damaged. Qiongqi was staring at Lin Feng, its eyes almost looked human. Lin Feng said coldly, Yan Di surprisingly took a human form to fool me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 897, Insane Great Emperor. Chapter 897, Insane Great Emperor. When Qiongqi heard Lin Feng, it stood up and flames appeared around its body. Lin Feng raised a hand and in a flash, a little golden person appeared. Lin Feng asked, Evil spirit, tell me if that is Yan Di or not. The little golden person frowned and looked terrified. It was indeed a part of Yan Di's broken soul, and on top of that, it seemed like it had inherited everything Yan Di previously possessed. It possessed everything Yan Di had and even more. Indeed, said the evil spirit in Lin Feng's brain. Lin Feng nodded coldly. When Lin Feng had fought in Divine Waters, Qiongqi helped him as a lookout. After Lin Feng killed the Firewolf King, Qiongqi stopped reacting and wasn't as close to him anymore. Lin Feng knew from that moment that Qiongqi wasn't Qiongqi anymore. There were only two possibilities: it was either an evil spirit or it was what the evil spirit confirmed, Yan Di. Initially, Lin Feng hadn't said anything to let the evil spirit think about it. Since you know it's me, the Flame Emperor, what do you want to do? Said Qiongqi, seemingly proud. Its chi suddenly looked luxuriant. Emperor? Lin Feng laughed. Alright, I wouldn't have thought I'd ever have to say that, but today, I will seal you. Lin Feng suddenly jumped forwards. With a flash, bright lights illuminated the room. Mysterious marks appeared and flowed everywhere in the room. An infinite number of black marks also appeared. Spirit sealing technique. Yan Di was horrified. It stood up suddenly and loud sounds spread in the room. Black lights surrounded Yan Di's body, wrapping him up like a mummy. You dare use the spirit sealing technique on me? Roared Yan Di furiously. It looked so furious that it would have scared anyone. Even though Yan Di was a broken spirit and had used the body capture on an animal, it still looked powerful. It was part of his nature. Even though Lin Feng was much stronger than Qiongqi, it was still difficult for Lin Feng to control him. Humph. Lin Feng's facial expression looked cold as he said, You're not an emperor, you're just a worthless animal, nothing more. How dare you? Qiongqi roared. Fire appeared and it started tearing apart the black marks. It opened its gigantic mouth and started spitting out fire. Qiongqi was an ancient animal, its fire was extremely strong, let alone Yan Di's fire. Lin Feng jumped and used his Cosmos Burning Sun technique. Incredible flames appeared and destroyed Qiongqi's flames. In the past, Yan Di was incredibly strong, but now, he was just a Shin-level beast. Piss off! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. Lin Feng raised his hands and released his demon sword strength, slapping Qiongqi with it. An explosion sounded as the demon seal strength crashed into Qiongqi's body, crushing it onto the ground. You dare, an emperor? Qiongqi was furious. The demon seal strength made it tremble. Back in the day, it was an emperor, but it hadn't gotten used to being a feudal beast now. Maybe you were an emperor, but now you're my pet, said Lin Feng. Lights were twinkling in his hands. Xiongqi couldn't move because of the black light, so it was just staring at Lin Feng. Its expression was hideous. Roar, a human being wanted to use the spirit sealing technique on him, and now it had become a mere pet. A once great emperor had taken the form of a mere pet. The emperor had left the parallel world because he wanted to find a better body. That's why he had chosen Xiongqi. After all, Xiongqi was an ancient, ferocious animal which possessed incredible strength. But in the end, it was just an animal. The emperor made a mistake in choosing Xiongqi's body. Roaring is useless, said Lin Feng cheerfully. Bright lights appeared in his hands and his lips were moving. It seemed like he was chanting something, the spirit sealing chant. The sealing power in his hand was becoming stronger. The lights turned into a mysterious pattern. Spirit seal! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He moved both his hands towards Xiongqi. It looked like it was struck by lightning and was electrocuted. Xiongqi lost its ability to move. Roar! But Xiongqi couldn't roar, it just shook. Lin Feng punched it again. The spirit sealing strength entered its brain and oppressed its qi. Because of the spirit sealing strength, the emperor's godly awareness would remain imprisoned in Xiongqi's body forever. It was almost the same as dying, unless someday, Xiongqi became strong enough to expel Yin Di. Until that day, Yin Di was Xiongqi. I hope you die. Xiongqi looked furious while glaring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng shivered but still looked cold. You're just a stupid pet, said Lin Feng as he punched Xiongqi with sealing strength, forcing it to crouch down again. Roar! The sealing technique had succeeded. Xiongqi ran towards Lin Feng with its open mouth. Piss off, said Lin Feng as he violently kicked Xiongqi, making it fly away. Lin Feng released an ice-cold qi. Yin Di still thought of himself as an emperor. Lin Feng had to teach it a lesson. It ran towards Lin Feng again. It felt humiliated and it hated Lin Feng. Lin Feng punched its mouth, almost knocking out Xiongqi. Lin Feng ran towards him and kicked it again. Xiongqi moaned with pain and crashed onto a wall, shaking violently. Lin Feng released more demon sealing strength and punched it again. Boom boom boom. Lin Feng continued punching it violently. Its qi was weakening as it eventually crouched down. It hated Lin Feng but he couldn't contest. Emperor! Come, try and kill me, said Lin Feng while punching it unceasingly. He showed no mercy. In the distance, some people heard the sounds and figured that Lin Feng was beating up Xiongqi. They walked even farther away, wondering what Xiongqi did to infuriate Lin Feng. Poor Xiongqi, it was just a pet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 898, Convincing the Flame Emperor Yin Di. Chapter 898, Convincing the Flame Emperor Yin Di. After a long time, the sound stopped. Xiongqi was crouching and its qi was very weak. It seemed like it had no strength left at all. He looked at Xiongqi and said, Emperor? First, I'll put you away. Lin Feng shook his hand and the animal tower appeared. Fortunately, he could put his animals in the snowy animal tower. Xiongqi looked at the animal tower and its body turned rigid. This bloody human wanted to imprison him in that tower. Lin Feng shook his animal tower, which slowly released energies that moved towards Xiongqi and surrounded its body. You'll stay in there for a few days, said Lin Feng. In a flash, the animal tower became bright and started swallowing Xiongqi. It didn't want to go it. It was an emperor, not an animal. But, the animal tower was an incredible treasure. If it was sucked in, it would definitely become an animal. Xiongqi started struggling but its qi was too weak. Lin Feng had tortured it so it didn't have strength to struggle anymore. Lights enveloped its body, was swallowed by the tower. The tower became small again and Lin Feng put it away. The tower was an incredible treasure, capable of containing Tian-level beasts. Later, Lin Feng released Xiongqi. Roar! Xiongqi roared loudly. Boom! Lin Feng punched it and crushed it onto the ground. Xiongqi stood up again and stared at Lin Feng coldly. He wanted Lin Feng to die. Don't look at me like that. You will stay with me for a long time, maybe forever, said Lin Feng while smiling. I will definitely kill you someday, said Xiongqi. It would kill Lin Feng, somehow. Well, let's wait and see. Right now you're not strong enough for that, said Lin Feng indifferently. Yin Di, Xiongqi is an ancient, ferocious, wild beast and you chose to live in its body. But it's my pet. I should kill you, but I won't because you once were an emperor. Basically, I gave you my pet's body. You're not suffering that much, so you should be grateful. Boom! Xiongqi spat out flames. That damn human being was telling it to be grateful. How sly was Lin Feng? I now consider you an emperor. Let's forget that you're stuck in an animal's body, said Lin Feng. He counterattacked with his own fire attack, which extinguished Xiongqi's flames instantly. Lin Feng's qi was too powerful. Xiongqi remained cold with Lin Feng. Don't look at me that way. Don't worry, if you cooperate I will treat you as an emperor. We can grow strong together and I won't put you in the animal tower again, said Lin Feng in a gentle way. He then added, since we'll be together all the time, let's be friends. Emperor, teach me Tian level skills first. If I become stronger, I will be able to help you even more. I could help you become a strong emperor again. You're dreaming, said Xiongqi coldly. How shameless. Lin Feng wanted it to teach him skills. How could he be so shameless? It seems like he really hates me, thought Lin Feng. Even though the emperor was in Xiongqi's body, he had been an emperor. At this time, he only had the memories of an emperor though. Let's progress together. Imagine if someday we were both so strong, we would be invincible, said Lin Feng gently. Xiongqi didn't say anything, it just stared at Lin Feng. Did Lin Feng want it to become stronger while controlling it still? Impossible. Lin Feng saw that Xiongqi wasn't easing any, so he said, come on, you don't need to teach me skills. But I'm sure that you used to have incredibly powerful ones and that you used to understand the mysterious marks extremely well. I have powerful enemies and they could come any time to get their revenge. You must have solutions to defend us, said Lin Feng. Xiongqi looked surprised. His purpose was to protect himself from Shingong. If the emperor didn't help, it would be a pity. Of course I have solutions, mysterious marks are no mystery to me. But, I don't want to help you, said Xiongqi coldly. It hated Lin Feng. Shut the hell up, shouted Lin Feng furiously, which scared Xiongqi. Its body suddenly became rigid. Lin Feng released a terrifying qi which enveloped its body. I gave you face and regarded you as an emperor, don't make me regret that now. In the past, you used to despise even some of the strongest cultivators in the world. How can you be so ungrateful? Sure, I sealed your spirit to keep you by my side. But if you don't mind, I'd like to make you happy. If you keep acting hostile, I will have no choice but to kill you. I'm merciful enough, I think. However, I think killing you would be a pity. I wish you will become a great emperor again, shouted Lin Feng furiously. Lin Feng's voice penetrated into the emperor's brain deeply. He was still staring at Lin Feng and hated him, but he had to admit that Lin Feng was right. Lin Feng considered him as an emperor, but he had sealed his spirit to keep him by his side. Lin Feng let Yan Di think for a while and then said, alright, don't worry. You're an emperor. If you stay with me, you won't waste your powers. We will grow strong together. Of course, I can prevent you from escaping, so it's in your best interest to help me. If I am strong, you're strong too. Yan Di remained silent for a long time before saying, how strong are your enemies? A Zun cultivator, maybe even a high-level Zun cultivator, said Lin Feng. It seemed like Yan Di understood Lin Feng. If Lin Feng died, he would die too. Even though I know about mysterious marks and deployment technique strength, I can't use them with my current strength. If you want to fight against Zun-level cultivators, I need powerful abstruse crystals to defend you. Abstruse crystals? Lin Feng nodded and said, alright, let me think. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 899, Entering a Strange World. Chapter 899, Entering a Strange World. The vast desert seemed endless. Lin Feng was standing in the desert, observing his surroundings as he released the emperor's palace. It looked majestic and contained incredible imperial qi. Lin Feng was in the parallel world which he had sealed because he couldn't take the risk of someone seeing palace in the outside world. Lin Feng disappeared from the desert and jumped into the palace. Many people were waiting for Lin Feng in there. Lin Feng! Lin Feng! They were all furious. So many Tian level and Xian level cultivators staring down Lin Feng. Boom boom boom. A terrifying qi appeared. You want to die? Shouted Lin Feng coldly, his voice resonated like thunder. Bzzz, silhouettes were flickering. They surrounded Lin Feng and someone said, "Lin Feng, you dare come here after what you did to us? If you don't let us out, we'll kill you." Lei Mang. Lin Feng looked at him. He remembered that person was a cultivator from North Shingon. "You know Shi Ju Tian?" asked Lin Feng while smiling coldly. Lei Mang looked confused. Of course, he knew Ju Tian, he was the leader of West Shingon. Shi Ju Tian came with a group of people from West Shingon to capture me, so I killed them all, said Lin Feng. Lei Mang looked astonished. He didn't believe Lin Feng and said, impossible. You already broke through to the Tianxi layer, but you couldn't possibly have killed the leader of West Shingon. I killed him in one sword strike, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly and releasing some demon sealing strength. I control this palace and everything in here. The fact that I'm not killing you doesn't mean that I can't. I am keeping you in here because you can still be useful, said Lin Feng while smiling. He was domineering, like an emperor. When the crowd dispersed when they sensed Lin Feng's terrifying demon energy, allowing him to pass. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered. Using his Xiaoyao agility technique, he instantly disappeared from their field of vision. We have to follow him, shouted someone. Then everybody ran in Lin Feng's direction. They couldn't stay in that place forever. Lin Feng's demon energy was indeed extremely powerful, even Lei Mang had witnessed it back when Lin Feng was still a Shen-level cultivator. Now, he had broken through to the Tianxi layer. If he unsheathed his demon sword again, the consequences would probably be even more terrifying. Very quickly, Lin Feng arrived in a room with countless abstruse crystals all containing an incredible power. Lin Feng, let us go, someone shouted behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng ignored them and released his demon sealing strength. Boom! Lin Feng unsheathed his demon sword and demon chi rolled in waves in the atmosphere. Everybody was stopped in their tracks. What a terrifying sword! How could Lin Feng have such a powerful sword? Bei Ming, the leader of North Shingon, arrived too with Lei Mang next to him. Surprisingly, Lin Feng could use the demon sword without turning into a demon now. Had Lin Feng really killed Shi Ju Tian using his demon sword? Lin Feng turned around and coldly glanced at them. He raised his demon sword and cut the abstruse crystals, causing many crystals to rise up in the air. Then, Lin Feng used his Xiaoyao agility technique and grabbed them all, quickly putting them in his ring. Lin Feng turned around and shouted, "Piss off, everyone!" His demon sword lacerated the space, pushing everybody back. Nobody was willing to block that attack. They could only watch as Lin Feng used his Xiaoyao agility technique to run away. Don't let him run. Otherwise, we'll die in here, shouted someone furiously. Everybody chased Lin Feng, but it was too late. Lin Feng quickly left. The crowd in the palace, the Dragon King, Duan Wu Dao, Bei Ming. They all hated Lin Feng. Hating him was all they could do now because they were still his prisoners. Lin Feng didn't think about how the people in the palace felt. He breathed in a big mouthful of air once he arrived in the desert. The Jade Emperor's palace turned into a heart again and Lin Feng put it away. He probably had enough abstruse crystals for Yen Di. Lin Feng left the parallel world and sealed it again. He went back to Qiongqi and said, "Here are your abstruse crystals. Which ones do you want? Give me all of them. I can use any of them. I will be able to deploy a great strength with any of them," said Qiongqi, sounding self-confident. Lin Feng just had to give him the proper ingredients and he would be able to work out something with them. But Lin Feng didn't give him the crystals immediately. He stared at Qiongqi with uncertainty, infuriating Qiongqi. "You don't believe me, but it's not that, it's just that you used to be an emperor. You have many powers. If you use those crystals to practice cultivation, what could I do to stop you?" said Lin Feng. The emperor probably knew many tricks. If he used the crystals to fight against him, he would probably lose. "Well then, don't ask me anything anymore," said Qiongqi furiously. "Don't be angry." He. Lin Feng smiled. "I will be next to you when you use your techniques. This way I can watch you if you try to sneak away with some crystals and I will be able to learn your technique. Of course, if you agree to teach me some things directly, it's even better and I will be very grateful." Qiongqi remained silent. He stared at Lin Feng and said, "Teach you. Dream on. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 900, Poor Emperor. Chapter 900, Poor Emperor. Qiongqi was using its claws to carve something into the ground. Even though it wasn't using any strength, Lin Feng felt delighted. It seemed like those carvings contained something mystical. They looked like mysterious marks but didn't contain any strength yet. Xiongqi kept moving and carving. From time to time, it looked at Lin Feng in a cold way and said confidently, "Back in the day, I could carve those marks with an incredible strength in them. If I recovered my full strength, I'd crush Zune cultivators without batting an eye. Now, you, a little piece of trash, a nobody, makes me carve these marks one by one. It's for your safety. If we manage to secure the palace, even if a Zune cultivator comes, we'll be able to kill him in one strike," said Lin Feng while smiling. Yan Di was cooperating, so Lin Feng had to give him face. In the past, Yan Di's temper must have been really bad. He was proud. Of course, different circumstances required different reactions. If Yan Di recovered his initial cultivation level, he'd be insanely dangerous again. "Don't worry. When I finish protecting the palace, a trivial and feudal Zune cultivator will never be able to get in, instead they will be killed instantly," said Xiongqi. At that moment, he looked solemn. He wasn't acting aggressively with Lin Feng. Lin Feng laughed and observed Xiongqi's movements carefully, but he couldn't understand anything. Those mysterious marks contained the absolute strength of the earth and the sky, and explosive strength. Xiongqi hadn't put the abstruse crystals in the marks yet. Lin Feng was delighted. Protecting the whole palace would put him at ease in the future. He had never seen so many mysterious marks at once. How powerful must this protection be? It only took Yan Di a few hours to carve marks into the entire palace. Xiongqi stood up and waved, almost like a human being. Lin Feng was surprised. "You finished that quickly?" said Lin Feng in a febrile voice. "Quickly? Back in the day, I could do that in the blink of an eye. It took me so much effort and time that I'm actually quite upset," said Xiongqi while stretching its claws. "Give me the abstruse crystals, I need to put them in the marks." Lin Feng unwillingly handed him over his ring. Xiongqi released bestial qi and in a flash, the marks started shining brightly. His bestial qi started flowing through the marks, making the entire palace shine. Xiongqi took out an abstruse crystal and put its energy in the marks, and the lights instantly disappeared as if nothing had happened. "That's fine too." Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Abstruse crystals contained an incredible amount of energy, abstruse strength. The lights in the marks kept appearing and disappearing. Then, the marks disappeared completely as if they never existed in the first place. Lin Feng inspected them with his godly awareness but couldn't see anything either. "No need to try. I carved the marks in a way that even Zune cultivators wouldn't be able to see them," said Xiongqi. "You finished so quickly," said Lin Feng again, smiling heartily. "Bullshit. You're making fun of me, but I'm telling you, if a Zune cultivator comes, he'll die instantly." "I wouldn't dare make fun of you," said Lin Feng while laughing. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and pet Xiongqi's head. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" said Xiongqi angrily. "Give me back the ring with the crystals," said Lin Feng. Xiongqi looked furious and said, "You bastard. Give it to me at once," said Lin Feng. Xiongqi wasn't happy. "You need to relax, my friend," said Lin Feng gently and then giggled. "The marks I carved can only kill Zune cultivators. If cultivators of the Tianqi layer come, you'll have to be here to fend them off yourself," said Xiongqi furiously. And he then threw the ring at Lin Feng. Eh? Lin Feng was speechless. It could only kill Zune cultivators? How did it make sense that they could kill Zune cultivators but not Tian level ones? Xiongqi started leaving, but Lin Feng chased him, laughed and said in a gentle way, "Yan Di, you're a great emperor. If Tian level cultivators come, I bet you could easily defeat them." "Piss off," said Xiongqi proudly. "Yan Di, if Tian level cultivators come here and threaten you, wouldn't that insulting to your title? You'd certainly have to kill them, right? Yan Di." Lin Feng's voice spread far away into the distance. He was a bit annoyed, but Xiongqi ignored him. "Yan Di, if people came here to get their revenge, I hope that you will take care of them. If you make a mistake." "Bastard!" shouted Xiongqi furiously. Its voice spread far away. How shameless, that bastard was threatening him again. Lin Feng was lying on a stone, looking at Xiongqi with a big smile on his face. It seemed like he was busy doing something. A great emperor. If a Zune cultivator came, he'd certainly died. Yan Di was scary. Maybe Yan Di could create a nice environment practicing cultivation, then all of Shuyu would benefit. But Yan Di's temper was too much. It was difficult to get him to do anything without him threatening Lin Feng. He wanted to learn a few skills from him, but that seemed impossible. He would definitely find a way to learn things from him in the future. Poor Qiongqi, he was busy carving marks and creating deployment skills, and Lin Feng was just lying down without a care in the world. After a short while, Qiongqi glanced at Lin Feng.
Is it all right? Asked Lin Feng while smiling.
Yes.
Qiongqi nodded.
Lin Feng looked delighted and pet Qiongqi's head, making him grind his teeth. He gave back the ring once more to Lin Feng and said, I don't give a damn about your abstruse crystals.
To me, they're just normal stones.
Of course. You were a great emperor and you've seen incredible treasures,
said Lin Feng while laughing.
You've worked hard, you should have a rest now.
Indeed,
said Qiongqi and then disappeared. Very quickly, Qiongqi disappeared to another place, opened its mouth and spat out a few abstruse crystals. The poor emperor, surprisingly, had taken a few abstruse crystals. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.